The old man immediately replied, "People often encounter unexpected disasters. A moment of carelessness can lead to death." He began to worry about Sister Hong. Does that mean Sister Hong is also? Yes, I once sought out an expert to see. Only by letting her stay away from her family could she have a chance to live. He asked the old man again about the ancestral grave. So what's the deal with that ancestral grave? The old man recounted the story to him. Before, the two eldest elders of the clan in the village came to me, wanting to invite Xiaoya into the ancestral grave to bear the calamity. Otherwise, the entire Gu family would face a great disaster. How could I let her do such a thing? So I led a group of people up the mountain to dig up the ancestral grave, intending to study it carefully. After digging up the ancestral grave, there were many human bones piled up inside. There was also a ghost in chains, with a sealing talisman on its head. The female ghost was chained in the middle of the pile of bones. This must be the source of the Gu family's disaster, right? At that time, the old man grabbed a shovel and raised it to smash the ghost. "I'll smash your skull." He swung the shovel and hit the ghost's head, sending the talisman and the nail flying. At that moment, the ghost was freed from its seal. The chains broke, terrifying the old man so much that he fell ill. He recounted the story with his whole body trembling in fear. Even thinking about it now sends a chill down my spine. Hearing his story, he laughed and looked at the old man, asking, "So you're the one who released her?" The old man stammered in reply, "I just wanted to save Xiaoya." At that moment, the old man brought out a book and a nail taken from the ancestral grave and said, "Grandmaster Jiang, please take a look. This is what I brought out from the grave." He looked at the old, tattered book and thought to himself, "What is this piece of junk?" He immediately asked the system to check. "System, what is this?" "Hamba Bone Manual. Damaged. Requires nearly 30,000 ghost chi to repair. Secret Art of the Gu Clan. Damaged. Requires 100 ghost chi to repair." He picked up the old, tattered book and considered his options. 30,000 is a bit much. Let's try repairing the one that costs 100 points first. While he was busy calculating, the old man came over and called him, "Grandmaster Jiang, is there a problem?" He was startled and turned to reply, "Not for now. Let me study it first." After having the system restore the book, he opened it to read. Let's see what's written inside. Those who awakened the Gu family's bloodline can cultivate it. As soon as he opened the first page, he saw it was useless to him. He angrily slammed the book shut and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I can't even practice it. What a waste of 100 of my ghost chi points." At that moment, he smiled, thinking of a way to get money from the old man. Why not make some money off of him? He picked up the book and said, "Master Gu, your family's secret manual. I've restored it for you." Master Gu joyfully took the book and replied, "How can I thank you?" He pretended to scratch his face shyly and said, "You decide how to handle it." Master Gu generously discussed with him. "As we agreed before, I will transfer the corporation to you." Hearing this, his eyes lit up, but he feigned refusal. "Yes, you don't need to give me that much. I can't accept it." Seeing his apparent reluctance, the old man made a more reasonable offer. "Then I'll transfer 1/3 of the shares to Grandmaster Jiang. How about that?" Seeing the offer was too reasonable, he and the old man shook hands and happily cooperated. At that moment, he thought joyfully to himself, "This time, I'm financially independent." Huh! Master Gu was no less joyful. 1/3 of the shares in exchange for the piece of the Gu family, and I even got a secret manual. This is a great deal. He picked up the nail and looked at the old man, saying, "Master Gu, what about this nail?" This nail was originally the unlucky object pinning that female ghost. "I don't know what to do with it. If Grandmaster Jiang likes it, please take it." He happily hid the nail behind his back and said with a laugh, Okay. The old man saw him take the nail and put it behind him, sticking it in his butt, and asked, "Where are you planning to stick that?" At that moment, the Underworld Bureau's convoy arrived in front of the Gu family's house, honking loudly. Hearing the loud noise, he also stepped out to greet them. Why do the people from the Underworld Bureau always make such a big commotion? Facing him was Captain Yang of the Underworld Bureau, who stepped forward to greet him. He introduced himself as a member of the Underworld Bureau, Yang Chuan. He replied cheerfully, "Let me introduce myself more thoroughly. Apartment 1201, Building 1, Yuyuan Estate. Jiang Chun. Who asked for your house number?" "Ghost Chi plus 420. Yang Chuan began to ask him the main question. "According to procedure, how are you sure it's a blood shirt?" Hearing Yang Chuan's question, he thought to himself, "This idiot, instead of catching the blood shirt, he's here investigating me." He glared at Yang Chuan and replied, "It has the power to kill me in one blow. It can only be a blood shirt." His body was emitting a powerful energy that pressed down on Yang Chuan. He began to feel anxious and broke into a cold sweat. How can this be? The ghost inside my body is afraid of him. Suddenly, Yang Chuan punched him in the chest. "My apologies. A stream of ghost chi surrounded Yang Chuan's body and attacked him. He immediately activated the Roaring Tiger Blast skill, letting out a roar. Disperse from me. Yang Chuan was surprised by the power of his roar. Just one roar and it blew away my ghost chi. After roaring and blowing away Yang Chuan's ghost chi, he smiled and said, Mr. Yang, it's not very appropriate for you to put your hand on someone's chest like this. At that moment, he revealed the demeanor of a strange old master. If you want to, you can come to my house later. My house is very big. He grabbed Yang Chuan's arm and twisted it behind his back under the astonished gazes of the two Underworld Bureau subordinates. My house is also very beautiful. Yang Chuan was so terrified by his perverted actions that he exclaimed, Let go of me. You damn gay. I'm straight. Ghost Chi plus 999. He was still teasing him. You're blushing. The Underworld Bureau subordinate standing far away looked at him and thought, I can't believe he can handle Captain Yang. What's his kid's background? After being teased by Jiang Chun, Yang Chuan angrily turned to his subordinates who were standing there dumbfounded and said, What are you standing there staring for? Erase everyone's memories. Clean up the battlefield. Being scolded by him, the subordinates scrambled. Release the memory-sucking ghosts. Go now. After giving the order, Yang Chuan saw him still holding his hand and exclaimed in frustration, Why are you still holding on to me? Let go. But he gave a strange smile and asked him, I can let go. Just agree to one of my requests. Fine, go ahead. He pointed towards Sister Hong and said, Don't erase that person's memory. Yang Chuan looked over and thought he was talking about Sister Hong. So he asked, That woman? Sister Hong thought he was pleading for her and was moved to tears. Is Jiang Chun pleading for me? So I'm that important to him. He immediately walked closer and pointed towards Master Gu, saying, What? I meant that old man. He still owes me several $100 million and hasn't signed the contract yet. It would be a big problem if he forgot. Seeing the Underworld Bureau people standing there looking confused, he said irritably, What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a rich man before? This kid has several $100 million? What? Ghost Chi plus 220. At that moment, the memory-sucking ghosts also began to fly over and suck the memories of the eldest brother of the Gu family. Next, the third sister of the Gu family was also having her memories sucked away. The memory-sucking ghost was gradually approaching to suck Sister Hong's memories. She was so scared she was about to pee her pants. It had just latched onto Sister Hong's head. After sucking for a few moments, he rushed over and punched it. You've had your fill, haven't you? Sister Hong, let's go. Scene change. Sister Hong, and he had found another car to go home in. Sitting in the new car, he began to praise her. It's great to have a rich dad. With a wave of his hand, you get a new car. She immediately replied, What other choice is there? My car was pushed off the mountain by a ghost when I got here. That's true, but he was startled when he heard that she hadn't lost her memories. Sister Hong, your memories weren't erased? She lowered her head, thought for a moment, and recounted, It seems like they're fine. It seems the secret manual Dad gave me protected me. That book is the Gu family's secret manual. It looks pretty impressive. Hearing him say that, she immediately slammed on the brakes, overjoyed. Can I become as strong as you? But she was driving at high speed and braked too suddenly, so he was thrown forward, flying out of the car through the windshield. I'm not as strong as you. You're an amazing driver. You should wear your seatbelt, Jiang Chun. Scene changed to a roadside food stall. A customer was waiting for his food. This customer was a member of the Dark Alliance. After waiting, the owner brought out a horrifying dish for him. He picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and praised it. So tender. At the same time, Sister Hong and Jiang Chen's car was passing by this stall. He looked out and said, Barbecue? How fragrant. As his car passed by, the man saw the mark on his hand. He had seen the Blood Manor mark on his hand. At that moment, he raised a napkin to wipe his mouth and gave a strange smile. It seems I got it without any effort. After finishing his meal, he turned to leave without paying. Boss, I'm leaving. But as soon as he left, the owner fell to the ground. The owner had been hypnotized by him, cutting his own flesh to cook for him. Scene changed to the apartment building where Jiang Chun and Sister Hong live. Upon returning home, he immediately opened the system to check. System, what can I use now? Host, Jiang Chun. Ghost Chi, 3,199 points. Demon Transformation Card. Monstrous Bear, 3-star. Divine Ability, 800-mile Demonic Fist. Item, Hamba Bone Nail, Damaged. Koei Ox Drum, Mid-grade. Superior, Air, High-grade Ghost Chi. Seeing he had a decent amount of Ghost Chi, he drew a few more Demon Transformation cards, just in case. The first card he drew was a 2-star Demon Transformation card, the Great Green Immortal. The next card he drew was a 2-star Demon Transformation card, the Yellow Immortal Master. The last card he drew was a 2-star Demon Transformation card, the Nine-Headed Beast. After drawing the cards, he held the 3 cards and smiled to himself. These look much stronger than 1-star cards. He picked up the flesh Lingji and laughed loudly. And my most beloved flesh Lingji. He held up the items he had obtained, thinking smugly, doesn't this mean I'll be invincible? At that moment, outside the apartment building where he lived, the man had also found his way here to look for him. The security guard saw a stranger approaching and spoke up to shoo him away. What are you doing? If you're not an owner, you can't come in. The man used his eyes to hypnotize the security guard. Take a closer look. In an instant, the security guard was hypnotized, completely oblivious to his surroundings. And so, he let the man in easily. Welcome home, sir. The man went to the surveillance room. He ordered the security guard to replay the camera footage for him. Replay this afternoon's surveillance footage for me. After the screen ran for a while, he told him to stop. He pointed at the screen and asked the security guard, which apartment does this kid live in? Give me the spare key to his apartment. After getting a location and the key, he started heading towards Jiang Chen's place. Having found the right room, he took out the key and opened the door to enter. At that moment, he pretended to be fast asleep, snoring so loudly that a big bubble formed from his nose. The man looked at the mark on his hand and thought to himself, I wonder which piece of trash from the Dark Alliance died at the hands of a kid like this. I'll just carve out his heart, as usual. He immediately thrust his hand down, wanting to cut out his heart, but before his hand could touch him, it was caught by the flesh Lingji. He was startled and quickly pulled his arm back, cursing die. He jumped up, grabbed the flesh Lingji, which had transformed into a sword, and laughed. A surprise, old man. Unexpected, isn't it? The man stood there, stunned, and asked him, when did you find out? He immediately replied, I saw you when I passed by the barbecue stall. You smell exactly like Zhang Xianhai from the Dark Alliance. After being discovered by him, the man laughed pretentiously. I'm not as easy to deal with as Zhang Xianhai. But he wasn't afraid of the man and laughed along with him. Unfortunately, the me of today is also much harder to deal with than before. He immediately swung a slash at the man, but the man raised his hand to block it, getting knocked back. The man's hand was unharmed, only his sleeve was torn. Oh, do I have a good blade? With that, he immediately smashed through the glass door and fled. Trying to run, he immediately gave chase, not letting the man escape. The people from the Underworld Bureau will be here soon. You can't escape. After running outside, the man turned his head to look at him and said, Run? Haha. He took off his hat and spoke to him in a superior tone. It's just that your room is too small. My weapon can't be used to its full potential. From his hat, he released a flesh Lingji that was even more powerful than his. He was horrified when he saw that the man also had a flesh Lingji. Flesh Lingji, is that your brother? The man immediately transformed the flesh Lingji into a shooting machine with sharp iron teeth and attacked him. It immediately fired a shot at him, but he quickly dodged it. That was close. He turned his head in surprise to look. What the hell is that? A turning back thrust. He also swung a slash at the man's weapon, sending it flying. Suddenly, a set of sharp iron teeth was closing in on his head. The man said smugly, at such a close distance, you'd better be able to dodge. But he laughed and looked at the man with a contemptuous gaze. That also applies to your crotch. At that moment, his flesh Lingji was attacking from below, aiming for the man's butt. The man swung his blade, knocking the flesh Lingji away. Damn it, playing dirty with a sneak attack. After knocking away his flesh Lingji, the man fired a shot down at him. The flesh Lingji isn't in your hands. Let's see how you dodge this time. The situation was urgent. He activated the Tyrant Demon Body skill again to block the man's shot. The shot hit him, creating a series of explosions, filling the air with smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, he appeared with his face covered in scratches. Seeing his pathetic state, the man laughed. Haha, a long-range attack completely overwhelms you. From now on, you won't be able to get close to me. He became so angry, he went crazy and said, I don't want to get close to you anymore. At that moment, the flesh Lingji had returned to him. He picked up the flesh Lingji and prepared to transform it for a long-range attack. Your point isn't bad. He placed the flesh Lingji on the ground and began to transform it. Here, let's do it too. Immediately, the flesh Lingji transformed into a flesh cannon. Then let's have a long-range duel. He immediately activated the machine and fired a shot at the man. The machine fired a lightning ball that flew straight at him. Seeing the lightning ball approaching, the man was horrified, rendered speechless. A world-shaking explosion resounded throughout the country, creating a massive radiation ring in the sky. In the thick smoke and dust, he coughed and said, Is he still alive? It was unbelievable that after taking a lightning ball, the man's body had only lost a chunk of flesh. He approached, smiled at him, and said, Next time we meet, you're dead for sure. He looked at the man's state and laughed along with him. You're already like this, and you still think there's a next time? At that moment, his body shed its skin. The man laughed. In an instant, his body had switched with the security guards. The security guard groaned a few times before falling to the ground, pushing up daisies. At that moment, the people from the Underworld Bureau had also arrived by helicopter. I didn't expect him to be someone who doesn't care about others' lives. The female captain of the Underworld Bureau jumped down from the helicopter and immediately asked him, "Where's the person from the Dark Alliance?" He turned to her with a weary expression and replied, "Can't you guys be on time for once? By the time you get here, the person has already run away." After learning that the person from the Dark Alliance had escaped, she also turned on her radio. "Attention! No need to come down yet. Immediately seal off this area and search for suspicious individuals." He was so dissatisfied with the Underworld Bureau's poor performance that he complained, "Humph, it's the same trick every time. Does it even work? And the Hamba that escaped last time, what good are you guys?" Seeing him rambling, she turned and left in dissatisfaction. "I'm leaving. I'm tired of talking to you." He started to stand up. "Wait, don't say I didn't warn you. That old man is an extremely powerful puppeteer." After she disappeared, he continued to ramble all day long, from morning to night. "All you know is how to put on a show. With your attitude, if you can catch anyone, I'll do a handstand and take a crap." At the same time, the Underworld Bureau was searching for traces of the Hamba. "We didn't find anything unusual at the only exit in the South District." After finding nothing unusual, they quietly left. Scene change. He returned home and lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, thinking, "This is really killing me." It was another night. His face gradually became haggard from extreme exhaustion. At that moment, his phone rang. Zhao Eru was calling him. Scene changed to the next morning at Jiangbei University. Upon entering the classroom, he was still lying on his desk, sleeping, because he hadn't gotten enough sleep. He was snoring soundly, drool all over his desk. He was dreaming of hunting for ghost chi. "Don't be afraid. Come here. Let me get some ghost chi from you." While he was lost in his beautiful dream, someone suddenly poked the snot bubble on his face. The bubble burst. Jiang Chun jumped up, startled, seeing the troublemaker. Before he could even fully wake up, Eru spoke up. "I called you this morning. Why didn't you answer? What were you doing last night? So weak." Annoyed at having his precious sleep disturbed, Jiang Chun snapped, "Mind your own business." Seeing him get angry, Eru was taken aback, scratching his head and explaining, "I just wanted to tell you, I feel like I'm about to break through to Serang." His anger subsided a little. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and replied, "That's pretty fast." Eru proudly puffed out his chest. "After all, I was born in Longxiang Temple. I level up a bit faster than others." Seeing the smug look on the other's face, Jiang Chun sneered inwardly. Can't you tell it's just small talk? I can even fight a bloodshirt now." Ignoring his friend's attitude, Eru enthusiastically invited him. "I have a C-rank group mission. Do you want to join?" Jiang Chun was instantly wide awake, asking curiously, "Who's leading it? Are they reliable?" Eru quickly replied, "The leader is from the martial sect, and it's a large-scale group mission." Hearing the words large-scale, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He turned and pressed. "Large-scale? How large?" Eru explained in detail. "Mainly, the area we need to deal with is relatively large. Large-scale group missions usually involve handling an entire area, like a ghost village, a ghost town, or a spiritual anomaly space." After hearing this, Jiang Chen's adventurous spirit was ignited. He felt this was quite interesting. "Sounds pretty exciting." He stood up abruptly, patted Eru on the shoulder, and said decisively, "Save me a spot." Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Eru nodded eagerly. "Okay, I'll send you the mission details on your phone then." The scene changes to the road outside the school. Two male students were walking, chatting excitedly. "I heard Extreme Punishment is back on the web." The other person grimaced and replied, "What's that?" The name alone sounds unlucky. Just then, a luxurious Maybach sped towards them like an arrow, almost sending them both flying. "Oh crap." The two students, scared out of their wits, jumped back and screamed, "What are you trying to do?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Jiang Chen's calm voice came from behind. "Excuse me, could you two please make way?" Startled again while still in shock, the two clutched their chests, their hearts about to leap out. The Maybach door opened, and Master Gu himself stepped out to wait. "Jiang Chun." He waved cheerfully. "Grandmaster Jiang, I'm here." Jiang Chun smiled in return, his tone a bit teasing. "It's just a contract for a few $100 million. Why the big show? Get in." Master Gu quickly presented the documents, pointing to the empty space. "Put your thumbprint here." After the procedure was complete, he announced solemnly, "All right, now 1/3 of the Gu Corporation's shares belong to Grandmaster Jiang." Looking at the signed contract, Jiang Chun silently nodded in approval. "You really keep your word." Master Gu laughed heartily, clapped his hands, and then lowered his voice. "Grandmaster Jiang, I have one more thing to ask of you." Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, sighing inwardly. "I knew this money wouldn't be easy to get. Suddenly, Master Gu turned on a projector right inside the luxury car, displaying a blueprint. Please take a look. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, there's a projector in the car. Master Gu pointed to the map and explained in detail, I've bought all the properties in Yuyuan Estate. All of the Gu family's descendants are moving there. Jiang Qin almost choked on his saliva and exclaimed, bought all of it? What are you planning to do? Master Gu lightly brushed some dust off his clothes and replied nonchalantly, living with Grandmaster Jiang, of course, is for peace of mind. Holding the contract worth a fortune, Jiang Chun smiled wryly. 1/3 of the shares is to have me as a bodyguard, right? However, the deal was too good, so both were very satisfied. Master Gu laughed heartily. Don't worry, from now on, we'll be a community. It's a win-win situation. Jiang Chun also nodded in agreement. Okay. In an old apartment building, a middle-aged man hurried home. As soon as he stepped through the door, his beautiful young wife had dinner ready, gently reminding him, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. The uncle walked over excitedly, showing off, honey, I came across something good today. She looked skeptical, pouting. What good thing could possibly happen to you? He smiled mysteriously, reaching into his shirt and pulling out 3 bright red envelopes. Look at this. I found them on the street. His wife quickly snatched them, examining them carefully, thinking to herself, looks like there's quite a bit of money in here. But when she looked closely at the pattern, she frowned. And they're all wedding red envelopes. His wife tilted her head and gently reminded him, picking up so many of someone's red envelopes, you should at least say a word of congratulations. Seeing his wife's point, the husband nodded. You're right. He immediately took out his phone and posted on social media, whose wedding was it today that was giving out red envelopes? I was lucky enough to pick some up. Congratulations. As soon as the post was up, comments started pouring in. I haven't heard of anyone getting married. I just got back. Save one for me. Whose family is getting married? I haven't heard anything. Reading these comments, the uncle started to sweat, his heart filled with confusion. No one's getting married? Then where did these red envelopes come from? Suddenly, his phone vibrated violently. 3 messages from an unknown number arrived. He was puzzled. Why would someone send me a message? Curious, he clicked to see. The stranger messaged, what does the red envelope look like? Can you take a picture for me? The uncle honestly took a picture and sent it, thinking to himself, how strange. Does he want to go downstairs and pick some up too? But the reply made his blood run cold. You should look at the character for joy on this. This isn't a wedding red envelope. This is clearly meant to buy your life. The 2 words by life struck him like lightning. He stammered, trying to calm himself. By life? In this day and age, people still believe in these superstitions. The person on the other end explained urgently. In the old days, if a young girl died before she was 16 and unmarried, she couldn't be reincarnated. The uncle read the message, a chill running down his spine, sweat pouring down like rain. If those girls wanted to be reincarnated, they had to perform a ritual. The stranger even sent a gruesome illustration. To complete this ritual, a lock of the young girl's hair must be placed inside a red envelope and thrown onto the street for someone else to pick up. Reading the part about the hair, he panicked and called out to the kitchen, honey. But when his wife turned around, her face had contorted into that of a demon, her claws sharp. What is it, darling? A piercing scream echoed through the apartment building. The uncle shot up, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He wiped his forehead and laughed nervously. So it was a dream. I knew it. I don't even have a wife. However, the nightmare wasn't over. He turned to look at the table and was horrified to find the 3 bright red envelopes still lying there. From within, long black strands of hair began to slither out like venomous snakes. He picked one up, trembling, and before he could understand what was happening, a ghostly voice echoed in the room. Strange, isn't it? Try looking up. He slowly looked up at the ceiling. Oh my God! A giant character, for joy, written in fresh blood, was dripping onto the floor. The ghostly female voice spoke again, cold and monotonous. Midnight, the auspicious hour, a beautiful scene. Let's get married. Glancing at the clock, the uncle quickly calculated. There's still half an hour until 12. I can still make it. With that thought, he rushed out the door like an arrow, the voice still echoing in his ears. Midnight, the auspicious hour, a beautiful scene. Let's get married. The uncle covered his ears and shouted, shut up. Don't say another word. Reaching the main door, his hands and feet trembled. He fumbled with the lock for a long time, unable to open it. Suddenly, a bright red wedding flower made of cloth appeared, blocking his escape. How did the door become like this? In desperation, he grabbed a nearby pair of scissors. I'll try cutting it. But as soon as he touched the petal, the sharp blade shattered like a cookie. It's no use. It's completely useless. He was so scared he felt like he was going to pee his pants exclaiming in despair, "What do I do now?" His gaze fell on the 3 red envelopes in his hand. This is all because of these red envelopes. As if grasping at a straw, he rushed to the window and threw them down with all his might. "It'll be fine now, right?" The moment the red envelopes left his hand, a curse came from below, littering from above. "Who's so inconsiderate?" The uncle, overjoyed, stuck his head out and shouted down, "Throw them away quickly." But the voice from below replied enthusiastically, "Red envelopes. It's rare to meet a good person like me. I'll bring them up to you now." The uncle's face turned pale. He screamed, "Don't come up here." But in an instant, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. A male voice came from behind the door. "Hello, I'm the good person who found your lost property and is returning it." The uncle froze. So fast. The knocking grew more violent, accompanied by the impatient muttering of the person outside. "Open the door. Hurry up. Crap, my ghost belt is about to give out." The system in that person's head announced, "Ghost Chi plus 39. The loud banging, as if trying to break down the house, made the uncle cringe. What kind of good person knocks like that? Losing patience, the visitor outside delivered a thunderous kick. Crash! The wooden door and the demonic red strings were blown away instantly. Dust filled the air, making the uncle cough violently. From within the dust, a towering dark figure emerged, speaking in a friendly tone. "Brother." It was Jiangchun. He held up the 3 red envelopes, smiling brightly. "Here are your red envelopes." Seeing the cursed objects return, the uncle screamed in terror. "Throw them away quickly. Those red envelopes will attract ghosts." Jiangchun smirked. A blazing fire erupted in his hand, incinerating the 3 envelopes in an instant. Of course I know. If there were no ghosts, I wouldn't have even bothered to come." With that, Jiangchun stepped forward and sent the cloth flower blocking the way flying with a powerful kick. He dusted off his hands. "When I saw you pick up the red envelopes, I knew there would be a show to watch tonight." The uncle was stunned, asking like a drowning man who had found a lifeline, "Little brother, do you know how to exorcise ghosts?" Jiangchun leaned in close to him, his smile confident and a little cunning. "I know a little. Just do as I say, and I guarantee you won't have to worry about a thing." Just then, the crucial moment arrived. The 3rd watch of the night, the Inchi surged. The ghost in the red veil suddenly materialized, its voice bewitching. "Darling, it's 12 o'clock." It glided into the uncle's room, but as soon as it arrived, it froze, exclaiming in surprise, "Where's the door?" Unable to find the door, it had no choice but to go deeper inside, where it encountered a strange sight. Someone had set up a very eclectic offering in the middle of the house. The offerings included a steamed bun with 3 cigarettes stuck in it, along with a carton of yogurt drink and a bag of spicy strips. Who on earth offers spicy strips and yogurt to their ancestors? The system immediately registered it. Ghost Chi plus 44. The ghost stood looking at the offerings on the floor, calculating in its mind, trying to use a spell to catch me. While it was still lost in thought, Jiangchun stealthily approached, shaking a bronze bell in his hand, the cheerful clanging startling the ghost. It backed away in fear, covering its face and shouting, "Who's there?" At that moment, Jiangchun quickly got into character, transforming into a dignified Taoist master. He called out her name, Li Hongxia. Hearing her real name, the ghost was utterly bewildered. My red envelopes fell randomly. How could this person know my identity? Ghost Chi plus 650. Just a little bit of acting for show had already reaped a huge amount of ghost Chi. Jiangchun was overjoyed, laughing. Ba, so be it, so be it." Not giving his opponent time to recover, he immediately took out the flesh Lingji and transformed it into a sharp sword, feigning compassion. "Now, this humble monk will deliver you from suffering. In 3 days, you'll be free from your grave." The uncle, hiding in the corner of the wardrobe, looked at Jiangchun's appearance and couldn't help but wonder, "Are you a Taoist priest or a monk?" Seeing that the opponent seemed dangerous, the ghost decisively tore off its veil, laughing manically. Haha. It revealed a hideous demonic face, threatening in a deep voice. "Don't think that just because I'm a ghost, I'll be afraid of these unorthodox tricks." With that, it laughed loudly, charging at Jiangchun with its hands covered in demonic seals. "Come and marry me." Strangely, Jiangchun stood there like a statue, letting the ghost attack without any resistance. After landing 2 solid palm strikes on him, the ghost smiled triumphantly with a grotesque expression. "Haha, now you know how powerful I am." However, contrary to expectations, Jiangchun looked at the ghost with fiery eyes, blood spurting from his nose from excitement. You're making me so excited. He grabbed the ghost's hands, his voice full of emotion. I thought I would be single for the rest of my life. Jiang Chun enthusiastically hugged the female ghost, exclaiming with joy, I can't believe I have a wife now. His perverted nature awakened. He puckered his lips to force a kiss on the ghost. Wifey, smooch smooch. Honey Manhwa. Being blatantly harassed by him, the ghost's face turned bright red. She exclaimed, get away. Who wants to really marry you? Jiang Chun resorted to his tear-jerking act again, tears streaming down his face like a downpour. It's not a real marriage, so you don't really love me. With that, he pressed his face against the ghost's cheek, his voice a dangerous whisper. Then let me whisper one last thing to you. Immediately, he channeled his power and used the roaring tiger blast skill, shouting directly into his opponent's face. Taking a full force, earth-shattering roar at close range. The ghost's ears were ringing. It clutched its head, growling and cursing, damn you. It started to go crazy, yelling, my ears are ringing. What the hell kind of magic is this? Looking at the ghost's pathetic state, Jiang Chun smiled smugly. How about it? Feeling much more clear-headed now. Seeing him dare to laugh at her, the female ghost angrily began to use her move. You think you're the only one who knows this trick? It flew towards the uncle hiding in the corner of the wardrobe, muttering demonic incantations to hypnotize him. In a flash, the poor uncle was completely under the ghost's control, having lost all consciousness. The ghost sweetly called, darling. It began to control him, to attack Jiang Chun. Hypnotized, the uncle immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and charged at him, ready to slash. Now I'll come and help you. He appeared from behind, swinging the knife for a fatal blow to Jiang Chen's head. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's reflexes were extremely fast. He ducked, dodging the sharp blade. The uncle roared, don't you dare harm my wife. Dodging the dangerous slash, Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I almost capsized in the gutter. Furious, he threw a thunderous punch straight into the man's mouth. Go to sleep. Taking the full force of the steel punch, the uncle's face contorted, one side caved in. He fell to the ground, unconscious. After dealing with the obstacle, Jiang Chun tore off his cumbersome Taoist robe, looking at the ghost sternly. Interesting. He took out the Kuei ox drum, his face provocative. You like sound wave battles, right? Let's continue. Jiang Chun used all 5 fingers to rhythmically beat the drum surface. The strange sound from the drum made the ghost freeze, standing motionless like a stone statue. Seeing his opponent had fallen into the trap, Jiang Chun leisurely approached, putting his face close to it and teasing, sing some more. When the ghost was completely paralyzed, he placed his hand on its chest, his voice cold. If you can't move, then I won't be polite. From his hand, the flesh Lingji shot out like an arrow, piercing through the ghost's chest. The female ghost died instantly. In Marriage Ghost, a common vengeful ghost, has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 999. After piercing a hole in the ghost's chest, Jiang Chun touched its face. If you're wondering why your body hasn't disappeared, even though you're clearly dead, he reached into its hair and felt something hard. There's something in the hair. It turned out that hidden in the ghost's hair was a strange card. Jiang Chun picked it up to examine it. So this piece of paper is her true form. The flesh Lingji at this time also automatically returned to his belt. The card in Jiang Chen's hand was printed with gruesome skulls, with only the words Road 444 on it. Seeing that this item was nothing good, he decided to destroy it. An unlucky item. Keeping it will only lead to trouble. He tried to burn it, but strangely, though the flame blazed, the card remained unscathed. Jiang Chun exclaimed in surprise, "It can't be burned?" He picked up the card and speculated, could this be an admission ticket to some spiritual anomaly space? With that thought, he tossed the card into his pocket and turned to leave. I'll keep it. Maybe I'll need it someday. Jiang Chun opened the system to check his gains. Total Ghost Chi, 26,888 points. He nodded in satisfaction. A common vengeful ghost can yield over 7,000 Ghost Chi. My elaborate setup wasn't in vain. Scene change. Jiang Chun was sitting relaxed in a taxi when suddenly the driver slammed on the brakes. After the sudden stop that almost sent his soul flying, Jiang Chun was secretly glad. That was close. Good thing I wore my seatbelt this time. Outside, a young woman was standing in front of the car. The driver angrily stuck his head out and yelled, "Walking in the middle of the road at this hour? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The girl lowered her head, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Mr. Driver, please help me. Someone wants to kill me." Sitting in the car, as if with a divine eye, Jiang Chun knew she was a ghost, not an ordinary person. However, he leaned his head out, a strangely friendly smile on his face. "What are you waiting for? Get in." After some back and forth, she finally got into the car. the taxi started moving again. Behind them, the people from the Underworld Bureau were in hot pursuit. When they arrived, there was no trace of their prey. They were bewildered. Where did she go? How did she just disappear? The female captain of the Underworld Bureau keenly spotted the taxi driving away in the distance and immediately realized the problem. She ordered through a radio, "Follow that car." Looking in the rearview mirror, Jiang Chun had already spotted the tail. So, with the trash from the Underworld Bureau, remembering the previous times the Underworld Bureau had messed up, he was determined to beat them to the punch this time. So frustrating. This time, I'm going to steal your thunder. With me here, you won't be able to catch a single ghost. No sooner said than done. Jiang Chun secretly sent an electric shock to the engine, causing the car to lurch forward and speed off like a flash. The people from the Underworld Bureau could only stare in disbelief, unable to catch up. The female captain yelled into her radio in frustration. "Damn it, the target is heading west. Stop her." When the car had successfully shaken off the tail, Jiang Chun smiled contemptuously. Who can you guys stop?" He turned his head back, reassuring the girl in the car with a fake expression. "Don't worry, we're in a safe area now." To start a new act to provoke her into revealing her true form, Jiang Chun whispered, "Speaking of which, I had a similar experience in a taxi last night. A girl blocked the car, saying someone wanted to kill her. I asked her, 'Do you know who wants to kill you?' She said, 'I couldn't see their face clearly. I only know their name.'" Suddenly, Jiang Chun whipped his head around, stared at the girl, and shouted, "It's Zhao Zhongxiang. So the murderer is this driver, isn't it? Ghost Chi plus 300. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped into the back seat, wailing dramatically, "Mom, the driver is a psycho killer." The driver, who was driving peacefully, had no idea why his name was suddenly being used in a fabricated story. Jiang Chun lunged forward and hugged the girl tightly, pretending to be terrified. Seeing his ridiculous act, she exclaimed in alarm, "What are you doing? Run." That was all he was waiting for. In an instant, Jiang Chun had scooped her up, kicked open the car door, and leaped out into the middle of the road. Seeing the two passengers suddenly flee, the driver was stunned. He stuck his head out and shouted, "You haven't paid the fare yet. You two." Jiang Chun still held his prey tightly, whispering in her ear, "Hold on tight to me. I'm speeding up." With that, he took off like a madman across the tall buildings. The terrifying speed made her panic. "Holy crap, too fast. You're going too fast." After a series of leaps and bounds over the terrain, Jiang Chun brought the female ghost to a desolate and deserted area. He scanned the surroundings and confidently asserted, "That evil driver probably can't catch up anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached behind his back, unbuckling his belt to take out the flesh Lingji. He couldn't help but mutter with satisfaction, "Great, there's no one around." Witnessing his strange actions and ambiguous words, the female ghost blushed and stammered, "Why are you taking off your belt?" Jiang Chun didn't bother to explain with words. He directly transformed the flesh Lingji into a cold, sharp sword and charged straight at her. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Of course, it's to torture you for some ghost chi. However, this opponent was no pushover. As the blade swung out, the female ghost nimbly leaped, clamping the blade between her legs. Immediately after, she followed up with a thunderous kick to Jiang Chen's chest, sending him flying. The female ghost gritted her teeth, her face contorted with anger. "Damn you! What taxi killer? What Zhao Zhongxiang? It was all made up by you to trick me, wasn't it?" Despite the painful kick, Jiang Chun scrambled to his feet, dusted himself off, and flashed a bright smile. "So smart? You must be at least a half-blood shirt, right?" Knowing she could no longer hide it, she decisively took off her outer coat. Revealing a body wrapped in bandages from head to toe, the female ghost growled, "You know I'm a half-blood shirt and you still dare to mess with me? Don't think I'm tired just because I killed a few people from the Underworld Bureau earlier." Jiang Chun waved his hand, his face full of indifference. So long-winded, while she was still busy threatening him, he suddenly swung his sword in a blur. Swish! The female ghost body was instantly sliced in two. Jiang Chun raised his chin, his face full of triumph. "In your next life, remember to talk less." Cut in half, the female ghost screamed in agony in the dark night. "All right, I'll remember. Ghost Chi +1. Suddenly, a horrifying scene occurred. The lower half of her body did not disappear, but began to mutate, growing into a grotesque shape. Jiang Chun was stunned, not expecting that his fatal blow couldn't finish off his opponent. So the lower half is the real body. But after a few seconds of surprise, he laughed with interest. "This looks like it suits my taste." That spherical monster immediately counterattacked. It spat out a giant, brightly glowing durian towards him. The female ghost's voice rang out. Then you'd better catch my love. Jiang Chun quickly jumped to the side to dodge the attack, not forgetting to complain. This move again? Can't you ghosts be a little more creative? Seeing the durian shoot out and then stop without exploding, he wondered, why did the glowing durian stop? While he was lost in thought, the ghost charged at him like a whirlwind. It delivered a kick that sent Jiang Chun flying straight towards the hovering durian. The moment he touched it, the durian immediately exploded, releasing a powerful blue electric current that engulfed him. Zapped by the electric current, Jiang Chun fell, coughing painfully. My balls are all fried. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, the ghost charged again, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Fortunately, Jiang Chun was still agile enough to roll away and dodge in the nick of time. Seeing that attacking with its head wasn't working, the ghost switched to using its legs, laughing coldly. It seems you really like people with beautiful legs. It unleashed a flurry of kicks straight into Jiang Chun's chest, leaving him to weakly defend himself before being sent flying. Not stopping there, it leaped high into the air, intending to stomp him flat. Then I'll have to take care of you more with my legs. In a critical situation, Jiang Chun quickly reached into his pocket, intending to take out a demon transformation card. Looks like I can't handle this without transforming. However, the ghost was one step ahead. A precise kick sent the card flying from his hand. Jiang Chun watched the card fly away, his heart aching. Crap, my demon transformation card. The female ghost laughed manically, controlling her grotesque upper body to dive down. A powerful energy beam shot from a distance, piercing through the monster's head. It turned out that the Underworld Bureau captain had arrived just in time. She held the ghost rope in her hand. Phew, made it in time. Seeing himself saved in such a pathetic state, Jiang Chun thought to himself, I guess I was wrong this time. The Underworld Bureau isn't that useless after all. The female captain turned to look at him and asked curtly, can you still move? Let's kill her together. Jiang Chun was still dazed. She decided to go into battle herself. She summoned her ghost chi, forming a giant fist that she slammed straight into the ghost's head. Jiang Chun watched intently. So fast, so dangerous. I've never seen the Underworld Bureau's fighting style before. This is a good chance to observe. The female captain continued to use her shadow dance skill. A sharp slash rang out, and the ghost's body was once again split in two. Lying flat on the ground, the ghost hissed with resentment. Everyone wants to kill me. I'm so miserable, so miserable. Suddenly, it vomited a large pool of blood. It used a spell to transform it into a mini house full of sharp fangs. The ghost even frantically bit off its own arm as a sacrifice. I sacrificed one of my arms. The mini house immediately swallowed the arm, emitting a thick in-chi. It began to mutter a curse. May misfortune cling to you. May you not die in peace. May misfortune cling to you. May you not die in peace. The Underworld Bureau captain frowned in confusion. What is this? A sense of unease washed over her, and she decided to retreat. This doesn't feel right. I should run. But the ghost wouldn't let her go so easily. The mini house shot out a stream of blood chi that pierced straight through the female captain. She cried out in pain. Jiang Chun watched from a distance, sweat dripping down his face. That looks painful. Good thing I didn't rush in. The female captain checked her chest, but didn't see anything unusual at first. I don't feel anything. Maybe it hasn't taken effect yet. The ghost suddenly threw its head back and laughed like a maniac. Then, it controlled the mini house to flee. Let's go. Don't even think about running. Stop right there. The female captain tried to give chase, but as soon as she took a step, her feet got tangled, causing her to fall pathetically to the ground. She struggled up, wiping the dirt from her face, and gritted her teeth. So, this is the misfortune that clings to me? Before she could regain her balance, she coughed violently, and the spiritual energy in her body began to dissipate. This is bad. The vengeful ghost in my body is about to lose control. Seeing her writhing in pain, Jiang Chun walked over and reminded her, you should deal with your own problems first. He turned his head, pointed arrogantly in the direction the ghost was fleeing, and said, leave that female ghost to me. Before Jiang Chun flew off, the female captain managed to shout a warning. That's a half-blood shirt. You have to be careful. After searching for a while, Jiang Chun finally found the hiding ghost. His eyes lit up. I must get my hands on this treasure. The ghost detected someone tailing it, and immediately sent the mini house to attack. I couldn't beat her, but you think I can't beat you? Jiang Chun quickly took out the koei ox drum and beat it repeatedly. The powerful sound waves radiated out, tightly controlling the ghost's movements. He drew his sword, smiling wickedly. Don't struggle, little ghost girl. Be a good girl, and let me split you in two. The ghost went berserk, consuming its life force to release a green blood shield to break the control. Damn it, damn it. Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. A blood shield? And it's even green. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost shot up into the air, fleeing into an old apartment complex. Jiang Chun was about to give chase when the female captain of the Underworld Bureau caught up and stopped him. Wait, she explained to him with a serious expression. This is the location of a C-rank group mission. This ghost chi has spread everywhere. No wonder the ghost chi is so strong. Looking at the building shrouded in black fog, Jiang Chun stood there, stunned, assessing the situation. I really can't just rush in recklessly. I'm only C-rank after all. Jiang Chun turned to the female captain with a curious look. What's the story behind the female ghost you guys were chasing? The female captain replied grimly. It all started with the capture of the Dark Alliance's Liangxi yesterday. Jiang Chun stopped in his tracks, surprised. That puppet master was caught by you guys? That's right, she answered patiently. To save his own life, he revealed a terrorist plot by a fierce, soul-level ghost. That's a being even above a blood shirt. Jiang Chun frowned. But what does this raincoat ghost have to do with a fierce soul? Because the fierce soul is looking for a ghost artifact called the Ghost Altar to curse the entire city of Jiangbei. That ghost artifact is the very thing that just cursed me. The female captain continued. We found it in a cave. But as we were about to take it, the raincoat ghost stole it. We chased her all the way here. Jiang Chun scratched his head, thinking to himself, everything is so coincidental. Something feels off. Just then, the female captain cried out in pain again. The ghost inside her body seemed to be trying to break free. She clutched her chest and said with difficulty, that's all for today. The ghost inside me seems to be out of control. Seeing her about to leave, Jiang Chun waved and smiled. Bye-bye. But she turned back to give one last reminder. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. The ghosts inside that building are not something you can handle alone. Don't wait for me to leave, and then go get yourself killed. Jiang Chun froze, sweat dripping down his face. Damn, does this woman know how to read minds? I got it. I'm going home now. Take care. See you around. By the way, if you can't control your ghost chi, you shouldn't use it. After she was gone, Jiang Chun immediately opened the system. How much ghost chi do I have now? System, 49,736 points. How much does it cost to draw a 4-star demon transformation card? System, 100,000 points. Jiang Chun clicked his tongue. So expensive. Is it okay to use a 3-star card to fight a fierce soul? System, combined with your own strength, the winning rate is 49%. A 50/50th chance, huh? It's a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The more I think about it, the more it's a loss. Jiang Chun comforted himself, then took out the flesh Lingji and asked, tell me, should I do it or not? Hearing about the fight with the fierce soul, the flesh Lingji was so scared it could have peed its pants, staying completely silent. Jiang Chun chuckled. Your silence means you agree. Let's go for it. He looked straight at the building, emitting a suffocating ghost chi. If we fight 100 times, we can win 49 of them. As soon as he stepped inside, the gloomy atmosphere made Jiang Chun shiver. Am I in the underworld? I've only taken a few steps, and I'm already seeing ghosts. I'm starting to regret this. As he was walking, a pair of underwear flew out of nowhere and hit him in the face. Jiang Chun panicked. Crap, my vision is sealed. Looking up at the building, he saw a girl sticking her hand out of a window, fumbling for the item she had just dropped. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. Where there's a girl, there's me. I can't refuse to help a damsel in distress. He hurriedly ran upstairs. But in reality, the girl was hiding behind a wall, smiling smugly. Hee hee, just a pair of underwear, and I've lured him up. Men are so easy to fool. She licked her sharp knife. He's getting close. I have to kill him with one strike for the meat to be fresh. However, Jiang Chun didn't take the normal route. He smashed straight through the wall like a bird in flight. The flying bricks and stones hit the girl's hand, causing her to stab herself in the throat. Jiang Chun ran without looking back. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He excitedly opened the door. Beauty, I'm here. But what met his eyes was a mountain of human bones. Damn, she was eaten so quickly. Suddenly, a dark figure in the hallway called out to him. It was a bald uncle with a pair of chopsticks in his mouth. Jiang Chun pointed and asked, a beautiful woman called for my help. Do you know which room she's in? The uncle gnawed on a human arm from his rice bowl and replied coldly, I don't know. Just don't bother me while I'm eating. Jiang Chun's face darkened. A living person eating human flesh? No wonder the Underworld Bureau didn't want me to come in here on my own. Even if he's a criminal, killing him would still be illegal, right? This is harder to deal with than a ghost. Suddenly, a little girl ran up, grabbed his hand, and pulled him away. Come on. The little girl pulled him to the edge of an abyss. Jiang Chun was horrified. There's no path ahead, but the little girl had already pulled him down. He landed headfirst on the ground, screaming. The little girl looked at him, puzzled. Don't you want to live anymore? This whole building is full of murderers. They could eat you alive. Jiangchen stood up, smiling foolishly. Really? I think they're quite innocent and pure. The little girl was speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Then the little girl was startled. Oh no, the guards are coming. There's nowhere to hide. Jiangchen said calmly. What's so scary about guards? The guards here are not like other places. Before the little girl could finish, a giant shadow appeared. Jiangchen was also startled when he saw it. Holy crap. He grabbed the little girl's hand and ran for his life into the water treatment plant, diving into a sewer pipe. The little girl tried to stop him, but it was too late. Outside, the guard, shaped like a fat catfish, was leisurely eating a teddy bear cookie as he walked. Inside the dark sewer, Jiangchen asked, What's the story with that beauty just now? The little girl was stunned. You call that thing a beauty? Jiangchen tapped the little girl on the head. Have you ever been to school? All big-bodied catfish are female. So what if you've been to school? Without me, you would have been eaten by that beauty. The little girl got angry, but when Jiangchen patted her head, she immediately became obedient. My name is Su Ling. Why are you here alone so late? It's okay. When I'm in danger, my sister will appear to protect me. Where's your sister? Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound came from deep within the sewer. A hideous ghost appeared. Jiangchen asked, Is this your sister? Su Ling was terrified. We woke her up. Run. But the exit was blocked by the ghost. Su Ling trembled and looked around. Where's that big brother? It turned out Jiangchen was standing there, touching the ghost's face. He said with a smile, Hello, are you Su Ling's sister? Your skin is so beautiful. You must not get much sun, huh? Ghost Chi plus 30, Su Ling screamed. You idiot, that's not my sister. Jiangchen's expression immediately changed. He threw a powerful punch at the ghost's face. Why didn't you say so earlier? The ghost was furious. You were the one who came over to tease me first. It swung its blade, but Jiangchen dodged it. He commanded his weapon, Flesh Lingji, get bigger and longer for me. However, the ghost was too fast. It punched him hard. Jiangchen grimaced. I need to practice fighting in tight spaces. With that thought, he used the water manipulation art. Countless streams of light attacked, leaving the ghost no time to react. It groaned in pain. Then it angrily used the corpse bone arrow barrage skill, shooting out sharp bone fragments. Jiangchen smiled to himself. At this very moment, he used the tyrant demon body, twisting his body to dodge, while using the force to push the bone fragment straight towards the wall, blocking the sewer entrance. Boom! The wall exploded. Jiangchen grabbed Su Ling's hand and rushed out. The ghost chased them to the sewer entrance, but seemed to be afraid of the light outside and didn't dare to step out. Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief. We're out. Having escaped the narrow confines of the sewer, Jiangchen was like a fish in water. He immediately took out the Flesh Lingji, preparing for a real bombardment. He patted the weapon in his hand and ordered, It was too cramped in there to use my full power. Now, then, Flesh Lingji, transform, pierce, and blow up her cave for me. Immediately, the Flesh Lingji transformed into a giant torpedo, shooting into the sewer entrance at terrifying speed. A dry thud echoed as the torpedo pierced through the female ghost, pinning her to the stone wall. The big-bellied ghost had no time to react, its body shattering into pieces. Well, Ghost Half-Blood Shirt has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 999. Jiangchen looked at the mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood and clicked his tongue. Shattered in just one hit. This quality is unacceptable. However, he still picked up her bone fragment, his eyes shining. This corpse bone arrow barrage skill isn't bad. I'll take it. With that, he grabbed the Flesh Lingji, ignoring its trembling, and shoved the bone fragment into its mouth to fuse them. Here, Flesh Lingji, I'll feed you something delicious. Don't be shy, eat up. The Flesh Lingji, though it had no mouth, wanted to scream. I don't have a mouth. Why are you trying to force it in? Su Ling, who had witnessed the entire brutal scene from behind, was trembling like a leaf. So scary. But then she looked at Jiangchen with admiration. He dealt with a half-blood shirt in one move. Who is he? Seeing the little girl's fear, Jiangchen suddenly became unusually kind. Are you scared? It's late. Let me take you home. Leaving the water treatment plant, Jiangchen asked, Where's your home? Su Ling pointed towards a strange, gloomy old house. Over there. Looking at the dark smoke rising from the house, Jiangchen silently assessed. Only a powerful ghost would live in such a high place. What's this little girl's background? The hallway of the house was eerily silent. As they were walking, Jiangchen suddenly stopped, peering into a dimly lit room. Su Ling quickly pulled his hand. Don't look in there. The woman in this house just lost both her husband and child. She's been summoning spirits every day lately. It's very scary. Jiangchen didn't listen. He used his divine eye to look inside. Sure enough, it's overflowing with ghost chi. He strode right in. What era is this? Still playing these superstitious games? Let me go in and expose it. Su Ling screamed. Are you crazy? That's a death trap. Inside, a female ghost was mixing a bowl of chicken blood and placing it on an altar with 2 memorial tablets. She clasped her hands, her voice mournful. Husband, daughter, come back. Today is the 7th day since your passing. Come back. Boo. Jiang Chun and Su Ling burst in, nearly scaring the ghost to death. Hey, we're back. Jiang Chun grinned mischievously. The female ghost was stunned. Who are you two? Ghost Chi plus 160. Jiang Chun started to go into a trance, acting to farm some points. I'm your husband, and this is your daughter. The female ghost looked him up and down and replied coldly. You're over 40. Stop lying. My husband and child don't look like this. Jiang Chun chuckled awkwardly. Isn't this a resurrection? My looks have improved. Isn't that good? He saw the offering meal, casually sat down, and started eating the sticky rice. You even prepared food for us. Seriously, wifey, bring out a few more dishes. Is this how you treat your husband and child? The female ghost held up 2 fingers and smiled faintly. 2 dishes are enough. Jiang Chun argued while chewing. What do you mean enough? I haven't even eaten yet. The female ghost lowered her head, her hair covering her face, her voice changing. I mean, my husband and child eating 2 dishes, you 2 is enough. She picked up the bowl of chicken blood and poured it into the 2 memorial tablets, summoning evil spirits. Come out and eat. It's time to eat. Su Ling was so scared her, but clenched. She pulled on Jiang Chen's shirt. Let's go. I told you not to come in. Seeing him still standing there, she whimpered. What's wrong with you? Jiang Chun suddenly burst out laughing excitedly. I can't leave now. This amount of ghost chi is making me too excited to stand still. 2 ghosts materialized, an old bald ghost and a small ghost with the body of a student and the face of a parent. Jiang Chun eagerly rushed forward. Ghost chi, my ghost chi, come to me. The small ghost chuckled, ha, and brandished its sharp arm. You want ghost chi? I'll show you. It slashed itself, and blood spurted out. But strangely, the wound appeared on Jiang Chen's chest. What? She cut herself. Why am I injured? Jiang Chen was shocked. The ghost frantically slashed itself again. Not deep enough. A little more. Those self-destructive slashes were all transferred to Jiang Chun, making him grit his teeth in pain. It didn't stop there. The old bald ghost with a mouth full of venom approached. Let me use my saliva to heal you. With that, the old man summoned his vomit, spewing out a pile of disgusting poison. Jiang Chen dodged. It smells horrible. If that gets in my wound, I'm done for. With no way out, he decided to use his trump card. You're clearly forcing me to use this. He activated a 2-star demon transformation card. Skill, Yellow Immortal Master. Random divine ability, King's Fangs. A suit of Fong armor covered his body. He then used the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea skill, creating a solid shield that blocked the poisonous saliva. Blocked it. Seeing this, the student ghost slashed itself a few more times to curse him. But this time, the Fong armor protected Jiang Chun perfectly. It doesn't hurt or itch. Jiang Chun charged forward, his hands transforming into sharp fangs. The student ghost was horrified. Why are there no wounds? Then let me help you. Jiang Chun swung his hand, severing its head with 1 blow. Seeing his daughter die, the old bald ghost roared. You kill my daughter, I'll cremate you. The old man opened his mouth again, about to spit poison. But Jiang Chun was faster, stabbing straight through the old man's head and then casually splitting it in 2. The 2 ghosts died on the spot. Jiang Chun stood looking at the corpses, muttering to himself. So this is the King's Fangs? Did I get a key to the void? A 2-star divine ability is only this strong. The soul-summoning female ghost witnessed this and was terrified. Compared to before, he's like a different person. As Jiang Chun approached, it panicked. Don't come over here. It quickly dipped 2 fingers into the bowl of chicken blood. It drew a line of blood from the top of its head down to its nose and began to perform a new, extremely dangerous dark art. Seeing the female ghost performing a dark art, Jiang Chun wasn't scared at all. Instead, he laughed contemptuously. As expected of a blood shirt level. So many tricks. The female ghost clenched her fists, brought them to her mouth, and began to chant. The dead keep their souls, walking around. A sacrifice to guide the ghosts back. It drank 3 mouthfuls of the talisman, transformed, and became the 100-fang blood shirt ghost. After the chilling chant, its body gradually fused with resentful souls, transforming into a grotesque ghost with hundreds of mouths full of sharp teeth. Jiang Chun looked at it and cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's even copying my transformation trick. The pressure from the blood shirt ghost radiated out, making Su Ling, who was standing far away, cry out from suffocation. Jiang Chun frowned. So you still had a trump card, huh? The ghost responded with a roar, saliva flying everywhere. At that moment, the flesh Lingji suddenly vibrated, sending him a telepathic message. Run! This thing eats everything. It's starving. The ghost lunged, intending to bite off Jiang Chen's head. Luckily, the flesh Lingji quickly pushed his head down, allowing him to dodge. Jiang Chen regained his composure. Oh, that was a close call. The ghost attacked frantically, biting through his King's Fang's armor. Furious about losing his armor, Jiang Chen swung his sword. I'll split your mouth in two. But the ghost easily bit through the blade. He put all his strength into it, stabbing straight into the ghost's head, causing blood to flow. A 2-star divine ability only causes such a small wound? Am I using it wrong? Jiang Chen thought, while struggling to dodge the ghost's relentless attacks. Suddenly, a bold idea came to him. If stabbing and slashing don't work, why not use the true nature of fangs? He transferred the skill to his own mouth. Then he opened his mouth wide and bit the ghost back. The ghost was stunned, not understanding what this madman was doing. It punched him straight down, flattening him to the ground. He struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It's no use. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Chen, then let out a satisfied burp. It turned to look at Su Ling greedily. You're next, little one. But suddenly, the ghost's head exploded. Jiang Chen emerged from within, covered in disgusting slime. Phew, I almost suffocated in there. The flesh Lingji suddenly scolded him. You idiot. You almost got me killed too. Jiang Chen was surprised. You can talk now? You should thank me. It turns out the King's Fangs can only be activated by touching a weapon inside a ghost's stomach. This isn't a weapon, but a support ability. Finishing blow. Stab it now, or you'll get injured. Self-mutilating ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 999. Vomiting ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 999. Soul summoning ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 1999. After finishing the job, Jiang Chen teased the flesh Lingji again. Say something. Why are you so quiet? The flesh Lingji replied curtly. Talk your head off. Just use the divine ability. Scene changed to the rooftop of a building. A ghost altar placed on a pile of skulls was frantically absorbing ghost chi from all over the neighborhood. The raincoat female, ghost laughed smugly. All the ghost chi is gathering here. At that moment, the puppet master appeared from thin air. The female ghost was startled. Weren't you captured by the Underworld Bureau? Hee, I'm a puppet master. Creating a clone to escape is no difficult feat, he suggested. Your method is too slow. Let me manipulate the nearby small ghosts to come and offer themselves as sacrifices. Down on the street, Jiang Chen and Su Ling saw countless streams of ghost chi flying in one direction. Suddenly, a ghost rushed over and bumped into them. Jiang Chen was about to draw his flesh Lingji to fight when he saw that the ghost ignored them and just walked blindly towards that building. It seems someone is performing a ritual to celebrate the Ghost King's birthday. It's a fierce soul level. I'm gonna stop it. Jiang Chen was silent, thinking when a dogfish rushed over, crying pitifully. Where's my master? Have you seen my master? Woof woof. Jiang Chen looked at it, assessing its rank. This one's not low, but still a bit dumb. Don't worry. Maybe it's not missing, just dead. The dogfish went crazy. You dare to curse my master? You bastard. Jiang Chen was no pushover either, roaring, I said the master of a stupid dog is dead. Did I say it was you? The two started a rap battle of insults like two madmen. Su Ling stood between them, trembling with anger from the noise. Suddenly, horns grew on her head, her fangs lengthened, and her aura completely changed. Stop arguing. Su Qiao can't stand the noise. Ghost Chi plus 600. Jiang Chen froze. Su Yao? Not Su Ling. This kid turned into a ghost. Su Qiao, Su Ling's sister, glared at the dogfish. You damn dog. Your noise woke me up. The dogfish retorted sharply. I think you look more like a dog than I do. A lowly dog. Woof woof. And so, the great insult war between a lowly ghost and a dogfish officially began. Ignoring Jiang Chen, who was standing dumbfounded in the middle of the road. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene before him, thinking to himself, it seems like this has nothing to do with me anymore. After arguing for a while, the dogfish got angry, opened its wide mouth, and bit Su Qiao's head. I'm going to bite you to death. Woof woof. Su Qiao was no pushover either. Ignoring the fact that her head was in the dog's mouth, she turned and bit its hand hard. You think you're the only one who can bite. After biting each other for a while, they both let go, clutching their heads in pain. The dogfish sniffled. It hurts so much, boo-hoo. I'm not going to get rabies, am I? Woof woof. Su Qiao took advantage of her opponent's vulnerability and flew behind it to launch a sneak attack. But the dogfish's reflexes were extremely fast. It whipped its tail, striking her with the force of a thunderbolt. Su Qiao was sent flying to the ground. The dog was triumphant. Trying to sneak attack me? Dream on. Woof woof. The battle escalated, and the two charged at each other relentlessly. The dogfish unleashed its ultimate move, dog-head arrow shot, firing a blast of energy that sent the little girl flying. Su Qiao was furious. Using your neck to shoot, right? Phoenix. The little girl charged forward like an arrow, using her sharp horn to pierce straight through it. Dog-head arrow shot, bro. The dogfish was bleeding but still full of fight, taunting, bring it on. If you want it, you got it. The two charged head-on, creating a massive explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Jiang Chun, standing on the sidelines, cursed in frustration. Don't these two know when to stop? In the midst of the chaos, a ghost was fleeing in panic when a rock from the explosion hit it on the head. Unlucky ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 0.3. The poor ghost was smashed to a pulp, dying instantly. Jiang Chun lamented. Misfortune falls from the sky. You really are unlucky. He saw a pendant lying next to the pool of blood of the ghost that had just died. Looking at the item, Jiang Chun immediately recognized it as belonging to the dogfish's master. He shouted, wait, but the two were still busy fighting. The dogfish conveniently threw a punch at Jiang Chun, sending him flying and skidding across the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. The dogfish and the little girl shouted in unison, why did you interfere? Jiang Chun, looking pathetic, raised his hand to signal. Wait a minute, we can fight later. I have something to say to Mr. Dog. He held up the lower half of the unlucky ghost corpse. Take a look. Is this your master? The dogfish stared at the pink underwear on the corpse and burst into tears. It's the pink underwear my master loved to throw for me to fetch. Why was my master beaten like this? Jiang Chun thought to himself, actually, it's because you threw a rock that was too big. Seeing its master dead, the dogfish went crazy and tried to bite Jiang Chun to vent its anger. He didn't waste words, taking out the flesh lingji and stabbing it straight into its mouth. Air complained, this guy's mouth stinks to high heaven. Do you know that? Jiang Chun also felt it. Why are you so talkative after being enchanted? I'm still not used to it. After the dogfish died, Su Qiao's soul left her sister's body. Jiang Chun kindly asked Su Ling, are you okay? Su Ling was dazed. Was that my sister just now? Jiang Chun patted the little girl's head. Your sister is very strong. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Just speak when you're ready. At that moment, the army of small ghosts was still marching towards the ghost altar. Suddenly, a strange smell wafted over. The light bulb fish ghost, with a light on its head, shone brightly. It sniffed the air. Who's eating my teddy bear cookies? When no one answered, it frantically smashed the surrounding ghosts. It turned out that Jiang Chun and Su Ling were hiding behind, eating the teddy bear cookies they had just found. The fish ghost discovered them and rushed over to snatch the bag of cookies. Su Ling, terrified, threw the bag away. Here, take it, take it. The ghost held the bag, drool dripping from its mouth. My teddy bear cookies. But when it looked inside, it was empty. It repeatedly crushed the bag. You ate all my cookies. The light antenna on its head began to shoot laser beams wildly. I'm angry now. Jiang Chun pulled Su Ling out of the way. Move quickly. The laser beam hit a ghost behind them, turning it into a bear-shaped cookie. The fish ghost snatched it and put it in its mouth. Ghost turned cookie, so hard to swallow. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun appeared right above it. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. He swung the flesh lingji with all his might at the ghost's head. Ting! The blade only left a few scratches. Jiang Chun broke into a sweat. This thing has such thick skin. The fish ghost fired a laser in retaliation. Jiang Chun used palm thunder to defend. He thought, this toad's skin is as thick as Majin Buu's. I have to cut off that glowing orb first. He asked his weapon, Flesh Lingji, can you aim properly? But before he could act, Su Ling had already climbed onto the ghost's head and grabbed the light antenna. Jiang Chun smiled. Nice. Looks like you don't need to do anything. The fish ghost was annoyed. Little brat, what do you want? Uproot the willow tree. Su Ling used all her strength to pull out the light antenna. Blood gushed out. The fish ghost screamed in pain. My orb. It tensed up enraged. Jiang Chun looked at the scene. Just looking at it, I can tell I can't cut it. I'm going to die. Why don't you go inside its stomach like last time? Jiang Chun tapped the little girl on the head. Can't you think? Look at its teeth. You wanted to go in there and get chewed into meat paste. At that moment, the flesh Lingji stuck out, revealing the corpse bone arrow barrage. Jiang Chun understood, shouldering the flesh Lingji like a bazooka. I forgot about this. He opened fire. The bone fragment flew out, but only stuck to the ghost's chest without piercing through. The fish ghost pretended to cry and taunted. You think a little trick from a well ghost can pierce me? Jiang Chun was stunned. So long. He focused energy into his hands. Here's some more juice for you. He fired a stream of energy into the bone fragment. The bone fragment began to spin rapidly like a drill. It pierced through one ghost and then flew off, blowing up an entire building in the distance. Lantern Ghost, Half-Blood Shirt has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 1,200. Looking up at the tall building ahead, Ghost Chi rose up, covering the entire sky. Su Ling was worried. It's so quiet around here. Because all the ghosts have been drawn away, Jiang Chun explained. Su Ling looked up at the top of the tower. I didn't expect Zhang Chunyu to be so capable. Jiang Chun was curious. Zhang Chunyu is the female ghost who stole the ghost altar? What do you know about her? Su Ling said, I heard she was originally a comic book artist who specialized in horror stories. One rainy day, she went to an old building to find inspiration, and the building collapsed. When she was found, she was crushed, with only her lower body remaining. The ghost chi of the entire building entered her body at that time. Jiang Chun broke into a sweat. So that's what happened. No wonder she always wears a raincoat, and her true form is her lower body. A comic book artist should be working at home. Why was she running around? Serve her right. The two of them approached the base of the target building. As soon as they stepped through the door, Jiang Chen's foot stepped on the mouth of a ghost lying flat on the ground, emitting a black, deathly smoke. In the midst of the tension, a strangely shaped ghost with a gourd-shaped head and tail called out, Jiang Chun, Su Ling. Jiang Chun was about to turn his head when Su Ling's face darkened. She grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him away. Don't turn your head. If you turn back, your whole body will rot. The gourd-thighed ghost with sharp teeth persistently followed them. Jiang Chun, Su Ling, I'm right behind you. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. Damn, if I turn my head, I'll rot. If I don't, I'll get sneak attacked. This is so troublesome. He whispered to the little girl. It's only calling our names, right? That's right. Then it's fine. Jiang Chun smiled slyly, took out the flesh Lingji, and said, shoot it. The flesh Lingji didn't need its master to turn around. It stretched out behind him and delivered a thunderous blow to the ghost head, sending it flying. The gourd-thighed ghost was unwilling to give up, circling him. You think you can only activate the skill by calling a name? Look into my eyes. It intended to use its evil eyes to control Jiang Chen's mind, but it had made a mistake. Jiang Chun opened his hell's eye, shooting out a blazing light that shone directly into its eyes. Wah! The ghost's head exploded into 100 pieces. Jiang Chun said smugly, you dare to show off in front of my hell's eye? On the rooftop, Zhang Chunyu, the raincoat ghost, was furious when she saw her guard had been killed. She turned to the puppet master and said, Dark Alliance, the guard downstairs is dead. I can't leave. You go down and deal with him. The Dark Alliance member was resentful. How dare she order me around? If you couldn't control the ghost altar, I would have killed you already. Though furious, he still had to go down to stop Jiang Chun. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, the Dark Alliance member was already waiting. Long time no see. Jiang Chun provoked him. Your sneak attack failed last time. Are you planning to have a direct solo this time? The Dark Alliance member smiled sinisterly. Who said it's a solo? He summoned the 4 strongest ghosts in the district. The Floor Ghost, the Demon-like Ghost, the Pighead Ghost, and the Gate Cat Ghost. Su Ling's face turned pale. This is bad. The bosses of all the floors are here. Jiang Chun wondered, why would such strong guys listen to that old man? The Dark Alliance member thought to himself, he still doesn't know I'm a puppet master? The demon-like ghost shouted, everyone attack. Jiang Chun pushed Su Ling away. Hi. Then he drew a 2-star demon transformation card. Great Immortal of Power. 2 more eyes and 2 more arms grew on his body. A formation seal appeared on his hands. This is the true power of a 2-star card. Divine ability, Hell's Eye, Death Formation. The Gate Cat ghost rushed forward, intending to attack with its tail, but Jiang Chun grabbed its leg. He threw it straight into the formation. Its body melted in an instant. However, it revived immediately. I have 9 lives, the Gate Cat ghost said smugly. Jiang Chun said coldly, then you'll have to die 8 more times. He used 2 formations in a row, making the cat ghost scream in agony. Finally, after burning through all 9 lives, its head was kicked away by Jiang Chun like a ball. Suddenly, the pig-head ghost swung its great sword and shattered Jiang Chen's formation. He retreated. This pig is smart. The floor ghost emerged from the ground, intending to lock his legs. Jiang Chun quickly used a transformation skill, imprinting a formation seal on the pig-head ghost blade and then dodging to the side. As a result, the pig-head ghost slashed straight into the floor ghost's head. The 2 ghosts turned to argue. Why did you cut me? Who told you to come up at that exact moment? The floor ghost was furious. What a pig of a teammate. Seeing them arguing, Jiang Chun intended to create some distance, but the floor ghost appeared in a shadow, binding his body tightly. Wherever there is a shadow, there I am. But as soon as it finished speaking, the floor ghost's body began to melt. It was shocked. Why? There's no formation on the ground. Jiang Chun pointed to the pig's blade. Look at your teammate's blade. It turned out that Jiang Chun had imprinted a formation on the pig head ghost blade earlier, so when the floor ghost touched the blade, it automatically activated the formation, destroying itself. The floor ghost died in frustration, not afraid of a strong enemy, only a stupid teammate. Seeing this, the pig head ghost immediately cut off the part of its blade with the formation. Its blood transformed into a new blade called the Golden Bone Blade. Jiang Chun had the flesh Lingji transform into a blade to block the blow. The flesh Lingji whined, "Its blade is hard bone, I'm flesh. I can't win. It's a waste that you grew a mouth. You talk too much," Jiang Chun scolded, then told it to watch the two behind him. He used the wood manipulation technique, creating an exquisite wooden sword. "Let's see if your bone is harder or my wood is harder." But the pighead ghost was too strong. It swung its blade and shattered his wooden sword, knocking Jiang Chun to the ground. The demon-like ghost seized the opportunity to rush in and bite. The flesh Lingji sacrificed itself to save its master. It was bitten in half by the ghost. Jiang Chun was horrified and immediately used the tyrant demon body to defend himself. The demon-like ghost bit his arm, but couldn't pierce through the armor. While it was struggling, Jiang Chun used the 1,000-mile demonic fist. A direct punch sent the demon-like ghost flying out of sight. Jiang Chun was stunned. Why is it so weak? Is this really the strongest in the district? It's much weaker than the previous ones. Just as Jiang Chun sent the demon-like ghost flying, the pighead ghost charged with its greatsword, swinging down. He dodged the blow. Can't you let guy breathe? This pig didn't give him a second to rest. Jiang Chun silently assessed. This pig knight is tough to deal with. It knows I can draw formations, so it's sticking close, not giving me a chance. Close combat is not to my advantage. He retreated, looking at the dying Flesh Lingji. Flesh Lingji, can you still move? Barely. I can still move. That bite just now really hurt, Air replied. Coordinate with me. Jiang Chun turned around. He stood facing the pig head ghost, challenging it. Come on, let's have a decisive battle, Sir Pig Knight. That's just what I wanted. The two charged at each other. The force of their collision made the floor shake. The pighead ghost said smugly, "You dare to compete with me in strength? You're seeking death." Jiang Chen shouted, beat the drum for me." The flesh Lingji grumbled. "I'm already in this state, and you still want me to beat the drum? Don't blame me if it's not effective." Despite saying that, it still used its remaining strength to beat the Kuei-ox drum. The sound waves stunned the pighead ghost, making it stand there dazed. The Dark Alliance member and the demon-like ghost were shocked. What's wrong with this pig? Why is it just standing there? Although the range of effect wasn't wide, it was enough for Jiang Chun to deliver the finishing blow. He used the roaring tiger blast, his whole body glowing brightly, and let out a world-shaking roar. Before the pighead ghost could recover, its head was blown to bits by the sound wave, and it died on the spot. The system announced, remaining demon transformation time, 5 minutes. Jiang Chun looked at the two remaining opponents, his heart full of worry. There's not much time left. He challenged them. "I'm in a hurry. You two, come at me at the same time." Surprisingly, the demon-like ghost didn't charge at him, but flew to the pig-head ghost corpse, dropping its intestines to fuse with it. "I'll take this pig's golden bone blade and its power." The surrounding ghost chi skyrocketed. Jiang Chun cursed. "The ghost chi has tripled. I have to deal with that old Dark Alliance geezer before it finishes fusing." He rushed towards the Dark Alliance member. The old man took off his hat and laughed coldly. "You think I'm as easy to bully as before? Behold my beast gun." From within the hat, a strange monster appeared, but it didn't attack Jiang Chun. Instead, it flew into the demon-like ghost. The ghost chi had now quadrupled, the pressure weighing down the entire room. After a long time, Jiang Chun felt the fused ghost had successfully transformed into an extremely terrifying form. It raised its chin. "Come and play." Seeing Jiang Chun panting, it laughed. "Scared? Then I'm coming over." It stomped on his formation as if it were a toy, creating a shockwave that made Su Ling fall. Next, it fired hidden weapons from the brim of its hat in a relentless barrage. Jiang Chun used the wooden thorns that grew from the ground to defend, but the ghost fired a giant hidden weapon that shattered the barrier. Just as he dodged the arrow, the ghost was already behind him, wrapping its bony hands around him. It controlled the hidden weapon to turn back, intending to pierce through Jiang Chun. In a life-or-death moment, he shouted, "Wood manipulation art. Apartment building." A green giant emerged from the ground, using its body to block the arrow for him. But the giant's chest was pierced through. The ghost threw Jiang Chun to the ground, then jumped down and delivered a full-force kick to his head. Jiang Chun shot up, about to use the Kuei-ox drum, but it was knocked away. Then he was beaten until he spat blood. He lay sprawled on the ground, with no strength left to resist. The ghost pressed its foot on his chest, looking at him greedily. Such a powerful human is a rare sight. If I fuse with you, I'll reach the fierce soul level. It used its foot to lift his chin. Just then, Jiang Chun saw a piece of broken glass from the window. A plan formed in his mind. He suddenly started caressing the ghost's leg. The ghost was startled. "What are you doing? Your legs are really smooth." Jiang Chun pressed his face against its leg, then suddenly lunged between its legs, lifting it up. "It's just that they're a bit dirty from stepping on the ground. Let me take you for a wash." He carried the ghost and ran towards the broken window where the moonlight was shining in. "Let the moonlight purify you." He channeled the moonlight, concentrating it into a powerful beam that incinerated the ghost. In a flash, only a dry skeleton remained. Jiang Chun lovingly kissed the skull. "Looks like you were the dirty one after all. Are you hard now?" Black Cage Ghost, a half-blood shirt, has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 1,200. On the rooftop, the raincoat ghost was still chewing on a horse's head, collecting ghost chi from the ghost altar. She wondered, why has Liang Zi been gone for so long with 4 elites? At that moment, the Dark Alliance's puppet master, who had escaped death using a substitution technique, was standing there clutching his arm in anger. "Damn it, I was almost cut in two by him. Well then, didn't I come here to finish the job?" Jiang Chen's voice rang out from behind, startling the old man. The puppet master quickly jumped away and used his cloning technique. "My substitution technique is flawless. How did you see through it?" Jiang Chan smiled coldly, his hell's eye glowing brightly. "Because my hell's eye didn't see the image of your death before, but now it does." Jiang Chen didn't give the puppet master any time, activating his hell's eye. A giant, crimson ghost face appeared right behind the old man. The puppet master was terrified. "What is this? Why is there one under my feet too?" He replied coldly. "This is the image of death reserved for you." Though terrified, the puppet master tried to act smug. "So what if it's the image of death? It's only attached to my puppet. You can't catch me." The old man intended to use his old trick to escape, but this time, the hell ghost had latched onto his true soul. The puppet master fled in terror to the rooftop to seek help from the raincoat ghost. Seeing him return in such a pathetic state, Zhang Xinyu asked, "What took you so long?" But when she saw the hell ghost clinging to him, she backed away in horror. "Don't touch me." Seeing that the puppet master had become a burden, she mercilessly swung her blade, severing his body. Useless for anything good, only good for messing things up. The system, cat ghost, shadow ghost, pig ghost, bean ghost, and puppet ghost have all been killed. Total ghost chi received 5,334 points. Jiang Chun picked up Flesh Lingji. "You've recovered? This time, there's enough ghost chi." He transferred the ghost chi to upgrade Flesh Lingji, his eyes burning with killing intent as he looked towards the ghost altar. "Let's get to the main event." At that moment, the ghost altar was consuming ghost corpses to complete its ritual. The raincoat ghost cheered, "It's almost complete." "What beautiful rain. Here comes the flaw." Jiang Chun kicked the door open and entered. The raincoat ghost went berserk, biting down on a wooden fish, causing all the surrounding sacrificial ghosts to lose a chunk of flesh. It greedily chewed the flesh to accumulate energy, transforming into a giant, spiky spider-like machine. It curled its body, trapping Jiang Chun tightly in its abdomen. "The Iron Maiden's trap will make you rot," it said with a smug laugh. But Jiang Chun was already protected by a layer of Flesh Lingji. "I escaped a long time ago." He ordered Flesh Lingji to grow longer, tearing the spider's body in two. The ghost crawled miserably towards the ghost altar. "My lord, I'm sorry." Jiang Chun swung his blade to finish it off. "So noisy." As the ghost died, green slime from its mouth splattered onto the ghost altar. Suddenly, the 14 skulls on the altar glowed brightly. A terrifying aura began to rise. At the same time, at the Underworld Bureau base, Captain Su Lei was studying a document. When the fierce soul fragment in the ghost altar absorbs enough ghost chi, it will liquefy and merge with the 14 skulls to resurrect. To destroy it, a rank B Grandmaster is needed. At the scene, Jiang Chun sensed that things were going south and was about to rush forward to destroy it. "Damn it, D." He tried to blow away the skulls. But one of the skulls suddenly transformed into a ghost and spewed poisonous smoke at him. A massive monster resembling the Bull Demon King appeared. It was the fierce soul. It roared, "Who has ruined my plan?" System. The fierce soul is enraged. Ghost chi plus 1,600. Jiang Chen's face paled. Just one roar, and it's already 1,600 ghost chi. How terrifying. Seeing the fierce soul staring at him, he quickly pointed at Su Ling. It was her. Su Ling whimpered, It wasn't me," before turning tail and running for her life. The fierce soul threw a gigantic punch. Jiang Chun barely managed to block it with his own strength. "I can block it, even without demonifying?" My level has increased. He brandished the flesh Lingji blade and leaped up, slashing at its head. The fierce soul roared in pain and shot laser beams from its eyes in retaliation. Jiang Chen nimbly dodged, but he was suddenly caught and slammed violently to the ground. This was followed by a 1,000-ton punch that made the ground sink. Jiang Chen lay there, gasping for breath. It's this strong, even before its evolution is complete? Left with no other choice, Jiang Chen used a 3-star demon transformation card, Monstrous Bear. A blast of energy sent the fierce soul flying. Jiang Chen's body transformed, his mouth filling with fangs. 2 giant bear arms grew from his back. He charged forward to clash head-on with the fierce soul. The collision of their fists created a terrifying shockwave. Jiang Chen controlled the bear arms to deliver an uppercut that sent the fierce soul tumbling. Humiliated, the fierce soul's 2 horns gathered electrical energy and fired a powerful bolt of lightning. Jiang Chen used his sturdy bear arms to block it and then leaped up. He pinned its arms to the ground. Let me give you a taste of a bear's strength. Jiang Chen channeled 80% of his power, delivering a bone-shattering punch that left a large dent in the fierce soul's face, its eyes swelling up. The fierce soul roared in pain and fury. It decided to unleash its final move. The mark of the Holy Cross on its head began to emit a destructive light. Instantly, a blazing red cross appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire area. Jiang Chen looked at the scene with great interest. So you're getting serious now, are you? He roared, I'll return it to you tenfold, and unleashed a flurry of punches on the fierce soul, knocking it to the ground. He thought, this is just a fragment. How terrifying would the complete form be? Beaten to the point where it couldn't get up, the fierce soul called upon its ultimate power. The holy cross in the sky glowed brilliantly. A powerful beam of light shot down, blowing up the building. The little girl, Su Ling, who was hiding far away, was also hit by the blast. I was hiding so far away and still got caught in it. After the explosion, the air was thick with dust and smoke. Both Jiang Chen and the fierce soul were panting for air. His 2 bear arms were cracked. Noticing his opponent was motionless, Jiang Chen decided to finish it. He discarded the bear arm armor, grabbed the flesh Lingji sword, and charged forward, piercing through the fierce soul's head and pinning it to the ground. Fierce soul remnant has been destroyed. Ghost Chi plus 50,000. After 3 hours of intense fighting, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around. Where's Su Ling? He rushed over and found the little girl with her hand crushed under a rock, unconscious. As soon as he woke her up, her sister, Su Qiao, possessed her again, roaring, Are you trying to kill me? Jiang Chen was speechless. Jiang Chen found it troublesome, but was afraid the little girl would be caught by the Underworld Bureau, so he decided to carry her home. I'll just take her home first. At the Underworld Bureau base, Captain Su Lei and her mysterious older brother set out to find the fierce soul. Her brother, a very domineering but taciturn man, only said one word, go. At that moment, at his house, Su Ling was playfully drawing on Jiang Chen's face while he was fast asleep. Hello, is Jiang Chen there? Su Ling looked at Jiang Chen, who was snoring like thunder. He probably can't make it. He's sleeping like a dead pig right now. When the Underworld Bureau team arrived at the scene, they were shocked by the devastation. They found a fierce soul's corpse, which had been killed by a single fatal blow. Su Lei broke into a cold sweat, suddenly realizing, wait a minute. At home, Jiang Chen woke up with a sneeze. He looked in the mirror and saw his face was covered in drawings. He angrily ran out to get revenge by drawing all over Su Ling's face while she was sleeping on the couch. He opened the system to check. Host, Jiang Chen. Ghost Chi, 196,619 points. Demon Transformation Card, 9-Headed Beast, 3-star. Item, Hemba Bone Nail, damaged. Kuei Ox Drum, damaged. Air, high-grade Ghost Chi. Seeing he had a lot of points, he immediately exchanged them for a 4-star card. He got the green-haired lion monster. Another lion? I hope it doesn't have a vague ability. The system suggested he could condense a life-bound weapon. He was satisfied. This time, the reminder is pretty clear. Kuei Malong and the Great King of Dust. Finally, he used his points to strengthen the Kuei Ox Drum. After spending thousands of Ghost Chi, the system announced, strengthening complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kuei Ox Drum. He was about to give it a test tap when the doorbell rang, startling him. It was his neighbor, Sister Hong. She invited him over for steamed milk. When he got there, Sister Hong warmly invited him in, but accidentally broke a bowl. Jiang Chen noticed something strange about Sister Hong. What did you do to this bowl? She recounted how she had only practiced the secret art of controlling objects for one night and had already thrown a bowl and damaged a painting on the wall. Jiang Chen was amazed. You learned the secret art of manipulation in just one night? You're truly a gifted genius. He invited her to join him on a mission next time for support. Attribute buff. Sister Hong was overjoyed. Okay, when Jiang Chun took out his phone to answer, but when he looked closely at the screen, his expression suddenly changed. As soon as he opened his phone, the Underworld app displayed a bright red notification. It rank emergency alert in Jing'an district. This mission is only for Grandmaster level and above. Those below this level must leave immediately. Jiang Chen's face changed. He turned to Sister Hong. Sister Hong, I'm sorry. This mission is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you. I'll definitely take you with me next time. With that, he shot off like the wind, leaving Sister Hong stunned. His mind was full of questions. Didn't I already kill the fierce soul there? What on earth is attacking? At the scene in Jing'an district, the ground shook violently. A giant ghost gate rose up. From within, a figure full of pressure stepped out. The fierce soul, Su Fu. He roared. Who destroyed my fierce soul fragment? Su Lei looked at him, assessing. Is that the Dark Alliance's Su Fu? She shouted. Are you the one who used the ghost altar and the fierce soul fragment? Su Lei's question was like adding fuel to the fire. Su Fu opened his mouth, and a powerful sound wave shot out. Who am I? Watch this. Lions roar. With just one shout, the two low-level Underworld Bureau subordinates, standing nearby, couldn't withstand the pressure. They exploded on the spot. Only Su Lei and her brother, the masked man, were still standing. Her brother was horrified. A true fierce soul's power is completely different from fragments. Su Lei's blood rushed to her head. She summoned a ghost shadow and charged, intending to punch him in the head. Su Fu was contemptuous. Where did this trash come from? He raised his hand and created a black hole, a strange gate that sucked her in. Su Lei's brother shouted, Su Lei, get out of the way. Seeing his sister being sucked away, he decisively unleashed his full ghost chi. He threw a powerful punch that tore open the black hole to save Su Lei. Go, call for reinforcements. Su Lei escaped, but her brother was trapped. Su Fu appeared behind him with a mocking smile. You little Underworld Bureau brats are still too green. Su Lei's brother desperately attacked, but Su Fu used only one finger to slice his ghost chi stream in two. Then he cut his body in half in an instant. As Jiang Shan was flying over, he saw the towering green chi. Damn, a true fierce soul. The Underworld Bureau guys are definitely dead. While flying at full speed, suddenly bam, Jiang Shan was hit by some fur ball from the sky and fell to the ground. He got up, cursing, how do you walk? You have no manners at all. At that moment, Su Lei's brother, though cut in half, was trying to heal. As Su Fu approached to finish him off, he intended to self-destruct to take him down with him. Suddenly, an Iron Man fell from the sky, landing between the two. It was King Taishan, the great lord who guards the Yangtze River. The Underworld Forum was exploding at this moment. Su Fu is attacking Jiangbei. King Taishan has arrived as reinforcements. Su Fu looked at the symbol on the newcomer's hand and roared, King Taishan, what are you doing here? Su Fu, leave your life behind, King Taishan replied coldly. Su Fu laughed provocatively, pointing to the sky. Ask my friend up there if he agrees. A giant gate appeared above King Taishan's head. King Taishan reassured the masked man, don't worry, it's a small matter. He formed a seal, the characters for Tai and Shan appearing on his hands. You and the gate are one, right? Skill, Taishan's synchronization. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Su Fu's strange gate cracked and then shattered. Su Fu was seriously injured in the chest, blood flowing freely. Realizing the situation was not good, he gritted his teeth. I can't die here. Running is the best option. He immediately jumped into a spatial rift and escaped. The battle was over. The slowpoke Jiang Chun finally arrived. Am I late? He followed King Taishan's figure as he flew away and suddenly remembered, was the fur ball that knocked me down just now him? He made a fierce soul run away with one move. A king-level strength is really nothing compared to a 3-star card. He saw the masked man trying to stand up and then collapsing. He quickly carried him back to the Underworld Bureau base. He was placed in a recovery pod. The beautiful nurse of the Underworld Bureau turned to thank him. Thank goodness you brought him back in time, Mr. Jiang. Otherwise, he couldn't have been saved. Jiang Chun, naturally a hero, but his eyes were glued to the nurse's chest. He said shamelessly, helping an ally is the duty of every mystic, beautiful sister. Jiang Chun, being a flirt, kept staring at the nurse's chest, making her turn away shyly. If everyone in the Underworld Bureau were like you, it would be great. Most of them don't treat people as people, nor do they treat themselves as people. While they were discussing life, a hurried sound interrupted, announcing an emergency case. The nurse rushed off. Jiang Chun watched her go and lamented, working so hard, I wonder how much she makes a month. A mission is not something that can be measured with money. Yang Chuan suddenly appeared. Jiang Chun pretended to be overjoyed, waving his hand in greeting. Captain Yang, remember me? Jiang Chun from Building 1, Yuyuan Estate. Ghost Chi plus 2,000. Despite being provoked by Jiang Chun, Yang Chuan chose to ignore it, grateful that he had saved his younger brother, Su Xingfeng. He led Jiang Chun into the mission recording room. Hearing Yang Chuan bossing him around, Jiang Chun was annoyed. Do you and your dad also give orders like this? So, do you want the reward or not? Yang Chuan said sternly. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm going right now. The mention of money made Jiang Chun excited. In the office, Yang Chuan typed away. You stopped Su Fu's ritual and killed the fierce soul remnant. The Underworld Bureau has decided to reward you with 200,000 Underworld points. Jiang Chun smiled to himself, but he played hard to get. I don't want points. Yang Chuan slammed the table. 200,000 points is more than many people can earn in a lifetime. Are you crazy? Jiang Chun then revealed his hand. I want to exchange these 200,000 points for level 2 authority in the Underworld Bureau. My strength has already reached the point where I can kill a bloodshirt, but my level 1 authority only allows me to take on measly vengeful ghost missions. If I want to advance quickly, I need higher authority. Yang Chuan was furious. Level 2 authority can only be granted by the director. I'm only level 3. Are you dreaming? Ghost Chi plus 774. Then we'll talk when the director arrives. Jiang Chun smirked. Yang Chuan got angry. I suggest you use these points to exchange for this little girl's life. With that, Yang Chuan rushed to attack Su Ling, who was hiding in the corner of the room. Jiang Chun threw a punch to stop him, then turned to scold Su Ling. Why didn't you stay at home and sleep instead of following me here? Su Qiao, Su Ling's sister, appeared and answered. I went to sleep, but I haven't yet. Yang Chuan shouted. This little girl is a ghost. She's a good ghost, Jiang Chun argued. I can distinguish between good and bad myself, Yang Chuan roared. Jiang Chun suddenly looked up at the ceiling, his hell's eye flashing. I'm afraid you don't have the right to say that. Someone just entered the room, and you didn't even know. This person's ghost chi is much greater than yours. An old voice came from nowhere. This little brat is quite interesting. A tiny old man materialized. It was the director of the Underworld Bureau. He sent Yang Chuan out and approached Su Ling. He stared at her. A ghost-transformed spirit body. Huh? You've lived well. An idea came to him. Little one, would you like to become the disciple of a Yama? Su Ling asked innocently. Is a Yama strong? Can he beat him? Jiang Chun? Probably not. Jiang Chun almost peed his pants. Damn, is she trying to get revenge on me? The director said, this brother has some tricks, but he's far from the strongest. Become my disciple, and you'll soon surpass him. Seeing Su Ling was about to be swayed, Jiang Chun intervened. Let me ask her family first. He called Chun Shui, pretending to act. Hearing about the spirit body, Chun Shui screamed into the phone. A once-in-a-century genius. The master of the Shanxing sect is looking for a successor. I'll report it immediately. The director was getting impatient when he suddenly got angry, emitting a dark ghost chi. Who let you in here? Why are you shouting so loud? You blew away all my talismans. Another old man appeared, leading 2 dazed Underworld Bureau subordinates by the hand. Greetings, Director Sunday Daoxian of the Shanxing sect is here to visit. The old man from the Shanxing sect sneered, throwing the 2 subordinates to the ground and then rushing over to pinch Su Ling's cheek. Such dense, spiritual energy. You are my master's successor, Director Sun shouted. Don't just claim her. This little girl has already agreed to be my master's disciple. Daoxian turned to ask Su Ling, did you really agree? I forgot, Su Ling said, flustered. Daoxian grabbed her hand, intending to pull her away. Forgot? The Shanxing sect has a cure for forgetfulness. Let me take you with me first. Director Sun shouted. Daoxian, are you looking for a beating? Daoxian chuckled. For over a decade, no one has dared to lay a finger on me. Provoked, Director Sun couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Daoxian. Then today I'll kill you, Daoxian said contemptuously, with just this tiny body of yours. He raised his hand and created a glowing wall. Director Sun charged forward but was knocked back by the spiritual energy from the talisman. However, with his agile movements, he still landed safely. Daoxian continued to provoke him. You dare to touch me without removing your seal? Director Sun roared. You really want to do this, don't you? He used a forbidden art, 10 years of growth. His tiny body began to grow rapidly. He aged 10 years in an instant. In particular, his left arm swelled up grotesquely, becoming larger than his entire body. Jiang Chun watched in admiration. He must have masturbated so much that his arm got bigger than his body. No wonder he's so small and can't grow. The 2 old men charged at each other. They unleashed moves that shattered the roof of the base. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and smoke and fire filled the air. Dao Xian grinned with delight. So satisfying. Again, Director Sun suddenly froze. Wait a minute, where are the two kids? It turned out that Jiang Shun had taken advantage of the chaos and had already run away with Su Ling long ago. Can't stay in a place of trouble for long. Running is the best option. The next morning, in a coastal city, a sexily dressed girl was live streaming on the Underworld app. Hey everyone, the live stream is about to start. Jiang Shun was at home, watching on his phone, his eyes shining. Wow, the Underworld app has such bold live streams. The girl introduced. Today I'll be introducing the oldest member of the Yahello, King Xuanluan. The camera panned to a guy with a six-pack, extremely masculine. This guy is over 300 years old. Please support him. After live streaming for a while with no one sending gifts, King Xuanluan scratched his head, which had a bagua pattern on it. An idea came to him. I heard Su Fu is hiding under the sea with the protection of King Jiao. Whoever sends a Jianyanhua gift, I'll go down there and kill Su Fu for everyone to see. Immediately, someone sent a gift. King Xuanluan seized the opportunity and shouted, 100 Jianyanhua, and I'll kill King Jiao too. The audience excitedly sent 150 of them. He immediately disappeared from the screen. He ran on the surface of the sea amidst dark streams of ghost chi. I'm here. King Xuanluan clasped his hands, creating a giant fireball like a small sun, and then threw it straight into the water. Su Fu, under the sea, was terrified, opening a strange gate to teleport the fireball elsewhere. The pressure was so strong that Su Fu coughed up blood. The fireball exploded in the middle of the sea like a nuclear bomb. The shockwave was so strong that even Jiang Shun, watching from home, was scared. Did he throw a nuclear bomb? Having narrowly escaped a dangerous move, Su Fu emerged from the water, looking extremely pathetic. He slowly advanced to take revenge. Seeing the tattered state of his enemy, he smirked, letting out a contemptuous laugh. Not bad. You managed to block my little son. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Su Fu by the collar, roughly pulling him closer. I'll give you 5 more minutes. However, out of sight, Su Fu's hand was secretly channeling energy, preparing for a sneak attack. He shouted, go call King Jiao for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fu immediately summoned a black hole gate, firing a sharp stream of ghost chi straight at his opponent's head. Roaring, die, taking a fatal blow straight to the face. But his head seemed completely unharmed. Only a little smoke rose around it, and his glasses shattered. Anger surged. He said in a deep voice, a sneak attack? You coward. His rage erupted. He grabbed Su Fu's black hole gate and decisively counterattacked. Having just obtained the treasure, he didn't hesitate to smash the gate down on the evildoer's head, roaring, if you break my glasses, how am I supposed to live stream? Taking the full force of the blow, Su Fu collapsed to the ground, motionless and dead in an instant. Just then, a figure slowly approached, its cold voice breaking the silence. Treating my little brother like that isn't very nice, is it? With just a glance, he immediately recognized the newcomer. A corner of his lips curled up in amusement. King Jiao has decided to show himself, has he? The one called King Jiao rubbed his bald head, which was covered in fleshy bumps. He said arrogantly, I'm here. Don't even think about leaving. Ignoring the threat, he picked up a piece of broken glass from the ground and chuckled. Damn. Without a single wasted movement, he transformed into a shadow and shot forward, shouting, if I leave, how can I be worthy of the Jianyanhua everyone sent me? The two sides clashed fiercely, creating a deafening explosion. The terrifying aftershock caused the underground water veins at the bottom of the sea to boil and surge violently. In an instant, a giant column of water shot up to the sky. King Jiao frantically manipulated his power, creating ferocious tsunamis that caused widespread landslides and flooding. The fierce current rushed straight into the residential area in the heart of the city. Standing in the midst of the chaos caused by the two, a girl was drenched by the storm. Looking at the devastated houses, she angrily clutched her neck and screamed, Luan, don't you go too far. As soon as she finished shouting, a strange object flew from the sky. King Luan threw King Jiao's lumpy head right at the livestream screen, clearly announcing, it was worth the Jianyanhua gifts, wasn't it, everyone? I brought King Jiao's head back for you all. After reporting the good news, he turned to the girl, shrugging and explaining. He had 3 transformation stages in a row. It was a tiring fight. The scene shifts back to Jiang Chen's apartment. Since King Xuanluan's livestream glasses had been shattered earlier, the final moments of the battle against King Jiao were completely cut off. Jiang Chen scratched his head and clicked his tongue. I didn't get to see the process of him fighting King Jiao. So frustrating. Even so, the recent drama was enough to get his blood boiling. He rubbed his chin, muttering excitedly. Watching a live stream like this really gets me fired up. I'll go kill some ghosts tonight for some extra fun. No sooner said than done. He immediately turned to recruit a companion. Sister Hong cringed, waving her hands frantically. Don't. Seeing this, Jiang Chun patted her shoulder encouragingly. Don't be shy. Come on. Fear enveloped her. Sister Hong stammered and backed away. I've only practiced for 2 days. Can I really do it? Seeing her trembling state, he smiled reassuringly. After tonight, it will be 3 days. Even with Jiang Chen's support, Sister Hong couldn't hide her terror as she looked at the information board. She swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "But this mission looks so scary. Difficulty, Vengeful Ghost. Basic reward, 1,000 accumulated points. The deceased had a solitary personality and was not well liked by others. Both his parents and younger sister died under mysterious circumstances. After he was adopted, his adoptive family also died tragically. He eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building. As soon as she finished reading the last line, her forehead was covered in sweat. She sighed deeply. A child turning into a ghost is really something that makes people helpless. Having put her trust in Jiang Chen's protection, Sister Hong finally braced herself and set foot in Chengzhong village with him. Thanks to his special eye technique, Jiang Chun easily spotted the ghost's whereabouts. He strode forward enthusiastically. Sister, just be brave and move forward. Contrary to his confidence, Sister Hong was completely clueless about the target's location. Her legs were shaking. Her voice trailed off. Jiang Chun, my intuition. My sixth sense is telling me. Why do I feel like many pairs of eyes are watching me? Witnessing her panic, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Perfect. Congratulations, Sister Hong, on learning how to create a terrifying atmosphere for yourself. Just then, a small ghost child pattered out of the abandoned house, blocking their view. Jiang Chun sighed softly. Wow, there really are a lot of eyes staring at us. The child ghost waved its hand and spoke in a chilling voice before quickly retreating back into the darkness. Mister, come play a game with me. Without hesitation, the two followed closely behind. The little ghost ran deep into the dark hallway, occasionally looking back and waving bewitchingly. Come here. Soon, the three of them had reached the windy rooftop of the building. Jiang Chun clasped his hands behind his back, a meaningful smile on his face. Has it started already? The sky above was gradually being swallowed by dark clouds. On the cement floor, the little ghost had already drawn a complex hopscotch grid with chalk. It looked up with its soulless eyes, inviting them to play. Let's play hopscotch. Pointing to its pale forehead, it smugly stated the condition. The winner can flick the loser's forehead. Looking at the game board, Sister Hong cried out in alarm. This hopscotch game is too scary. The last square is outside the rooftop. If you jump, you'll just be eating 3 bowls of rice with a bunch of green bananas. Doesn't that mean whoever jumps will die? The more she imagined the terrible outcome, the more she trembled. The thought of retreating had already begun to form in her mind. The child ghost continued to set the rules, holding out its small hand. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first. Jiang Chun calmly accepted the challenge. Sister Hong anxiously tried to stop him. Jiang Chun, you can't go first. On the other side, the ghost smirked, confident of its victory. I can see whatever you throw. I'm in control of who goes first. As it expected, Jiang Chun lost. It smiled slyly and taunted. It would have been better if you had thrown rock. You lost. Gaining the advantage, it eagerly urged him on. I won. You go first. Jiang Chun shrugged and calmly stepped to the starting line. I'll go first. He rhythmically hopped according to the rules, not making a single mistake. His slow footsteps echoed, 1 square, then 2, then again. Seeing its prey about to step on the death square, the child ghost laughed sinisterly in its heart. Hee, fall to your death. Even if you stop, I'll push you from behind. Just as the tip of Jiang Chen's shoe was on the edge of the abyss, Sister Hong couldn't hold back her fear and screamed with her eyes shut. Jiang Chun, no. However, without waiting for the ghost to intervene, the young man decisively leaped into the air, committing suicide. A miracle immediately occurred. The giant flesh Lingji suddenly transformed into a soft spring mattress, perfectly catching Jiang Chen's body and helping him land safely. Witnessing its enemy still unharmed after a fatal fall, the child ghost's eyes widened in horror. It stammered in disbelief. What is this? In a flash, Jiang Chun was back on the rooftop. He stood with his arms crossed in front of his opponent. Haha, I'm done hopping. Does that count as a loss for you? Sister Han's face was still pale with fear. She clutched her chest, panting. Jiang Chun, you scare me to death. Though an evil ghost, the child ghost was quite sportsmanlike. It obediently moved its messy hair aside, exposing its forehead. Okay, flick me. In its mind, it was still thinking, it's just a flick on the forehead. I'll think of another trick to fix you later. Unfortunately, This was its last gamble. Jiang Chun flicked with brutal force, directly blowing off the ghost's entire skull, causing the system screen to display a shocked message. You call this a flick on the forehead? The system bell rang. Hopscotch Ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 600. Mission complete. He leisurely clapped his hands together and turned to smile brightly. Sister Hong, that's basically how you exorcise a ghost. His light-as-a-feather description only made her more terrified. She stammered and backed away. I can't do this. At the same time, in a dark corner nearby, 3 grotesque dark figures were huddled together, plotting. Someone's playing hopscotch upstairs. Let's join in. They split up. The ghost with the plate-like face rummaged through a pile of scrap metal, muttering a report, no one in the trash. The ghost with the square face looked around the abandoned warehouse, shouting back, no one behind the warehouse. On the roof, the rat-faced one squeaked, no one under the awning either. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the air. There's no one on the awning either. The strange sound startled the 3 evil ghosts. They scrambled up to investigate. After looking around for a while, they all froze when they found a headless corpse lying on the ground. Staring at the mangled body, they recognized it in horror. It's Xiaoyu. Rage erupted. The trio immediately went on the hunt for the enemy. Who on earth killed Xiaoyu? There's only one way. We didn't see anyone go downstairs. They must still be on the rooftop. The ghosts stood there, scratching their heads, unable to understand the situation. But there's no one on the awning either. Where did that person go? Over here, Jiang Chun and Sister Hong's ghost chi points were skyrocketing. The rewards were so abundant, it was undeniable. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced through the roof tiles, stabbing right where the 2 were hiding, startling them both. The 3 evil ghosts aggressively climbed onto the roof. Jiang Chun stretched and stood up, pretending to be surprised. I was hiding so well. How did you guys find me? The little ghosts brandished their claws, roaring to intimidate him. Do you take us for fools? Knowing he was just acting, they continued to taunt him. Jiang Chun put on an innocent act again. All right, you found me. Now it's your turn to hide, and I'll seek. The moment the provocation was thrown, the rat-faced ghost lost all patience. It lunged forward with its claws to bite and tear. You think we're playing hide-and-seek with you? Seizing the opportunity, the plate-faced one also charged forward, throwing a punch with the force of 1,000 pounds at the target. Surrender your life. Not stopping there, the hideous creature turned to the weaker target. It lunged at Sister Hong's dazed face, hissing through its teeth. And you too. Let me give you a taste of being ground into mincemeat. Its 2 deformed arms swung towards the girl. In that hair-raising moment, Jiang Chun appeared in a flash, grabbing the fiend's 2 arms. He said calmly, this sister doesn't know how to play games. Let me play with you. Putting force into his hands, he threw the monster far away. At the same time, 2 dazzling bolts of lightning shot from his palms, tearing through the night. Jiang Chun shouted to build momentum. Sister Hong, if you see an opening, help me deal with one of them. Regaining her composure, Sister Hong immediately got into a fighting stance, nodding decisively. Let me try. Huh. With soaring morale, she unleashed a rain of blows on the dark forces. On the other side of the battlefield, Jiang Chun was struggling to fight multiple opponents, his forehead drenched in sweat. Seeing his teammates' widespread firepower, he muttered, Sister Hong's moves are too vicious. I have to get out of the way. Unexpectedly, his chaotic footsteps caused him to trip and fall to the ground. Seizing the fatal opening, the monsters simultaneously brought down their sharp claws, celebrating prematurely. Good opportunity. Kill him. Lightning immediately surged, wrapping around Jiang Chen's arms to form a sturdy armor. Blocked, the beast retreated, growling in frustration. Why is this guy's head so hard? Suddenly, Jiang Chen grimaced and cried out, Ouch, that hurts. I told you to aim for these 3, not me. From a distance, Sister Hong clumsily retracted her magic, rubbing her hands apologetically. I am sorry. Putting the comedy aside, Jiang Chun decided to use fire. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. It's better to end this chaotic performance first. Let me open your eyes to what a kindergarten overlord is. His power erupted. He charged into the swarm of ghosts. A series of wind-slashing sounds echoed. The evil ghost head was sent flying, spinning away. Riding the wave of victory, his hand clamped onto the giant skull of the white-faced one. It screamed, My head! Ignoring the wails, Jiang Chun decisively twisted its neck, separating the head from the body. The horned ghost witnessed its companion's head rolling at its feet, its soul about to leave its body. After dealing with the 2 tough ones, Jiang Chun dusted off his hands and gestured towards Sister Hong. Sister Hong, this last one is for you to practice on. Her face pale, Sister Hong trembled and backed away. I am scared. In contrast to her weakness, the hideous creature was using all its life force to enhance its power. Jiang Chun frowned and observed, quietly reminding her, this one is a bloodshird. Sure enough, a giant jaw suddenly emerged from its cracked skin. It screamed in frustration. This is so annoying. I have to kill you all. Trying to calm herself, Sister Hong extended her hands to form a seal, chanting, lightning strike. Why isn't it working? Despite her weak resistance, the monster's body continued to expand. Accidentally, its heavy foot stepped on the severed head of the white-faced one. A sharp beep sound was heard, followed by a deafening explosion. The ghost's bones shattered, and black blood splattered everywhere. Sister Hong froze on the spot, asking in a daze, Why did it self-destruct? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes in thought, nodding in realization. So that kid's head was a mine. Looking at the pool of fresh blood, Sister Hong timidly asked, Jiang Chun, does this count as me killing it? Jiang Chun gave a thumbs up, praising his companion to the skies. You're a once-in-a-century genius. Your ability to bring disaster to your opponents is truly terrifying. The praise made her beam with joy. She happily confirmed, so the mission is considered complete, right? But the young man immediately threw cold water on her, pulling her towards the apartment building shrouded in darkness. We're just getting started. Let's go. Through a gap in the window, a faint yellow light shone out. Inside, a woman was slowly cleaning while asking the little boy sitting on the floor in a monotone voice, Zhang Xiaohao, why isn't your little sister back yet? The boy didn't bother to look up, his hands nimbly arranging his toys. He replied listlessly, she's probably still playing outside. Standing on the porch, Sister Hong frowned, searching her memory. She whispered, isn't Zhang Xiaohao the name of the boy who jumped off the building in this mission story? Suddenly, a sullen man emerged from behind the woman. Judging by his appearance, he was probably her younger brother. His voice was deep and gloomy. It's so late, and she's still not back. I'll go out and look for her. Under the dim light, the mother's face was clearly covered in a web of stitches, as pale as a cloth doll. She hissed, no need. Ignoring her protest, the uncle still turned and walked towards the door. There's still some time before dinner. I'll go for a walk. The moment the man turned, Zhang Xiaohao looked up, his eyes wide, revealing a deep dent in his forehead. His voice came out choked. Don't. Outside on the porch, Jiang Chun had also lost his patience. He kicked open the door and strode in, interrupting, Don't! I'm about to die. I'm starving to death. Can I have dinner at your place? The landlady froze, a sinister smile slowly spreading across her cloth-like face. On behalf of my brother and son, I welcome you both. Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, she hastily retreated into the kitchen. Strangely, her feet dragged, scraping against the floor with a sickening sound. Sitting on the floor, Zhang Xiaohao curled up, trembling with fear. Jiang Chun smiled calmly, teasing, Xiaohao, your mom is quite enthusiastic, isn't she? The child covered his face in terror, blurting out the horrifying truth. Actually, she's not entirely my mother. Sister Hong's expression immediately changed. She quickly questioned him. What do you mean, not entirely? His eyes filled with panic. Zhang Xiaohao explained, my father cut her into pieces and threw her into a container full of severed limbs. Then, a monster that wasn't entirely my mother was fused together. Before he could finish, the woman's hoarse voice called from the kitchen, Xiaohao, come and give your mother a hand. The boy jumped, scrambling to his feet and running over. He said, coming. At that moment, the man who called himself her brother quickly turned to Jiang Chun, lowering his voice and pleading, look at the two of them. Don't believe anything they say. I just happen to be staying here, but suddenly I became their family member. They won't let me leave no matter what I say. You two, I beg you to save me. It turned out he was just another unlucky prey, imprisoned by the monster. Suddenly, a clanging sound rang out. Time for dinner. The woman's voice made him extremely scared. From the darkness, the father appeared with his white, pupil-less eyes, carrying a bowl filled with human body parts and blood. He smirked, inviting them, come and eat. In contrast to the horrifying feeling, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands in appreciation. What a sumptuous human flesh feast. The uncle sitting next to him quickly tugged at his hand and reminded him, these are all the body parts of people who accidentally came in here like us. Sister Hong covered her mouth in horror, timidly tugging at the young man's shirt. Jiang Chun, maybe we should. Ignoring her, Jiang Chun casually drooled, picking up Zhang Xiaohao's severed arm and chewing on it. He cheerfully invited them. You guys are so enthusiastic. Sit down and eat with us. Zhang Xiaohao was also gnawing on a dry arm at this time. Pushed beyond her limit, Sister Hong stood up, trembling. I don't feel very hungry. I'm going to rest first. At this point, Zhang Xiaohao was startled and looked down at his own bleeding arm. He screamed, "You're biting my arm." The scene fades. The light from the upper floor flickered and then went out. Curled up on the cold bed, Sister Hong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Unable to suppress her anxiety, she turned and asked, "Jiang Chun, what should we do next?" He opened his eyes slightly, his voice leisurely comforting her. "Just wait." In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a frantic knocking and rattling of a lock came from the door. Jiang Chun smiled smugly. "See? They're here." The door creaked open, revealing the face of the trapped man. He waved his hand, urging them. "They're asleep. Let's run." As they stepped onto the stairs, he raised a finger to his lips, hushing them. "Quiet down. Let's go." Looking closely, from his calf to his foot, the guide's skin was mottled like a leopard's. The three of them tiptoed out. Sister Hong suddenly squeezed Jiang Chen's hand hard. "Jiang Chen, don't you think this person is strange? He has a very strange smell." A corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched up. He replied calmly, "Of course, because he's also a ghost." Indeed, the man's every step left a clear trail of green slime on the cold ground. Back in the house, the woman discovered her prey had disappeared and exclaimed in shock, "Where's my brother?" And the two newcomers are gone too. Realizing the problem, the muscular man growled with killing intent. He must be trying to eat them all himself. After them, seeing the couple rush out into the night, Zhang Xiaohao stood silently in the corner of the house. The child slowly bared his jagged teeth, letting out a wild laugh. I have to build a new family again. By the stream, the ghost was still unaware that he had been exposed. He leaped into the stream and turned back, waving frantically. "Hurry, jump down. Once we cross this stream, they won't be able to follow us." Noticing the unusual silence, he looked around. Where did they go? But Jiang Chun and Sister Hong decided not to jump in. The ghost scratched its head in confusion. "Why aren't you two coming down?" Jiang Chun turned to analyze the situation for his companion. "Sister Hong, you have to know that the stronger a ghost is, the better it can disguise itself. It can even be almost indistinguishable from a human." Sister Hong snorted coldly, pouting contemptuously as she exposed him. "In that case, even I can see that this ghost is a weakling." The fatal taunt made the ghost angry and reveal its true form. It roared in anguish. "It's one thing for the people in the house to call me a weakling, but even newcomers like you are calling me a weakling?" The system flashed, indicating a surge of 599 ghost chi points. Spitting out a mouthful of mud, it shrieked madly, "How dare you insult my strength? I'll make you feel the pain of sinking deep into the mud with no escape." From its grotesque body, a torrent of foul-smelling mud gushed out. Seeing the ghost gradually approaching them, Jiang Chun turned and nodded his head as a reminder. Sister Hong. Receiving the unexpected order, Sister Hong also braced herself, complaining as she ran. "If you wanted me to go, you should have said so earlier." "What? Taking advantage of her distraction, the mud ghost shot out tentacles that wrapped tightly around her arm, trying to pull her straight into the swamp. Unexpectedly, just a light push from Sister Hong made them slip and fall in. The villain bared its teeth and laughed arrogantly. "You think I'll die like this?" Standing on the bank, Jiang Chun smirked and asked, "Then how about being killed in a more complicated way? For example, this." With that, a giant flesh lingji appeared, tearing through the air. The ghost was stunned and horrified. "Damn it, this is a flesh lingji." The 1,000-pound mass of flesh flattened the opponent, who couldn't even withstand a single blow. The ghost died instantly. The two parents also rushed to the scene in a panic. Witnessing the mess, the mother let out a mournful cry. "Brother, what happened to you? You killed my brother." Jiang Chen immediately waved his hands, feigning innocence. "No, you've misunderstood. Look, this is your daughter, right? She was just killed by your brother. It's so tragic. We had to act to stop him." The phone screen clearly showed that the monster with a 300 accumulated points bounty was dead. The father believed him completely. "Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're so kind." Immediately, the mother swung her hand and slapped him hard on the shoulder, hissing and cursing. "Are you an idiot? That's clearly the reward screen from the Underworld app. He killed both my daughter and my brother." Exposed, Jiang Chun chuckled and praised her. "You got some brains, don't you?" No longer bothering to maintain her disguise, her face contorted in horror. She roared in fury, "Give me back my house." Her entire body was now twisted like a tattered piece of cloth being torn apart. The father standing next to her felt the aura and exclaimed in surprise, "You're using your ultimate move right from the start?" The man's bones twisted, and his skin sprouted numerous hands and feet, interspersed with hideous faces. Jiang Chun frowned and clicked his tongue in disgust. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such an abstract, male-female dual cultivation. Even more horrifying, the mother's flesh slowly merged into the father's body. The two were gradually becoming one. The female voice echoed, directing, "Move your brain aside. Let me control the body." The flesh rubbed and twisted, making gruesome sounds. Finally, the fusion process was complete. The evil spirit let out a world-shaking roar. Jiang Chun stood firmly in front of Sister Hong. "You stay back. I'll handle this." Without waiting for the opponent to stabilize, he quickly stepped forward to attack, swinging his arm and directly chopping off the ghost's head. Surprisingly, the ghost caught its own flying head with its hand, then kicked it straight at Jiang Chen's face. Then, it retrieved its head and placed it back on its neck as if nothing had happened. His blood boiling, Jiang Chun angrily called for backup. "Yeah, split it in two for me." The enemy had now activated 4 bulging eyes, smirking challengingly. "No matter how fast you are, I can see you clearly." Indeed, no matter how air swung its blade, it always managed to twist and dodge spectacularly. Closing the distance, the beast's hideous set of teeth was wide open right in front of Jiang Chun. In a critical moment, the young man just smiled faintly, kicking his opponent's chin. I was just trying to lure you over here." A sickening crunch was heard as his fist landed squarely on the ghost's face. He immediately followed up with another blow, sending it tumbling to the ground. But cunningly, as it fell, the ghost still managed to swing its leg for a sneak kick from behind Jiang Chun. With a swift movement, Jiang Chun twisted his body to dodge the counterattack from the tyrant demon body. He roared, "I'm getting angry now." Immediately, streams of dazzling lightning began to gather around his arm. Without mercy, Jiang Chun shot the lightning straight at the ghost. It screamed in panic, "Don't come. You used your unwashed, stinky feet to kick people." Taking the full force of the lightning bombardment, the ghost's entire body was tattered, charred black. Jiang Chun stared in surprise at its appearance, muttering, It's back to its original form? Where's the other half?" Suddenly, a giant ancient tree had grown right behind him without him noticing. Sister Hong, watching from the sidelines, screamed in alarm. "Jiang Chun, be careful behind you." The demonic tree swung a branch hard, knocking Sister Hong down, and sneered, "You talk too much. I bet you didn't expect me to be able to fuse with plants, right?" However, before its smile could fade, the entire tree was tightly bound by countless eerie vines. It was the wood elemental ability erupting from Jiang Chun. He smirked faintly. I'm best at the wood manipulation art." At this moment, the evil ghost was completely under his control. Seeing Sister Hong lying motionless on the ground, the fury in Jiang Chen's eyes erupted. "You dare to hit my dear landlady? I can't forgive you." He gritted his teeth, frantically tightening the vines around the demonic tree, crushing it into pieces. From the ruins, the ghost's soul finally escaped. At this point, it only had its head intact, its body long and winding like a snake. It was still muttering, plotting, "As long as the forest is green, there's no fear of running out of firewood." But how could Jiang Chun let it go so easily? He carried a giant rock on his shoulder and coldly declared, "Where do you think you're going?" With a deafening crash, the rock slammed down, crushing the deformed ghost into pulp. A series of system notifications immediately rang out. Head exploding ghost has been killed. Ghost chi plus 520. Fused ghost has been killed. Ghost chi plus 890. Once it was over, Jiang Chun anxiously turned to help the woman up. "Are you okay? Do you need me to perform artificial respiration?" Sister Hong groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Jiang Chen's face, lips puckered, leaning in close. Terrified, she grabbed his neck and squeezed. "Get up." An octopus monster. Choking, Jiang Chun grimaced and rubbed his neck, which was now clearly imprinted with his landlady's 5 fingers. He forced a laugh. Sister Hong, it's good that you're okay. Let's go. We need to go back to that house." Sister Hong asked dazedly. "I have to go back and deal with that kid with half his head missing?" Jiang Chun nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, something like that." Her footsteps suddenly halted. Sister Hong shivered and reminded him, "But I think there's a stronger one in there. A very powerful dark aura is coming from that door." Without a shred of fear, Jiang Chun decisively kicked the door open, his voice a provocative call. "Xiaohao, we're back. Come out and die." However, the bizarre scene before them startled them both. Zhang Xiaohao was standing silently in the middle of the room, a chilling smile on his face. The deep crater in his skull was now filled with a grotesque Lego block. He narrowed his eyes and declared smugly, "I knew you'd be back. I was prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, the strange Lego block erupted with dark power, launching a deadly attack towards Sister Hong. Undaunted, Sister Hong immediately launched a counterattack, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Witnessing her burst of power, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow in admiration. "Sister Hong, you're amazing. You've made such clear progress after just one night of training." Unfortunately, against a blood-shirt-level expert, her small resistance was like a drop in the ocean. Xiaohao's strange power easily split Sister Hong's attack in two, and the remaining force struck her arm directly. Sister Hong looked down at her hands, shocked to find herself completely unharmed. "No injuries? Did my attack just now cancel it out? I don't feel much pain." However, the truth was far crueler. Two strange Lego pieces had suddenly appeared on her arms where she was hit. Instantly, her hands were completely out of her control. They automatically swung a punch straight at Jiang Chun. He quickly raised his arm to block the sneak attack, remarking through gritted teeth, "Humph, this punch is incredibly strong." Dangerously, the arm Jiang Chun had just used to block also began to show Lego pieces embedding themselves into his flesh. He was stunned. "What is this?" Across from them, Zhang Xiaohao cheered excitedly. This is my ability, the toy block controller. Any body part hit by the toy block's energy wave will grow a corresponding piece. Depending on its size, I will seize 50%, 100%, or 200% control over that body part." The toy piece on Jiang Chen's hand began to exert its insane ability. The boy added, "And the part that was hit generates a new toy block that I control." Having lost control, Jiang Chen's hand swung up again, striking at Sister Hong. Just like that, the two were forced into a situation of mutual destruction. Watching his prey fight each other, Zhang Xiaohao clapped with delight. "Just keep hitting each other like that until you die." Struggling to fend off the blows, Jiang Chun frowned and calculated. "I was careless. In my current state, I can't even use flesh lingji." His eyes suddenly lit up as they swept over the small drum hanging at his waist. Without hesitation, he used two fingers to tap forcefully on the drum's surface, exclaiming, "I've got it. I've never used the newly upgraded Kuei ox drum before." A deep, muffled sound echoed out. The surface of the Kuei ox drum immediately opened up to reveal a wide, round eye staring straight ahead. Zhang Xiaohao realized with horror that he was standing right in the line of sight of that bizarre eye. The boy's eyes turned crimson with resentment. Sealed and tightly surrounded by the formidable power of the Kuei ox, Xiaohao's face twisted and contorted. He screamed madly, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." A shocking explosion erupted, the shockwave tearing apart the very structure of the house. Thanks to the artifact's intervention, Jiang Chun and Sister Hong finally broke free from the Lego block's control. Sister Hong gasped, clutching her chest in relief. We're saved." But the danger wasn't over yet. Jiang Chun turned his head and looked deep into the darkness, smacking his lips. "What's this?" The main character has only just appeared, the true culprit behind all this. Suddenly, he turned and asked casually, "Sister Hong, have you ever played with a pinwheel?" Sister Hong, still processing the situation, answered blankly, "What?" Instantly, a giant flesh lingji was right behind her. It extended a tentacle, pulling the landlady up and sending her soaring into the sky. Suspended in midair, she screamed in panic. "Jiang Chun, what are you doing?" Jiang Chun waved his hand and gave a decisive command. "Air, get Sister Hong home safely." With the burden taken care of, he turned to face the dark force that had just emerged. It was a demon with a deformed face covered by a cold mask. There was a terrifying, gaping hole in the middle of its chest. It spoke in a chilling, sharp voice. "Mister, have you seen my heart?" Jiang Chun couldn't help but burst out laughing, his words dripping with mockery. "What? You don't even have a heart? Then you're truly a piece of trash." The insult made the demon tremble with rage. Although it didn't have a real heart, Jiang Chen's sharp words were like a knife twisting into its core weakness. A system notification popped up, indicating an increase of 1,200 ghost chi. It growled, "What about you then? Do you have a heart?" Jiang Chun shrugged nonchalantly and replied casually, "I'm known for having no heart and no lungs." "So do you have lungs?" The demon stomped its foot in frustration, hissing, "This is infuriating. Damn it, can you just stick to the script?" The ghost chi points surged again, this time by 4,600. It pointed a finger straight at his face, accusing him resentfully. "You're not heartless and lungless. You're a cold-blooded, heartless wolf. You killed my entire family." With a contemptuous smirk, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate to expose the truth. "You don't have a family. You're an orphan." The statement was like a hammer blow to its mind, leaving the demon flustered and speechless, unable to retort. Jiang Chun calmly clasped his hands behind his back, slowly explaining in detail. First, you used ghost chi to control Zhang Xiaohao's father to kill his mother. Then you threw Zhang Xiaohao downstairs so his father would commit suicide. Then you treated this demonized family of 3 as your own. Finally, you even installed an external toy block on his head. You're a perverted orphan. Having hit a raw nerve, the demon lowered its head, muttering in denial of reality, I'm not an orphan. However, Jiang Chun deliberately chanted the word like a mantra to mentally torture it. Orphan, orphan, orphan. The repeated words were like a demonic incantation piercing its brain, causing a splitting headache. Its resentment exploded. It shrieked miserably, I'll kill you and bury you with my family. With a leap that created a deafening boom, the demon turned into a stream of afterimages, shooting straight toward Jiang Chun. When the thick dust settled, Jiang Chun's form had completely changed into his demon transformation state. However, a stream of dark red blood still trickled from his forehead. He wiped away the drop of blood, muttering tensely, good thing I used demon transformation in time. Otherwise, that last move would have been fatal. Fully deploying the power of his demon transformation, he swung his sharp, wolf-like claws, scratching fiercely at the demon's strange armor. He clicked his tongue, assessing it. So there are blood shirts this strong? It's nothing like the ones I've faced before. Taking the attack without a scratch, the demon laughed with eerie delight. You're a strong human indeed. Give me your heart. Your heart can surely withstand my body. Then I can become human too. Nimbly leaping back to dodge the next series of deadly blows, Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in annoyance. It's really inconvenient without flesh Lingji here. I'll wear it down first. Once it reveals an opening, I'll finish it. A powerful blow exploded, sending the demon flying far into the distance. It collapsed to the ground, chest heaving as it panted, seemingly exhausted. It muttered in frustration, this guy is really strong. I already gave Xiaohao the wooden block. Is there anything else I can use? Fine, I'll just use them all at once. With that, it materialized countless toys in its palm, all flickering with a dazzling light. The ghostly toys automatically spread out, forming an array that tightly surrounded Jiang Chun. A single shot from a plastic gun unleashed terrifying power, blowing up half of the building behind them. Seeing the unprecedented destructive power, Jiang Chun rolled to dodge, breaking out in a cold sweat. These toys don't look simple. I'll avoid them and go straight for the main body. Noticing Jiang Chun constantly circling the array before suddenly leaping to get behind it, the demon wasn't flustered at all, just as I expected. A toy block cleverly teleported to block his attack path. It then directly attached itself firmly to Jiang Chun's hand. Instantly, the tiny machine beeped continuously, reciting control commands. Up, down, left, right, ding, ding. Seizing the moment his opponent's body was immobilized, the demon leaped up to press its advantage. Jiang Chun frantically tried to pull his arm free, but it was useless. He hissed, damn it, I can't get it off. A devastating blow slammed down, sending Jiang Chun flying like a shooting star. His body fell freely, crashing through several walls of the building before hitting the ground hard amidst a cloud of dust. From above, it looked down and cackled. Are you a wolf? You look more like a dead bug. Huh? Clutching his aching chest, Jiang Chun muttered worriedly, what a strange magic tool. He staggered to his feet, but before he could run far, a ghostly toy starfish lit up. A glowing star-shaped seal appeared on the back of his hand. The mechanical toy system issued a cold notification. Small star mark detected on your hand. An incredible suction force from the starfish pulled Jiang Chun directly into a multidimensional space, then spat him out right in front of the demon. The toy reported smugly, Master, I've brought him here. With a cruel smirk, the demon raised its hand, gathering a killing blow. No matter where you run, you'll always come back to take a beating. Trapped in a deadly encirclement, Jiang Chun looked up in horror at the bright pink gun barrel aimed straight at his head. A barrage of bullets rained down. He had to miserably roll and dodge wherever it fired. He gritted his teeth and calculated, I can handle them one by one, but it's tough when they coordinate their attacks. I can only use my speed to avoid being surrounded by its magic tools. Seeing the enemy's incredible speed, he couldn't help but exclaim, is this kid really a blood shirt? Although Jiang Chun pushed his movement to the absolute limit, the demon easily kept up. It waved its hand and ordered, he's moving so fast I can't even see him clearly anymore. Hold him down. A strange, eerie bell rang out, echoing throughout the space. Unfortunately caught by the sound wave, Jiang Chun's figure immediately froze. At the same time, the toy army gathered around him again. He frowned. They surrounded me this quickly? Unwilling to die, he mustered all his strength to wake his body. Left hand, try to move. With an extraordinary effort, he swung his left hand and slammed it onto the surface of the Kuei ox drum. A counter-frequency sound wave erupted, shattering the demonic bell into dust. The demon stared with wide, pained eyes. "My little bell," Jiang Chun growled, changing his tactics. "I was originally going to save my ultimate move for the Hallmaster. Using the divine art, Raging Wind Claws. I should prioritize dealing with these magic tools first." Under the storm of mighty claws, the grotesque magic tools were shattered one by one. The shockwave sent the demon's main body flying back, taking the full brunt of the damage. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun brought his hands together, channeling his energy. He unleashed a massive palm blast that drilled straight into the opponent's empty chest, pinning it firmly to the crumbling wall. Right in the hole where its heart should have been, a huge, sealing sigil glowed brightly. The demon writhed in pain, sobbing, "No, it was so hard for me to form this human body, and you just destroyed it." Stepping closer, Jiang Chun smiled victoriously, lowering his voice to deliver the sentence. "Stop being so naive. Be reborn as a human in your next life." Decisively, without a hint of hesitation, he swung his leg, aiming a final kick at the enemy's head. The demon mass shattered, clattering to the ground. At the same time, the system's alarm rang out, announcing that the opponent had evolved into its initial fierce soul form. Utterly shocked, Jiang Chun staggered back when he saw the truth behind the mask, a twisted, upside-down head. The bizarre ghost child touched its bare face and shrieked madly. "My mask! Where's my mask?" Sweat beaded on his forehead. Jiang Chun swallowed hard. "Looks like you're not just missing a heart, huh? Your head's on backward too." Twisted with rage, the demon stretched out two arms wreathed in black chi and grabbed Jiang Chun's hands, roaring savagely. "Then give me your head too." A violent force sent Jiang Chun flying back dozens of meters. He clutched his throbbing forehead, making a shocked assessment. It turned into a fierce soul. "It's hitting so hard, I can't even block. My head is ringing. I'll risk my life against you then." On the other side, the demon showed no mercy, immediately launching a desperate attack. The two crashed into each other in a bloody, close-quarters brawl. Fists slammed into flesh. They traded blows, neither willing to back down. The demon took a series of Jiang Chun's blows to the face, while Jiang Chun had to grit his teeth and endure a barrage of punches to his body. After a fierce struggle, Jiang Chun found an opening. He reached out and locked onto the opponent's arm, roaring, "Your grandpa's gonna knock your head straight." Putting all his strength into it, he slammed the monster's head straight into the cement floor. The demon clutched its bloody head, groaning miserably. "My head? What the hell?" One punch, and both my neck and hairline are back in the right place. In return, during the chaotic fight, Jiang Chun was unlucky enough to be hit in a sensitive area. He staggered back, clutching his lower body, writhing in agony. He hissed, "You bastard! You have no martial ethics, do you?" The demon followed up with another kick, adding insult to injury, and said mockingly, "A bloody mouth isn't smooth, a quick hand isn't fragrant. Isn't that what you humans say?" Just as the evil creature's fist was about to smash Jiang Chen's face, something strange happened. Vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around its leg. It froze in shock. "What the hell is this?" Not missing the golden opportunity, Jiang Chun used his hand to control the thorny plants, tightening their grip, and roared the command, "Rip its legs apart for me." The demonic vines immediately obeyed, tearing the opponent's legs apart. Burning with hatred, Jiang Chun charged forward without a shred of mercy and unleashed a continuous combo on the demon's groin to get his revenge, cursing up a storm. "How about a sneak attack now? How about a sneak attack now? How about a sneak attack now? How about a sneak attack now? Huh, huh, huh." After the storm of critical hits, he stopped, bending over and panting, his hands and feet finally still. The demon at his feet had been kicked until its body split in two, lying flat in a pool of thick blood. Jiang Chun grimaced at the sticky liquid spreading across the floor. "What is this stuff coming out of it? I can tell it's nothing good just by looking. Its belly is full of filth. If you can't get a heart, you want to get my jewels? Even ghosts can't be this shameless." Just when he thought it was over, the mangled flesh suddenly twitched and merged, transforming into a strange orange liquid that stood towering before him. It shrieked in fury, "You destroyed everything I had." Witnessing this tenacious life force, Jiang Chun silently thought to himself, "Even Flesh Lingji would have to call you big brother after seeing this." Seeing the enemy hovering, he raised an eyebrow provocatively. "Oh, not fighting anymore." Contrary to his expectations, the mass of liquid shot away, disappearing into thin air, leaving behind a venomous, echoing oath. "One day, I will destroy everything you have." Rage flared. Jiang Chun clenched his jaw, determined not to let the tiger return to the mountain. He muttered, You don't know what's good for you. Don't think you can run away like that Hamba did. His eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red. Then, he threw his head back and let out a long howl that shook the night with the sound of a wolf. A wolf. Instantly, his pupils turned a sparkling blue. From a void, two phantom wolves materialized. They ferociously stalked and pursued the fleeing Orange Massachusetts. The spirit wolves howled in fury, lunging forward and sinking their sharp fangs into the demon's deformed body. Jiang Chun calmly walked toward the aftermath, offering a final taunt. Since you like learning human proverbs so much, I'll give you one for free before you die. To eradicate the root, you must burn it, or the spring wind will make it grow again. He decisively stomped his foot down on the slimy orange liquid. The system's emotionless voice rang out once more in confirmation. Killed in initial form, fierce soul. Ghost Chi plus 12,000. Seeing the enormous number, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Over 12,000 points? This is the first time I've seen a blood shirt evolve into a fierce soul. The thought alone is terrifying, but getting over 10,000 points for killing one is worth it. Suddenly, from the orange liquid under his heel, a stained piece of paper appeared, floating straight toward him. Catching it, he frowned in confusion. What is this? Under the dim moonlight, a line of clear text met his eyes. Hospital, building number 3. Case number 2. Illness, cognitive decline. Description, patient feels. Connecting the clues, a hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could this be related to building number 7 from before? After pondering until his head ached, he clicked his tongue and gave up. I can't figure it out just by thinking. I'll deal with it when I get back. Returning to the apartment complex, Jiang Chan walked through the door and called out in surprise. Oh, Sister Hong? Are you waiting for me? At the same time, Flesh Ling Ji quietly shrank down, obediently hiding behind its master. Her eyes filled with worry. Sister Hong let out a sigh of relief. Of course, I was worried about you. The young man's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and said, half jokingly, well, since the mood is right, come to my room with me. I'll give you another lesson. After a meaningful smile, they both took off their shoes and sat properly on the living room sofa. Sister Hong timidly clasped her hands, asking hesitantly, do we really have to do this? It's so difficult. Reassuring his landlady, he waved his hand. Don't be shy. Come a little closer. It turned out Jiang Chun was just holding up his smartphone to get the right angle for a selfie. He shrugged and explained, what's so hard about it? We're just taking a profile picture. Then we can upload it to the Underworld app and get reward points. Just then his phone rang loudly. Looking at the screen ID, he saw it was Zhao Eru calling with an announcement. Jiang Chun, the group mission I mentioned before is about to start. See you tomorrow. Without wasting words, Jiang Chun replied succinctly, send me the address. Hanging up, he turned to the person beside him. Sister Hong, are you tired? Sensing something was off, Sister Hong jumped. We're not going monster hunting again, are we? Putting on his shoes to head out, he smiled mysteriously. I'm taking you somewhere. Follow me. Don't be afraid. The place he mentioned was a bustling black market. The space was teeming with people wearing masks to hide their identities. The noisy sounds of bartering filled the air. A few chilling sales pitches reached his ears, selling talismans and death row meal tickets, guaranteed to kill you if you eat it. Amidst the jostling crowd, Jiang Chun called out to an old acquaintance. Chen Shui. The girl turned around, smiling and waving. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy equipment too? Despite being in a dark place, Jiang Chun and Sister Hong weren't wearing special masks, just flimsy medical masks for a semblance of cover. He shrugged and replied to his old friend, I'm just showing my landlady around. Regaining her composure, Chen Shui waved her hand to clear a path. Then let's go look together. With me here, no one will dare to cheat you. Walking behind, Jiang Chun just smiled, confidently muttering to himself, with my current strength, who below A rank would dare to cheat me? However, he was completely unaware that from a hidden corner, a figure in a demon mask was stealthily tailing them, reporting through a walkie-talkie. Young Master Yu, I found Jiang Chun. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yu's arrogant voice sounded. I know. He stretched and stood up, signaling his subordinate. I'm bored of playing. Let's go. Right behind him, a woman was bound hand and foot, her clothes disheveled and stained with blood, looking as if she had been tortured extensively. Her condition was utterly wretched. Sweat covered his forehead as he clicked his tongue in admiration. Oh, Tiance. A subordinate bowed and offered him his clothes. Young Master Yu, your clothes. Putting on his coat, Xiao Yu's eyes glinted with a bone-chilling fury. That year, you blinded one of my eyes. I'll play your woman to death. That makes us even. But in the end, you are my, Qin Yu's, younger brother. Now, I, your big brother, will avenge you. Back at the market, Jiang Chun craned his neck, his eyes scanning the various stalls. He sighed in frustration. It's so hard to find a good treasure. Ambassador, Lu's auction isn't open today, either. He nudged his reluctant guide. Qin Shui, you're more familiar with this place. Where can I buy top-grade, Ghost Chi magic tools? Without hiding anything, Qin Shui confessed, Jinbao Pavilion. But that's a high-end shop. Only patriarchs can enter. Hearing high-end, his eyes lit up. He immediately tried to persuade her. Oh, it's fine. Just take me there, so I know the place. Who knows, they might let me in. Finding his words persuasive, the three of them headed straight for the entrance of Jinbao Pavilion. In contrast to the noisy atmosphere outside, the area around the pavilion was dead silent, without a single person in sight. But lights flickered from within the building. Seeing the deserted storefront, Jiang Chun stroked his chin smugly. No guards? Then let's just push the door open. He reached for the door, which immediately created a swirling vortex of dark energy. Jiang Chun suddenly realized something was wrong. Instantly, a demon emerged from the wood, growling, "Who are you?" Startled, Jiang Chun quickly pulled his hand back. Taking a step forward, Chun Shui respectfully cupped her hands and introduced herself. Chun family descendant, Chun Shui. I brought a few friends and request entry. The door demon stared with its single, venomous eye and rudely refused. I don't care who you are. Scan the QR code to enter. Feeling embarrassed, Chun Shui turned to leave, waving her hand in defeat. Let's go back. They won't give me any face. If you're not from major family, you need at least level 3 clearance. Ignoring her words, Jiang Chun silently took out his phone and scanned the code. A beep sounded. The demon's attitude did a complete 180. It bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Scan successful. Please enter, my lord." In the end, the three of them passed through the door smoothly. Stepping inside, Jiang Chun smiled smugly. The Underworld Bureau is as good as its word. They really did give me level 3 clearance. In the Grand Hall, a guard with a massive, mountain-like physique was already standing at the door, waiting for them. He bowed formally to welcome them. Yo Imhan Miyu. I am here specifically to serve you, sir. Chun Shui's eyes widened in shock, a little stunned and intimidated. A Grandmaster Qi refiner from the Underworld Bureau, Han Miao, is personally receiving Jiang Chun. Ignoring his friend's shock, Jiang Chun pointed to Sister Hong beside him and inquired, "Then this friend of mine can also?" Understanding his meaning, Han Miao nodded curtly and replied politely, "Of course she can come along." Walking behind, Chun Shui couldn't help but wonder about her companion's identity. Jiang Chun, are you the descendant of some big shot? Annoyed by her prying, Jiang Chun frowned and cut her off. Stop snooping. Don't ask what you shouldn't. He crossed his arms and smirked, boasting silently to himself. This place only requires level 3. Your grandpa has level 2 clearance. Hearing this, and realizing she'd latched onto a big shot, Chun Shui's eyes lit up as if she'd struck gold. Entering the center of the treasure pavilion, Jiang Chun asked bluntly, "Do you have any good weapons? At least C rank or above." Having followed along silently until now, Sister Hong felt a pang of grievance. Didn't he say he was here to buy equipment for me? Grandmaster Han Miao pondered for a moment, then said slowly, "There is one B rank Ghost Chi weapon. However, it is too fierce and has yet to be sold. Please come in." Standing majestically in the secret chamber was a giant statue of a brutal-looking demon. The weapon was displayed reverently on top of it. With just a glance, Jiang Chun was taken with it. He exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, wow. Although it has some flaws, it still looks very imposing." Han Miao observed the buyer's attitude and tested his knowledge. The human slaughterhouse incident from back then. Have you heard of it? Just hearing the name of the event, Chun Shui's face turned pale. She broke out in a cold sweat as she recalled the horrifying past. The incident with that evil villain that took 10 B-rank Grandmasters and 1 A-rank Great Grandmaster to resolve. The opponent was a very powerful, fierce soul. Satisfied that the legend was still being told, Han Miao replied, "This was that fierce soul's weapon. Its name is the Blood Essence Thunder Mace. It's just a pity that this item is neither here nor there. B-rank Grandmasters find it hard to control, and A-rank Great Grandmasters consider it flawed. Therefore, its price is much lower than a genuine top-grade Ghost Chi weapon. It only costs 350,000 accumulated points." Seeing the bargain, Jiang Chun rubbed his hands together eagerly. "I have a pretty good relationship with your director. Can you give me a little discount?" Dealing with a connoisseur, Han Miao smiled and closed the deal. "If you genuinely want to buy it, I'll make the decision. 300,000 accumulated points. With the deal in hand, Jiang Chun leaped up, grabbed the weapon in one go, slung it over his shoulder, and turned to leave in a flash. Done. Han Miao quickly reached out to stop him, glaring as he demanded payment. Are you trying to dine and dash? Pay up. Jiang Chun hurriedly waved his hand, calling back without looking. I've transferred it. The signal is just weak. The network is slow. Less than 2 seconds later, a crisp notification sound rang from Han Miao's Underworld app. Underworld app has received 300,000. Transaction complete. Sister Hong scurried after Jiang Chun, not forgetting to turn and wave goodbye to Chun Shui, who was following behind. We're leaving first. Stunned, Chun Shui watched the two high-rolling customers depart, letting out a breath of disbelief. Buying B-rank equipment like it's groceries. Out in the parking lot, Jiang Chun struggled to fit the giant mace into the car's trunk. He asked dejectedly, Sister Hong, will this fit in your car? Sister Hong frowned, sizing it up, then shook her head decisively. A mace this big definitely won't fit. While in a dilemma, his eyes fell upon the timid flesh Lingji standing nervously nearby. Jiang Chun snapped his fingers. I've got it. Air. Eat it, just like you ate the corpse bone arrow barrage before. You can do it, Flesh Lingji. Worried her little darling would overeat, Sister Hong grimaced and reminded him anxiously. Won't it get bloated and explode? At the same time, Xiao Yu's subordinate, hiding in a corner, hurriedly made an urgent call. Young Master Yu, he's about to leave. He's already at the black market gate. Xiao Yu's furious growl came through the speaker, giving an order. Stop him. I'm on my way. Drive faster. Hanging up, the subordinate coldly drew a knife hidden in his coat, smirking as he planned his move. To stop him, I just need to cut his tendons. With murderous intent, he lunged like a shadow from behind his target. However, Jiang Chun was completely oblivious to the impending danger. He was focused on encouraging his pet. Come on, swallow it down. Flesh Lingji's eyes shot open in pain, its stomach cramping so badly it couldn't continue. Tears even streamed from its eyes in misery. Reaching its breaking point, it spat the weapon out, vomiting violently. Coincidentally, the 1,000-pound metal chunk flew out of its mouth and unfortunately landed right where the approaching attacker was. A loud crash flattened the man against the pavement. Hearing the loud noise, Jiang Chun paused and turned to look at the spreading pool of blood, scratching his head in embarrassment. Oops, looks like I hit someone. Sorry about that. In the puddle, the subordinate was stunned senseless, his organs in disarray, blood flowing everywhere. He mumbled, disoriented. Where am I? While the victim was still hovering between life and death, Jiang Chun had already carelessly picked up his weapon and hurried away. We have urgent business, so we have to go. A small wound like this will heal up in no time. A few minutes later, Xiao Yu's sports car sped down the road, heading in the opposite direction of the car Jiang Chun was driving. He yelled curses, hurry up. The guy's already there, and all you do is ask questions. Ironically, in the opposite lane, Jiang Chun was leisurely driving his car with the oversized mace perched on the roof. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Drive a little slower. Don't let the mace fall off. And so, the two rivals narrowly missed each other, passing by in a silent moment. By the time Xiao Yu kicked open his car door and arrived, Jiang Chun was long gone. His subordinate, head wrapped in white bandages, trembled on the ground, whimpering young Master Yu. With bloodshot eyes, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and cursed. Useless trash. Where is he? With tears and snot running down his face, the subordinate wailed and complained. I risked my life to stop him, but I couldn't beat him. He's too strong. Look what he did to me. Without a shred of pity for the loser, Xiao Yu delivered a thunderous kick to the man's gut, sending him tumbling. He barked an order, retreat. After we finish the group mission tomorrow, we'll figure out how to deal with Jiang Chun. After struggling to carry the giant mace back to his room, Jiang Chun immediately opened the system interface to enhance the Blood Essence Thunder Mace. A cold notification box popped up with a question. Do you want to spend 5,000 Ghost Chi to enhance the Blood Essence Thunder Mace? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun selected Confirm. Instantly, the mace began to vibrate violently, emitting a surging wave of power. He stroked the mace's shaft, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, it feels newer already. The system continued to display options, offering more expensive upgrades. Do you want to spend 10,000 Ghost Chi to enhance the Blood Essence Thunder Mace? Do you want to spend 20,000 Ghost Chi? Ignoring the escalating prices, Jiang Chun clicked Agree on all of them. Go crazy. Stop with the nonsense and upgrade it all the way for me. Suddenly, the condensing Ghost Chi caused the mace's handle to start growing. It extended nonstop. Jiang Chun yelled in alarm. Oh crap, this handle is getting way too long. The weapon even grew long enough to smash through his room's window frame. Just then, the system's voice announced clearly, enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine underworld mace. Looking at the transformed divine weapon, Jiang Chun cheered with joy. I spent 200,000 ghost chi points. One hit from this mace would make even a bloodshirt cry for its mommy. But his joy was short-lived. He suddenly frowned at its enormous size, scratching his head and muttering, "But how am I supposed to carry something this big outside? What a pain." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand accidentally touched the surface of the magic tool. Instantly, a strange energy latched onto his arm. He jumped in surprise. What the? The strange light seemed to be seeping into his palm, finally converging into a sharp sigil etched deep into his skin. His eyes widened in surprise. It turned into a sigil on my palm. Just then, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. On the other end of the line, Zhao Eru's loud voice reminded him, "Jiang Chun, don't forget the mission tomorrow. 9:30 at Qishan Village. Be there or be square." Jiang Chun smirked and calmly confirmed the schedule. "All right, see you tomorrow." Qishan Village was located in a remote mountain valley at the southern end of Jiangbei City. It was bordered on one side by the churning Qi River and backed by a range of overlapping mountains, forming an ancient village with a gloomy, secluded atmosphere. Hidden deep within the village was a group of people with a peculiar status who made a living by salvaging things from the river. All the horrifying events began one night when the salvagers pulled up the pale corpse of an unknown girl drifting in the water. Standing before the dark village gate, Jiang Chun stroked his chin and remarked, "This mission looks pretty scary." "So this is Qishan Village." Chun Shui, who had arrived early, saw him and looked around, asking, "Why didn't that beautiful red-haired lady come with you?" He shrugged and replied casually, "She's still a newbie. Coming on a mission of this level would be suicide for her." Looking around, Jiang Chun suddenly waved and called out, "Yang Qian." The girl, Yang Qian, turned her head, her eyes wide with surprise. "Jiang Chun, I didn't expect you to be here too." Seeing how small their team was, Jiang Chun glanced at Zhao Eru and raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say this was a large-scale mission? It's just a few of us." Zhao Eru immediately pointed into the distance, explaining, "The main force is already attacked. We're just the support team." They split into 3 groups. Team A is led by Jiang Hongyu, the direct disciple of the martial sect, heading straight through the village to the north to deal with the most terrifying ghost. Team B, led by Qin Tiancheng, is attacking the east. Team C, led by my brother Zhao Dainiu, is attacking the west. After hearing the deployment plan, Jiang Chun looked bored and sighed heavily. "So what do we do? Just wait here like this?" Zhao Eru chuckled good-naturedly, seeming content. "Senior sister Jiang Hongyu told us to wait a bit before going in. We just need to follow behind and pick up the scraps." Unwilling to be a backup, Jiang Chun crossed his arms and provoked him. "For a Buddhist disciple, you're wasting your potential. Letting others charge ahead while you follow behind to pick up scraps isn't a good look. If I don't go to hell, who will? We should go to the most dangerous place and kill the most vicious ghost. Leave the safe spots for our teammates." Hearing his dangerous tone, Zhao Eru could only wipe away his sweat and say, "If we do as you say, we might really end up in hell tonight." Ignoring the warning, Jiang Chun enthusiastically charged forward, shouting a very practical slogan. "What's the big deal? If there's an opportunity, we take it. If there's danger, we bail. Let's charge straight into Qishan Village." Seeing this, Chun Shui also resolutely followed, thinking to herself, "I just saw Jiang Chun wield a B-rank divine weapon yesterday. I trust him." Yang Qian stood silently for a moment to weigh the pros and cons recalling the young man's past achievements. She nodded to herself. "I've seen how formidable this guy is before. Following him won't be a loss." With that thought, she also steadfastly set off with the other 2. Left all alone, Zhao Eru could only scratch his head and follow with a wry smile. You guys are unbelievable." The 4 of them advanced together, and soon they stopped before a muddy riverbank. But the stream was dry. Someone asked, "Why is there so little water here? And why is there blood in the river?" Looking up the stream, someone pointed, "Look upstream." It turns out this thing blocked the water flow. Blocking the stream was the mangled corpse of a giant water monster. Someone exclaimed in horror, "Oh my god, to be beaten like this, that punch must have been really powerful." Approaching to examine the wounds carefully, Zhao Eru nodded in assessment. "This must be from senior sister Jiang Hongyu's 7 Wounds Fist." Jiang Chun looked puzzled and asked, 7 Wounds Fist? What does the Golden Mane Lion King have to do with her? Hearing the silly question, Zhao Eru rolled his eyes and pointed at the tattered corpse. "What Golden Mane Lion King?" The 7 Wounds Fist is the martial sect's exclusive secret technique. Look closely, everyone. It not only destroys the outside, but also makes the bones inside brittle. After analyzing the killing method, the group continued on. "Let's go." There's a small hamlet ahead. It seems they've already cleared the way. Amidst the deathly silent scenery, Zhao Eru raised his voice to probe. "Is anyone there?" Behind the ruined walls, several demons were lurking, observing the newcomers' every move. They whispered among themselves, The people who just passed through look tough. These ones should be easy to bully. I'll go first. You go back and sharpen your knives. We'll have a human flesh combo platter later. Great. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from its hiding place, making Yahello shout in alarm. Careful. However, the ghost leaped out with too much force, and its head flew clean off its neck. It landed with a thud and rolled to a stop right at Jiang Chen's feet. The headless ghost flailed its arms and legs, wailing tragically, "Oh, my head." Let's talk this out calmly. Just give me back my head first. Bending down to stare at the grotesque head, Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The Vanguard team only left us small fry like this. It's only good for a little bit of ghost chi. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the head hard, sending it flying back towards its owner. Being used as a soccer ball, the ghost cursed angrily. Kicking someone's head away. Do you have any manners? Instantly, the system panel reported an increase of 99 ghost chi. Yahello leaped up and caught the head in midair, cheering excitedly. Nice pass. Then he kicked it sideways. Now pass it to Chun Shui. Seeing the disgusting object flying towards her, Chun Shui frantically pushed it away with both hands, snapping irritably. Don't kick it in my chest. The unlucky headball bounced over to Yang Qian's position. Full of fighting spirit, she formed a hand seal and channeled her magic power. Let me show you all my new weapon. Seeing her about to deliver a fatal blow, Jiang Chen quickly raised his hand to stop her. Yang Qian, don't smash it. I still need the head. Disappointed, Yang Qian smacked her lips and recalled her energy blast. She just gently flicked her hand, sending the target flying back to its original spot, and shrugged. Then it's yours. Jiang Chun caught the head with both hands, frowning and complaining. So heavy. The headless body was still staggering over, holding out its hands and desperately urging, "Hurry, give me back my head." Before it could reattach its head, a giant phantom hand descended from the sky. A deafening sound shook the ground. Startled by the aftershock, Jiang Chen quickly jumped back to dodge, complaining, "Oh, crap. Yahello, give a warning next time you do that. You scared me." Brushing off the dust, Jiang Chun gestured with his chin to move on. Let's keep going. The unlucky little ghost had obviously been completely purified by that last move. Not long after, the group was stopped again by an earthenware bowl placed brazenly in the middle of the road, emitting a chillingly sinister aura. Chun Shui keenly noticed the problem and quickly stretched out her arm to stop everyone. Wait, the bowl in front of us contains ghost blood. Walking past it casually will get you cursed. With a practiced motion, she pulled a bright yellow talisman from her sleeve, her lips moving as she chanted a spell. The three souls are eternal. The guest has no increase. By the law and the command, let it be so. The primordial essence returns. The painted star shines bright. The original spirit disperses. The talisman glowed, instantly transforming into a sealing array that pressed down on the bowl of ghost blood. At the same time, hiding in a dilapidated thatch hut, a ghost was busy sharpening its knives when it felt the four walls shake violently. It stopped, peeking out the door. What's that noise outside? A series of thunderous knocks, like a hammer, shook the door. The one knocking was actually the headless body of its accomplice from earlier. Thinking its side had won, it excitedly opened the door. "You're back so soon? Where is he?" The moment the latch was undone, a bloody head fell with a thud right at its feet, making it jump back in panic. As a conditioned reflex, it swung its cleaver and chopped the head in two, stumbling back and stammering, "That scared me to death." The score panel flashed, indicating an increase of 999 ghost chi. Disregarding any sense of camaraderie, it trembled as it slammed the door shut, locking it tight, leaving its accomplice's head to lie abandoned on the doorstep. Perched on the rotten roof, observing the movements below, Jiang Chun crossed his arms and frowned. He closed the door again. What now? Maybe I should try out my new mace. Suddenly, Yang Qian released her energy, summoning a giant, cold-looking mace that blocked his path. She gripped the weapon's handle and roared majestically, "Take a hit from me and see where you can hide." The 1,000 gene force slammed straight down. The mace shattered the roof tiles and split the entire thatched hut in two in an instant. Dust and debris flew everywhere, forcing the group to hastily retreat to avoid the aftershock. Enjoying the show, Jiang Chen grinned smugly. Looks like I'm not the only one who's improved during this time. As the others were about to press the attack, Yang Ran immediately spread her arms to stop them, her voice firm. "Everyone, stay back. This one is my prey." From the rubble, a ghost wearing a hideous green mask emerged. It brandished a pair of large, sharp blades, its eyes bloodshot with rage as it roared. "Damn you! How dare you destroy my house? I won't forgive you. Facing the overwhelming killing intent, Yang Ren merely gave a cold, disdainful smile. She spun the mace in her hand, creating whistling gusts of wind, and issued a lazy challenge. Let's see who won't be forgiving whom. With that, her body tore through the air, smashing a terrifyingly powerful blow towards the evil ghost. Taking a direct hit, one of its arms was shattered. Pushed into a corner, it gritted its teeth and skillfully swung its remaining arm, spinning its blade. A massive, sharp vortex of blades formed, roaring as it flew towards Yang Ran. Taking advantage of the smoke screen, the evil spirit turned and fled for its life. Witnessing the enemy's pathetic trick, Yang Ran let out a cold, mocking snort. Try to run? With a decisive movement, she swung her mace a second time, directly shattering the blade vortex into 1,000 pieces. The overwhelming force of the blow pursued the fleeing ghost, slicing its body in half. Watching the battle, Zhao Eru clasped his hands in admiration. To be able to use the wind god's mace with such skill, as expected of a young lady of a Yang family. Neatly retracting her mace, Yang Ran smugly declared, "Is there even a need to say it?" But unexpectedly, a crisis occurred. The tattered half-corpse of the ghost behind her suddenly erupted with a swirling, dangerous dark aura. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's sharp eyes caught that very moment. He roared a warning, "Careful!" Instantly, a bolt of lightning shot from his palm, tearing through the night and charring the corpse that was plotting a sneak attack. Yang Ran whipped around, startled, and stared in shock at the half-ghost, its face now completely mangled. System notification is cold. Flesh-eating ghost, a mid-tier vengeful ghost, has been killed. Ghost chi increased by 999. Retracting the crackling lightning on his hand, Jiang Chun casually walked over and asked, "Are you hurt?" Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Yang Ran silently swallowed in fear. To be able to instantly kill a vengeful ghost. Has Jiang Chun become this strong? Just a dozen days ago, he was still an ordinary person, completely oblivious to his friend's turbulent thoughts. Jiang Chun casually waved his hand and urged, let's go. Move forward." Walking through the gloomy alleys, the team finally stopped at a quiet, empty lot in the village. Chen Shui carefully observed the surroundings and turned to whisper, "Has anyone noticed? It seems like every house has a bowl of blood in front of its door. What on earth is it for?" Suddenly, a slimy voice echoed from the darkness behind them. "Actually, you don't need to know what it's for, because you're all about to die." Crawling out from the dark corner wasn't just one hideous, hairy spider ghost, but dozens more dangling from the ceiling, surrounding them. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shui quickly drew a talisman and held it high, rapidly chanting an incantation. "Three souls eternal, no guest may remain. By the sacred laws, I command thee." A blinding light from the talisman transformed into a flying sword that shot out, piercing through the hard shell of a spider ghost that was targeting her. On the other side of the battle, Zhao Eru was straining his muscles to hold back the two spiky legs of another monster. The spider ghost taunted him, its voice dripping with provocation. "Stinky brat, you're pretty strong, huh?" Zhao Eru's eyebrows furrowed. He let out a cold, indifferent snort. "It's nothing special." As soon as he finished speaking, his muscles bulged, and he tore the ghost body in half with his bare hands. At the same time, another giant spider blocked Yang Ran's path. The girl took a defensive stance, calculating in her head. Using the wind god's mace right at the start was a bit hasty. But for a ghost of this level, my fists are more than enough. Chi force gathered in her right fist. With a single punch, the armor-piercing power instantly crushed the ghost to death. Yang Ran flicked her hand. "If I get serious, killing a vengeful ghost in one move isn't impossible." In the midst of the encirclement, Jiang Chun was facing a more troublesome situation. A spider ghost was frantically spitting out white silk threads, weaving a web in all directions, sealing off every escape route. It hissed smugly, "My web covers the sky. Touch it and you die. Let's see how you dodge this." Facing the deadly web, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly changed to a demonic color. He curled his lips into a faint smile. Dodge? Roaring tiger blast. A roar carrying the power of a concussive shockwave tore through the night. The shockwave shattered the entire web and simultaneously caused the monster to explode into dust. He dusted off his clothes, looking calm and smug. No need to even lift a finger for small fry. Watching this terrifying power from a distance, Yang Ran was completely speechless, a sense of dread rising in her heart. Jiang Chun is truly too strong. Seeing the ghost chi points continuously racking up on the system, Jiang Chun grinned with satisfaction, rubbing his chin. "These ghosts are of decent quality. Just vengeful ghosts, and I've already earned over 10,000 ghost chi." In the midst of enjoying his victory, a shrill scream, pierced the silence. Chen Shui's face instantly turned pale. She stammered, "That voice. It's my sister's. Little you." Without a word, Jiang Chun kicked off the ground and leaped into the air, turning his head to urge them. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Without delay, the other three immediately took off after him. Looking at the young man straight back, Chen Shui was moved. The moment he knew my sister was in trouble, he rushed over immediately. Jiang Chun is a true man. While running at full speed, Zhao Eru secretly admired him. Old Jiang is so righteous. And here I was being so timid. Even the arrogant Yang Ran had to silently bow her head in respect. Hearing that scream, I unexpectedly felt a little scared. I'm inferior to Jiang Chun, not only in strength, but also in courage. Damn it. However, the truth behind those heroic strides was completely different. Jiang Chen's mind was currently blooming with brilliant flowers, his greed flaring up as he continuously roared with desire. Ghost Chi! Ghost Chi! Ghost Chi! My Ghost Chi! I have to get there quickly, or the ghost will escape. The scene shifts to the tragic sight, where another swarm of spider demons was tightening its circle around Little Yu and her battered teammates. Standing imposingly in the center was the demonic-looking ringleader. It spoke with a teasing tone, "Don't run, big brothers and sisters. Stay and play with me for a while." The young ghost hunters were covered in bleeding wounds. One young man in the group grimaced, cursing their carelessness. "We were too reckless. I didn't expect it to be a bloodshed." Another, who was bleeding profusely, clutched his stomach and collapsed, his breath shallow as he urged, "Little you, everyone, run first. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive." Little you resolutely shook her head and waved her hand, replying with tears in her eyes, "No way. I can't abandon my allies." The other young man continued to speak harshly. "I told you to stick with the main group and not meddle in other people's business." Flashing back to half an hour earlier, the three of them were stealthily positioned outside a dilapidated wooden house. From a crack in the door, savage whispers could be heard. It was hard enough to shut her up. "We'll drown her in a bit." Having found a clue, Little Yu's expression tensed as she glanced at her teammates, signaling with her eyes. Understanding her, the two male students nodded in confirmation. The strongest young man kicked down the rotten wall and stormed in, shouting, "Wicked demons, don't you dare harm anyone." Before the two demon jailers could even understand what was happening, Little Yu shot forward like the wind, her blade decapitating one of them. The remaining ghosts suffered an equally brutal fate, being dismembered on the spot. In the corner of the room, a small figure was bound hand and foot, its mouth sealed with tape, convulsing non-stop. Thinking it was a victim, the young man quickly ran over and tore the tape from the girl's mouth, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" The girl's eyes were cloudy and listless. Her throat gurgled, as if she was trying to bring something up from her stomach. Hey. Seeing the strange situation, the other two looked at each other in confusion. "What's wrong? Is her stomach injured?" Before the question could be finished, from her wide-open mouth, she directly vomited out a slimy, bloody spider ghost. Standing guard outside, the other teammate urged impatiently, "If we don't hurry, we won't be able to catch up with the main group." Just at that moment, the giant spider ghost smashed through the wall and charged out. The coward quickly jumped behind it to hide, avoiding a direct confrontation. Back in the bloody present, Little Yu's team was exhausted. Assessing the terrible situation, the cowardly teammate trembled and complained, "This is just great. One person is seriously injured, and the other is weak. Teaming up with you two is just bad luck. You two can fend for yourselves. I'm leaving." But the female spider demon easily shot a web, blocking his escape route. The ghost sneered, "Big brother, are you just going to leave your teammates behind like that?" Forced into a corner, he performed a spell, holding out a bronze coin that shone with magical light. "Rin Pyo Tu Sha Kai Jin Retsu Zai Zen. By the 9 heavens, I call upon the Thunder Lord. So what if you're a bloodshirt? Let's see if you can take these 2 combat treasures of mine." However, contrary to his expectations, the ghost simply opened its mouth and swallowed both magical treasures. It then shot out a sharp arm, piercing through the terrible young man's chest. He stood stunned, his eyes wide, unable to react, as the sound of the coins being crunched echoed from the ghost's mouth. The demon caressed the red heart it had plucked from the victim's chest, taunting, "So you're the type to abandon your friends. Your heart is still warm." She directly crushed the still beating heart in her hand, then casually threw it to the ghosts behind her to be devoured. Her eyes turned to Little Yu and her remaining teammate. She smiled cruelly. "What about you two? When are you going to abandon each other?" The two of them huddled together, trembling with their wounds. They were completely helpless in this situation, awaiting their deaths. In the midst of their despair, a huge black shadow suddenly descended upon them. Jiang Chun had appeared behind them with an overwhelming presence. The powerful demonic aura radiating from him was terrifying. Jiang Chun confidently strode forward with the air of a savior. Looks like I arrived just in the nick of time. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Ironically, looking at Jiang Chen's terrifying face and killing intent at that moment, the two of them were even more scared than they were of the evil spirit. They exchanged a glance and decided, this female ghost seems weaker. This fatal misjudgment prompted the two to attack the female ghost instead of running towards the young man. Charge this way. Seeing her prey walk right into the trap, the female ghost laughed with delight, waving her hand to command her spider swarm. Come and be food for my babies. However, before the ghosts could even bare their fangs and charge, the two of them were swept aside by a powerful gust of wind. Jiang Chen's iron mace sliced the spider swarm in half in an instant. Witnessing this brutal power that could level mountains and stop rivers, the female ghost could only stare, dumbfounded. Whose general is this? The system notification coldly displayed. Ghost chi increased by 1,999. The female ghost gritted her teeth and ordered her loyal subordinate. I'll deal with the one with the mace. You go capture those two. But before she could finish her sentence, the spider ghost beside her was crushed to a pulp by the mace. The mace, carrying a majestic force, continued its descent, aiming straight for the top of the female ghost's head. She cried out in alarm. So fast. With no way to retreat, she frantically raised her hard spider legs to block the mace's blow. So heavy, she hissed in pain as the armor on her spider legs wasn't strong enough to withstand the overwhelming 1,000-gene force of the divine weapon. Helpless, she had a somersault to the side to dodge. Seeing her opponent at a disadvantage, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared. He roared loudly, "Don't run!" Stunned by the bizarre battle, Little Yu blinked her eyes in bewilderment. Why is that ghost fighting another ghost? Her blood-soaked teammate beside her also had a confused expression. I don't know either, but I have a feeling he's not an ordinary ghost. Just then, Chun Shui, who had been following behind, arrived at the scene. She cried out in distress, "Little Yu!" Recognizing her older sister, Little Yu's eyes filled with tears of joy. Chun Shui looked around frantically for their savior. Where's Jiang Chun? He ran so fast. He didn't run past you guys, did he? Little Yu pointed confusedly towards the dusty battlefield and answered honestly, I didn't see a person, but I did see a monster with a big mace run past here. Hearing her sister describe the handsome young man as a monster, Chun Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, waving her hand awkwardly. Don't talk nonsense. He's a C-rank expert. He's very strong. On the battlefield, the female ghost was pushed to her limit, forced to flee for her life. She gnashed her teeth in frustration. Damn it. I'll hide in the mountain cave. Let's see how your mace gets in then. I'll ambush him here. If he dares to enter, good, he's here. Jiang Chun ran to the front of the narrow cave entrance and stopped. He swung his mace tentatively. The mace is too big. It won't go in. But just 2 seconds later, his eyes lit up. I got it. Not bothering to squeeze through the rock crevice, he bent his knees and leaped straight up onto the cliff face. Raising the mace high, he roared savagely and brought it crashing down. I'll just smash this whole cave, won't I? The mace struck once, and a world-shaking tremor echoed out. The rocks around the cave shook violently, cracking and breaking apart. Hiding in the shadows, the female ghost waited and waited, but Jiang Chun never ventured in. She peeked out suspiciously. Where is he? Before her question could be answered, the ceiling of the cave began to crack and collapse. Through a giant crack, the mace, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, descended and struck her tattered body directly. Pinned down by the 1,000-ton weight of the mace, the female ghost was completely immobilized. She shrieked miserably, "My body!" At that moment, the 2 skull-shaped eye sockets on the mace suddenly glowed. The female ghost's eyes glazed over as if accepting the strange light. All of her dark aura was rapidly sucked into the skull's eyes. In her despair, she screamed, "My ghost chi!" Her face shriveled and then vanished into nothingness. The system panel displayed a cold line of text. Spider Ghost, Half-Blood Shirt has been killed. Ghost Chi plus 1,299. Zhao Eru rushed over, arriving just as Jiang Chun slung the mace over his shoulder. He sighed heavily. You're too fast. We didn't even have a chance to do anything. Jiang Chun laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. They were just a few small ghosts. Not worth your trouble. Chun Shui helped the victims up and said quickly, they're injured. I'll take them back first. Jiang Chun glanced around and thoughtfully reminded them. There are quite a few leftover ghosts around here. Maybe Yang Qian should go with you. I've seen the power of her divine wind mace. With her there, I'll feel more at ease. Receiving the direct compliment, Yang Qian's face flushed slightly. The three of them decisively turned and left Chishan village, calling out, "We'll be going then." Watching their figures disappear, Jiang Chun smiled to himself. Great, great. This time, no one will be competing with me for Ghost Chi. Seeing his suspicious attitude, Zhao Eru scratched his head doubtfully. You just said there were leftover ghosts. Where are they? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned a gloomy green. He muttered his assessment. There's definitely ghost chi up ahead. At that moment, wisps of ghost chi swirled through every corner of the village. Zhao Eru frowned in confusion. Why is there still a house in front of the cemetery? Standing before the strange structure, Jiang Chun surmised. This must be the coffin maker's house on the west side of the village. Coffins right at the entrance. What a layout. Stepping inside, Jiang Chun curiously observed the smoking incense sticks on the altar. Without any reverence, he picked up 2 incense sticks to examine them. Zhao Eru broke out in a cold sweat, hastily trying to stop him. Jiang Chun, don't touch things randomly. Ignoring him, Jiang Chun broke the incense sticks in half and stuck them back into the burner. Dusting off his hands with satisfaction, he said, "This looks much more even." Suddenly, a man walked out from the inner room, shouting angrily, "Why are you touching my incense?" Jiang Chun calmly waved his hand in a placating gesture. "We specialize in investigating strange and supernatural events. Don't be afraid. Are you the coffin maker here?" The old craftsman replied curtly, "That's right. What is it?" Jiang Chun got straight to the point. "Has anything strange happened recently?" The man pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice. "To be honest, there have been ghosts in the village lately. I think my wife got scared." As he turned, the old man cried out when he didn't see his wife. Where did she run off to again? Jiang Chun and Zhao Eru exchanged a look, understanding immediately. The two of them shot off, splitting up to search. Jiang Chun stopped in front of a row of dark, gloomy houses. He pulled out the flesh lingji and shook it vigorously. "Wake up. Go over there and check if there's anything suspicious." As he finished speaking, his heel touched a few drops of dark red liquid on the ground. It was definitely blood. In the distance, Zhao Eru's urgent voice called out, "Jiang Chun, over here." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun kicked down the wall and rushed over, asking urgently, "I'm here. What's wrong?" Zhao Eru wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed to a dark corner. "Take a look and see what kind of ghost these two are, fighting each other." The scene before him stunned Jiang Chun. The flesh Lingji was being viciously bitten by a woman. It trembled and cried pitifully, "Help! Save me!" The old coffin maker came running, crying out in alarm, "Wife, you're here!" Then the old man fell to his knees and begged, "Grandmaster, I beg you, please save my wife." Jiang Chun spoke in a flat tone to reassure him, "Don't worry. Her mind is just being confused by ghost chi." Turning to his teammate, he jutted his chin. "Zhao Eru, this is your specialty. You go. Don't hurt my flesh Lingji." Zhao Eru forced a smile. "I can't guarantee that." He immediately put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra, Namo Ratnasikin Tathagata, who eradicates the calamities of all sentient beings. Namo Ratnasikin Tathagata, who dispels the calamities of all sentient beings. Namo Ratnasikin Tathagata, who dispels. Each sacred syllable pierced the wife's eardrums. Hearing the Buddhist chant, her face twisted in extreme agony. Gradually, her blank white eyes regained some life. She dazedly whispered, "Where am I?" As the victim's consciousness slowly returned, Jiang Chun quickly retrieved the flesh Lingji, smirking at his pet. Look how scared you are. You don't even have hands. What are you afraid of that mantra for?" The old craftsman rushed forward to support the woman, sighing in relief. "Wife, you scare me to death." Unexpectedly, the wife's expression became even more terrified. She backed away, shooing him off. "Don't come near me. You guys stop him. He's not human." Jiang Chun was startled, frowning as he considered the situation. Not human? But the system didn't give any notification. "I'll test him with a low-voltage zap from my Underworld app first, just in case I kill an innocent person." No sooner said than done. A bolt of lightning struck the craftsman's back. The old man shrieked in fear. "You call this low voltage?" Black smoke billowed from his back. He fell face first to the ground. His flesh disappeared, and he finally reverted to his true form, a tattered paper effigy. Zhao Eru crossed his arms. "This is a paper effigy used in sacrificial rites. A ghost must have possessed it." He turned to the victim. "Ma'am, how did you realize he wasn't normal?" The woman trembled as she recalled the horrifying memory. "One night, he opened a coffin in the middle of the night. Then he pushed it to the back of the mountain. I didn't know why he was dragging an empty coffin around in the middle of the night, so I curiously followed him. Halfway there, the coffin accidentally fell open. I looked inside and saw, inside it, was my husband's corpse. Jiang Chun stroked his chin, nodding in admiration. That sounds pretty scary. So this ghost has been around for a while. He turned to his teammate. Zhao Eru, what do you think? Could it still be around here? Zhao Eru hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, since you put it that way, let me try. With the unmoving prajna, transforming calamity, and the light that seeks traces. Seeing Zhao Eru use a tracking spell, Jiang Chun clasped his hands in admiration. I've heard that the Buddhist sect has a secret technique called dieting. How is that different from what you're doing? Zhao Eru patiently explained in detail. Dieting is just a basic search skill. It's fine for finding things on a flat plane. We just searched all the rooms and found nothing. So I suspect it's underground. The light that seeks traces is a skill that can find targets in any direction. It's definitely underground, and there's more than one. After hearing this, Jiang Chun pushed Zhao Eru aside and rolled up his sleeves. Move aside. Watch me. Without another word, he stomped his foot with all his might. 100-mile demonic fist. A world-shaking stomp slammed into the ground. The surrounding earth exploded in a cloud of dust. From underground, flashes of light appeared, followed by 3 ghosts that shot up and landed right in front of them. All 3 had yellow talismans stuck to their foreheads. Zhao Eru broke out in a cold sweat, taking half a step back worriedly. This is troublesome. 3 half-blood shirts. Jiang Chun excitedly leaped forward, blocking his view. You just deal with one. Leave these 2 to me. His eyes were glued to his prey, his thirst for ghost chi insatiable. However, the 2 female ghosts were very cunning, immediately circling to his flanks, not letting Jiang Chun catch them easily. He clicked his tongue. That fast. Suddenly, a black shadow lunged, striking Jiang Chun in the face, hissing, humans are disgusting. The ghost with the talisman over its eyes launched another vicious kick, roaring, kill him. The 2 evil spirits coordinated their frenzied assault, planning to knock him down and bury him alive. Jiang Chun was beaten black and blue, unable to counterattack. He staggered back, his face darkening in self-reproach. I was careless. He immediately formed a hand seal to summon his power. Demonify. Great King Shichen. A dazzling light appeared. Jiang Chun quickly regained his confidence. His body began to transform, covered in a layer of green armor. His eyes flashed with a fiery killing intent. With his sharp claws, he directly grabbed the skulls of the 2 female ghosts, smirking. You 2 ladies are too naughty. Putting his strength into it, he threw them both far away. They landed with a thud, lying motionless. Jiang Chun dusted off his hands awkwardly. That's all it took? They're not dead already, are they? I haven't even had a chance to collect any ghost chi. Come on, get up. I'm waiting for you. The 2 female ghosts staggered to their feet, looking at Jiang Chun in fear. On the other side of the battle, Zhao Eru was struggling with all his might, fighting tooth and nail against a single ghost. Seeing his opponent retreat and throw a deadly talisman at him, he grimaced and complained. Again? Can't I do anything but dodge? Thinking hard, he decided to risk a dangerous move. It's worth a try. He clenched his fist, and a flame of Buddhist power ignited. Seeing the evil spirit turn into a paper effigy and try to slip away, he immediately sped up in pursuit. The chase was intense. Finally, Zhao Eru closed the distance. So you did follow me here. Zhao Eru's flaming hand grabbed the paper ghost by the neck. He decisively slapped a talisman onto the head of the ghost he was pursuing. The evil ghost struggled and refused. This won't work. The flames from Zhao Eru's paper ghost began to spread, pinning it to the ground. It shrieked in pain. Before Zhao Eru could even celebrate, a deafening boom echoed out. The small ghost from before had suddenly transformed into a massive, towering body. Its booming voice reverberated. You have activated my complete form. Back with Jiang Chun, he was still standing with his arms crossed, looking smug. He looked down at his body. Now that I've time to properly assess it, I realize this state is basically naked. He muttered in embarrassment. They won't think I'm a pervert, will they? To avoid getting a bad reputation, he decided, I'll temporarily dispel the external appearance of the demon transformation. Seeing the green armor disappear, the 2 female ghosts thought their chance had come. They joyfully transformed back to their previous forms and cheered. A great opportunity. Yeah. Jiang Chun raised his chin and contemptuously exposed them. You seize every opening, don't you? Haha, that's more like it. Immediately after, he charged in, barehanded, to fight the 2 female ghosts again. The sound of deafening impacts echoed continuously. Just like that, his ghost chi points surged without end. The 2 female ghosts were knocked back one after another. Jiang Chun was still enthusiastically waving them on. Come on, again. The female ghost with the talisman on her forehead turned to her companion and whispered, "Let's use that move." The masked female ghost immediately nodded in agreement. A stream of purple dark energy emanated from their arms and merged together. A gruesome scene unfolded as something thorny emerged from their sleeves. A long staff covered in a toxic purple liquid extended from it. Jiang Chen's face froze when he saw it. He was stunned. Poisonous? And thorny. Seeing the long, thorny staff rushing aggressively toward him, he had no choice but to turn and flee for his life. He quickly retreated into the forest to block their line of sight. The evil staff drew closer and closer, cleanly slicing through tree trunks wherever it went. While dodging the attacks, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is really embarrassing, being chased by two little ghosts. I guess I'll have to get a little serious. A burst of light exploded. He prepared another divine art. Demonify. Spirit rhino horn armor. A sharp rhinoceros horn grew from his head. The two female ghosts frantically attacked, but their thorny staff was stopped cold by Jiang Chen's sturdy horn. With a skillful technique, Jiang Chen transformed the horn into a coiling machine. The two female ghosts were spun around like pinwheels by the centrifugal force. Finally, the two bodies slammed into each other, cracking their heads and bleeding. Standing right in front of the two female ghosts' bloody chests, Jiang Chen's face was flushed with excitement. He roared, "Keep spinning. Spin until you're dead." Jiang Chen's horn decisively pierced through both female ghost chests, skewering them like meat. The system's death notification sounded. Talisman ghost has been killed. Ghost chi plus 1,699. Masked ghost has been killed. Ghost chi plus 1,699. Jiang Chen returned to his original form, dusted off his clothes, and muttered, "I wonder how Zhao Eru is doing." At that moment, Zhao Eru had been beaten to a pulp. The giant ghost was holding him up by the neck with one hand. Fresh blood trickled from between his teeth. Zhao Eru's eyes were wide open as he struggled to find a way to escape. The ghost raised its powerful fist, taunting, "You think you can run away from me?" A thunderous punch landed squarely on Zhao Eru's face. In extreme pain, Zhao Eru coughed up a mouthful of blood. To come without clarity, it is good to leave as well. The weak resistance only provoked the enemy further. The ghost grew even angrier. "I don't understand what you're saying. Are you looking down on me because I'm a country ghost? Stop with the Buddhist nonsense." It furiously charged in, beating Zhao Eru black and blue. He took hit after hit, unable to fight back. His vision began to blur. He thought to himself, "As expected, I still can't fight a bloodshirt barehanded. Buddha, please let me create this evil karma." With his last bit of strength, he touched the magic artifact on his back. The cruel ghost was still raising its hand, about to deliver the final blow. "I'll smash your head in." But then it suddenly stopped, its hand freezing before a dazzlingly bright object. It stammered, "What is this?" Amidst the halo of light, Zhao Eru's expression became solemn again. He spoke in a cold voice. "The Bodhisattva bows his head, yet you press your advantage. The Vajra is enraged. You are truly shameless." From behind him, a Buddhist phantom roared, "Imara Suzuri," and charged straight at the ghost. A violent explosion tore up the ground. The ghost had to jump back to dodge the blow. Unsteady on its feet, it opened its mouth and spat a strange venom at Zhao Eru. He stood firm, using his sturdy arm to block the attack, then powerfully deflected the poison back at it. Hit by the counterattack, the ghost was corroded, losing an arm. It coughed up blood, its eyes wide with disbelief, not understanding what was happening. How did he suddenly get so strong? Zhao Eru smiled with majestic dignity. "It's not that I've gotten stronger, but that you're a frog in a well. How could you possibly see the wonder of the supreme Tathagata's golden body?" A 1,000-ton kick from Zhao Eru slammed into the ghost's stomach. Finally, he delivered the finishing blow. The immense force not only killed the ghost, but also cracked the ground into deep pits. Looking at the headless corpse still twitching, Zhao Eru frowned. "It can still move without a head? Then have another one." Just then, Jiang Chen called out from behind him, "Zhao Eru." However, Zhao Eru spun around with a savage glint in his eyes. His entire body was now filled with an uncontrollable power. He roared and pointed straight at his teammate. "Which demon are you?" He attacked Jiang Chen without hesitation, his movements frenzied as if he had lost his mind. Dodging aside, Jiang Chen shouted in alarm, "Zhao Eru, what are you doing?" "It's me, Jiang Chen." He used his eye technique to see what was happening. Analyzing the aura, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Zhao Eru is possessed. A Vajrat deity, a powerful guardian spirit like this, has possessed him. It feels like Zhao Eru can't handle it anymore." I have to save him quickly. Without hesitation, he slapped his hand on his magic tool, repeatedly tapping the surface of the Kuei ox drum. Zhao Eru was immediately and powerfully affected by the drum's sound waves. Thanks to that, the furious glint in his eyes gradually regained awareness. He landed safely on the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat. Looks like I still can't control this thing. The bones in my palm are all broken. Jiang Chun rushed over to him, asking with concern, Zhao Eru, are you okay? Zhao Eru dazedly shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. I'm Fine. I'll just rest here for a bit and I can get down a mountain on my own. The main force is at the back of the mountain. Go find them. Without another word, Jiang Chun nodded, turned, and shot off like an invisible arrow. Zhao Eru called after him. I'm leaving then. Be careful on your way. Completely exhausted, Zhao Eru collapsed to the ground to rest. He smiled in admiration. Jiang Chun is really strong. To kill 2 blood shirts and still have the energy to run around like that. At the same time, in another desolate area of Qishan village, a violent explosion shook the ground. A group of mud-caked men were gathered around a deep pit created by the explosion. A subordinate rubbed his hands and asked, How is it? The coffin must have been blown up, right? They all craned their necks to look into the grave. The person behind kicked the one in front hard in the butt. The boss of the lackeys, a cunning man with glasses, had his view blocked. He yelled, What's going on here? Is there a corpse-born child or not? It was Xiao Yu and his gang of tomb robbers. The lackey staggered up, rubbing his bruised butt, and invited him over. Boss, come see for yourself. Xiao Yu grumbled and slowly peeked into the pit, making a fuss over such a small thing. But when his eyes reached the bottom of the grave, he froze in horror. On the cold, dark red coffin lid, sinister characters were carved deep into the wood. Cleanse all the men in the world. Jiang Susu. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was still strolling alone down the dark village path. Suddenly, he saw another bowl of blood appear right in front of his feet. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, Am I hallucinating? It seems like there's a little less blood in the bowl than before. Seeing the scattered red paper and the gloomy surroundings, he shivered. This place looks like there was just a wedding. There are even bright red wedding flowers. It seems like a happy event was held here, but it also seems like someone caused trouble. His brow furrowed. He quickly pulled out the flesh lingji as a defensive measure and swung his arm, slashing at the space behind him, shouting, Who's there? An old woman, hunched over, emerged from the shadows, crying and sobbing. I'm a matchmaker of this village. Seeing that the spirit wasn't a threat, Jiang Chun casually retracted his weapon and asked coldly, What happened in this house? The old woman trembled as she explained, The owner of this house got married before. The bride's name was Jiang Susu, but instead of calling it a marriage, it was more like a forced wedding. Jiang Chun frowned, expressing his disapproval. What era is this? There's still forced marriages. The matchmaker sighed heavily, shaking her head sadly. The village has its own rules. It was mainly because her father was a gambling addict. He accepted the betrothal gifts to pay off his debts, so he had no choice but to sell Jiang Susu to this family. After that, Jiang Susu ran away. After being chased to a cliff, she accidentally fell and died. Not long after, the entire family of several dozen people disappeared. Jiang Chun crossed his arms. His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he questioned her. Disappeared? Did they get scared and move away? The matchmaker quickly denied it. It's not that simple. Someone saw their family members go to the back of the mountain. They just vanished in a flash. Sensing the ominous atmosphere thickening, Jiang Chun smacked his lips nervously. Well, it looks like I have to make a trip to the back of the mountain. Before I go, I'll draw another card just in case. With that, the main character pulled the lever on the system's gacha interface. A clear ding sounded. 2-star demon transformation card. 6-legged great fox immortal. It turned out to be a fox demon with 6 legs and bulging muscles. Looking at the bizarre spiritual beast he had just received, Jiang Chun grimaced, expressing his helplessness and frustration. System, what's wrong with you? All you give me are things from the cat family. The mechanical system, feeling slighted, immediately retorted sharply. You should be glad I'm giving you anything, and you're still being picky. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Back at the dark pit, after seeing the words cursing all men carved into the coffin, Xiao Yu's group of tomb robbers. Xiao Yu, the leader of the tomb robbers, turned to leave and waved his hand, ordering his underlings, Fill this all back in for me. Then he raised his chin to the pitch-black night sky and cursed, seeing these words in the middle of the night and written on a coffin no less. What bad luck. At that moment, a burly man approached him and asked in a deep voice, How is it? Is it the corpse-born child? Xiao Yu replied dejectedly. She said she wants to kill all the men in the world. How could someone like that have a child? A smile? Suddenly, the grave-digging lackeys cried out in alarm. Look, it looks like blood is seeping out. At the bottom of the pit, from the deeply carved words, "Cleanse all the men in the world, Jiang Su Su," fresh blood began to pour out, and the strange words started to glow dazzlingly in the dark night. A violent tremor erupted. A moment later, a stream of liquid as red as fresh blood shot up into the sky from the coffin. The bloody scene made the tomb robbers scream in fear and scatter. Xiaoyu also jumped in fright, turning his head in alarm to see the red liquid falling like a heavy rain, drenching the unlucky tomb robbers. Stroking his blood-soaked fur coat, Xiaoyu grimaced and complained, "I knew I shouldn't have worn the fur coat out." All around, there was only the sound of the liquid splashing. From beneath the eerie rain of blood, the ghostly figure of a bride wearing a red wedding veil slowly emerged. Her entire body exuded a heavy energy that froze the very air. She stood still, tilting her head back and laughing melodiously. One of the henchmen bravely drew his weapon, pointed at the ghost bride, and shouted, "Such strong ghost chi! Prepare for battle." At that moment, the ghost bride slowly began to speak, her mournful voice piercing their eardrums. "Men? There are men everywhere. Then you can all just die for me." As soon as the curse was uttered, the heads of the henchmen holding their weapons suddenly vanished without a trace. The bloody scene was left with only their bodies, standing there, endlessly spraying blood into the air. All around, a chillingly evil aura swept by. The ghost bride had moved like lightning, appearing right in front of the two leaders of the tomb robbing gang. Her energy radiated with immense power, suffocating the person opposite her. The strongest warrior, Qin Tian, called out to his companion, "Xiaoyu, let's take her down together." But his cowardly nature took over. Xiaoyu's face was covered in a cold sweat. He scurried behind him, laughing shamelessly. "Big brother, you go first. I'll back you up." Qin Tian gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "I knew this guy couldn't be trusted. Luckily, this is Stonehead Mountain, which is to my advantage." Gathering his spiritual energy, Qin Tian slammed both hands on the ground. The earth immediately began to tremble violently. Small rocks floated up into the air. Kneeling on one knee, he clenched his fists and roared the command, "Power of Stone." The floating rocks flew into the air, colliding with each other continuously, creating a deafening clatter. Then, the rocks clung tightly to Qin Tian's arms, condensing to form two enormous, long stone arms. Carrying a murderous aura, he charged straight at the ghost bride, roaring a challenge. "Here I come." He then threw a 1,000-ton punch at her. A thud sounded as she coldly raised a small hand to block the blow. Bam! The sounds of clashing blows exploded, shaking the entire forest. The coward Xiaoyu, standing on the sidelines, could only rub his hands and grin with delight. Charging ahead without even finding the corpse-born child, what a blockhead. Shirking all responsibility, he turned and fled, not forgetting to leave his companion, who was fighting for his life, with a mocking remark. "I'm out of here." The sound of his running footsteps echoed. Xiaoyu was so focused on fleeing into the darkness that he wasn't looking where he was going. He slammed hard into a massive object blocking his path, which sent him flying backward. It turned out the obstacle was Jiang Qin's magic weapon. The young man was sweating, trying to pull up a giant mace. He frowned and warned the person he'd bumped into, "Out of my way. If you get smashed, it's not my problem." But unfortunately, before he could finish his warning, the scoundrel Xiaoyu had already been knocked silly, lying sprawled on the ground, sighing in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was still pressing his attack, trying to defeat the ghost bride. He swung his arms, which were encased in giant stone armor, at the ghost bride's face. Unexpectedly, after taking the full force of the 1,000-ton blow, the ghost bride was completely unharmed, not even slightly damaged. Only the red veil on her head was ruffled by the wind. She raised a hand to caress her pale cheek, her enchanting voice echoing in the air. "This feeling, it's just like that time when I jumped." With that, the ghost bride slowly lifted her body, floating into the air. Her eyes filled with a resentful, murderous aura. "It's so annoying." With a final word, she swung her red sleeve, unleashing a sharp wave of force at Qin Tian. He hurriedly raised his two stone arms to defend. Bam! A deafening crash echoed, creating a massive explosion that shook the corner of the forest. Before the dust could even settle, the ghost bride had appeared and disappeared, materializing right next to Qin Tian, gently grabbing both of his wrists. A powerful dark current passed through him, shocking him. He was slightly surprised. Boom! All of his manipulative power was neutralized. All the sturdy boulders surrounding his hands fell away. They clattered to the ground. Then, strangely, they automatically rolled together, forming a giant stone sphere that floated beneath the ghost bride's palm. She gave a cold smile and slowly approached Qin Tian, who was breaking out in a cold sweat. With one hand, she effortlessly lifted the multi-ton stone sphere, issuing a threat. "I want you to taste this too." With that, she raised her arm, about to throw the deadly stone down to crush her opponent, when a massive weapon flew out of the void, striking the ghost bride with terrifying force and sending her flying far away. The one who caused this shocking event was none other than our main character. After sending the ghost bride flying with his mace, Jiang Chun slung the weapon over his shoulder and stood there, laughing heartily. "Jiang Susu, huh? So you were at the back of the mountain after all." Having narrowly escaped death, Qin Tian staggered to his feet, clutching his bleeding wound. He walked over to Jiang Chun and cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for saving me. In the future, I, Qin Tian, will definitely repay you for saving my life." Before he could finish his sentence, whoosh. Before Jiang Chun could even understand what was happening, that coward Qin Tian had already bolted, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a trail of dust. He stood there stunned, looking at the man's retreating back, scratching his head in confusion and muttering, "The Qin family, huh? I knew I should have arrived a little later." As he spoke, he smacked his lips, his face full of regret for the effort he'd wasted saving someone. Jiang Chun stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Just then, from the rubble, the ghost bride staggered to her feet. She patted her sleeves and asked in a twisted voice, "What are you looking for me for?" The main character, who didn't know the meaning of shame, stammered and scratched his nose, replying shamelessly, "I heard you're very beautiful, so I wanted to find you and have a baby." Hearing Jiang Chen's flirtatious and ridiculous answer, the ghost bride, an evil spirit who already harbored a deep-seated hatred for men, Jiang Susu, exploded with rage. Her killing intent billowed. "Another man who wants to possess me. Damn it, all of you deserve to die." Jiang Susu shrieked each word as she stomped her heel on the ground, instantly causing a massive, earth-shattering explosion that cracked the ground into deep fissures. Jiang Chun nimbly leaped into the air, floating effortlessly. He raised his weapon, aiming his 1,000-ton mace straight at her head, and said playfully, "I see your ghost chi is quite abundant. Let me absorb a little." The ghost bride's resentment was overwhelming. Of course, she wouldn't submit. She raised her chin and gave him 2 words of contempt. "Dream on." Then, she roared, using her fists, which carried the force of solid rock, to directly counter the main character's mountain-shattering blow. The thunderous mace clashed violently with the stone fist, creating a deafening sound. The force of the wind howled. The ghost bride, Jiang Susu, furiously unleashed a continuous rain of punches at Jiang Chun. He executed a magical footwork, nimbly twisting his body to dodge her fatal blows. But after struggling for a while, he clenched his jaw, assessing the situation. "There's no way to get close and attack her. A mace this big also affects my speed." He hurriedly raised his hand to perform a spell, shrinking the cumbersome mace and storing it in his system interface. The system panel flickered before the main character. A bewitching, glowing seal suddenly appeared on his forehead. Dragon control art. He rubbed his forehead, muttering in disdain, "What kind of trashy divine art is this? I don't even want to use it just by looking at it." Although he was a little annoyed by the shabby new skill, he still had to pull himself together and continue fighting. He calculated to himself, "With my current strength, plus the demon transformation, I have more than enough power to deal with her using martial arts." No sooner said than done. He channeled his strength into his heel and launched a thunderous kick at Jiang Susu. His leg shot out like a sharp spear, tearing through the wind and stabbing straight at her. His terrifying strength directly suppressed her. The immense pressure shattered the hard ground beneath her feet. What followed was an incredibly fierce, close-quarters battle. The sound of impacts echoed, thud bam, over and over. One person attacked furiously, while the other gracefully dodged. Jiang Chun forcefully maintained the offensive, attacking continuously. The ghost bride, however, was elusive and nimble, constantly evading. And then, the ghost bride clumsily took one of Jiang Chen's vicious blows and was sent tumbling backward. He smirked and immediately shot toward her, brutally grabbing her wrist and lifting it high. "Let me lift your veil and see." He eagerly reached out and snatched the red veil covering the bride's face. As he looked straight into Jiang Susu's eyes, he suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking in surprise. His eyes widened as far as they could go. Contrary to his expectations, Jiang Susu's eye sockets were 2 deep, black pits, completely empty, without any eyeballs. Under the bright, full moon, they stood motionless, looking at each other. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly stilled, becoming strangely silent. The illusion magic began to take effect. Within those deep, black eyes, a slow-motion film magically appeared. The scene of a young man and woman meeting by chance in a crowded market. Then, the scene quickly changed to a brightly decorated bridal chamber. A graceful girl and the groom were sitting shyly on the bed on their wedding night. The girl reached out and took the hand of the man beside her, whispering, "My husband." The handsome man beside her replied affectionately, "My wife." Hearing the sweet call, the girl's eyes filled with tears of happiness as she looked at her husband, pouring out her heart. "I thought my father would marry me off to that oaf in our village. I never expected it to be you. You convinced my father to pay off all his gambling debts, and only then did he agree to marry me to you. What's wrong with not wanting to marry him? I'm just a pitiful woman." Clear tears streamed down Jiang Susu's pale cheeks. The groom's eyes were filled with affection. He opened his arms and embraced his wife, continuing, "Your husband understands you completely." The young lady's cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness. Her full, red lips trembled as she sobbed softly, "My husband." The groom smiled brightly, happily stroking his wife's hair, affectionately calling the bride's name, Susu. The couple gazed at each other, enraptured, their cheeks flushed with shy embarrassment. The atmosphere in the small room immediately became filled with an ambiguous, passionate love. Just as his mind drifted to the sentimental climax, the illusion was cut short. Jiang Chun snapped back to reality, screaming in shock. Regaining his senses in time, he returned to the present and immediately glared at his spiritual beast clinging to his neck, scolding it angrily. Are you trying to betray your master?" Startled by its master's shout, Flesh Lingji shrank back in fear, slowly slithering its slimy body off the main character. It was sweating profusely, lying flat on the ground, and replying meekly, "Don't scold me. Look ahead." Jiang Chen blinked blankly. "Is there something you want to say?" Flesh Lingji, in a panic, didn't say more. It extended a tentacle and forcefully pushed his cheek, turning his head forward. Jiang Chen was completely confused by its actions. As he looked up, he saw a ghostly hand with sharp, black claws lunging right at his face. He was so shocked his mouth fell open, his eyes wide with terror. Evil cracks began to appear on his handsome face. He screamed in panic, Tyrant demon body. With godlike survival instincts, he quickly leaned back to dodge the terrifying demonic power of the hand. The wind howled. A wave of red, blood-like sound waves rippled out, spreading to every corner. Jiang Chun floated in the air, stunned. Before he could even figure out what was going on, the illusion hit him again. He saw the bride, Susu, her eyes wet with tears, running towards him, pleading, "My husband, I'm so scared. I want a hug." At that moment, Jiang Chen's mind seemed to be completely under a bewitching spell. His face suddenly became unusually bright, his eyes sparkling with affection. He opened his arms wide, about to embrace the delicate beauty. Seeing the critical situation, Flesh Lingji leaped up and clamped its body over Jiang Chen's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. MMPH. Doused with a bucket of cold water, he stared blankly at Flesh Lingji for a second, then quickly slapped himself in the face to regain his senses. He hurriedly kicked off and retreated 2 safe meters back, muttering with a cold sweat, "That was close. I almost fell for it." On the other side, the empty eyes of the ghost bride, Jiang Susu, suddenly turned blood red. Red energy fields slowly appeared around her. She threw her head back and laughed demonically, boasting, "This is an illusion field formed by extremely low-frequency light waves. There's no way to avoid it." Taking advantage of the time, she was gloating about her invincible power. Jiang Chen quickly focused his mind, reaching into his system to find a way to counter the strange field. He muttered, "Let's see what this dragon control art can do." Standing outside the illusion, Jiang Susu crossed her arms and pouted smugly. "My illusion field has no flaws. It's only a matter of time before you die at my hands." At the very moment she was laughing victoriously, a sky-tearing crack sounded. A giant bolt of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, striking the very spot she was standing. Confused, she looked up at the pitch-black sky. Following, there were successive gales and storms that howled past, making her stagger as she tried to brace herself. Next came a torrential downpour. The rainstorm quickly descended, pouring water directly onto Susu. Soaked to the bone, she grimaced with obvious annoyance, gritting her teeth. "Damn it! Lightning, wind, and now rain too. My force field is being disrupted." Standing in the rain, Jiang Chun raised a hand to wipe his face, looking up at the falling raindrops. He smiled smugly and explained, "So the so-called dragon control art is summoning wind and rain, huh?" The main character's face suddenly turned cold, his eyes as sharp as knives. A sinister, chilling smile appeared on his face. He clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. "Perfect timing. Then let's have a real fight between demons." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun shot into the air, channeling his strength into his leg and launching a kick that tore through the wind towards Susu's chest. Taking the critical hit, Susu was sent flying like a torn sack. She clutched her chest and screamed miserably. Before she could even reorient herself, Jiang Chan appeared right in front of her, coldly delivering another fiery kick straight to her face, sending her spinning. In another development on the mountainside, the cowardly Xiao Yu, who had been knocked unconscious, was awakened by the torrential rain. He grimaced and held his head, which had a large lump on it. He staggered to his feet, muttering, "How did I pass out?" He slowly looked up at the sky, and his jaw dropped when he saw Jiang Chun and Jiang Susu fighting fiercely in the air. He rubbed his eyes to confirm. The one fighting the blood shirt is Jiang Chun. The sound of thwack, thwack, thwack echoed through the valley. On our main character's side, the fight was one-sided. One person fought with bloodlust, the other struggled to defend. Jiang Chun, with his abundant stamina, continuously unleashed a storm of killing blows on Susu. Hiding in a mud puddle, Xiao Yu stared wide-eyed, his soaked body trembling as he muttered, this guy is this strong? It wouldn't be unjust to die at his hands." Seeing the difference in power, the cowardly Xiao Yu ducked his head and hid carefully behind a large, mossy rock, peeking at the two fighting, making his own despicable calculations. "With my strength, there's no way I can kill him head-on. I'll wait for him to show an opening." On the battlefield above, Jiang Chan waved his hand and summoned lightning. Another bolt of lightning, come down. However, Susu was on guard. She nimbly twisted her body, dodging the lightning bolt that grazed her shoulder. That was close. She glanced at the scorched earth where the lightning had struck, then confidently turned her head back and smiled smugly, taunting, what kind of aim is that?" Without any change in expression, Jiang Chun crossed his arms and looked down at the puddle of rainwater at her feet, calmly delivering a fatal line. Don't forget, there's rainwater on the ground too. Crackle, crackle. Before he could finish, the electric current conducted through the water shot straight up into her. Before she could even process his words, Susu was electrocuted, her body flying into the air, convulsing non-stop. She was zapped by 10,000 volts, her body char black, her hair standing on end. She screamed in agony. Seeing his prey on its last legs, Jiang Chun stroked his pet. "Flesh Lingji, you've been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you?" Receiving the command, Flesh Lingji immediately glowed, transforming into a sharp, flaming sword that rested in Jiang Chen's hand. He raised the sword to eye level, looking at it with a proud, victorious smile. Jiang Chan majestically pointed the blade to the sky, and boundless energy surging out with an intimidating presence. From within the blade, Flesh Lingji's excited cheers echoed. "I can talk again. Hurry, hurry, use me to cut that woman in two." Indulging his pet Flesh Lingji's brutal wish, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate to swing the sword and charge at Jiang Susu. With a sharp slice that tore through space, the ghost bride's body was cut cleanly in two, falling to the ground just as it had wished. "It's done." Wiping away the black bloodstains, the main character looked with satisfaction as Flesh Lingji obediently returned to its original form. The cumbersome seal on his forehead also gradually faded away. However, before he could even take a break, Flesh Lingji keenly cried out a warning. "Hey! There's a guy behind you trying to sneak attack you." With lightning-fast reflexes, Jiang Chun spun around. His dirty move discovered, Xiao Yu jumped in fright, panicking and tumbling to the muddy ground. Jiang Chun glided over, pointing the cold, sharp tip of his blade straight at his throat, his voice a bone-chilling threat. "Sneak attacking me? Are you looking to die?" Jiang Chen's eyes were venomous and sharp, his pupils shrinking like bullets aimed straight at the coward lying on the ground, terrifying him. He pissed his pants, quickly scrambling to his knees, groveling on the ground and kowtowing, begging for his life. No, it's a misunderstanding. I came to thank you for saving my life." Jiang Chan frowned in disgust, interrogating him in a harsh voice. "What are you doing here?" Scared out of his wits, he stammered out the truth. "Senior sister Jiang Hongyu told us to come investigate the corpse-born child." The main character didn't even bother sheathing his sword, continuing to press him. "The bald guy who ran away just now was with you?" Xiao Yu covered his face, trembling and sobbing as he nodded in admission. "Yes, that's my brother. He abandoned me." Jiang Chan brought his murderous face close to Xiao Yu's, sneering, "Betraying family seems to be hereditary in your Qin family." Hearing this insult, the guy quickly waved his hands and shook his head, denying it vehemently. No, I'm a good person." As he swore, he appeared obedient in front of Jiang Chun, kowtowing respectfully. But when his face was turned to the ground, his expression immediately changed, darkening with annoyance. He cursed silently. Does this Jiang Chun know something to be mocking me like that? Retracting his killing intent, Jiang Chun stood up straight, looking down at him, and continuing the interrogation. Right. What is this corpse-born child you're investigating? Knowing his life was spared, Xiaoyu slowly sat up properly, recounting in detail the mysterious stories he knew to Jiang Chun. Old Lu is a famous corpse fetcher in all the villages around here. That day, he fished up a female corpse wearing a blood-red wedding dress. After pulling it up, he strangely discovered that this female corpse was pregnant. The baby in her belly might still be alive. According to the superstitious rules of the older generation, he refused to report it to the authorities and secretly took the female corpse home to deliver the baby. This is the evil origin of the corpse-born child. Hearing this gruesome part, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He clenched his fists and muttered, "How could he do something so depraved?" Xiaoyu sighed, explaining more about the craftsman's identity. In the old days, corpse fetchers were also considered a type of mystic by the common folk. Their methods were strange and heretical, not accepted by the righteous path. They were considered a deviant sect by the cultivation world. At this point, Xiaoyu suddenly stopped and swallowed, his forehead pale and drenched in sweat. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Chen frowned and urged him, "And then what?" Regaining his composure, Xiaoyu quickly held up the object in his hand and presented it solemnly. Senior sister Jiang Hongyu discovered a clue on the wall and told us to go to the back of the mountain to search for the corpse-born child's whereabouts. As soon as he finished, he looked down at his hand and was startled to realize he was holding a broken sword. He awkwardly hid it away and forced a fake smile. "Ah, wrong one. I grabbed the wrong thing." Then, he fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a smartphone displaying a GPS map. Senior sister Jiang used her 7 wounds fist to fight her way to the North Village to find a corpse fetcher from the mission. When she broke down the door, she found that the person was already dead, a tragic death. He had been tied up by a ghost and drowned in a water vat. Even more terrifying, not only was the person dead, but the pregnant female corpse was also gone. So the team split up to search for clues. Hearing this, Jiang Chun stroked his chin, recalling an unusual detail. He suddenly cut him off. "Oh, right. When you guys were searching, did you notice a bowl of fresh blood in front of every house?" Xiaoyu nodded curtly, as if he knew the answer. That's blood the villagers voluntarily offered up. They were afraid the blood corpse would rise and cause a massacre in the village. Hearing this shocking news, Jiang Chun could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened, and he shot forward, grabbing Xiaoyu by the shoulders and shaking him violently, pulling him close. He roared, "What if that blood was an offering for the blood corpse?" Squeezed tightly, he cried out in pain, "It hurts." Jiang Chun loosened his grip, his face grim as he processed the information. Entering from the south village gate, the blood in the bowls was untouched. As we went deeper, the blood in the bowls suddenly decreased a little. He looked up and asked sharply, "Is there still blood in the north village?" Xiaoyu clutched his shoulder and answered honestly. By the time senior sister Jiang arrived, the bowls were all dry. A look of horror flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and a cold sweat broke out. That means the blood corpse drank its fill in the north village. And on its way, it was still thirsty enough to take a sip from each bowl. Following this bloody route, before the wretched Xiao you could say another useless word, Jiang Chun had already kicked off the ground and shot away like a bullet, leaving behind only an afterimage and 2 furious words. Damn it! The main character flew in one go, landing hard on a large rock jutting out from the mountainside. He scanned the terrain urgently, muttering, "The blood corpse is circling around to the south village." Jiang Chun stomped his heel on the rock, using it as a springboard to leap off, disappearing into the night. In his mind now, there was only a blaring alarm. Chun Shui and the other injured members are still in the south village. As expected, a brutal and bloody battle was currently raging in the south village. A group of exhausted people were trying to combine their strength to fight against the destructive power of the blood corpse. Some of the weaker members had already been sent flying by the evil power, lying unconscious and on the verge of death on the cold ground. A quick glance showed that everyone was covered in deep, bleeding wounds and was slowly succumbing to exhaustion. Even the powerful female, warrior Yang Qian, had been beaten until her clothes were tattered, lying unconscious in a dark corner. Standing majestically opposite the group was the ghostly enemy, a skinny little girl in a torn school uniform. Her eyes had been gouged out, leaving black, empty sockets. Her entire body was covered in sticky, fresh blood, emitting an incredibly heavy energy that chilled the air. The little girl tilted her head back and let out a strange, hair-raising growl. The group of battered people facing the little girl were extremely tense, sweat pouring down their faces. No one dared to let their guard down for a single second. Standing at a distance, Zhao Daniyu saw the blood corpse extending its claws to attack and hastily performed a spell, using his special ability to summon a giant rock to block its advance. Boom! The blood corpse didn't even bother, smashing the rock with a thunderous blow that cracked it apart. At that moment, the clever Qin Shui took the opportunity while the blood corpse's defense was down. She tiptoed behind it, quickly lighting a stack of talismans in her hand to prepare a sneak attack. Whoosh! Qin Shui used all her strength to throw the burning fire dragon talismans at the back of the blood corpse's neck. Detecting the killing intent, it snapped its head around a full 180 degrees, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs and spitting a mouthful of foul-smelling blood at Qin Shui. The dark power from the blood corpse's blood easily pierced through her defensive layer, extinguishing the blazing talismans, and then transformed into sharp blood arrows that shot straight at Qin Shui, making her eyes widen in shock as she stood frozen. Just as those deadly blood drops were about to pierce Qin Shui's carotid artery, a figure rushed out. A brave young man stood forward, using his own body to block the dangerous blow for her. Qin Shui's eyes were filled with a mixture of sorrow and shock. She covered her mouth, looking at the man who was desperately protecting her. Zhao Daniyu gritted his teeth and took the hit. The enraged blood corpse continued to open its mouth, spitting out a barrage of poisonous blood bullets. The relentless blood bullets slammed into Zhao Daniyu, the poison causing him to writhe in agony as he tried to defend himself. Unable to withstand the force, Zhao Daniyu's defensive qi barrier cracked and shattered. He completely lost his balance, staggering back and crashing hard to the ground. The impact created a large crater in the cracked earth. Qin Tiancheng, who had been hiding behind a tree, rushed over to help Zhao Daniyu up, exclaiming in admiration, "So strong. It even broke through Big Brother's Golden Bell defense." While he was squatting down to check on his big brother's injuries, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect strode out of the darkness, her face grim with anger, and walked towards the two. Senior Sister Jiang glared at Qin Tiancheng and berated him loudly. "Qin Tiancheng, you clearly had a good opportunity just now." Humiliated for his cowardice in front of everyone, Qin Tiancheng immediately flew into a rage, his face red as he shouted back, "If I had attacked and couldn't kill her right away, wouldn't I have immediately become her target?" Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect looked at him with contempt, spat on the ground, and cursed, "You cowardly little man. Looks like I can only rely on myself." Pushing the useless bunch aside, she said, "I'll do it," and began to assume a stance, channeling the secret art of the Seven Wounds Fist. She held her hands together, forming a seal, gradually creating a massive source of internal power that surrounded the top of her head. Next, she clenched both hands in a fist and fiercely rained down a series of blows on her sides. Qin Tiancheng sat on the ground, craning his neck to look at the terrifying power of Senior Sister Jiang, which was rapidly increasing. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in astonishment and swallow hard. Her strength, it must have leaped to B rank. Her speed was like lightning as she flashed past the blood corpse, creating a whirlwind of dust, then ruthlessly swung her fist for a sneak attack from behind the opponent, screaming madly, "Die!" Taking the full force of the blow, the blood corpse was bent in half and slammed face first into the ground. Seeing the blood corpse fall motionless, the smile on Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect's lips froze. She stopped in fear. The black, viscous blood seeping from the blood corpse's body quickly solidified like glue. A slimy blood tentacle shot out and wrapped tightly around Senior Sister Jiang's wrist. The peak of horror was when a woman's body, covered in fresh blood, tore its way out of the schoolgirl's corpse. At that moment, the mature blood corpse began to shed its skin, revealing its true form. It extended its broken neck, poking its head out from the gap in the girl's stomach, and stared at Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect with its blood-red eyes, its voice a chilling judgment. "I didn't want to come out, but in this situation, I have no choice but to take action myself." Whoosh! With that, the blood corpse swung its bloody arm, sending a black gust of wind at Senior Sister Jiang's face. With her hand locked, unable to retreat, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with terror as she watched the blood corpse approach. Her whole body was frozen as if her pressure points had been hit. She muttered in despair, "It's over." The overwhelming power sent Senior Sister Jiang flying, crashing headfirst into the ground and plowing a long, deep trench. Witnessing the expert's miserable state, the blood corpse threw its head back and sneered contemptuously. Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect is just a shrimp. Can't even take one hit. Not letting its prey go, the evil spirit stomped its foot and chanted a spell. The ground beneath Senior Sister Jiang's feet trembled violently and cracked apart. The inanimate rock fragments were suddenly manipulated. They floated up and swarmed together, pressing down and burying Senior Sister Jiang in a deep pit, forming a solid stone grave. After dealing with the obstacle, the blood corpse crazily wriggled its entire slimy body out of its host's shell. She stood tall and imposing in front of Chun Shue's group, who were trembling and holding tattered talismans. The blood corpse now exuded a suffocatingly evil aura. She threw her head back and laughed victoriously. "Haha. Don't waste your energy resisting. Just obediently become my blood slaves and serve me." At that moment, Chun Shue's clothes were soaked with sweat, her face drained of all color, filled with worry and despair. She prayed hopelessly, "Jiang Chun, please come quickly." As it turned out, our main character was so divine that just calling his name would make him appear. The moment Chun Shue finished mentioning the Savior's name, everyone saw a black shadow tear through the wind. His giant mace, carrying lightning, fell from the 9 heavens and plunged into the ground, creating a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The destructive shockwave sent Chun Shue and Zhao Daniu flying back, forced to slide backward by the power radiating from the mace. When the dust settled, the two of them were extremely surprised to see Jiang Chen's imposing figure standing tall, firmly shielding Chun Shue. Like a drowning person clutching a log, she was so happy she cried out, "You're finally here." Beside her, Zhao Daniu turned his head to stare at the enemy, pointing a trembling finger at the blood corpse, his face pale with worry as he warned, "Jiang Chun, careful. This is a peak-level blood shirt evil spirit. Jiang Chun, can you really handle it?" Ignoring the newcomer, the blood corpse arrogantly raised its bloody hands to stroke its disheveled hair, smiling faintly and mockingly. "Haha, another fool voluntarily coming to die." Ignoring the cheap provocation, Jiang Chen's face was as cold as ice. He glanced at the arrogant one, then gestured decisively to the group behind him. "All of you retreat first. This place is about to become a bloody purgatory." Turning back to his target, he smirked and growled, "Let's begin, little red girl." Declaring war, Jiang Chun kicked off the ground and shot into the air, gripping the handle of his thunder-wreathed mace with both hands and bringing it down on the blood corpse's head. Contrary to the expected dodge, the blood corpse showed not a hint of fear. It smirked contemptuously, casually waving a hand. A thick, viscous, red stream of evil blood immediately shot out like a tentacle, wrapping tightly around the handle of Jiang Chen's mace. It hissed a command to break its opponent's grip. "Get off me." The immense pulling force created a stalemate. After the giant mace was ripped from Jiang Chen's hands, he lost his footing and took a few steps back to seriously re-evaluate his enemy. His eyes narrowed sharply, his brow furrowed as he assessed the situation. "How did the mace slip from my hand so easily? Strange. There's something strange about that aura." Not missing a beat, he slapped his shoulder to summon his pet. "Flesh Lingji, hold on tight." Understanding its master's intent, without another word, Flesh Lingji immediately liquefied, wrapping itself around Jiang Chen's right arm to form a biological armor impervious to blades and spears. He channeled his energy and swung his arm like a sharp sword at the blood corpse. Her soft host body was immediately sliced in two like tofu. But strangely, the evil spirit didn't die. Its 2 ghostly eyes detached, automatically sticking to the grotesque lower half of her body. It sneakily circled behind him and launched a kick at the back of the main character's neck, catching him slightly off guard and making him stumble. He hissed in annoyance, "Damn it!" before the blood corpse's leg could even touch Jiang Chen's clothes. He had already spun on his heel and sent a powerful kick into its lower body, sending it flying back dozens of meters. After flying some distance, it quickly twisted and landed firmly in a bizarre posture. It stood opposite Qin Tiansheng, glaring at him. "The coward who was just planning to attack me from behind?" Startled by the ghost's glare, Qin Tiansheng panicked and turned to order Chun Shue and Zhao Daniu, who were resting. "You two, charge up and help me. Let Jiang Chun focus on dealing with the corpse-born child." Ignoring the commotion, On Jiang Chen's side, he was using the flexible flesh Lingji as a whip, constantly moving at high speed to press his attack on the corpse-born child. However, it threw its head back and laughed sinisterly, mocking his shabby skills. Then, quick as a flash, it rushed toward the main character. With its rich combat experience, it quickly gained the upper hand, launching a continuous storm of attacks that forced Jiang Chen to retreat defensively, unable to keep up. It hissed mockingly. This weapon is just made from a little flesh Lingji. Who doesn't know its weakness? Finishing its taunt, the corpse-born child immediately delivered a fatal blow, knocking Jiang Chen down. It somersaulted to gain momentum and delivered a devastating uppercut to his chin, sending him staggering backward and falling. Pressing its advantage, one of its hands transformed into a sharp blood drill, whistling as it plunged from above, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's undefended chest. When the deadly blood arrow was just inches from Jiang Chen's face, in a hair-raising moment, he quickly reacted, reaching for his waist and pulling out the Kuei ox drum to use as a shield. A deafening crackle of lightning sounded. He channeled his energy to activate the Kuei ox drum, directly unleashing a high-voltage bolt of lightning into the corpse-born child's face, knocking it back. Unfortunately, the power of Jiang Chen's lightning bolt was limited. It could only push the corpse-born child back a short distance, and didn't damage its evil flesh at all. Planting its feet to stop, it grinned and raised its hands, preparing for a long-range attack, chanting the name of its evil skill. Bloodthorn. Instantly, it fired a barrage of poisonous blood arrows from its 10 fingertips like a rainstorm, attacking the prone Jiang Chen. Seeing its master in imminent danger, the loyal flesh Lingji shot out, puffing up into a fleshy shield in front of the main character. But the armor-piercing power of the Bloodthorn was too immense, stronger than any biological defense, so the flesh Lingji's shield wrinkled in pain, unable to hold. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Jiang Chen was extremely shocked, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered, "Ah!" Flesh Lingji was shot through. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and channeled his internal energy into his arm, letting out a resonant roar. "Guyot drum, give me one more." He swung his arm and delivered a thunderous punch to the drum surface. A supersonic wave carrying lightning emanated from the drum, vibrating through the air, crackling deafeningly before condensing into a dazzling bolt of lightning that shot straight at the arrogant corpse-born child. The corpse-born child threw its head back, opened its hideous mouth, and let out a miserable shriek. Its dark sound wave twisted in the air, directly forming a terrifying crimson sound wave that shattered the Kuei ox drum's lightning attack into pieces. Seeing his ultimate move neutralized as easily as flipping a hand, Jiang Chen's face fell. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he muttered. Even the Kuei ox drum's attack was repelled. He tore at his hair in frustration. Group missions are really a death sentence. I've had to use 3 demon transformation cards in one day. With no other choice, he pulled out his last card and clearly recited the incantation, Demonify, 9-headed beast. After reciting the incantation, countless grotesque, unopened eyes sprouted from Jiang Chen's scalp. The moment those demonic eyes opened in unison, a swarm of venomous green snakes appeared in place of his hair, hissing and writhing on Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's appearance was now demonic, his killing intent soaring, not unlike the snake-hair goddess Medusa from mythology. His eyes were cloudy and lifeless, and on his head, dozens of venomous snakes coiled and writhed, hissing and emitting a toxic green demonic aura. With an earth-shaking roar, the main character's snake hair shot out aggressively, attacking the stillborn corpse. On the other side, the stillborn corpse showed no fear before his grotesque form. It smirked, its body nimbly dodging the biting attacks of the snake hair, then slightly bent its knees. It gracefully controlled the fresh blood droplets surrounding it to knock back the snakes. Its face wore a smug, provocative smile. Jiang Chen's body is directly connected to the snakes. This feeling is just like when I knocked away his underworld mace earlier. What on earth happened? It dusted off its hands, contemptuously assessing its opponent's skill. What a flashy, impractical thing. Let me chop them all off for you. With that, the stillborn corpse spun and delivered a kick as sharp as a razor. The snakes on the main character's head were instantly decapitated, blood splattering as they fell limply to the ground. However, while the stillborn corpse was busy showing off its martial arts, exterminating the snakes, Jiang Chen quickly seized the opportunity to get behind it. He clenched his fist, gathering his true chi, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, the moment his killing intent stirred, it was detected. The evil spirit chanted again, using an invisible blood art to clamp down on his wrist, making it stiffen. Jiang Chen's face contorted in pain, his annoyance clear as he grumbled, "Ugh, this move again. What's the origin of this stillborn corpse?" Having read his move, the stillborn corpse turned its head, tilting its chin and smiling sarcastically. So what if you know my origin? Aren't you still going to die?" It began to leisurely recount its evil origins. Back then, that woman, filled with resentment, jumped into the river to commit suicide. She was spotted by the river god. Just as the woman was about to turn into a ghost, she mated with the river god and became pregnant at the same time. The child born from that union was the stillborn corpse, possessing the power of the river god. And that is me. After finishing its prestigious family history, seeing Jiang Chan still stubbornly clinging to its shoulder, refusing to let go, the stillborn corpse frowned in confusion. You know I can control liquids, yet you still dare to grab me? Suddenly, the veins on Jiang Chen's gripping hand bulged. It transformed, turning into sharp dragon claws that sank into its flesh, causing the stillborn corpse to widen its eyes in shock. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile as he mocked. How scary it is to be uncultured. You've never watched Journey to the West, have you? This is the nine-headed insect, the son-in-law of the myriad saints, Dragon King. A mere illegitimate child of a minor river god dares to act so arrogantly before me. He leaned in close to its ear and whispered a fatal reminder. Those heads you tucked away have absolutely no effect on me. That's just the form my overflowing demonic energy takes when it spills out. The claws tightened. Jiang Chun roared with killing intent. Go to hell. With that, Jiang Chun forcefully pulled on the stillborn corpse's shoulder, ripping off a chunk of flesh, causing it to scream in agony. The scene shifts to a desolate place on a high mountain peak. The full moon cast a pale light in the dark night sky. Here, Chun Shui was sweating profusely as she dealt with the crawling lower half of the blood corpse. She retreated while keeping her eyes peeled, calculating under her breath. It's following the path I set up. Gritting her teeth, she threw a luring talisman. I've lured it here. Just then, the Zhao brothers, Dengyo and Eru, burst out from the bushes, coordinating perfectly with Chun Shui to intercept the charging blood corpse. Zhao Dengyo roared, using his petrified, boulder-like hand to grab the lower half of the body. He pinned the blood corpse's lower half to the ground, but the grotesque, mangled body struggled relentlessly. Its terrifying strength made it a bit difficult for Zhao Dengyo to hold on. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This thing has a lot of vitality." After a while, Zhao Dengyo's body was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling violently. Seeing that he was about to lose his grip, he craned his neck and urgently called for backup. "Eru, hurry!" Receiving the order from his big brother, Zhao Eru, who was already in position, quickly chanted an incantation. His body became light, and he floated into the air, carrying a giant demon-subduing pillar on his shoulder. He shouted a warning. "I can't control this demon-subduing pillar with my hands right now. I can only rely on freefall." Zhao Eru relaxed his arms, letting the demon-subduing pillar fall freely, whistling through the air. The sharp pillar pierced through the blood corpse, pinning it to the ground. A massive, magical explosion occurred, shaking the heavens and earth. Zhao Eru landed, dusting off his hands and cursing smugly. Overkill, total overkill. Back with Jiang Chun, our main character was now crushing a piece of the stillborn corpse's bloody shoulder flesh, his face filled with sinister satisfaction as he looked at his dying prey. The blood corpse, having lost a part of its body, collapsed to the ground. The stillborn corpse turned its head wretchedly, a tear of blood rolling down its cheek as it called out weakly, "Mother!" Jiang Chun stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face at this scene of mother-child affection. You just kicked her stomach open, and you still have the face to call for your mother? Pushed to the brink, the stillborn corpse clutched its torn body and said resentfully, "You're just the son-in-law of some dragon king from the Jade Wave Pond. What right do you have to compare yourself to me, the river god?" Jiang Chun, who had been gloating, was slightly taken aback by the stillborn corpse's provocative words. "Let me ask you what? The river god has possessed you." However, before our quick-witted protagonist could grasp the core of the issue, the stillborn corpse had already acted, summoning a massive, dark whirlpool that churned beneath their feet. The whirlpool quickly spewed murky columns of water from the arid ground, instantly creating a water-based terrain advantageous to the water demon. Knowing that time was of the essence, the stillborn corpse didn't give Jiang Chun any time to adapt to the new muddy terrain. It quickly charged through the water to attack. Whoosh! It shot forward, its fists encased in water, launching a barrage of attacks at him. Jiang Chun hastily retreated, crossing his arms in front of him to defend himself, but he showed no signs of weakness. After blocking the blow, Jiang Chun quickly switched to a counterattack. The stillborn corpse nimbly dodged a straight punch when suddenly, A giant snake head from behind the main character opened its fanged mouth and launched a lightning-fast sneak attack. Caught by surprise, the stillborn corpse quickly backflipped away. Finally, it had created a safe distance to catch its breath and strategize. Looking at the rising water, it muttered, "The entire area has turned into a lake. This is probably disadvantageous for them. I must first drain the water, then fight him on solid ground again." As expected, the ferocious snake heads on Jiang Chen's head were extending, trying to cast a spell to suck up the water. Gulp, gulp. From a distance, the stillborn corpse frowned, noticing a clear change as the water level at its feet began to drop. It stomped its foot and hissed angrily, "You think I'll let you achieve your goal? I'll use your life to sacrifice to my tsunami." With that, it threw its hands to the sky, performing a hand seal to summon a wave. A colossal, pitch-black wave, thousands of feet high, rose from below, carrying destructive power and threatening to crash down and engulf Jiangchun. Facing the great flood, Jiangchun remained calm and smirked. "I should have absorbed enough water by now. Dragon King's great law." Instantly, the three largest snake heads rose in unison, spewing out a vortex of water with terrifying pressure that shattered the 1,000-foot wave, turning it into a mist of water droplets. Seeing its attack so easily broken, the stillborn corpse bit its nails in frustration. Did this guy just spit out all the water he absorbed? I just need to launch another attack now. It spread its arms, about to gather water for another attack, when something flew towards it. Flesh Lingji fell from the sky and latched onto its face, causing it to let out a piercing scream. The brutal flesh Lingji quickly expanded, completely enveloping its head, cutting off its oxygen supply and sending it into a panic. It frantically clawed and pulled, trying to get flesh Lingji off its head, screaming breathlessly, "Damn it, get off me!" Seizing this golden opportunity, Jiangchen flew over and shouted, "Don't scream. Just quietly take a beating from your daddy." He grabbed the flesh Lingji-covered head of the stillborn corpse and yanked it down. Then he bent his knee and delivered a powerful hammer-like blow to its stomach. A flurry of kicks rained down mercilessly. Under the barrage of fatal blows, the stillborn corpse was beaten to a pulp by Jiang Chun, lying battered on the ground, its body twisted and deformed beyond recognition. Hiding behind a large rock, Qin Tianqing and the coward Xiao Yu watched the massacre from afar. Qin Tianqing wiped away cold sweat and wondered aloud, "What's the origin of this Jiang Chun guy? He's so strong." Beside him, Xiao Yu stood on his tiptoes, covering his mouth as he whispered into his big brother's ear, "Big brother, Jiang Chun has been fighting nonstop. He must be low on stamina. Why don't we take this opportunity?" Qin Tianqing whipped his head around and glared at his underling, scolding him fiercely, "You bastard! You seen how strong Jiang Chun is? Sneak attack him? Do you have a guts?" Slapped by the words, Xiao Yu shrank back and stammered, "No, I mean we can take this opportunity to go over and steal the kill." He. Understanding the intention to snatch the ghost chi, Qin Tianqing stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up with greed. "That I dare to do." Immediately, he dropped his shady demeanor, stepped out from his hiding place, and clapped his hands with a warm smile as he approached. "Jiang Chun, you've worked hard." Seeing the deserter show his face again, Jiang Chun shot him a sidelong glance and asked sarcastically, "Why did you run over here?" Qin Tianqing shamelessly smiled and covered up, "Isn't it because I wanted to come and lend you a hand?" While Xiao Yu was waving his arms and making small talk to distract Jiang Chun, Qin Tianqing quietly tiptoed towards the motionless stillborn corpse behind the main character. The stillborn corpse was now severely injured, lying unconscious in a pool of mud. Qin Tianqing smirked sinisterly at the limp body on the ground. He raised his fist and whispered with satisfaction, "I'll be taking the credit for this peak-level bloodshed." With that, Qin Tianqing gathered all his strength and delivered a finishing blow to the stillborn corpse's back. The fatal blow woke it up, and it spat out a mouthful of black blood in pain. The stillborn corpse screamed in gut-wrenching agony. Hearing the scream, Jiang Chun whipped around, pointed angrily at his terrible ally, and shouted, "What did you do?" Realizing his mistake, Qin Tianqing backed away, waving his hands and stammering, "I accidentally touched it." Provoked to the extreme, the evil spirit roared madly, "None of you will leave here alive." Earth Dragon Coil. The stillborn corpse unleashed its resentful energy, summoning a muddy undercurrent that surged up, threatening to submerge everything. The ground turned into a sinking quagmire. Jiangchen cursed, "I can't pull my feet out." The stillborn corpse's bloody hand reached out from the mud, cruelly pulling everyone down into the murky water. The cowardly Xiao Yu was grabbed by the leg and pulled under, struggling and crying for help. "Help! Save me!" In the midst of the crisis, Qin Tiansheng circulated his internal energy and shouted, Earth style, raging dragon's wrath. So what? I'm not afraid of you. He chanted an incantation, summoning sturdy stone steps to rise from the mud. He then nimbly stepped onto them and ran to strike the stillborn corpse again. Seeing the potential danger from the side, Jiang Chun quickly reached out to stop his foolish action. Don't charge in there. But Qin Tiansheng, greedy for glory, turned back and patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. He even gave Jiang Chun a cheeky wink, as if to show off. However, the arrogant fool was unaware that a colossal, pitch-black wave was churning right behind him, waiting to engulf him. The ferocious wave crashed down, its 1,000-gene force sweeping Qin Tiansheng to the bottom of the water with a splash. With his feet stuck in the mud, Jiang Chun could only sigh helplessly as he watched Qin Tiansheng being submerged by the bloody, murky water. Jiang Chun, with his pure heart, was unaware of Qin Tiansheng's despicable plan to steal the kill. Seeing him sacrifice himself by rushing to his death, he was moved to tears, silently marveling at his noble sacrifice. To think he would sacrifice himself to protect me. The Qin family still has such great people. I will avenge you. Quickly wiping away his tears, Jiang Chun summoned a glowing magical seal in his palm. His giant mace, lying far away, quickly connected with the energy. Boom! It vibrated, then tore through the air and landed neatly in Jiang Chun's hand. Gripping the handle, Jiang Chun looked up and gave the stillborn corpse a cold, mocking smile. Since you like using storms to suck people in so much, then try sucking in my big mace. He swung his arm and threw it forcefully. The mace, carrying lightning, fell from the sky like a meteor, crushing the stillborn corpse into the quagmire. It screamed, struggling and writhing under the 1,000-gene weight of the mace, then transformed into a streak of black water and vanished. Jiang Chun snorted coldly. Haha, trying to run? Not so easy. On the shore, senior sister Jiang of the martial sect slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and saw that she was surrounded by floodwater. She muttered in disbelief. To think we were chasing a peak-level blood shirt. Is there such a master in our team? Yang Ran stood beside her, bowing her head and reporting seriously. He is Jiang Chun, my classmate. He has always been hiding his true strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was in hot pursuit. He swung his sword, cutting the fleeing stillborn corpse in two. Ignoring the fleeing half, he shot forward and delivered another sharp sword strike, severing its arm. He taunted loudly, Run. Keep running, you little villain. You little ghost. Now I'll send you on your way, so you don't miss your chance to reincarnate. He raised his weapon, about to end the evil spirit's life. Suddenly, an old man with a weathered face rushed over frantically, spreading his arms to shield the evil spirit. He shouted, Wait, spare the ghost under your blade. Do you know who it is? His killing intent, at its peak, was interrupted. Jiang Chun, annoyed by the obstruction, snapped. And who are you? Senior sister Jiang of the martial sect, covered in injuries, was supported by Yang Ran as she approached Jiang Chun. She confirmed the man's identity. He's the corpse salvager I told you about before. I saw with my own eyes that you were dead, floating in the water vat. The old corpse salvager scratched his head, his face sorrowful as he replied. To avoid being hurt by the stillborn corpse during its rage, I just used a little trick from the Luo sect to feign death by holding my breath. Jiang Chun frowned, repeating the strange phrase, the Luo sect's breath-holding technique? Seeing them rambling on about everything under the sun, forgetting the lurking danger, the battered stillborn corpse, still crawling on the ground, cursed wretchedly. And mother, you will all die. Curious about the underworld, Jiang Chun interrogated. What is this Luo sect, and why does this old man want to plead for a ghost? The old corpse salvager cleared his throat, glanced around, and then whispered an explanation. Ahem, ahem. The Luo sect is a hidden sect on the Yangtze River, responsible for handling supernatural matters on the river. To put it simply, we offer sacrifices to appease the river god. Whenever the river water shows strange fluctuations, signaling floods, we have to select unmarried virgin girls with suitable birth charts to be offered as wives to the river god. In times of severe disaster, even members of our own sect have to sacrifice themselves to the river to suppress the water demons. Hearing these barbaric customs, senior sister Jiang gritted her teeth in anger and criticized, If you want to die yourself, no one can stop you. But forcing this tragedy upon other people's daughters is too inhumane. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why the righteous King Taishan couldn't tolerate these customs and directly ordered the annihilation of the Luo sect. The battle that year was truly tragic. Just as he was about to descend and eliminate the ridiculous river god as well, he was urgently recalled. After that, no one dared to mention this matter again. Hearing the younger generation speak so disrespectfully, the old man's face turned pale, and he waved his hands frantically. Don't say such blasphemous things. If the river god gets angry later, none of us will survive. Also, quickly take your foot off it. Do you know who it is? Isn't it the child born from the river god raping a corpse? It was proudly boasting about it to me during our fight earlier. The two girls, hearing the full story, looked as if they had been struck by lightning, whispering in shock. The river god's child? The old corpse salvager thought he had scared the young man, but seeing his attitude, he was just as surprised. And yet, you still dare to step on its head? Take my advice. Don't do something rash that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Once the river god's child dies at your hands, the river god will be enraged and bring down a calamity. The entire river will surely turn into a demonic domain, slaughtering all living beings. Threatened with the lives of the common people, Jiang Chun initially put on a solemn face and nodded. Is it that scary? But just a second later, his attitude did a complete 180. He threw his head back, a demonic smirk on his face, and looked up at the sky with arrogant defiance. His foot, without a shred of mercy, stomped the head of the corpse-born child, the precious child of the river god, into pulp. And he coldly declared, "Then I'll just have to broaden my horizons." As Jiang Chun acted with ruthless disregard, the corpse fetcher became furious. He madly pulled out a sharp knife hidden in his leather coat and lunged to stab the main character from behind, roaring, "You have destroyed all the years of protection and forbearance I have built up. You deserve to die." Without a care, Jiang Chun just slightly dodged, easily avoiding the old man's fatal stab. Betrayed, he grew angry and glared at the foolish old man, shouting, "Stop being so shameless. Get lost." His words were matched by his actions. He kicked the old man, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground with a thud. Awoo! As soon as his arrogant words were out, a massive, pitch-black wave suddenly appeared, rising majestically before Jiang Chun. The old corpse fetcher scrambled to his feet. Seeing the apocalyptic scene, he was terrified and clutched his head, screaming, "The river god! The river god is angry!" A storm brewed. An evil vortex appeared in the middle of the water, creating a terrifying suction that pulled everything around it into the black hole at its center, including the weak humans. Xiao Yu, who was hiding, was also pulled away by the suction. He cursed, "Damn it!" Sucked into the air by the vortex, he struggled in fear and screamed in confusion. What the hell is this now? Witnessing the roaring winds, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect realized the situation was dangerously out of control. She quickly turned to warn everyone. Everyone, retreat from here immediately. Although she told others to run, she herself stood firm and calm, facing the giant wave. She questioned it clearly. "River Bottom Ghost Emperor, are you not afraid that King Taishan will come here and exterminate you?" In response to her threat, the brutal river god cast a spell, shooting a bolt of water lightning that struck Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect, knocking her back. She staggered to her feet, her beautiful face covered in bleeding scratches. She frowned and looked resiliently at the opposite side. So arrogant? No need to wait for King Taishan. I, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect, will now represent the heavens and issue a death sentence on your ghost branch. Roar. The fierce wave rose, condensing into a giant, terrifying water face. Its eyes were blood-red with fury as it looked at the small fry. It opened its mouth and roared straight at Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect, its voice like thunder. "What? You can't beat my child? That's because it's not worthy of me using my origin spirit elixir. Today, we will perish together." With those suicidal words, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect's body began to transform strangely. A massive, forbidden power was erupting and burning within her body, making her grimace and bite her lip until it bled, trying to endure the pain of her meridians being torn apart. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Chun clicked his tongue, not about to let a tragedy happen. He shot forward, one hand pinching Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect's chin to open her mouth, the other lifting her face close to his. Before she could react, he forcefully pressed his lips against hers, making her eyes widen in astonishment, her face flushing with embarrassment. He skillfully used his tongue to snake inside, hooking the forbidden origin spirit elixir hidden in her mouth and pulling it out, then casually held it in his own mouth. Pushing the rude young man away, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect coughed and cleared her throat, asking in confusion, "Why did you steal my origin spirit elixir?" Jiang Chun used his tongue to push the bulging elixir to his right cheek, smiling and winking confidently. "In your heavily injured state, even with a stimulating elixir, you wouldn't be able to beat him. You know that yourself, right?" Her secret exposed, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect hesitated and looked down, replying weakly, "But I can't just..." Jiang Chun placed his index finger on his lips, cutting off her complaint. "Just leave the battlefield to me. If I can't win, you can go offer up your life then." Ignoring the stunned girl, After swallowing the origin spirit elixir, Jiang Chen's entire body was enveloped in a mystical smoke filled with a boundless life force. He stretched his muscles and nodded in praise. This forbidden elixir has some effect. Then, the river god foamed at the mouth and roared, creating a sound wave in front of Jiang Chen. He pointed straight at the evil god, speaking in the most arrogant tone possible. I won't use you to test the full form of my demon transformation. He pointed to the sky, giving an order to the spirit snake on his head. Go! Slowly, the small snake transformed, its scales shedding. It swelled up into a majestic flood dragon, which Jiang Chen stood upon, riding it majestically towards the river god. The flood dragon opened its giant mouth like a black hole, sucking up the wave and draining the river god's power. He roared and struggled in desperation. Pushed into a corner, he raised his giant water hand, intending to swat the main character. Jiang Chen pointed dismissively, giving an order to the divine beast head on his right. Bite him! The divine beast lunged like lightning, sinking its fangs deep into the giant hand and tearing it apart. Seeing the evil god helpless, Jiang Chen laughed with glee, ordering the flood dragon to deliver the final blow. Suck him dry for me. The fierce river god stared in horror at the flood dragon's aggressively open mouth as its spell continued to drain the water that made up its body. The pressure tore it apart. The river god's murky water arm was ripped off by the suction and then dissipated. Standing safely on the shore, Zhao Daniu wiped away his sweat, marveling at the heaven-defying power. I thought winning against 2 blood corpses was his limit. I never expected his explosive power to be no less than the river god's in its own domain. Yang Qian stood beside him with her arms crossed, shrugging with pride, not at all surprised. Jiang Chen's mysterious divine power is even stronger than I imagined. On the river, the flood dragon had swallowed the river god's hand whole and didn't stop, moving on to continue sucking up his tattered body. To finish it quickly, the flood dragon whipped its tail, grabbing Jiang Chen's mace that had fallen nearby. It raised the lightning weapon high in front of the river god, preparing to smash him to death. The 1,000-ton mace tore through the air, crashing down on the river god, the terrifying force splitting the old man's water form in two. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and smirked, seeing through his enemy's fear. You don't dare to fully unleash your fierce soul-level power because you're afraid the evil aura will attract King Taishan, right? In that case, I don't need to be polite anymore. Flesh Lingji, one more slash. The weapon's aura tore through space. Jiang Chen swung his hand, a horizontal slash severing the river god. His murky water body shattered, falling to the muddy ground and sizzling, making Jiang Chen and the flood dragon curiously peek down to see. At that moment, as its aura dissipated, the river god's true form was finally revealed. He struggled, slowly poking his battered head out of the muddy water. He only dared to poke his blood-red eyes above the water, his gaze cunning and sharp, his eyebrows furrowed as he glared at Jiang Chen, looking extremely fierce and hateful. Jiang Chen was still leisurely standing on the flood dragon's head, his expression blank, not understanding what was happening in the mud below. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and glared back, cursing, "What the hell are you looking at?" The system panel scanned him, displaying a mocking line of text. This person has no class whatsoever. Ghost Chi plus 1,500. The river god adjusted the crooked official's hat on his head, pulling half of his tattered body out of the water. He gritted out a venomous oath. "I'll remember you." With that, his eyes bulged, and he shot out 2 high-pressure streams of water, then slowly sank and disappeared into the bottom of the river. The dirty water splashed, forcing Jiang Chen to raise his sleeve to shield his face from the mud. "I can't see anything." From the bottom of the river, the sound of his parting message echoed with resentment. "On the day the great chaos arrives, I will grind you into mincemeat." Then the murky water slowly receded back into the Qi River. As the water receded, Jiang Chen, with an incredibly smug look on his face, leaned down and called after the fleeing ghost. "My name is Jiang Chen, engraven in your heart. Don't forget it." Gurgle, gurgle. The river god, hiding at the bottom, didn't reply. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of lapping water. At that moment, the side effects of the elixir hit. Jiang Chen's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. His body was drenched in sweat. He reviewed the battle with a sense of relief. After all, this is his home turf. If I really angered him to the point of a life-or-death struggle, I might not have been his match. His body exhausted, Jiang Chen collapsed onto the flood dragon's head, sighing wearily. When will I be able to fight a fierce soul on even terms? The main character performed a spell to shrink the flood dragon and store it back in his body, then tiredly approached the waiting group. Seeing their benefactor was safe, Chun Shui excitedly raised her hand and waved, cheering, Jiang Chun is back. Jiang Chun walked past her, stopping in front of the trembling, cowardly corpse fetcher. He pointed contemptuously at the empty riverbank. That invincible river god of yours is nothing special. In the end, didn't he still turn tail and run for his life after getting hit? Hearing this, the old corpse fetcher's face drained of all color. He frantically denied the truth. How could that be? He accidentally blurted out the evil truth. In order for the river god to quickly recover his ghost chi after being weakened by giving birth to the corpse-born child, I tricked the entire village into offering fresh blood. Catching him in the act, Jiang Chun cut off his excuses with a cold voice, interrogating him. So drinking the blood from the bowls in front of every house was a scam you orchestrated? Hearing the cruel truth, Yang Qian's blood rushed to her head. She angrily strode forward and punched the corpse fetcher in the face, sending him sprawling, and continued to curse him. You animal, you're truly worthless. She raised her foot to deliver a few more kicks. Jiang Chun quickly reached out and stopped Yang Qian's violent action. Blocked, she glared at Jiang Chun. Why are you stopping me? He looked at the angry girl and smiled gently, replying in a soft tone. He has seriously violated the iron laws of the cultivation world. I have the right to act on behalf of the heavens and execute him. At that moment, the main character raised an eyebrow and stroked her cheek, his face calm as he spoke sweet words. The precious young Lady Yang is a lady of high birth. How could her jade-like hands be sullied by such a small, scummy matter? After comforting the beauty, his attitude immediately did a 360-degree turn. He spun around and yelled at the subordinate who was lurking nearby. You piece of trash over there. Get over here. His name called, Xiaoyu jumped and stepped out awkwardly, pointing a finger at his own face and stammering. Are you calling me? Jiang Chun grabbed the corpse fetcher's wrist and dragged him forward, throwing him to the ground. Then he turned and gave Xiaoyu a sinister, gap-toothed grin. I've seen you loitering around all night without helping at all. I'll leave this old bone for you to handle. Understanding he was being given a chance to redeem himself, Xiaoyu eagerly accepted the order. He strode forward, grabbed the corpse fetcher's collar, and brutally dragged him away, laughing. Hee, I guarantee I'll complete the mission of disposal. The old corpse fetcher was dragged away, his tragic cries echoing throughout the mountain. Spare me. With the small matter taken care of, the two Zhao Daniu brothers supported each other as they approached the main character, cupping their hands to say goodbye. Jiang Chun, after this battle, I have clearly seen my own weakness. We plan to return to Longxiang Temple to enter seclusion and focus on our training. Seeing his arm in a tattered cast, Jiang Chun asked with concern, Is your broken arm okay? Zhao Daniel laughed heartily and waved his hand. Haha, a superficial injury like this is nothing. If it weren't for Brother Zhang's help tonight, I'm afraid my brother and I wouldn't even be alive. The two brothers said their goodbyes, cupped their hands, and turned to leave, leaving behind a promise. We can't repay this life-saving debt with words. In the future, if Brother Jiang needs anything, my brother and I will not refuse, even if it means going through fire and water. After speaking from the heart, the two brothers quickly supported each other and left the scene, walking towards the light. At that moment, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect, clutching her wound, smiled and walked up to the main character, her eyes filled with admiration as she praised him sincerely. Jiang Chun, right? After going through life and death, I admit, among cultivators of the same age, you are the strongest I have ever met. Hearing the beauty's praise, Jiang Chun smirked smugly, leaning his face close to hers and winking playfully. Haha, among people the same age, I also admit that you have the most discerning eye for people I've ever met. Hearing the main character's syrupy words, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect could only bite her lip and smile awkwardly. Then she decisively reached into her clothes and pulled out a bright red challenge card. Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect solemnly handed the card to Jiang Chun. He was a little confused, raising an eyebrow at the card. As he took it in his hand, the girl's face was extremely tense. She swallowed hard. This is... Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect raised her chin, her eyes burning with fire as she replied, I want to challenge you to a duel, right after I recover. There. As soon as she finished her challenge, Senior Sister Jiang of the martial sect immediately leaped into the air and disappeared. Jiang Chun stood there stunned, helplessly scratching his head and muttering, She wants a beating that badly? At that moment, Yang Qian curiously approached from somewhere and peeked over Jiang Chen's shoulder, exclaiming with delight, A martial sect challenge card? You're in for it now. When a disciple of senior sister Jiang of the martial sect duels, if you lose and you're the same gender, you have to work for the other person for 3 years. Hearing this, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow curiously. And if you're the opposite gender? Yang Qian's face flushed slightly as she replied shyly. For the opposite gender, it's equivalent to a marriage proposal. Not letting the young man get any ideas, Yang Qian moved closer to Jiang Chun, pointing a finger at him and warning. Senior sister Jiang is the successor of the martial sect. You're getting a great deal, you little brat. Jiang Chun pouted and waved his hand dismissively, as if I'm not interested. The city at night was poetic and beautiful. The bright moon had reached its zenith, casting a silver light over every street. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the dry leaves. The system interface hovered in front of the main character. Host, Jiang Chun. Ghost Chi, 567,999. Demon Transformation Card, Green-Furred Lion Demon, 4-star. Items, Divine Underworld Mace, Supreme Grade Ghost Chi, Koei Ox Drum, Supreme Grade Spirit Chi, Bone Spike, Damaged, Flesh Lingji, High Grade Ghost Chi. Seeing his account balance skyrocket, Jiang Chun rubbed his chin smugly. A large-scale group mission earned me a whole 500,000 Ghost Chi. Pressing his advantage, Jiang Chun held up 3 fingers. Draw 3 3-star Demon Transformation cards. The system immediately activated the magical lottery wheel. Ghost Chariot, Jade-Faced Fox, Flood Dragon. Jiang Chun sat perched on a chair, looking at the 3 new cards he had drawn and grinning like an idiot. I've got sky, sea, and land covered now. All I'm missing is the opportunity to break through to be a rank. Ring, ring. The phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated, cutting off his train of thought. Jiang Chen quickly picked it up. The screen displayed a notification from the Underworld app. Reward points, 200,000 cash. He grinned from ear to ear, stroking the screen. I'm about to earn back the money for the mace. The next morning, Jiang Chun, dressed casually, strolled down the university hallway with his hands in his pockets. From the opposite direction, a well-groomed blonde young man walked up and blocked his path. The blonde young man raised his chin and provoked the main character. Son, want to go get some food? Jiang Chun sidestepped past his shoulder, casually raising 2 fingers in a wave and replying, I'm going to check on the renovation progress of the milk tea shop. The guy was surprised and asked, Li Jie? Nice. Starting your own business already. Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly towards him and replied enthusiastically, It's not done yet. It's right at the school gate. Remember to come support it later. After walking for a bit, Jiang Chun left the school campus. In the distance, hidden behind him, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared and started tailing him. As if his senses were sharp, Jiang Chun immediately felt the killing intent. He pretended to casually turn into a small, dark alley. The assassin saw this and followed him straight into the dead end without suspicion. Then, he looked around frantically. Where did he go? Suddenly, Jiang Chun leaped down from the roof, kicking the stalker face down at his feet and interrogated him coldly. What's your intention, following me all this way? Unexpectedly, the person on the other side lay motionless on the ground. Jiang Chun frowned. He's dead already? That weak. He approached, bent down, and turned the person's face up to look. As soon as he saw the face, he exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this the kid from the group mission before? Unwilling to leave them, he hoisted the unconscious stalker up and dragged them back to his struggling milk tea shop. As he trudged along, he patted their cheek and encouraged them, hang in there. Entering the half-finished shop, Jiang Chun carefully closed the door, not forgetting to leave the closed sign hanging on the glass door. He dumped the person on the sofa and muttered, Let's check the wound first. That kick of mine wasn't light. I hope they're not really dead. With that, Jiang Chun decisively unbuttoned their shirt to check. However, what met his eyes beneath the shabby men's clothing was a pair of fair, smooth breasts, tightly bound by clumsy wrappings. He was completely surprised, frozen for several seconds. In the midst of his shock, the girl in disguise slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her shirt torn open, she frantically clutched the fabric to cover her chest, screaming, Grandmaster Jiang, what are you doing? Mistaken for a molester, Jiang Chen's face turned red with anger as he retorted, I was about to ask you the same thing. What do you want? The girl timidly shrank back. My name is Tang. I want to ask for your protection. Jiang Chun crossed his arms, his expression skeptical. Aren't you from the Tang clan? Why do you want my protection? Tang sat on the cold floor, her eyes welling with tears of self-pity. She choked back sobs as she explained her situation. Actually, I'm an orphan taken in by the Tang clan. I had to endure 10 years of brutal, life-threatening training. I did my best to become the adopted daughter of the Tang clan. But my real mission was to protect Tang, who, the second son of the Tang clan. Jiang Chen nodded, recalling, but your master, Tang Hu, was turned into a human skewer. Tang nodded curtly, tears streaming down her face. That's right. Once the master dies, if I return to the Tang clan, I will also have to atone with my death. Tang Yi tried to bite her lip to hold back her emotions, but tears of fear still streamed down her face. She whispered her plea, "But I don't want to die." Jiang Chun leisurely went to make a drink. He walked over to Tang Yi with a cup of hot coffee in his hand and shrugged. "I'm just one person. How can I possibly stand against the Tang clan?" Tang Yi took the warm cup from Jiang Chun with trembling hands, looking up with hope in her eyes. "Grandmaster Jiang, that day you were able to fight the river god without being at a disadvantage. The Tang clan definitely doesn't have your strength." Seeing her praise him to the skies, he smirked. "Do you have a safe place to stay now?" Tang Yi shyly lowered her head, her thin cheeks flushing as she sweated. She stammered, "No." Jiang Chun generously clapped his hands and made a decision. "Then you can stay in my shop for now." Hearing this, Tang Yi looked at Jiang Chen's actions, confused. He opened a cabinet and pulled out a pink maid's apron with a tiny cat on it, tossing it to her. "Here, change into this." Seeing the revealing outfit, Tang Yi shyly turned away, refusing. But then, afraid of losing her support, she obediently went into the room to change. When she came out, she was wearing a pair of fluffy cat ears. The tight shirt Jiang Chan gave her was just enough to cover her ample bust, and a short, pleated skirt was short enough to reveal her fiery curves. She shyly pulled at the hem of her skirt and said, "Grandmaster Jiang, this feels a little strange." Jiang Chun smirked, stroking his chin as he admired his masterpiece. "Don't you know how to disguise yourself? You don't want the Tang clan to find you, right? Just rest and recover here. If someone comes, just make them a cup of milk tea. I have something to do. I'm leaving first." With that, Jiang Chun waved goodbye to Tang Yi and coolly turned to leave. Tang Yi peeked out the door, watching his tall figure leave, and couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. "He gave me a place to stay and even helped me hide my identity. Grandmaster Jiang is so thoughtful." Outside, Jiang Chun strode along, a wicked, calculating smile on his face. "No matter what her purpose is for seeking me out, at least now the milk tea shop doesn't need to spend money hiring staff." The main character was walking, lost in his business thoughts, not looking where he was going. He accidentally bumped into a tall, wall-like man, which sent him staggering backward. As he rubbed his forehead and looked up, he saw that he was being blocked by two fierce, blonde-haired thugs. They raised their chins and spoke first. Hand over Tang, Jiang Chun calmly glanced back and forth, assessing the situation. One in front, one behind. They came prepared. He feigned ignorance, pretending to be clueless. "Tang Yi or Tang Air? I don't know them." The leader's voice was a threatening growl. "You might have some strength, but outsiders should stay out of the Tang clan's business." Behind the glass door, Tang Yi saw Jiang Chun surrounded and in danger. She broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in fear, "The instructors came to find me." She shivered as she recalled their identities. The blonde one with the cold expression is Tang Xiong, a C-rank expert skilled in assassination. The green-haired one is Tang, a D-rank expert skilled in torture. Faced with the pressure, two demonic snake heads slowly emerged from behind Jiang Chen's neck, baring their fangs. At the same time, he calmly clasped his hands behind his back and replied lightly, "You two instructors, I'm not getting involved. Can't you see my hands have been behind my back the whole time?" As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, the two giant snake heads shot past his shoulders, opened their hideous mouths, and hissed threateningly at the two men. Quick as a flash, one snake sank its fangs into Tang Yi's head, while the other clamped down on Tang Xiong's throat. Jiang Chen's hands remained casually clasped behind his back. He coolly delivered his judgment. "Go find a grandmaster to detoxify you. Otherwise, in half an hour, you'll be completely broke." The two assassins were poisoned. Hearing the main character's words, they were scared out of their wits. They fearfully retreated, clutching their wounds, and then fled for their lives, not forgetting to look back and shout, "You just wait." Jiang Chun stood there leisurely watching them, a friendly smile on his face as he waved provocatively. "I'll be waiting. Call me if you need anything." After dealing with the trouble, Jiang Chun turned his head back to the shop and instructed, "Stay put. Don't come out for now." Tang Yi, hiding in the doorway, let out a sigh of relief, smiling brightly and giving a two-fingered military salute. "Yes, boss." Hearing Tang Yi's obedient reply, Jiang Chun stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked to a deserted, quiet street. Suddenly, his face turned sorrowful and he sighed. Offending the Tang clan, it's not a good thing after all. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts to find a savior. "I'll just find Captain Yang to take the blame." As he dialed the number, a wicked, calculating smile appeared on his face. On the other end of the line, Captain Yang was in the middle of a fierce battle, his face covered in bloody scratches as he pressed the phone to his ear. "What is it? Make it quick." Jiang Chun put on a fawning tone. "Captain Yang, you're a busy man indeed. I have a small matter to trouble you with." Captain Yang was fighting a life-or-death battle with his team against the monster Hamba. He hurriedly dodged a blow and snapped back. "If it's a small matter, don't bother me. I'm trying to catch Hamba." Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Hamba? It hasn't been caught yet. While on the phone, Captain Yang swung his weapon and charged into the fierce battle. That's right, and its strength has increased dramatically. Careful! Seeing his teammate in danger, Captain Yang quickly reached out and grabbed her shirt, pulling her back to prevent her from being sent flying by the monster. The call was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Chun looked at the dark phone screen, shrugged, and muttered to himself, admitting his guilt. Looks like I unleashed a great disaster back then. The Underworld app flashed with a new mission notification. The hide-and-seek murder case of the neighborhood cram school. At the scene, a pretty pink-haired girl received the notification on her phone. She frowned as she skimmed the case file. This child's death is a bit horrifying. The girl shivered slightly, muttering in confusion. I'm starting to regret taking on this creepy mission. While lost in thought, a figure suddenly loomed in the dark tunnel, startling the pink-haired girl. As a ghost hunter's natural reflex, the pink-haired girl quickly reached for the wooden sword at her waist and got into a fighting stance. It's here! Heaven and Earth's mystic sect. Witness my divine power. The pink-haired girl, scared out of her wits, didn't even bother to see if the person in front of her was human or ghost, and just blindly stabbed forward. The wooden sword swung up and stabbed right into the mouth of the approaching Jiang Chun. He clutched his mouth and cried out in pain. The pink-haired girl was startled and quickly pulled the sword out. Jiang Chun staggered back, clutching his red tongue and gagging. At that moment, the pink-haired girl rubbed her eyes and recognized the familiar figure. She apologized profusely for stabbing the wrong person. Jiang Chun, I didn't expect my teammate to be you. While clutching his mouth in pain, Jiang Chun looked up and saw the beautiful girl in front of him. His eyes immediately lit up like car headlights, and his cheeks flushed with shy embarrassment. He stammered playfully, "Is this the classmate Lin I know?" Complimented by the handsome guy, the pink-haired girl shyly lowered her head, her index fingers touching nervously in front of her chest. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Quickly regaining her professional demeanor, she cleared her throat and said seriously, "Before carrying out a mission, we must confirm every detail. First and foremost, we are responsible for our own safety and the safety of our teammates." The pink-haired girl looked up cheerfully and asked her colleague, "So, tell me the details of this mission." Jiang Chun was a lazy young man who never bothered to read mission documents carefully, so when she questioned him, he was at a loss for words and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing his guilty expression, the pink-haired girl clasped her hands behind her back and walked away leisurely, smiling as she exposed him. "Hee, I knew you didn't read it. Let me tell you." As she scouted the path, she explained the background clearly. This building used to be a cram school. They called it a cram school, but it was actually a place that looked after children before their parents got off work. Among them was a boy named Zhang Ming, who was born blind. A group of mischievous children decided to play hide-and-seek. Something happened during a scuffle, and Zhang Ming fell headfirst onto a sharp iron bar on the fence and died. At his funeral, all the children claimed that Zhang Ming slipped and fell on his own. Since there were no surveillance cameras in the blind spot, the police could only conclude it was an accident and drop the case. She paused for a moment, her voice dropping to a chilling tone as she continued. A few days later, the teacher in charge was found dead in the bathroom. The cause of death was being strangled by the shower hose, which sprayed water into her face until she suffocated. Even one of the children from the cram school had his eyes mysteriously gouged out by an evil force. To prevent this horrifying incident from escalating, the Underworld Bureau immediately sent people to resolve it. It's highly likely that the soul of the boy who died unjustly has returned for revenge. While lost in thought about the case's mysteries, a creepy rustling sound suddenly came from a dark corner. Jiang Chun quickly became alert, looking around and shouting a challenge. From the dark corner, Jiang Chun saw a tattered boy squatting and rummaging in the bushes. He slowly approached, patted him on the shoulder, and asked probingly, "Little friend, why aren't you home yet? It's so late." The boy turned his back, his body radiating a chilling energy. He replied in a monotone voice, "I'm looking for something." With that, the boy whipped his terrifying, mangled face around and sobbed, "My battletop is lost." Seeing his ghoulish appearance, the pink-haired girl jumped back in fright, flailing her hands defensively. "Oh my god!" Jiang Chun calmly reached out to shield her, gently advising from experience, "Don't make any sudden moves. My experience fighting ghosts has taught me that if you break their obsession's rules, the ghost will go crazy and become even stronger." The pink-haired girl looked at him blankly and asked how to solve it. "Then what should we do?" Jiang Chun stroked his chin, a cunning, Santa-like expression on his face as he replied, "Of course, we play along with it. And if playing along with it makes it frustrated and uncomfortable, all the better. The pink-haired girl frowned in confusion and complained, "That sounds too complicated." Ignoring her confusion, Jiang Chun slicked back his hair and charged forward with a challenge. "Watch me." Hearing the footsteps, the sullen little ghost turned its head and asked, "Have you seen my battle top?" Jiang Chun crossed his arms and put on a stern face to lecture the little brat. "Is that how you talk to your father? If you say it nicely, I'll take you to find your battle top." His weakness exploited, the little ghost excitedly ran over and clung to Jiang Chen's pant leg, demanding its prize. "What? You know where my top is? Take me to find it." Jiang Chun raised his chin and made an unreasonable demand. "Beg me. Call me big brother, and I'll think about it." Teased too much, the little ghost finally lost its patience and exploded with anger. It opened its mouth, which was full of sharp, knife-like teeth, and roared threateningly. "Tell me now, or I'll rip your head off." Ignoring the threat, Jiang Chun calmly turned to stare at an industrial gas cylinder lying nearby, pointing and laughing. "What's the rush? Your battle top is right in front of you." The little ghost looked blankly in the direction he was pointing at the huge gas cylinder. "This is my battle top." Jiang Chun quickly reached out and rolled the heavy gas cylinder in front of the boy. Then, he pulled out his flesh lingji and repeatedly slammed it against the side of the cylinder, sending it spinning wildly on the ground. He pointed smugly. "See? Isn't that a top?" The system flashed a notification of successful psychological manipulation. "That seems to make some sense." Ghost Chi plus 799. The main character didn't stop there. He continued to violently strike the gas cylinder with the flesh lingji, making it spin and hiss loudly. He roared, "Here, I'll make it spin over to you." Seeing the giant, spinning gas cylinder hurtling towards it, the foolish little ghost didn't realize the danger and instead clapped its hands and cheered with joy. "Yay, yay, my battle top." The moment the gas cylinder got close, Jiang Chun channeled his internal energy and shot a high-intensity bolt of lightning into its metal casing. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The gas cylinder exploded, sending fire and black smoke billowing everywhere, obscuring their vision. Jiang Chun retreated, coughing violently and complaining. Did I take a bit too far? Is it a battle or not?" The AI system coldly and mockingly replied to the host's stupidity. "Do you take me for a primary school student? You idiot." Ghost Chi plus 999. In the thick smoke, the little ghost raised its hand to shield its face. The acrid smoke made it choke. Cough, cough. Deceived and in pain, it became furious and charged out of the smoke, screaming, "Are you looking to die?" However, the moment its killing intent flared, before its claws could even touch Jiang Chun, whoosh, a sharp wooden sword was already at the little ghost's throat. The pink-haired girl stood bravely, shielding her teammate. "Let me fight you." The pink-haired girl executed a light body technique, gracefully spinning in the air to dodge the little ghost's missed attack, her mouth chanting a taunt. "Little Red Riding Hood, watch this. This is my Peachwood sword." She channeled her strength and threw the sword, which tore through the air and pierced through the little ghost's chest. At the same time, her left hand quickly threw another magic treasure that embedded itself in the little ghost's head, causing it immense pain and making it struggle in fear. It turned out the magic tool was a string of 1,000-year-old peachwood Buddhist beads. The beads, glowing, struck the little ghost's head, causing its skull to explode like a watermelon. It fell with a thud to the cold ground, convulsing and trembling. Black blood splattered, staining the schoolyard red. The pink-haired girl landed lightly, standing proudly before the little ghost's corpse, brushing her hair back and sighing with satisfaction. "The first time I've killed a peak-level vengeful ghost so easily by myself." Seeing that the job was done, Jiang Chun leisurely stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked over to the little ghost's corpse. Seeing it still twitching, he decisively lifted his foot and stomped on its head. It was still clinging to life. Without hesitation, he delivered a final, fatal kick to the small ghost body, finishing it off completely. The system confirmed it. Student Ghost has died. Ghost Chi plus 999. Jiang Chun rubbed his chin and analyzed his combat philosophy. "It's because I used cunning without breaking its obsession's rules that it never had a chance to use its rule-based powers. Killing a ghost without the protection of its rules is naturally a piece of cake." Hearing his lecture, the pink-haired girl was filled with admiration for Jiang Chen's knowledge. She clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him adoringly and praised. "I never knew Student Jiang had such a profound understanding of ghosts." Suddenly, a whisper echoed from a dark corner of the hallway. "Warning, after midnight, don't go to the upper floor of the cram school." At the same time, they both clearly felt a powerful surge of ghost chi billowing from a stairwell. Both Jiang Chun and the girl turned their heads warily. Jiang Chun and the pink-haired girl gripped their weapons, cautiously stepping deeper into the darkness. As they moved slowly, they scanned their surroundings meticulously. Eerie moans echoed continuously in their ears. Turn your head and look when you must offer your life. The sinister curse seeped into the pink-haired girl's eardrums. Not letting the ghost run rampant, the pink-haired girl quickly took out a talisman and threw it, shouting, "Where do you think you're hiding?" A piercing shriek rang out. The evil ghost hiding on the ceiling was struck by the blinding talisman and cried out in pain, falling to the ground with a thud. Its form was utterly repulsive. It had a funnel-shaped mouth planted directly on top of its head, and inside that funnel was a dense thicket of sharp, saw-like teeth. Not missing the opportunity, the pink-haired girl leaped forward and swung her sword decisively, slicing it in two. Standing by and watching the show, Jiang Chen's jaw dropped in surprise at how quickly it was over. Dead after just one slash? My Ghost Chi. Seeing the praise, Ghost Chi dissipate into his companion's hands, Jiang Chun, feeling the loss, put on a hypocritical tone of reproach. It was just a poor little girl who liked to sing. What did it do wrong? The pink-haired girl frowned in confusion. She pointed at the grotesque creature twitching in a pool of dark blood and retorted, "You call this disgusting thing a little girl? My experience points." Jiang Chun crouched down, picked up the tattered, hideous thing, and examined it. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to justify it. Why wouldn't it be a little girl? It's big. Round eyes are so adorable. No matter how you look at it, it's... His conscience gnawed at him. The words got stuck in Jiang Chen's throat. His shame turned to anger, and he flung the disgusting monster behind him, where it splattered into pieces. But he still stubbornly tried to justify his regret. Even if it's a ghost, maybe it just wanted to sing a children's song. Killing ghosts so blindly will only cause the resentment in Jiuzhou to grow. We must use love and understanding to approach them, to resolve the hatred in their hearts through gentle means. Seeing Jiang Chun at that moment, with his hands clasped behind his back like a preacher, radiating a dazzling aura like Jesus Christ himself, the pink-haired girl was completely captivated, mesmerized by his profound philosophy. She exclaimed in admiration, "So it can be resolved like that. What should I do then?" The fish had taken the bait. Jiang Chun smirked smugly, patting her head before nodding for them to continue forward. "Watch me." As they walked down the dilapidated corridor, they saw a promotional flyer for the cram school pasted on the wall, but it had been clawed to shreds. The two of them walked side by side, a man and a woman, carefully advancing deeper into the haunted building. Upon entering a classroom, the pink-haired girl's sharp eyes noticed a suspicious piece of paper on the teacher's desk. She picked it up and looked at it, shuddering. "Jiang Chun, look at this. Isn't this a drawing of how the teacher died so tragically?" Jiang Chun frowned, taking the crude crayon drawing to examine it closely. He analyzed it logically. This drawing seems to have been made a long time ago. The crayon has faded. It's like a premonition before the event happened. Suddenly, a shrill warning voice echoed from outside the door. "Hide quickly. The ghost is coming to get people." The pink-haired girl panicked, drawing her wooden sword and taking a defensive stance, ready to fight to the death. Again, seeing her about to risk her life, Jiang Chun quickly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her back. "Don't be so rash. Let's follow the advice and find a place to hide first. Then we'll figure out a plan." His eyes scanned the room. Jiang Chun saw the spacious area under the nearby teacher's desk. He gave a sinister smile and pointed. "This spot is big enough. Let's hide here for now." But as he was about to crawl under, he froze. His sharp eyes spotted a tiny figure cowering fearfully in the corner under the desk. The figure of a girl slowly looked up, a cold ghost chi emanating from her body. She whispered shyly, "I'm so sorry. This spot is already taken." From a hallway far away, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by a terrifying threat. "Stop hiding. I'm about to catch you." The situation was urgent. Jiang Chun acted recklessly, turning around and using his large but to push the small ghost girl neatly into a tight corner to make space for himself. He muttered an explanation. "There's no time. Scoot over. Let's squeeze in together." No sooner said than done. Jiang Chun rudely plopped his rear down, sitting directly on the unlucky little ghost. Pinned down, the little ghost couldn't help but cry out in grievance. "You're squishing me." Even the AI system couldn't bear the outrageous sight and spoke up for the deeply wronged victim. Who sits on someone's head like that? Ghost Chi plus 999 Ignoring public opinion, Jiang Chun continued to sit on the ghost girl, squashing her face beneath him. He patted her with hollow comfort. "Don't be scared, little sister. As long as you're a good girl and don't cry, we'll all be safe." Then he casually poked his head out from under the desk and turned to the pink-haired girl hiding beside him, asking curiously, "Is the ghost here yet? This is so exciting." The pink-haired girl frowned, annoyed by her companion's cowardly behavior. "Student Jiang, couldn't we just rush out and kill these ghosts to get it over with?" Jiang Chun frowned, looking at her seriously, and continued his half-baked sermon. "Let me correct you one more time. A cultivator who exorcises demons doesn't always have to resort to violence and killing. It is a noble act of spiritual salvation and liberation." While they were in the middle of their heated moral debate, a ferocious ghost face descended from the ceiling. It appeared upside down, looming right in front of them, staring at the two hiding under the desk. It smirked, its hair-raising smile widening as it drew closer. "I found you." Caught red-handed, Jiang Chun and the pink-haired girl were startled. They stared in horror at the ghost's deformed face up close. Then, the male lead suddenly burst into loud, hearty laughter and clapped his hands in applause. "You found us so quickly? Then it's my turn to be the ghost and seek, right?" As soon as he declared the rules of the game, Jiang Chun slammed the desk and shot to his feet. A powerful, scorching aura of fire erupted from his body. He widened his eyes and stared directly into the ghost's face, roaring intimidatingly. "1, 2, 3, run. If you don't hide well, not even a ghost can save you." Taking advantage of Jiang Chun standing up, the little ghost girl who had been hiding resentfully under the desk stealthily crawled out, a sinister smile on her face. Then, channeling her resentment into strength, she landed a punch with the force of 1,000 pounds straight into Jiang Chun's exposed rear end in revenge. "This is for sitting on my head." Struck by the sharp pain, Jiang Chun's conditioned reflexes kicked in, and he immediately clenched his butt cheeks, tightly clamping down on the little ghost's hand that was still punching him. Trapped, she trembled and cried out in alarm. "I can't get my hand out." Jiang Chun slowly turned his head a full 180 degrees. His face was now contorted with bulging veins, radiating a murderous aura no different from that of a great evil ghost. Seeing his brutal expression, the little ghost girl was terrified to the extreme, trembling and screaming. Jiang Chun growled at her in a deadly tone. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance to run." The male lead bent his back, arched backward, and swiftly reached out to grab a handful of the little ghost girl's hair. Without mercy, he twisted her neck, breaking it. The little ghost girl's dangling head was severed from her neck in a bloody mess. The male lead casually tossed the severed head, and it rolled to a stop right at the feet of the remaining large-faced ghost. The brutal scene terrified the other ghost to its core. Cold sweat poured down its face, drenching it. Scared out of its wits, it turned and fled for its life, stumbling repeatedly. It screamed in terror, begging, "Help me!" Jiang Chun, bloodthirsty, brandished the flesh Lingji sword in his hand and gave chase, hot on its heels. The ghost, utterly terrified, ran for its life while screaming its head off. Jiang Chun swung his sword in a brutal slash that carved a trench in the ground. The ghost scrambled to leap forward, frantically dodging. He swung another blow that grazed the top of its head. The blade's wind sliced its scalp, making it scream in agony. As Jiang Chun chased the big-headed ghost, he let out a sick, excited laugh. Hide well. I'm about to catch you." Just as Jiang Chun was at the peak of his excitement, a dazzling golden talisman was slapped onto his back from behind, sealing him and rendering him immobile. Lin Yue ran after him, looking worriedly at his frenzied state, and called out, "Jiang Chun, snap out of it." Jiang Chun frowned in annoyance. He channeled his internal energy, and with a slight shake of his body, he snapped the magical power connected to the talisman on his shirt. He turned back with a cold, mocking smile. "What the hell are you doing? Haven't I been perfectly calm this whole time?" Seeing his flippant attitude, she asked suspiciously, testing his awareness. "Then tell me, who am I?" He glanced over her 3 sizes and smirked, answering fluently with her exact measurements. "Bust 34D, waist-to-hip ratio of 0.71. Aren't you Lin Yue? How could I possibly mistake you?" Hearing him recite her figure so perfectly, her face turned beet red, and she glared at him angrily. "Seeing your crazed killer look just now, I mistakenly thought you had been mesmerized by vengeful chi and lost your mind." He clicked his tongue and pointed down the dark corridor. "I was just getting into the game of tag with the kid, but now he's run off and disappeared." As they stood in the hallway, the PA system crackled to life, announcing the deadly rules of the game. After midnight, the ghost will begin to hunt for players in a game of hide-and-seek. If the ghost hides behind a door, the person who opens it will have their soul stolen. After hearing the rules, he whistled as he strolled along, humming a creepy children's song. He gently pushed open a creaking door and stepped into a dark room to investigate, muttering, "Where are you hiding? You'd better show your face." As he spoke, he violently kicked a chair that was in his way, shattering it. But then he stopped, his eyes drawn to a small, foul-smelling room in a corner. This is a bathroom. It must be hiding in here. He held his nose and muttered in disgust. Did it get so scared it pissed itself? Why else would the tap water be this murky yellow? He knocked on the rotten wooden door and called out, "Are you hidden well? Come out and let me count." But when he forcefully pushed the door open, the thing he had been searching for wasn't there. Peeking inside, he saw it was piled high with someone's jumbled daily life furniture. Looking at the murky yellow water of unknown origin flooding the place, he clicked his tongue, lamenting the property damage. Soaking in this stinky water must have ruined all the furniture. As his curiosity got the better of him, and he reached in to pull out a piece of tangled cloth from under the furniture to examine it, he heard a piercing, tragic scream echo from somewhere. "Big brother, be gentle. Don't pull so hard. That's my intestine." Startled, he let go and looked up curiously, flinging open the cabinet door on the wall. He was startled to see a pair of empty, pupilless eye sockets staring back at him. He frowned in disgust and swore, "Damn it, what kind of grotesque monster is this?" The ghost cowering in the corner of the cabinet sobbed and trembled as it explained, "Just now, a murderous evil ghost said it wanted to play hide-and-seek. It scared me half to death. I desperately found a place to hide and squeezed into this cramped cabinet. The lack of oxygen and the tight space deformed me into this shape." Seeing its mushy, disgusting form, Jiang Chun asked mockingly, "So, with this deformed body, how do you open your mouth to eat?" Its deformed face was still stained with red mucus. It stared at Jiang Chun with venomous eyes for a moment, then answered sensually, "Like this, of course." With that, it gathered its strength, leaped up, grabbed the wooden cabinet door, and opened its mouth as wide as a basin, chomping down and chewing with a loud crunch, as if it were eating its favorite food. Lin Yue, standing behind, witnessed Jiang Chun being trapped and was utterly horrified. She desperately screamed his name, "Jiang Chun." Without wasting a second, she quickly reached in her pocket, pulled out a fire dragon talisman, and held it high. She gritted her teeth, activating the brightly glowing talisman, then decisively threw it, aiming to burn the monstrous refrigerator. She chanted a powerful incantation, "Qian of the heavens, Kuan of the earth, Sun of the wind, Li of the fire." The magical flames erupted, and the monstrous refrigerator, being burned alive, shrieked in agony. To save its own evil life, it transformed its door and used a skill to spray a torrent of frost and ice to extinguish the flames. With the tables turned, it was Lin Yue who was now at a disadvantage. Pushed back by the frost chi, she gritted her teeth and exhausted her internal power to detonate the fire dragon talisman. Upon receiving the command to activate, the talisman shone with a blinding light, causing the monstrous refrigerator to explode violently. Boom! The explosion shattered the seal, and Jiang Chun was finally able to kick the door open and escape successfully. The strange refrigerator was now just a pile of charred scrap metal, lying still and smoking. Jiang Chun dusted off his clothes and rubbed the back of his neck. That was close. I almost went down with it. He squinted, looking around. Speaking of which, where's that big-headed guy? Where did he run off to? Lin Yue looked around warily and pointed to a dark corner. It seems to have run to the bathroom. Thanks. After composing themselves, Jiang Chun and Lin Yue nodded, turned, and left to continue the hunt, leaving the battered, exploded refrigerator behind at the scene. Soon, the two of them arrived at the bathroom area. The space was dark and gloomy, and the grimy tiles reeked of dampness and mold. The girl shivered and whispered, "The bathroom. This is where that teacher suffocated." He reached out and opened the glass door, which let out a piercing creak. Using his special eye technique, he observed carefully. Jiang Chen nodded. "I do see the trail of a ghost movement, but I can't confirm if it's the big-headed one or not." He turned to his companion and asked for a strategy. "Student Lin, can you set up a ghost trapping cage?" Lin Yue nodded confidently and patted her chest. "The dragon-subduing array of our Shangqing sect will do." Jiang Chen smirked and snapped his fingers. "Then let's just wait for the rabbit to fall into our trap." With that, he threw a piece of flesh lingji, which released some kind of sticky substance outside the door. He gave a cold command, "Air, go beat it up for me." As soon as it was released from its master's hand, Air rushed in to work ferociously. Waiting outside, they didn't know the specifics of the brutal events happening inside, but they could see murky water flooding out across the floor. The sounds of crashing and smashing from within were also intense. Jiang Chun leaned against the door with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue in admiration. How intense! Inside the bathroom, heirloomed before the big-headed guy. 3 eyes, 2 ghost eyes, 1 artifact eye, stared each other down, sparks flying. After a moment of sizing each other up, it suddenly lunged forward to attack first. It flexibly transformed itself into the shape of a scarf, viciously constricting its opponent. Under the suffocating force, the big-headed guy's neck was squeezed to the point of snapping. His head was severed from his body and fell, rolling away. After the deed was done, a creepy skeleton covered in a strange green liquid appeared, clattering its way out to escape. Seeing its companion's large head drop so unexpectedly, the green skeleton was scared out of its wits. It immediately turned tail and fled for its life. In its cowardly escape, it didn't forget to call back, "I'm leaving first. Take care." With that, it took a running leap into the old, yellow-stained toilet in the corner, attempting to use the earth escape art. But as soon as it hit the water, it felt stuck, not smooth like usual. It was then that it realized in a panic that it had fallen into a trap. A glowing array blocked its escape route. Jiang Chun and Lin Yue appeared leisurely behind it. He nodded in praise of his teammate. "Your array is really effective." Lin Yue crossed her arms, glaring at the grotesque skeleton. She reprimanded it loudly. "You unruly children! How dare you even bully your teacher?" The scene shifted, and a hazy memory of the green skeleton's past appeared. Somewhere on a classroom wall, a rather lively and cheerful poster was displayed. The camera then switched to the image of a lazy, young female teacher. She was sitting with her legs crossed on a chair, casually scrolling through her phone, completely ignoring the class. A few innocent children ran up to her, tugging at her shirt and pleading, "Teacher, please play hide-and-seek with us." The female teacher frowned irritably, rudely kicking her feet to shoo the children away. She said coldly, "Go play by yourselves." And now, connecting all the dots, Jiang Chun understood the cruel truth about this demon. He tilted his chin contemptuously. "If I'm not mistaken, you're a thug, not fit to be a teacher." Hearing her cover blown, the green skeleton became enraged and retorted, "Don't blame everything on me. I may be a teacher, but I didn't bear the responsibilities of one." Looking at the ugly, shameless form before him, Jiang Chun lost his patience. He shot forward, grabbed the green skeleton's head, and slammed it down. With a decisive force, he lifted the white skull out of the slimy green substance, growling in disgust. "Where do you get the nerve?" Having lost the support of the skull, the green liquid mass quickly lost its shape, spreading into a disgusting puddle on the dirty floor. Jiang Chun angrily clenched his fist, crushing the white skull into dust, and cursed, "The only thing worse is a lousy teacher like you." After dealing with it, Lin Yue looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked curiously, "Jiang Chun, are you also a rank C expert?" Caught off guard by the question about his strength, Jiang Chun guiltily scratched his nose and replied vaguely, "You could say that. But it seems like we're still missing one last child, right?" Lin Yue nodded in agreement and seriously suggested, "That's right. Let's split up and search." The two decisively went their separate ways, searching through all the rooms. But when they met back in the hallway, they both sighed and shook their heads in disappointment. "If it's searched everywhere, is there really no one else?" Lin Yue slapped her forehead, puzzled. "I couldn't find anyone either. Could it be that this insect ghost doesn't exist at all?" Jiang Chun frowned, speculating, "I'm not sure. Maybe the Underworld app made a mistake." Looking at the time, he exhaled and made a decision. "Forget it. Let's retreat for now." With that, the two turned to leave in disappointment, completely unaware of a chilling fact. The insect ghost they were searching for high and low was actually right under their noses. Specifically, it had shrunk down and was quietly clinging to the shoulder of Jiang Chun's shirt, a cunning smile on its face as it followed them back. Out in the parking lot, Jiang Chun casually sat in the passenger seat of a bright red convertible sports car, heading home. He stroked the car's interior and started a conversation, curious about the trade. "You mystics, do you all like to drive sports cars?" Lin Yue, who was at the wheel, blushed slightly, glanced at him, and replied, "I thought you liked sports cars, so I bought this one." Jiang Chun laughed, correcting her notion. "We rogue mystics are always walking the line between life and death, focusing on honing our own strength. We don't have likes or dislikes for such worldly possessions." After a moment of thought, he sincerely suggested, "How about I take you back to the Shangqing sect? With a mountain to lean on, your future path will be much easier." Hearing the mention of the sect, Lin Yue asked quietly, "Does your Shangqing sect have ghost-raising techniques? Do you suppress some fierce old ghosts within the sect?" Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively and corrected her information. "That stuff? The things you're talking about are only found in the Dark Alliance. Lin Yue let out an "oh" of understanding. The Dark Alliance, huh? That's right, the Dark Alliance has them. And so, the two of them, a man and a woman, chatted happily as they drove along the road. The car went deep into a tunnel that cut through a mountain. At this point, the high-voltage lights in the tunnel were brightly lit. But after the car had traveled a short distance, the surroundings became eerily quiet. The scene shifts outside. A moment later, a group of road workers hastily put up "stop" signs and erected barriers to block the entrance to the tunnel. A foreman shouted orders. "Block the road, quick! Report it to the higher-ups for investigation. This is too scary. Is the tunnel haunted?" Back inside, Lin Yue's red sport car had been driving at high speed for an hour, but there was still no sign of the tunnel's exit. Lin Yue broke out in a cold sweat, a sense of unease rising within her. Something's not right. Why is this tunnel so long? It's not a ghost wall, is it? Jiang Chun frowned and activated his special eyes, using his ocular technique to see if it was an illusion or something else. He analyzed the situation. The tunnel seemed straight, but it's actually slightly curved. So we've actually been driving in circles this whole time. Somewhere in the dark tunnel, a man's voice muttered with malicious intent. Let's mess with him a bit for fun. Jiang Chen's sharp ears seemed to catch that provocative voice. He arrogantly stuck half his head out of the car window. Seeing his reckless behavior, Lin Yue quickly tugged at his shirt and reminded him, "Jiang Chun, be careful." Unconcerned, Jiang Chun cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, his voice echoing through the tunnel. "My friend on the path of ghosts, do you dare to show yourself? If you don't come out, I'll destroy this tunnel." Hearing such an arrogant challenge, the opponent refused to back down. He immediately stepped out of the shadows to show off his speed and power. Seeing the black shadow flash before his eyes like lightning, Jiang Chun couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. He's so fast. A strange young man with a human head attached to a wheel was racing alongside the sports car. "Hey, old man, want a race? The loser dies. You in?" His competitive spirit ignited. Jiang Chun immediately smirked and accepted the challenge. He pulled his head back into the car, patted Lin Yue on the shoulder, and said, "Floor it for me." Lin Yue slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The speedometer needle on the dashboard climbed higher and higher. The blonde-haired wheelman still easily pulled ahead of the car, turning back to grin triumphantly, completely confident that victory was in his grasp. Seeing the situation going south, with the car at its max speed but still falling behind, Jiang Chun frowned and asked the driver, "Don't you want to win? How can you not even pass this little punk?" Lin Yue, sweating, replied helplessly, "I'm out of gas." Jiang Chun clicked his tongue and muttered, planning his next move. "Looks like I'll have to resort to some cheating." He closed his eyes, called up the system interface, and gave a command. "System, enhance this car." The emotionless system received the order and instantly announced the fee, deducting 3 of your ghost chi points. Immediately after, the sports car, which had been running on fumes, was quickly given a full magical maintenance and upgrade by the system from the inside out. It even automatically grew a supersized jet propulsion system on its rear. The moment the jet engine activated, the car vibrated as if it was gathering energy for a split second, then shot off like a bullet, tearing through the wind. The blonde-haired wheelman, who had been gloating, also felt that something was not right with the wind behind him. His back felt scorching hot. Before he even had a chance to turn around and look, the car roared past him in a flash. Taking the lead, Jiang Chun stuck his head out the window and taunted the dazed man with a cunning smile. "What other tricks have you got? Show them all to me." Seeing a glimmer of hope, he spotted an exit ahead. The faint light of the tunnel exit grew closer and closer. But the blonde ghost wasn't about to admit defeat so easily. He roared, channeling all the ghost chi in his body to prepare for a godlike burst of speed. "I'm about to go all out." As he sped off, he let out a deafening, insane scream. In a flash, he had overtaken Lin Yue and Jiang Chen's car. He crossed the imaginary finish line, then turned his head back to chuckle mockingly. "You lose." But the stone-faced Jiang Chun didn't think so. He calmly reached out and summoned his treasured weapon, the underworld finger. From the trunk of the sports car, a weapon of some sort suddenly emerged, accompanied by a cloud of red, murderous aura. He gave an urgent order to the driver. "Lin Yue, hit the brakes and turn left now." Although surprised, Lin Yue was a skilled driver. She decisively pulled the handbrake and quickly turned the steering wheel, making a sharp left turn. The car screeched to a halt, its tires smoking as it spun a full 180 degrees. Using perfectly calculated physics, the giant hammer on the car's roof swung out with centrifugal force, flying straight towards the blonde man's face. He stared wide-eyed as the hammer of death rushed towards him like a meteor, cold sweat pouring down like rain. The distance was too short. It was too late to even try to break. Instantly, the supersized hammer delivered a painful kiss to his face, sending the dazed blonde man flying dozens of meters before he tumbled to the ground. The system's electronic board dinged, announcing the result. Freewheel Ghost has been eliminated. Ghost Chi plus 999. Getting up, Jiang Chun leisurely stepped out of the car. He stretched and yawned loudly, mocking the corpse. Remember, next time you're in the underworld, don't park on the side of a mountain. Got it. The two of them stood outside the tunnel exit, breathing a sigh of relief as the illusionary door before them gradually faded into nothingness. Lin Yuwei frowned, carefully observing the desolate surroundings, and keenly sensed something unusual. This place, it seems to be alive. Jiang Chun, who was stretching, heard this and turned to ask, alive? What do you mean? Lin Yuwei furrowed her brow and pointed straight up at the steep mountainside. Look closely at that thing. Following her finger, Jiang Chun saw a strange system information panel floating there. It's a giant mountain ghost? Lin Yuwei asked again in confusion, her voice trembling. What the hell is a giant mountain ghost? Jiang Chun calmly clasped his hands behind his back and explained like an encyclopedia. It's when the spiritual energy of the mountains and rocks gathers and gains consciousness. While he was leisurely explaining, the giant rock creature had already grown arms and legs, rising from the mountain. It's got hands and feet now. Most of them are mindless brutes that destroy things based on instinct. Don't be scared just because it's big. I can take care of it with just a couple of sword strikes. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen's magical vines had already silently crept up and latched onto the giant, rugged body of the rock creature. It furrowed its root-like eyebrows, its voice hoarse and rumbling like shifting stones. What is this? Soon after, the magical vines tightened their death grip. The massive, hard mountain rock was instantly squeezed and crushed into pieces. Even its hard stone head was caught in a vine noose and twisted off. Its head rolled down, its eyes staring blankly at the upside-down scenery, not understanding what was happening to its life. Without a head to command it, the giant rock body lost its balance and crashed to the ground with an earth-shattering boom. The massive impact caused the ground in the immediate vicinity to tremble like a small earthquake. Jiang Chun stood with his arms crossed, looking at his work, and smiled smugly to himself. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Instead of applause or words of praise for Jiang Chen's power, he was met with Lin Youwei's pale, worried, and terrified expression. The oblivious Jiang Chun didn't notice the strange atmosphere and was still grinning conceitedly. That was so cool. The system will definitely give me a perfect score for that. Just as he was feeling smug, a giant rock suddenly erupted from under their feet, blocking out the sky. Jiang Chun jumped back in shock. Why is there another one? Compared to this one, the one I just killed was just a newborn baby. Lin Yuwei clutched his shirt and asked in a panic, Jiang Chun, what do we do now? He swallowed hard and whispered, waving his hand, just stay quiet and pretend we don't exist. Suddenly, the great mountain monster roared, shaking the heavens and earth, its voice filled with sorrow as it called out for its child's body. So, where are you? The scene shifts to a closed meeting room at the Underworld Bureau headquarters. A man with a goatee, dressed in a suit, was pacing back and forth, looking anxious and sweating over some hidden matter. Then, a high-ranking officer slammed his hand on the table and questioned him harshly. Speak up. How many people have died in the Judai Mountain Tunnel? The goateed man trembled and stammered, denying any knowledge. I don't know anything. The officer leaned in close, his voice cold and threatening. If you don't talk, don't blame me for being ruthless. If it wasn't for the landslide design, how could so many people have died unjustly? Seeing the officer's pet monster baring its fangs and growling, the goateed man backed into a corner, trying to sound tough. I want to file a complaint against you for using torture to extract a confession illegally. Without giving him a chance to protest, the monster received a nod from its master and lunged forward, chomping down on his head. The timeline rewinds a bit. A man dressed as a feng shui master and a young assistant came to investigate the collapsed tunnel. The young assistant pointed and asked, Master, take a look. Why does the tunnel keep collapsing? The master stroked his beard and chin, speaking like a sage. Judai Mountain's terrain was originally a feng shui barrier that condensed negative energy. After the tunnel was bored through the mountain, it broke the dragon vein, releasing the negative energy, which caused countless tragic accidents. Unless, standing right beside him, the goateed man, the contractor impatiently urged. Unless what? Spit it out. The master smirked and offered a sinister solution. The peach blossom calamity pillar. Drive a living person into the ground as a pile at the entrance and exit. I guarantee it won't collapse for another 10 years. In another development, the blonde, race-loving young man from the tunnel was still a normal, living person at this time. He went to see his creditor, the goateed contractor. The boss smirked, smoking a cigar, and asked contemptuously, "Boss, you were looking for me?" The boss blew smoke in his face and sneered. "I heard you gambled away all your family's assets and are now planning to sell your wife and children to pay off your debts? Are you even human?" The blond man bowed his head in embarrassment, wringing his hands and replying meekly, "I wanted to sell my own life, but no one was willing to buy it." Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. He immediately sealed the deal. "I want it. I'll buy your life." After that, the transaction was swift. Soon, his phone dinged with a notification of a successful transfer. He brought him to the construction site. The two stood at the edge of a deep, dark pit. He asked coldly, "Has the money reached your account?" The blond young man checked his balance and nodded happily. "Then you can die in peace, right?" He put his phone in his pocket and swallowed hard as he looked down into the bottomless pit below. Only then did he feel the cold and extreme fear slowly creeping into his limbs. But the die was cast. He had already received the money. A man of his word couldn't go back on it and run away like a coward. He clenched his fists, let out a loud shout, to suppress his own fear. Then he closed his eyes and took a leap of faith, diving head first into the pit of death. Unexpectedly, his wife, holding their child, had been secretly following him. She was hiding in the bushes behind them. Seeing her husband commit suicide, she ran out, screaming his name tragically. Before his body disappeared into the bottom of the pit, he managed to turn his head and see his wife and child crying for the last time. Tears streamed down his face. He shouted up to them, telling them to go home quickly and not to come to this dangerous place. Having lost her husband, the woman, holding her child, rushed forward in anger, grabbed the man in the suit, the contractor by the collar, and cursed, "You're the cold-blooded murderer who killed him. Give me back my husband's life." The child in her arms also cried, hitting the man with its tiny fists. "Give me back my daddy." Annoyed by the commotion, the man pushed the mother and child to the ground. He straightened his clothes and dealt with the situation with a cold smile. "By getting rid of this gambler, I'm doing a good deed, saving your whole family from death. You really don't know what's good for you. If you're so blindly devoted to that dog, then you too can go down to the grave and be reunited with him." With that, his wickedness flared up. He picked up a nearby shovel and heartlessly pushed the weak mother and child, causing them to slip and tumble into the deep pit where the blond young man had just jumped to his death. After committing this heinous crime, he clapped his hands to dust them off. Standing high above, he looked down into the bottomless black pit, resting his hands on his knees and panting. Immediately after, he ruthlessly ordered the workers to pour fresh concrete into the black pit, sealing it up, regardless of whether the unfortunate family below was still breathing in the mud. Back in the present, outside the interrogation room, the investigating officer was using a secret art to read the residual memories of the boss whose head had just been eaten. He shuddered and exclaimed, "What a tragic mess. Just taking your memories and killing you is too easy for a crime like yours." Meanwhile, on Jiang Chen's front, the two were struggling to climb over jagged rocks to escape. He panted and grumbled, "Hiding like this isn't a long-term solution. What should we do?" Lin Yue, while climbing, analyzed the situation. If its weak point is its head, like with normal giant ghosts, then a blow to the brain should be a fatal one. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and formulated a plan. "I think we should coordinate. You use your firepower with the Fire Dragon Talisman to create an opening in its head." As soon as Lin Yue threw the talisman and activated the spell, an explosion erupted. The hard rock shell of its head was blasted open, creating a large hole. Then, Jiang Chun would seize the opportunity to quickly use his wood manipulation technique, sending out tens of thousands of roots to invade and control the stone head. Along the cracks, the main character's magical vines quickly slithered and entangled themselves throughout the fissures of the stone head armor. Under the pressure from within, it wasn't long before the giant stone head was crushed, falling to the ground with a terrifying crash and shattering into pieces. The cracks on its body widened, and then it crumbled into a pile of rubble. Seeing the enemy disintegrate, he dusted off his hands and smiled. That should take care of it, right? Wasn't that a piece of cake? But he suddenly paused, opening the system panel to check. Wait a minute. The system is reporting an error. No increase in ghost chi points. What's going on? Just then, a rumbling, boiling sound came from behind them. When they turned around, a horrifying sight met their eyes. The headless stone body of the rock golem was still standing tall. From the crack in its neck, scorching red magma gushed out, sizzling as it dripped onto the rocks below. The heat from the magma on its massive body suddenly began to boil furiously. It growled, emitting a mournful, vengeful sound, demanding, "Give me back, my son." Hearing its voice, thick with resentment, and seeing the boiling red magma, like a volcano about to erupt, Jiang Chun and Lin Yue were terrified and backed away. Its whole body was steaming with heat. It bent down low, and with its giant hands, it scooped up the hot magma like a river of fire and hurled it down at where Jiang Chun and Lin Yue were standing. Seeing the danger approaching, the two of them, quick as rabbits, leaped over to another rock ledge to avoid the sea of fire. Watching the rolling magma spread quickly and incinerate the expensive sports car parked at the bottom of the slope, Jiang Chun clicked his tongue and scratched his head, feigning regret for the loss of property. "Oh no, your Lamborghini!" Lin Yue, pulling him along as she ran, scolded him urgently. "We're in a life-or-death situation, and you're worried about a car? Run. This is definitely not a mission for our level." But as the main character with a system that buffed him to the teeth, Jiang Chen's ego wouldn't let him listen to her advice to run. He stood his ground decisively, calling upon the power of water. Water manipulation art. He used his magic to summon a cool, pure waterfall from thin air. It quickly cascaded down, dousing and calming the fury of the boiling magma. Thanks to the timely firefighting, the red supercar was lucky to escape being burned to a crisp. Jiang Chun smoothed his hair back, smugly assessing his own abilities. This water-type move is really effective at putting out fires. Lin Yue, standing beside him, was still tense. She tugged at his shirt, reminding him to look up. "Be careful. She's about to erupt with lava again." Jiang Chun smirked confidently. "Then this fire is too easy to handle." He moved both hands, his right hand casting the water manipulation art, while his left hand skillfully used a flesh Lingji talisman. He slammed his hands together, merging the two magical items to combine their energies. A bright light flashed, and Jiang Chun had successfully created an incredibly cool and awesome underworld-style fire hydrant. The giant rock golem's belly was now swollen. It began to open its mouth to unleash its ultimate move, a destructive lava eruption. Jiang Chun shouldered his weapon. Seeing this, he pulled the trigger, releasing a high-pressure stream of water to extinguish the flames. "Give her a cool bath for me." The firefighting cannon in his hand quickly charged up, flashing with energy. As the bone-jointed muzzle opened, a stream of extremely cold, sub-zero, icy water gushed out. A wave of chilling air rushed forward to clash with the 1,000-degree heat of the lava torrent. Seeing that the two opposing forces were locked in a stalemate, Jiang Chun risked channeling all his spiritual energy, chanting to enlarge his cannon 100-fold. The cannon swelled to a massive, colossal size. As its muzzle opened, a torrent of sub-zero ice and snow immediately gushed out like a broken dam. He roared the name of his combination ultimate move, Underworld Fire Hydrant Flood Dragon Cannon. Instantly, the image of a giant ice water dragon appeared, soaring with bared claws straight towards the steaming hot rock golem. The two opposing energies of hot and cold sizzled as they collided, beginning a fierce battle of annihilation that created a thick fog. Below, Jiang Chun excitedly pumped his fist in the air, cheering and commanding. "Blast her right in the mouth with the cool breath of winter for me." The cold breath of the blue ice dragon quickly overwhelmed the rock golem, seeping into and freezing every nook and cranny of its body. Soon after being subjected to the thermal shock, the massive rock body of the golem and the blue water dragon simultaneously collapsed and shattered. The heat from the lava and the cold from the ice neutralized each other and gradually dissipated into the air. After the dust settled, Jiang Chun leisurely approached the rubble to check the situation. He hugged the cannon, which was letting off steam. With his free hand, he used another formula, stuffing flesh Lingji back in and activating another weapon transformation. "Have a taste of this new weapon. Have you ever felt my pain, banana?" As soon as he finished the strange incantation, flesh Lingji contorted and transformed into a new, formidable-looking pincer-like handheld weapon. He raised the weapon high, and with all his might, he brought the axe down on the pile of rubble, screaming maniacally, "May you be smashed to pieces, your soul scattered, never to be reincarnated." Only after smashing the rock golem into unrecognizable pulp did Jiang Chun vent all his anger and stop, panting. He patted the weapon's body. "You've worked hard, flesh Lingji. Smashed to bits like this, it should be completely gone now, right?" As the two were leisurely rummaging through the shattered remains of the rock golem for spoils of war, Jiang Chen's sharp eyes spotted a bright red stone gem that was still shining brightly and intact amidst the rubble. He picked it up, dusted it off, and marveled, "I can't believe there's a spirit stone in its core that could withstand my destructive attack like this." Lin Yue came closer and pointed at the red stone, excitedly analyzing it. "Look at it. Its shape looks quite a bit like a small shield, doesn't it? Its hardness is pretty good, definitely sturdy. But this size isn't very convenient to use. It probably needs to be taken to a blacksmith for further forging." Feeling lazy, Jiang Chun decided to try his luck and asked the AI, "Almighty system, can you forge and upgrade this stone?" The system displayed a notification, a smiley face covering the screen, and replied in a sharp, metallic voice, "Request requires 1,000 ghost chi points for the processing fee." Jiang Chen looked at his full wallet. Hearing the price, he didn't hesitate or frown. He generously confirmed the order immediately. "Agree to craft." The AI system immediately received the command. A blue light enveloped the stone, and it began the refining process. Just 10 seconds later, it spat out the finished product, a giant flaming stone shield with the stats, mid-grade ghost chi. Looking at the awesome high-quality item in his hand, he grinned from ear to ear and ordered the system, "Put it in my spatial inventory for me." Beside him, Lin Yue, who was resting, suddenly noticed that the black shadow at Jiang Chen's heels had not only grown larger, but was also bizarrely grinning. She was startled and stared at his feet. Seeing his friend suddenly turn pale and stare at the ground, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yue was drenched in sweat. She stammered as she backed away. "The shadow, your shadow at your feet, just now? I saw it move on its own, as if it were alive." Stuttering, Lin Yue leaped away from his dark shadow in a panic. Hearing his companion's warning, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. He immediately channeled lightning and unleashed a powerful, dazzling thunder kick down at his own shadow on the ground. After a sizzling explosion, seeing no unusual reaction from the gray ground, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, offering a reassuring smile. "I told you, it was just an illusion. What could possibly be wrong with a physical shadow?" But no, that optimism was a premature conclusion. Just 3 seconds later, the black shadow at Jiang Chen's feet suddenly began to bubble like a boiling pot of water. Then, from the underworld beneath the black curtain, the head of a slimy mud ghost emerged. As soon as its head was above ground, it turned its eyes and stared at him with deep resentment. It used a demonic art, trying to mold flesh and copy Jiang Chen's exact appearance and features. Looking at the misshapen clay form that was still twisting and not yet fully formed, with a distorted, lopsided grin as if it had suffered a stroke, Jiang Chen crossed his arms and commented bluntly, "I have to admit, this fake version is really ugly." After a while of kneading and transforming, the complete copy stood up and dusted itself off. It covered its mouth and giggled eerily. To think I was still discovered by a human's eyes. Look, I have perfectly disguised myself as this original version. Standing with his arms crossed, stroking his chin, Jiang Chun looked the imposter up and down, then gave an objective assessment. Overall, you're quite handsome, but your eyes look a bit cloudy and lifeless. Too soulless, don't you think?" Observing from the outside, the system sent a light, questioning thought into his mind. Why is this guy so calm? Why isn't he freaking out and asking me how the hell it managed to crawl out and become his shadow? After reading the opponent's confused inner thoughts, the system automatically smirked and added to his account, "Ghost Chi plus 189. Having been seen through by the system, Jiang Chun pouted and retorted to the ghost, "Why would I freak out and ask you about something so trivial? Aren't you just the soul of that unlucky blind kid who fell from the rooftop?" His humiliating identity exposed, the copy gnashed its teeth and roared in anger, protesting the injustice. "Why? Those vicious students bullied me just because I was blind and disabled. When we played hide and seek, they always forced me to be it. It's so hateful and unfair." Jiang Chun yawned lazily, leaning back in his chair and watching the ghost tearfully recount its tragic past. He curled his lip and cut it off. "Hold on, who asked you?" Hit with a bucket of cold water, the ghost suddenly became extremely agitated. Its empty eye sockets glared as it screamed. As if one screaming mouth wasn't intimidating enough, it used its resentment to split, open another grotesque mouth on its chin to scream along for a more overwhelming effect. As he screamed himself hoarse, he resentfully recalled the humiliating images of his childhood past. Why me? The cruel children gathered around, pointing and laughing. Because you can't see anything. You don't need eyes to be it. Come on, come and get us. And so, the poor, visually impaired boy had no choice but to close his eyes tightly and play a game of blind man's bluff with the cunning children. Somehow, while fumbling around, he wandered to the edge of a towering wall. A short-haired kid was cornered by the boy. Seeing the bizarrely high wall with no escape behind him, the short-haired kid let his guard down for a moment and was touched on the shirt by the visually impaired boy. The blind boy cheered innocently, "Got you." The short-haired boy frowned in annoyance and angrily slapped the visually impaired boy's hand away. A flash of malicious intent appeared in its eyes. The kid leaned in and whispered deceitfully into the visually impaired boy's ear, "Turn around and walk straight. There's someone hiding there." The poor, gullible boy thought the other kid was kindly giving him a hint. Without a shred of doubt, he turned towards the wall and reached out his hands. "Where? I'm coming to get you." As he spoke, he fumbled his way closer to the deadly edge of the wall. But then, the inevitable horror happened. He was just a child, after all. He knew nothing about heights. The visually impaired boy missed his step and fell headfirst from the rooftop of the 10-plus-story building to the ground below. As fate would have it, in that empty patch of ground, several large, sharp iron spikes had suddenly appeared. Reading that memory, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He clicked his tongue in disgust. "Those people are truly scum." The shadow continued, sobbing, its voice filled with resentment. "I want everyone to play blind man's bluff with me. They all have to find me." Without a shred of pity, Jiang Chun walked up and slapped him on the shoulder, saying bluntly and coldly, "But I've already found you. All you had to do was cheat a little, and it would have been over, right?" As soon as he finished, Jiang Chun retracted all his fake sympathy and pity. He raised his hand, summoning Flesh Lingji, preparing to deliver the final blow. "You idiot. Did you think that by turning into me, you could get rid of me?" Unwilling to sit and wait for death, the shadow also used its copying ability, perfectly replicating the giant Flesh Lingji to block the blow. It roared defiantly. "We'll have to see about that." Immediately after, the two sides leaped back and engaged in a fierce battle. One threw a punch, the other raised a shield to block. The battle was a stalemate, with neither side giving an inch. Jiang Chun shouted, 800-mile demonic fist." The shadow mimicked him, roaring, 800-mile demonic fist." Jiang Chun changed his stance, raising his hand to use lightning magic. The shadow used the same move to counter. Jiang Chun stepped back and unleashed his ultimate move, the Underworld Demon Great Strike. The shadow, without hesitation, also copied the move and fought back fiercely. But then, as luck would have it, a bright yellow talisman had been stuck to the shadow's back at some point without it noticing. Lin Yue, standing far away, clasped her hands and chanted rapidly, "Evil demon, reveal your true form." But this was no ordinary weak shadow ghost. It paused, turned its head, and looked at Lin Yue with a contemptuous smirk. It taunted her. "Is that all you've got?" It turned back, opened its mouth, and unleashed a high-intensity, dazzling roaring tiger blast at Yue. The blast of wind sent her tumbling far away. Jiang Chun stroked his chin and nodded in admiration. "Not bad. Your imitation is pretty good. I better not use my normal moves to fight anymore. It would be a huge problem if it learned the Underworld Finger and the Kue Oxdrum." Frustrated, he had to resort to his ultimate move. A corner of his mouth twitched up. Jiang Chun channeled his energy into his right arm and delivered a vicious, deadly blow straight to the shadow's groin. And that ultimate move had a more common name: Monkey Steals the Peach. As they say, what goes around comes around. However he attacked, the shadow grimaced and did the exact same thing, using the same move to steal his peaches without a single misstep. In another corner of the tunnel, a solid wall was suddenly smashed open with a loud bang, creating a large hole for someone to escape. The escapee left behind a few small ghosts in the tunnel. If we let them go, they'll definitely become a disaster. We have to deal with them quickly. Meanwhile, the shadow and Jiang Chun were still engrossed in their fierce, life-or-death battle. "Stop! You stop first." Just as the two were stuck in an endless loop with no change in sight, a tall man dressed in all black landed and asked in a loud voice, "Are you Jiang Chun? Where are all the ghosts from the tunnel?" Jiang Chun, while dodging a blow, tilted his chin and replied, "Those little things aren't worth mentioning. This one is no ordinary ghost. If you're not at least B rank, don't even think about getting close to it." The man, far from being scared, shivered with excitement and laughed loudly. "B rank, you say? So it really is B rank." He decisively threw off his cumbersome black cloak, cracked his neck, and prepared for a serious fight. Before charging into combat, he politely clasped his hands and introduced himself. "Chiu Hong, captain of the Underworld Investigation Team. It's an honor. I've heard about your methods for a long time, Jiang Chun. Today, I'll warm up with this shadow first." Without further ado, Chiu Hong's blade, radiating a sharp aura, swung down fiercely onto the shadow's head. The shadow tensed and crossed its arms to defend itself. As a result, Chiu Hong's blade struck a cluster of sharp ice spikes created by the shadow. Taking the brunt of the force, the shadow was sent flying, scraping across the ground. It frowned in annoyance at the meddlesome pest. It immediately changed tactics, mimicking Jiang Chen's wood-based techniques. It transformed its arm into a giant mass of tree roots. The vines attacked with agility from all angles. Wood manipulation art. Chiu Hong's eyes were sharp. He quickly saw through the shadow's attack direction, but the technique was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the tree roots had reached behind his head to attack. Unfazed, Chiu Hong swung his sword in a sharp circle, severing the shadow's giant tree roots. Amidst the roots, he was startled to find that the shadow had used the opportunity to appear right behind him. Relying on the survival instincts honed through years of battle, Chiu Hong spun around and raised his sword, successfully blocking the surprise attack. But as he clashed with the shadow, trading blows of internal energy, Chiu Hong began to show signs of fatigue. Sweat drenched his forehead as he struggled to parry and counter. In stark contrast to Chiu Hong's panting and struggling appearance, the shadow looked relaxed and at ease. The smug smile on its lips grew wider. It tilted its chin and declared, "In the end, I still have to fight you barehanded." The shadow was arrogant beyond belief. It retracted its roots and also dropped its fists to fight one-on-one. Bam! The result was a massive, deafening explosion as the two sides landed direct blows on each other. The shock waves spread out, leveling the surroundings. Chiu Hong struggled to stay on his feet, leaning on his sword and panting in astonishment. "My God, he's that strong? Truly B rank." The shadow glanced at him sideways and said arrogantly, "You're the first person who's been able to suppress me." Watching the show from the sidelines, Jiang Chan clapped his hands and proudly claimed credit. "Well, it is my shadow, after all." Unwilling to accept defeat, Chiu Hong took a deep breath and charged forward with his fist to start round two. The shadow casually caught the 1,000-pound fist, not forgetting to sneer mockingly. What a nuisance. Seeing the shadow's bizarre attack, Chiu Hong was horrified, realizing something was wrong. A family technique? Then, he took the full force of the attack and was sent flying high into the air. Jiang Chun, standing not far away, craned his neck to watch and commented with his hand over his mouth. He flew so far. The shadow dusted off its hands and turned to look at the original. "My dear shadow, it's decided. You're mine." The shadow smirked challengingly. "Beat me first, then we'll talk." Jiang Chun shrugged and decisively used some mysterious technique. He looked at it with a contemptuous frown. You don't really think you've learned all of my moves, do you?" "Demonify." Ghost command. As soon as he finished the incantation, black smoke billowed around Jiang Chun. Countless strange creatures appeared, crawling about. Each one had a blood-red mark on its forehead. Then, his eyes turned a strange color. The flimsy clothes on his body couldn't withstand the surging pressure and were torn to shreds by the aura. His bare, pale back was revealed, showing a rather large and somewhat strange tattoo. The pitch-black tattoo stretched from his chest to the middle of his back. Hazy smoke rose from every muscle, drifting back and forth like clouds. The system flashed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a random divine ability. Soul-seizing golden eye." Jiang Chun lifted his face and asked with a demonic smile, "Do you know what this move is?" The shadow was utterly bewildered. Its legs trembled as it backed away, looking at the stranger before it and stammering, What the hell is this? I clearly stuck to your back and investigated you thoroughly. You don't have an ability like this." Jiang Chun slowly walked forward, stroking his chin smugly. "There's a lot you don't know. The number of trump cards I have is endless. Baby." Refusing to believe its eyes, the shadow argued stubbornly. "It's probably just an illusion you created. It's all for show, just to fool people. It's nothing special." The moment it finished its boast, it was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air by Jiang Chun. Then, he violently pried open the opponent's mouth with his two thumbs, peering inside and assessing it. "How does my all-for-show taste?" After saying that, Jiang Chun ripped its mouth to the side. It was called pulling, but the brutal action looked more like he was winding up to throw it dozens of meters away. The unlucky shadow was thrown far away, tumbling like a piece of discarded trash. Jiang Chun wiped his hands and muttered, "It's just a shadow, but it even has saliva." He walked forward excitedly, looking with interest at the pathetic state of the shadow lying on the ground, coughing violently. He declared, "Let me open your eyes once more." As he spoke, he leisurely brought his finger up to his shoulder and poked it a few times. Instantly, a giant eye with a golden iris and a wide black pupil opened on his shoulder. Soul-seizing golden eye. As soon as he shouted the name of the ultimate move, the demonic eye on his shoulder shot out a brilliant light, like a searchlight, shining directly on the shadow. Caught in the dazzling beam, the shadow was in extreme agony, writhing on the ground and screaming, "I'm your shadow. If I die, you can't live either." Jiangchen crossed his arms and smiled coldly, ignoring the threat. "I'd really like to see what happens when you're gone. Let's turn up the power." Seeing the situation turning life-threatening, the shadow quickly somersaulted and planned to escape using the Earth Escape art. Jiangchen clicked his tongue, praising its cleverness. "You even know Earth Escape art?" So he generously summoned several more demonic eyes to sprout on his body. He opened them all to get a better look at the shadow. The eyes frantically darted around, turning on their high-intensity searchlights and shining light everywhere, leaving no blind spots. The shadow struggled pathetically, trying to find a way to escape the disaster Jiangchen had created. He smirked and nodded. "All right, not bad. Concentrate the firepower." Cornered, the shadow was now truly scared. It frantically raised its hands in surrender. "Stop! The two of us can't. How about we sit down and negotiate?" "System, the blind ghost has conceded. Ghost chi plus 999,999. Jiangchen retracted the light and asked with a smug frown, "All right, let's hear your terms." The shadow knelt down and pleaded humbly, "I can continue to be your shadow. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Jiangchen rubbed his chin, looking suspicious. "What if one day you betray me? So, it's better to just get rid of you now for long-term peace of mind." He pretended to raise his hand to strike. The shadow screamed in terror. "I can form a blood contract with you." Hearing the strange term, Jiangchen asked blankly, "What's a blood contract?" Qiu Hong, who had just regained consciousness after being sent flying, staggered over, rubbing his head. "I'm back." But when he arrived, he saw the ferocious shadow ghost crying and begging for its life at Jiangchen's feet. He stared in astonishment. "Oh, are you two done already?" Jiangchen shrugged nonchalantly. "You could say that. It wants to sign a blood contract with me." Hearing this, Qiu Hong slapped his thigh and excitedly urged him, "Brother, you should agree to it. This is a great thing." Jiangchen frowned and asked, "What's so great about this?" Qiu Hong eagerly explained the details. "You probably know that we in the Underworld Bureau often use the method of sealing ghosts into our bodies for cultivation. Actually, this method is just a variation of the blood contract. Forcing a ghost to form a blood contract with a human has the potential danger of backlash." The shadow, hearing this, chimed in, "He's not even a ghost, just a useless worker." Qiu Hong hurriedly waved his hands, explaining the benefits further. "Hey, brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is very likely the legendary demonic dual cultivation." Hearing the sensitive phrase, Jiangchen's face contorted in confusion. "Demonic dual cultivation? What's that? Isn't that the evil path of Su Ling and Su Qiao?" He turned to Qiu Hong suspiciously. "Can you guarantee that the blood contract is safe and nothing will go wrong? The ghosts in the Underworld Bureau often lose control and demonify." Qiu Hong shook his head firmly, vouching for it. "This can't be compared. If a ghost voluntarily initiates a blood contract, if the host dies, it will die too. Then let's give it a try." The shadow, seeing a glimmer of hope, nodded eagerly. "Come on, big brother. Let's do this hand seal together." The posture looked ridiculous and awkward, but Jiangchen reluctantly followed along, muttering, "What a weird pose. If you dare to trick me, you're dead for sure." "There you go." Qiu Hong, watching the rare sight from the side, clapped enthusiastically. "So this is how a blood contract is signed. This is my first time seeing it in person too." The shadow began the ritual. "Next is a very important incantation. I'll say the first half, you say the second. No need to be too cautious." Qiu Hong cheered enthusiastically from the side. "We're brothers now. Go for it. I support you." As the dance-like movements stopped, a dazzling red magic circle appeared. Both the shadow and Jiangchen seemed to be melting and fusing together. After the flash of light, aside from hastily putting his tattered clothes back on, there was no obvious change in his body. The shadow obediently returned to being a shadow, lying flat at Jiangchen's feet. It said respectfully, "Big brother, I will do as you command." Jiangchen clicked his tongue, praising its quick change of heart. A ghost that can adapt to circumstances this quickly is rare. Unlimited potential. "Actually, I don't really need this." The shadow hurriedly whispered flatteringly, "Big brother, we've already made a pact. You can't go back on your word." Qiu Hong clasped his hands in admiration. "What else can I say? You're truly Jiangchen. Even Yang Chuan would have to take a back seat to you." Jiangchen smiled humbly in return. "You misunderstand. It's all thanks to Captain Yang's dedicated guidance." Qiu Hong clapped him on the shoulder. "Being too humble comes off as fake. Among the current B-rank powerhouses, your strength absolutely deserves to be at the top." Hearing the praise, Jiangchen's tone turned serious. "If you think so highly of me, then I have an important matter to ask of you." With that, Jiangchen leaned in and whispered something mysterious and serious into Qiu Hong's ear. A moment later, Xiaohong confidently patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, just leave this matter to me." Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. "All right, then I'll be taking my leave." After Qiu Hong leaped away, Jiang Chun turned his attention back to Lin Yue, who was standing dazedly behind him. He walked over and asked with concern, "Lin Yue, are you okay?" The girl quickly shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, just some minor scrapes." "Have you dealt with that shadow?" Jiang Chun stretched and grinned proudly, showing off his achievement. "I've subdued it. It even obediently signed a blood contract with me." Lin Yue was extremely shocked to hear this. She thought to herself in admiration, to be able to possess and subdue such great power, he must have worked very hard. I must also cultivate diligently to catch up to him. I can't be so weak that he has to bear all the danger alone. With that thought, she boldly grabbed his sleeve and proposed, "Jiang Chun, next time you go on mission, can you take me with you? I want to train and improve with you." Hearing the burdensome suggestion, Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened. He still forced a polite, social smile, but his grimace made it clear to the whole world that he was not a fan of teamwork. Lin Yue keenly sensed the blunt rejection. She pouted and frowned. "So you don't want to?" Seeing the beauty get angry, Jiang Chen hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head, denying it vehemently. "Of course not. Then next time, we'll definitely form a team and go together." He scratched the back of his neck, avoiding her gaze. "Well, we'll talk about that later." The scene shifts to a very popular milk tea shop. The shop seemed quite bustling and lively after its opening. Somewhere in the shop, a customer's excited voice could be heard praising, "Business is booming, huh? So cute. The girl selling milk tea is so pretty." A group of young men were pushing and shoving, teasing her, when suddenly Jiang Chun walked up from behind. He coldly gripped their shoulders and squeezed hard, roaring angrily, "If you're buying, buy it quickly. If not, get lost." The girl, Tang, looked up and saw Jiang Chun. Her face lit up as if she had struck gold, and she hurried over to greet him. "Oh, boss." The rowdy young man outside heard her and murmured in surprise, "What? This guy's the owner? Did he save the world in a past life to hire such a pretty employee?" Ignoring the customers, Jiang Chun frowned and gestured with his head for Tang. "Let's talk in the back. It's too crowded and complicated out here." The cat-eared girl obediently nodded. She bowed to the customers waiting in line and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. The shop has some urgent business today and will be closing early." As they retreated to a private rest area in the back, the cat girl asked worriedly, "Why did the boss want to see us?" Jiang Chen didn't answer her right away. Suddenly, his hand shot out like lightning, catching something sharp that had just whizzed through the air in an assassination attempt. He coldly held the pitch-black dart right in front of the cat girl's face and said in a low voice, "This is a killing arrow from the Tang family." Tang Yi's face turned pale with fright. Jiang Chun crossed his arms and analyzed, "Before we even entered the bar, I felt an unusual killing intent. As expected, there were a few assassins lying in wait here." Tang Yi trembled as she explained how terrifying the organization was. "Once we're targeted by a killing dart, we'll be hunted to the ends of the earth by countless Tang clan experts. Basically, no one survives the night." Hearing this threat, Jiang Chun wasn't scared at all. Instead, he let out a sinister, contemptuous laugh. "I'm afraid they won't live long enough to worry about tonight." That night, the bright moon cast a faint, ethereal glow on the silent rooftop. Jiang Chun sat casually in the middle of his room, scrolling through social media. He mumbled a philosophical quote he read online, treading carefully on a steel beam. Just then, a thin, white wisp of smoke suddenly blew in from the window, swirling like incense from a censer. The moment Jiang Chun inadvertently inhaled the strange, poisonous fragrance, his eyes shut and he passed out, falling into a deep sleep. The powerful sleeping drug knocked him out in less than a second. Seeing their targets sleeping like the dead, the window opened silently, and two shadowy assassins swiftly slipped into the room. The one in the lead looked at the victim and sneered contemptuously at his partner. "Is this guy really a master? Or is he a fake? A little bit of sleeping drug, and he's out cold." But he never expected that the real person had already silently appeared behind them, arms crossed. Jiang Chun whispered in their ears with a mocking smirk, "Surprise, old lady. Yeah, the one on the bed is definitely a fake." The assassin nodded, assessing the blanket-covered pillow. He turned to his partner, puzzled. "Didn't you two notice that the guy standing behind us has no shadow?" Realizing the danger, the two assassins decisively drew their weapons and launched a surprise attack. But Jiang Chun nimbly stepped back, dodging with ease. Strangely, the figure of Jiang Chun that had been lying unconscious on the bed suddenly lifted its head and said with a ghostly laugh, "Did you forget about me?" It turned out to be the Shadow. The Shadow's hands flashed out, landing a jaw-shattering punch on each of the intruders, making them see stars. Then, the shadow gracefully executed a few more moves, knocking him out. The real Jiang Chen suddenly appeared, blocking the doorway. He cracked his knuckles and asked coolly, "Did you forget about me too?" He smiled cruelly, forming a hand seal and chanting, "I'll give you a taste of series-connected circuits. Demonify." ZZZT. The two versions of Jiang Chun immediately unleashed their attack, blasting the two intruders with a high-voltage electric shock that sent them spasming and convulsing in agony. The high-voltage current coursing through their bodies was so intense, it burned their black outfits to shreds. As a result, the two assassins were left lying naked on the floor, charred black without a scrap of clothing, with only their dog-faced masks left to cover their identities. Jiang Chun used his heel to kick over their bodies and collect their phones as evidence. Then he made a call. "Captain Xiao, I've taken care of things on my end. I'm sending you the location. Bring some people and stretchers to clean this up." The scene shifts to dawn. Jiang Chun carried the two prisoners, on his shoulders and threw them with a thud in front of the gate of a massive, imposing mansion. He looked up at the sign, dusted off his hands, and declared heroically, "Today, I'm going to raise hell and let them know who I am." In the grand hall of that enormous building, the first person he saw was a thin, frail old man with sharp, piercing eyes. Sitting next to him was a chubby young man with skin as smooth as a baby's. A burly man with a goatee stood to one side, arms crossed, managing the current security situation. The young man respectfully lifted a cup and offered tea to his master. He said solemnly to the old man, "Master Hu Xiao, from now on, please grace our Tang Long with more of your teachings." The goateed old man stroked his beard and reminded him, "Patriarch Tang, don't forget the Tang clan's poison needles you promised me." Master Hu Xiao accepted the teacup and replied with a hearty laugh, "Of course, haha, how could I dare to forget?" Outside the main gate, security was tight. Two muscular guards blocked the entrance, barking, "Private residence of the Tang clan. No entry without permission." Jiang Chen didn't bother wasting words. He swung his arms, and through the two naked men, the two assassins, over the gate like missiles to take out the two guards. As soon as they got a clear look at the faces of the two who were thrown, the two guards were stunned to recognize their colleagues. "Hey, aren't these the Tang clan's elite guards, Zwa? And you? Why are they beaten half to death and in such a miserable state?" Jiang Chun casually dusted off his hands and walked closer to the barrier, asking with a provocative smirk, "So, still not letting me in?" Jiang Chun jerked his thumb towards Xiao Hong, who was strolling up behind him, and continued with steely logic. "Then what about him? Surely he can enter openly and honorably, right?" Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged man who looked like a fortune teller in a long robe hurried out from the mansion. Seeing someone with authority, he quickly forced a smile and bowed obsequiously. "Captain Xiao, what an honor to have you grace us with your presence. My apologies that our family was not prepared to receive you." Xiao Hong's face was cold as stone. He pulled a red-stamped arrest warrant from his chest and brandished it in the man's face, declaring, "Special search warrant. The Tang family has violated underworld law by operating an illegal dark gambling ring. The illicit funds involved exceed 1 million underworld points. According to criminal law, the person in charge will be executed immediately. The entire Tang clan will bear joint responsibility, and all assets will be seized." Xiao Hong stuffed the paper back into his pocket and growled threateningly, "Now, may we come in?" The fortune teller's face turned ashen, drained of all color. He panicked and stammered, "This is all over. Which idiot provoked this powerful young man with backing from the Underworld Bureau?" Xiao Hong didn't wait. He gestured to his companion and said decisively, "Jiang Chun, let's go in." The fortune teller scrambled after them, trying to stop them, pleading desperately, "This must be a regrettable misunderstanding. Our Patriarch Tang will personally explain everything to the Underworld Bureau headquarters." Ignoring the man's wails and pleas behind them, Jiang Chun and Xiao Hong strode confidently forward and kicked open the doors to the main hall. In the tea room, the frail old man was smugly raising his cup. "Master Hu Xiao, I toast to you." Just as the two esteemed guests were about to clink their jade cups, a servant with a panicked face and disheveled hair stumbled in from outside to report urgent news. He hastily abandoned all etiquette and rules, daring only to lean in and whisper the alarming situation to the master of the house. Upon hearing the shocking news from his servant, the old man's hand tightened in anger. Crack! The precious jade teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. Hot tea spilled onto his hand. He gritted his teeth and growled in fury. How did those idiots dare to provoke the Underworld Bureau's pack of mad dogs? The servant trembled, prostrating himself on the floor as he reported more details. It seems the second young madam secretly sent people to avenge young Master Tang Hu. The old man slammed the table and shot to his feet, furiously roaring at their stupidity. Why did they act so recklessly without any evidence? Just as his rage peaked, there was a sharp whistle of wind. Another familiar bat-shaped poison dart shot in from outside, pierced through the glass window, and embedded itself in the wooden pillar right next to the old man's face. The old man's eyes widened as he looked at the symbol on the dart, and he hissed through his teeth, cursing his daughter-in-law, "That damn, stupid bitch. To think she would dare use the family's heirloom throwing darts to assassinate someone, leaving such a clear trail of evidence." Xiao Hong appeared in the middle of the hall like a descending god. He stood with his hands behind his back, his voice booming like thunder, threatening the entire clan. "You are now suspected of secretly training assassins, violating human rights, and breaking ironclad laws. We will now search the entire Tang estate." A Tang clan elder slammed the table and shot to his feet, his face red with rage, shouting back, "You dare to dishonor the Tang clan based on a single broken dart? Do you have a death wish?" Xiao Hong snorted coldly and smirked challengingly. The Underworld Bureau doesn't need to present evidence to do its job. Hearing this, the elder's expression changed. He burst into tears and played the victim, wailing, "The Underworld Bureau is bullying our weak Tang clan. Esteemed patriarchs, can you just stand by and watch? Patriarch Zhang, Patriarch Qin, Patriarch Lin, you must help me, Tang, seek justice." The old man looked around pleadingly, but was met only with averted gazes. He thought bitterly to himself, "This old man has saved me many times. Why won't he save me this time? Do you feel I don't have enough weight? Then I must step forward today." Unable to bear the suffocating atmosphere, Master Hu Xiao, sitting in the seat of honor, frowned slightly. He raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and coughed a few times to get everyone's attention. "Everyone, please listen to me for a moment." Before the old man could offer his counsel, Jiang Chun took a step forward, glared at him, and said bluntly, "What the hell are you talking about? Is this your place to speak? Is your surname Tang? Do you have assassination darts? You dare to stand up for them?" Humiliated in front of so many people by a nobody, Master Hu Xiao stroked his beard, then angrily slammed his staff on the tiled floor and roared, "You brat, you've gone too far." With that, he closed his eyes and chanted, his hands forming a series of seals to summon his spirit beasts. A roaring golden tiger and a white crane with outstretched wings appeared. The old man shouted a few majestic-sounding phrases for effect, and then charged into battle. His hands moved in a dizzying, graceful display as he unleashed his crane form technique, aiming straight for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun lightly pushed off his heels and leaped into the air, easily dodging the sharp attack. He muttered praise for the technique, chasing the fleeing man, painting a picturesque scene. But then his face darkened, and he growled, "A mere bird's head dares to be so arrogant? Do you think I'm a vegetarian?" As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out several pitch-black shadows carrying a murderous aura, which tore the master's white crane to shreds. Seeing his beloved spirit beast so easily destroyed, the old man panicked and retreated, hastily summoning his tiger form to continue the fight. Jiang Chen's shadow rushed forward, but was blocked by the golden tiger's claws. Seizing the advantage, the master triumphantly waved his hand and shouted, "Big guy, go. Finish him for me." He commanded the massive tiger to leap forward and pounce on Jiang Chun. But Jiang Chun was no pushover. He took a deep breath and channeled his internal energy, unleashing his ultimate move, the roaring tiger blast. His voice erupted in a powerful, thunderous roar, creating a sound wave that completely repelled Master Hu Xiao's tiger form, sending it flying backward. After the flashy, colorful battle of internal energy in the air, both landed on the ground, frozen for a moment. Jiang Chun dusted off his clothes and looked at the old man with a pitying smirk. By now, the old man's calves had been firmly restrained by Jiang Chen's shadow, which had crept up from the ground, rendering him unable to move. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he shouted a brutal command, "Kneel for me." The invisible shadow immediately forced Master Hu Xiao's legs to buckle, making him kneel on the tiled floor right at Jiang Chen's feet. Forced to his knees, Master Hu Xiao looked up at Jiang Chun in utter confusion, trembling as he asked, "As you wish." At that moment, under the influence of the oppressive illusion, Jiang Chun appeared to him as a towering figure emitting a dazzling golden light, like a divine being. Mistaking it for the supreme power of a descended celestial, he trembled and kowtowed. "I never thought you were protected by a celestial being. I admit defeat. I will no longer interfere in the Tang clan's affairs." Having said his piece to save his own life, Master Huxiao immediately used the Earth Escape art and vanished without a trace. The group of old patriarchs in the hall were utterly bewildered, trying in vain to reach out for his disappearing shadow. After their reinforcement had fled, 2 piles of black, foul-smelling mud suddenly bubbled up in front of the old man. Then, from the black mud, the forms of 2 underworld envoys gradually materialized. They bowed their heads, clasped their hands, and began to report the results of their search. Search complete. The assassins were indeed being secretly trained on the 8th floor of the main hall. With ironclad evidence in hand, Jiang Chun strode forward and pointed directly at the Tang Patriarch, questioning him sharply. So you were deliberately stalling for time to let the others escape our investigation of the Tang clan estate. Do you have any other excuses? Turning to the underworld envoys, he coldly waved his hand and gave the order, take all of them away. Anyone who resists, put them in a coffin. No merci. Suddenly, the alarm system behind him flashed a brilliant red. The steel doors around the main hall immediately slammed shut with a deafening clang. Every possible escape route, no matter how small, was sealed by partitions, leaving no gaps. Standing in the encirclement, the Tang Patriarch's expression showed little surprise at this turn of events. Jiang Chun and Xiao Hong, feeling suspicious, slowly walked closer to question him. Old man Tang, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve for us? The Tang Patriarch waved his hands in confusion, stammering his denial. It wasn't me. I don't know either. Just then, a new figure emerged from behind a screen to join the conversation. A woman dressed as a widow stepped out, a bitter smile on her face. How ridiculous. The 100-year-old prestigious Tang clan has ended up like this. Tang, he couldn't protect my son, so why can't I take her life myself? Patriarch Tang's eyes widened in recognition of his daughter-in-law. He exclaimed in shock, so it was you. You crazy woman. What have you done? Who let you out? The woman bared her teeth in a crazed grin, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. The Tang clan doesn't dare to seek revenge, but I do. I can't let little Hu die in vain like this. Jiang Chun crossed his arms and frowned, interjecting again. Your son was stupid enough to get himself killed. What does that have to do with Tang? Her weak spot struck. She became agitated, flailing her arms and legs. Who would believe your words? Bring that bitch Tang out here. I must take her memories. Xiao Hong took a step forward and whispered a warning in Jiang Chen's ear. Brother Jiang, after having their memories taken, the person becomes a permanent idiot. Jiang Chen shook his head resolutely and said to her, then I can't hand her over. The widow growled, her eyes bloodshot and vain. Then today, none of you will leave here alive. I've already placed mind-controlling goo worms in the tea. All of you will become my puppets. Hearing this, the old patriarchs immediately tried to stick their fingers down their throats to vomit out the liquid they had swallowed, but it was hopeless. Someone screamed in terror. That's the mind-controlling goo. How do you know the evil techniques of the Dark Alliance's evil goo sect? She threw her head back and laughed cruelly, her words a threat. If you won't help me get revenge, someone else will back me up. As she spoke, she opened her mouth and released a pitch-black master goo worm, letting it crawl into her own consciousness to activate the control command. Soon, the eyes of the clan leaders turned completely cloudy, controlled, and having lost their consciousness. They began to follow her orders unconditionally. Patriarch Tang broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, trying to stop his daughter-in-law. They are all pillars of the Jiangbei prestigious families. Do you dare to harm them? Ignoring her crazed dancing behind him, Jiang Chun felt the atmosphere become increasingly tense. He glanced over and saw that the veins on Xiao Hong's fists were bulging. The goo-controlled clan leaders began to stagger like zombies towards Jiang Chun and Xiao Hong. Jiang Chun nudged his teammate and asked, what do we do now? Xiao Hong shrugged and replied nonchalantly, good question. I don't know either. We either capture the ringleader or beat them all senseless. I'll knock them out. You go get the ringleader. Normally, I never get the chance to beat up these arrogant, wealthy people from Jiangqing. With that, Xiao Hong, as excited as if he'd won the lottery, charged straight into the crowd before him. Feeling the satisfying sensation of freely punching the usually haughty and powerful people, the corners of his mouth lifted in a joyful grin that wouldn't go down. Xiao Hong's subordinates, seeing their boss going wild, were extremely confused and didn't know what to do. They called out to stop him. Captain, one of the clan leaders, his face swollen from the beating, tried to plead, it's me. But Xiao Hong just enthusiastically closed his eyes and continued to beat them to a pulp, cursing, what are you standing in the way for? Move. That's it. That's it. Feels great. Take that, you capitalist. I'm not afraid of you now. Ignoring Xiao Hong's rampage, Jiang Chun leisurely walked over to bargain with the blonde widow. He stretched his muscles. Let's begin, shall we? Sister, Let's have a little chat. The mentally unstable woman heard this and gave a faint, contemptuous laugh in reply. Asha? About what? I have nothing to say to you. With that, she roared and lunged, swiping at Jiang Chun with her claws. Jiang Chun stepped back, blocking the blow with a flick of his wrist. Not accepting defeat, she continued to attack crazily, forcing the main character back. With just a single blast of internal energy, she sent Jiang Chun flying back to another corner of the hall. Then, the two of them charged at each other again for a second round of combat. The fight was intense, with one attacking and the other defending. The beautiful woman extended her sharp claws, using the 9 true scripture technique to slash wildly. Jiang Chun focused his strength, using his iron fist to deftly parry each of the blonde woman's attacks. The longer the stalemate dragged on, the more Jiang Chun realized this fight couldn't continue. It had to end as quickly as possible. Frustrated, he had to reach behind his back and draw the Flesh Lingji sword from its sheath. He muttered, "You're the one who forced my hand." He swung Flesh Lingji, making a sharp, clean cut across the blonde woman's body. Fortunately, the blonde woman was quite flexible from yoga. She quickly bent and twisted her body to avoid the fatal blow. Jiang Chun didn't miss a beat. He spun, holding the sword, and leaped high into the air, bringing it down for a piercing strike. "You're finished this time." The blonde woman saw the blade coming down and couldn't dodge in time. She quickly crossed her arms in a hard defensive stance. Unexpectedly, just as the blade was about to hit, he suddenly sheathed Flesh Lingji. A mocking half-smile appeared on his lips. "So you're just a cowardly ghost, huh? Weren't you so arrogant just now?" With that, he spun and swung his claws, faking her out and landing a powerful, paralyzing iron fist on her shoulder. The blonde woman took the full force of the 1,000-pound punch and was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a wall and cracking it. The blonde woman coughed up blood and slid down, collapsing onto the marble floor. Her weak body trembled slightly. Jiang Chun walked slowly towards her, his large black shadow casting over her on the wall. In her weakened state, she looked up at Jiang Chun with her bloodshot eyes, full of resentment and resignation. Looking at her, Jiang Chun suddenly felt a bit of pity for her, cornered as she was. He felt a little reluctant to finish her off, but the mindless shadow at his feet was extremely excited. It thought to itself, "Then move aside and let me do it." With a single decisive headbutt from the shadow, the master goo worm hidden in the blonde woman's forehead was forcefully ejected and fell to the ground. As soon as the master worm left her body, the goo-controlled people who were fighting on the other side all fainted and collapsed like dominoes. Qiu Hong, who was in the middle of throwing a punch, was surprised and opened his hand, feeling a bit disappointed. "I wasn't done fighting yet. Why did they all collapse?" The blonde woman, having lost the goo worm, coughed up black blood, but a sharp, cunning smile formed on her lips. "You think you've won so easily? I've planted C4 bombs all over this building, enough to level this entire area. You can all accompany me in death. Won't that be fun?" She laughed maniacally, expecting panic, but Jiang Chun just turned and walked away, indifferent, as if it were nothing to worry about. Seeing this, the blonde woman frowned, confused by his calmness. Jiang Chun walked over, patted Qiu Hong on the shoulder, and said succinctly, "You handle the rest of the cleanup. I don't have time for this kind of petty revenge." As he turned to walk out the door, a trail of icy frost suddenly shot past behind Jiang Chun. Qiu Hong had used the Earth Escape art to suddenly appear next to the blonde woman. With a swift and precise move, he plucked the arm that was holding the bomb detonator hidden in her sleeve. She stared in shock at her empty shoulder and the arm Qiu Hong had just taken. She screamed in agony, "Aya!" Jiang Chun frowned in annoyance, covering his ears and muttering, "So noisy." He tilted his chin and ordered his magic weapon. "All right, Flesh Lingji, turn into a seesaw." Flesh Lingji understood his command. It lazily swelled up and transformed into a giant seesaw. One end lifted Jiang Chun high up, while the other was placed under the locked roll-up door. Jiang Chun stomped his foot, using his body weight and the powerful leverage of Flesh Lingji to successfully break open the steel door. Just as he casually stuck his hands in his pockets and stepped outside, Jiang Chun froze. He saw another young man in a black cloak hanging upside down from a tree branch, having been waiting for who knows how long. He clicked his tongue, assessing his patience. "Even though I didn't expect her to successfully detonate it, you sure got here fast to watch the show." Jiang Chun used his divine eyes with special vision to carefully observe his opponent and gather information. The AI system immediately displayed a stats panel and announced, "Zhou Chun." A look of surprise. Acquired 12,999 points. The hiding Zhou Chun was discovered by Jiang Chun. He pouted, showing a bit of annoyance at his bad luck. "So, I was discovered after all." Then, he swung his cloak and transformed into a swarm of squeaking black bats, quickly flapping their wings to escape. The mansion was once again quiet and peaceful. Jiang Chun looked at the system panel, rubbing his hands together with a sinister smile. Tens of thousands of ghost chi points delivered right to my doorstep just after opening my eyes. This guy's pretty good, isn't he? Isn't that even better? How could I waste such a delicious scent? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun used his lightness skill and quickly chased after the swarm of black bats flying ahead. Zhou Chen looked back and saw Jiang Chun sticking to him like a leech. He clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of fear. He actually dared to chase me? How is he keeping up with my speed? Looking at the distance, Jiang Chun was already right on his tail. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if it weren't for other, more important matters, I would definitely fight you to the death. While flying, Jiang Chun whispered a command to the evil spirit. Shadow, go invisible and follow that lead bat. The shadow at his heels excitedly nodded and rubbed its hands in immediate agreement. Jiang Chun reached out and summoned the flesh Lingji blade. He raised the gleaming blade high, aiming at the swarm of bats, not forgetting to shout out his move to announce his presence. Grandpa's here for you, my little ones. As the lightning-infused flesh Lingji blade swung down, cleaving the sky, the swarm of bats keenly sensed the killing intent and split into two groups to dodge. Seeing the bats move in such a fluid and coordinated formation, he couldn't help but sheath his blade and exclaim, they're pretty fast. He patted his magic weapon. All right, air, upgrade, and transform into an RPG. Flesh Lingji shivered once, and then, by some miracle, it cosplayed and perfectly transformed into a modern weapon. An upgraded, super cool GP anti-tank gun with a massive barrel. Jiang Chun shouldered the gun, squinted one eye, and aimed through the infrared scope at the panicked swarm of bats flying further and further away. He instructed his weapon, remember to aim carefully. Fire for me. Flesh Lingji fired, shooting out a sentient Flesh Lingji warhead. The warhead tore through the air, flew into the middle of the swarm of bats, and then exploded in a dazzling flash. The ghost chi explosion blew the entire swarm of bats to pieces, sending them falling like ripe fruit. Zhou Chen suffered the same fate. Injured, he reverted to his original form amidst the falling bats and tumbled to the ground. He roared in resentment. You're too much, old man. But surprise, old man. As soon as he hit the ground, Jiang Chun had already used instant transmission to appear right next to his head. He whispered into his ear in the voice of the god of death. There are even more deadly things to come. Farewell, baby. With that, he coldly swung his blade in a circle, neatly cutting his opponent in two. But when he checked his experience points, the system remained unchanged. He frowned in confusion. Strange. Why isn't there a single drop of ghost chi? From the corpse on the ground, Zhou Chen's voice echoed, laughing with delight at his foolishness. Haha, you only just realized you were tricked? Too late. It turned out to be just a paper clone. But contrary to his expectation of seeing frustration, Jiang Chun just smiled and looked at his corpse with deep pity. He let out a sound of confused curiosity. Why do you look so relaxed, with no regrets? Because he had no idea that Jiang Chun had already secretly sent the invisible shadow ghost to tail his real body. That night, in some remote, damp slum, a dog chained in an alley suddenly began to bark fiercely, as if trying to drive away some evil presence that had just passed by. And that evil presence emerged from the darkness, its appearance somewhat hard to describe. It was a young man with a face powdered pink and cheeks rouged bright red, his lips painted in a pucker like a peach. He stopped and stared at the chained dog with a murderous look. Then, he decisively swung his sleeve and delivered a brutal blow, sending the dog to a faraway land. Before completely losing consciousness and collapsing, the poor dog only managed to whimper a few painful sounds, its legs twitching a bit before it fell completely silent and stopped breathing. As if killing an animal wasn't enough to satisfy his sadistic urges, the young man with the puckered lips cruelly swung his arm again, delivering another sharp blow that dismembered the dog, leaving its bloody parts scattered about. After committing his crime against the animal, he leisurely smirked, turned, and calmly left. But after just a few steps, he staggered and paused, as if stimulated by the smell of fresh blood. Then he continued walking into the village, leaving behind not only the corpse of the poor little dog, but also the bodies of innocent villagers who were unlucky enough to be working late. Body parts were scattered everywhere, lying in pools of blood along the path. A dark, evil aura gathered from this, and the fog grew thicker and more putrid, obscuring the moonlight. Amidst the pool of blood, a victim's hand trembled and moved slightly, trying to call for help. But it was brutally stomped on by the heel of the man, with the puckered lips, extinguishing the victim's last breath. Leaving all the chaos behind, he leaped onto a wall and left the scene. He stood on a high wall, closing his eyes and inhaling the air, enjoying the space thick with the stench of death from his bloody handiwork. Bright red blood glistened as it flowed down the wall under the dim light of the street lamp. His puckered lips curled into a 6 smile as he muttered, "Welcome, Great One. A gift like this is the only way to show enough sincerity, right?" From the far end of the dark alley, the eerie, lingering sound of a bell could be heard. Then a small, ghostly procession slowly walked into the middle of the field of fresh, bleeding corpses. They beat gongs and played mournful funeral music as they walked. The ones playing the instruments walked stiffly, like mindless puppets without human consciousness. The young man with the puckered lips saw this and quickly jumped down from the wall, respectfully clasping his hands and bowing to welcome the leader. Great Lord Wuliang. At that moment, amidst the pile of corpses, a weak hand reached up, waving for help, which caught his attention and made him frown. A thin boy, still clinging to a sliver of life and consciousness, lifted his head and looked at him with hatred and resentment, cursing, "You cold-blooded demons will not die a peaceful death." Hearing the curse, the man with the puckered lips let out a mocking "Oh. Well, there's still one with a strong life force left." But before he could make a move to finish him off, a papier-mâché skull floating on a palanquin reacted to the resentful aura. It glowed and slowly floated forward. From within the empty eye sockets of the skull, a thick black smoke was released, which then materialized into a pale demoness with long, flowing black hair and blood-red eyes. The thick, putrid smell of blood enveloped her. The demoness glared at her subordinate, her voice sharp and critical. "You can't even clean up this little mess properly? What do I keep you around for?" The young man with the puckered lips broke out in a cold sweat, frightened, and knelt down, stammering an excuse. "I'm sorry, my lord. I won't." Before the young man could finish his plea, with a flick of the demoness' hand, he was crushed by a powerful force and exploded into thousands of pieces. The surviving boy on the ground witnessed this scene and was terrified. His eyes were wide with extreme fear, and his face was so pale that it was drained of all blood. The evil demoness found this interesting. She slowly brought her terrifying face close to the boy and smiled cruelly. "What a resilient little brother. Leave your life here." As she spoke sweetly, she reached out her rotting hand and gently tapped the boy's forehead with her sharp little finger. The boy trembled violently, shrinking back into a corner. He looked at the demoness with tear-filled puppy eyes, pleading. But surprisingly, she didn't kill him. Instead, she used her evil magic to turn him into a paper servant puppet. Sharp, purple pieces of paper appeared from thin air, flying around, and then tightly wrapping around the boy's face, muffling his screams. Then, the layer of magical paper spread, enveloping his entire body, gradually distorting his shape and turning him into a bizarre paper puppet, just like the man with the puckered lips from before. In an instant, from a living being, his soul was completely stolen, and he was turned into a mindless paper man serving the demon. Suddenly, from the space behind them, someone's mocking laughter echoed. "Hall Master, that's quite a vicious trick you have there." The demoness turned her head and smirked in greeting to the newcomer. "Shang Muliu, you sure sniffed your way here fast, didn't you? Granny Wu and Zhou Chen haven't arrived for the meeting yet." Just then, a giant, disgusting but strangely beautiful purple centipede crawled up his pant leg. Then, when Shang Muliu looked around the ground in surprise, he discovered that at some point, swarms of poisonous insects of all sizes had gathered and surrounded the area. He gave a forced laugh. "Granny Wu, speak of the devil, and she shall appear." The swarming insects gathered together into a large, writhing mass of flesh. Then, from the pile of insects, a wrinkled old woman with blood-red eyes emerged, chuckling teasingly. "Shang Muliu, were you that eager to see me? Hee hee. After so many years apart, I've started to miss the taste of your flesh." Shang Muliu stroked his beard and clicked his tongue, criticizing her appearance. "Old woman, you're still as ugly as ever." Up in the sky, Zhou Chen's pitch-black bat was also flapping its wings, flying towards their gathering spot. As soon as they saw the bat's shadow obscuring the moon, everyone looked up. The demoness pointed. "Hall Master Zhou Chen has finally dragged himself here." From the giant bat's mouth, a slimy black silk cocoon was spat out, falling to the ground with a thud. Looking closely at the tangled mess, it was Zhou Chen's body, barely alive. He struggled to get up, dusted off his clothes, and faced his 3 colleagues with a look of dissatisfaction and resentment for being mocked. Old man Shang Muliu tapped his cane on the ground and complained, "Summoning us to this garbage dump in the middle of the night. Is there something important?" Zhou Chun, furious, threw on his cloak, transformed into a bat, and hung upside down from a dry branch in midair. He announced the supreme command with a murderous aura, full-scale attack on Jianbei. The demon leaders were stunned. The demoness asked doubtfully, "Did you take the wrong medicine? What are you talking about? If you want us to commit suicide, just say so." A mass suicide would be much quicker and easier than attacking the heavily fortified stronghold of Jianbei. Hearing this, Zhou Chen's face turned purple with rage as he cursed his cowardly subordinates. "A bunch of idiots. You ignorant demons. This is the grand plan of our Dark Alliance's inner circle. More than 80 Hall Masters will set out simultaneously from 2 directions." Hearing the massive scale, Shang Muliu stroked his chin and let out an "oh." So the Dark Alliance has gathered its forces and is starting to counterattack the cultivation world? Zhou Chen nodded smugly, revealing a heavenly secret. Exactly. In 5 days, at the Jiangbei branch of the Underworld Bureau, an unprecedentedly great opportunity will arise. Hearing about the opportunity, the greedy evil spirits' eyes lit up, and they licked their lips in thirst. A great opportunity? Who would want to seize such a treasure? Hee, I can't wait to drink blood. Seeing their morale rise, Zhou Chan clapped his hands to conclude. Dismissed. Everyone go back and prepare to summon your troops. After receiving their orders, everyone followed his words, disappearing into the darkness in different directions, beginning to secretly prepare for the bloody battle. The night sky was dark with clouds, with only a few stars twinkling faintly. Below, a peaceful town was sound asleep, unaware of the impending storm. Zhou Chen's bat flew off first to hide. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's shadow on the ground stealthily poked its head out of the mud, looking around the empty field for any trace of them. Back to the paper boy, he was currently writhing in the flames of his soul. He raised his stiff arms towards Jiang Chun and staggered forward like a soulless corpse, muttering a curse unconsciously. "Demons, you will not die a peaceful death." Jiang Chun stood firmly on a high rock. Seeing the boy gradually being corrupted and turning into a vengeful spirit, he was startled. He frowned and assessed the situation. This is not good. This is not good. With this development, I have to act decisively and eradicate the problem at its root to prevent future disaster. He decisively took out his glowing sword. Using his lightness skill, he used Phantom Shift to instantly appear right in front of the boy. His body moved like a streak of liquid, tearing through the wind as he lunged with his sword. But Jiang Chun never expected a sudden magical event to interfere. For some reason, due to some magnetic field barrier, as soon as he landed in front of the boy, he was pulled off course by a giant magnet, staggering. He clutched his head and cried out in dizziness. "Oh, oh, oh. This trap is truly disastrous." Jiang Chun dazedly shook his head, trying to stand firm on the ground. But before his vision could clear, the nimble shadow ghost had already emerged and appeared right in front of him. Seeing its sinister face grinning, it reported, "Master has arrived." Jiang Chen looked down and saw that the boy's faint soul had also been grabbed by the neck by the shadow and brought along to report its achievement. Sheathing his sword, he asked in a gentle voice to avoid scaring the boy's soul even more, "Calm down. Where's your physical body?" The boy trembled as he recalled the horrifying memory. His face turned deathly pale, and tears of blood began to stream down his face, as if he had just remembered a deeply terrifying and traumatic shock. He whimpered, "My body was turned into a tattered paper man by the witch." The boy sobbed pitifully and said chokingly, "I'm about to be tortured into a demon too. I have to kill them all for revenge." Seeing the boy getting agitated, Jiang Chun backed away, muttering and sweating. "I just asked a simple question, and his resentment is already flaring up. These demons that sow hatred are truly terrifying." Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Jiang Chun was startled when he saw the boy's evil aura rising. He quickly forced a friendly smile, raised his hand, and slowly placed it on the boy's head, transferring calming true chi. "Don't be angry. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and calm down, kid." The boy's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. His red eyes filled with resentful bloodlust. His fangs were growing sharp like a demon's, as if he was about to go crazy and bite someone at any moment. But thanks to the warmth and calming true chi from his hand, the boy gradually relaxed and calmed down. He retracted his claws, and his dark eyes gradually regained their clarity and soulfulness, becoming more obedient as befitting his innocent age. Seeing the evil aura dissipate, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, thinking smugly to himself, "My ultimate technique is truly amazing. I can easily prevent the dark transformation of a spirit by suppressing it with demonic chi." Suddenly, before he could celebrate, the surrounding air turned icy cold. Two paper assassins, a man and a woman, had silently and suddenly appeared right behind Jiang Chun. They tapped him on the shoulder, startling him so much he almost had a heart attack. The pale-faced female paper puppet asked in a cold, eerie voice, "Hey, who are you?" The boy, upon seeing the assassins appear to hunt him down, immediately showed a look of extreme panic. He pointed with a trembling finger and cried out, "The evil people are here." Jiang Chun remained motionless. The male paper puppet angrily tilted his head to the side and threatened in a cold voice, "If you don't speak, you will die." Hearing this, Jiang Chun let out a long, contemptuous hiss. He rolled up his sleeves, pinched his bicep, and rubbed it a little as if scratching an itch. Seeing this strange action, the two paper puppets were a bit curious and cautiously moved a little closer to take a look. Suddenly, Jiang Chun abruptly thrust his arm out in front of them. A bright red flame erupted fiercely on his skin. Yet, Jiang Chun's expression remained indifferent, showing no sign of pain. As the demonic flame gradually died down, a strange seal was revealed on his wrist. On the surface of the seal, a crimson character for death was clearly visible. A corner of Jiang Chun's mouth lifted. He smirked and asked back, "You don't recognize the Dark Alliance's blood talisman?" As soon as he saw the character for death, the male paper puppet tilted his head even more, his expression strange. He stared at the seal on Jiang Chun's hand, and then his paper mouth, drawn with red ink, seemed to part slightly, forming an admiring smile. "The Dark Alliance's blood talisman? Is this a great lord?" However, the female paper puppet next to him was more observant. She glared, frowned angrily, and slapped the male paper puppet across the face with a loud smack, sending sparks flying. She berated him. "Are you blind or stupid? He was killed by the blood talisman. Kill him." As soon as she gave the order, the female assassin shot towards Jiang Chun like a bullet. The male paper puppet, who had been slapped, also came to his senses and immediately drew his weapon to attack in coordination. Faced with a pincer attack, Jiang Chun just stood there with his hands behind his back like a stone statue, not even bothering to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, the two ferocious paper puppets were sliced in half, cut into several pieces. Scraps of paper fluttered in the air. Jiang Chun smirked and looked down at the shadow at his heels. With it protecting him, he didn't even need to lift a finger. However, things were not that simple. Despite being torn to shreds, the female paper puppet did not die. Instead, she used a substitution jutsu and suddenly appeared right in front of Jiang Chun. But if she wanted to take him down, she was still too green. From the empty space behind her, a long, pitch-black, ghostly sword pierced through her chest, pinning her in midair. In another dark alley, the real paper demon suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. The magical connection she had placed on her two paper subordinates had been completely severed. She cursed, "Damn it, I was flying, and now I have to turn back to deal with my own business." Thinking about someone getting in her way, she seethed with rage. "That damn brat, where did he come from, killing all my subordinates? I have to go back and make him pay." Changing direction at top speed, the demoness shot forward like a ghost, continuously leaping and running across rooftops. She used her fastest speed to fly like lightning towards Jiang Chun for revenge. Meanwhile, after dealing with the obstacles, Jiang Chun was leisurely leading the ghost boy around to find his body. So it could be said that he was leisurely waiting for the paper demon to come and offer herself up to be killed. Looking up, he now saw a figure carrying a murderous aura flying towards him like a shooting star. Jiang Chun crossed his arms and smiled. He could consider himself lucky that his wish had been granted. The paper demon landed heavily, blocking his path. Without wasting any words, her body suddenly split open and a ghostly skull appeared. Countless white held bank notes also billowed out with the stream of air, filling the sky. The held bank notes gradually stuck together, forming a giant, pale pink skull monster. This was one of her most prized and proudest demonic techniques. White bone paper. As soon as it left the paper demon's control, the white bone paper monster charged down with a powerful gust of wind, crashing to the ground right in front of Jiang Chun. Its long, paper body floated in midair. Jiang Chun stared at it, stroking his chin and assessing it. It doesn't look that scary or terrifying. The black shadow at his feet suddenly appeared, rising up to block Jiang Chun. It stood firm, spreading its arms to catch the 1,000-pound impact of the giant skull. Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in admiration, stroking his chin and praising it. "I didn't expect the shadow to be so powerful. It can even do this." He shrugged, mocking the enemy. Or maybe that monster down there is just all head. Seeing her ultimate technique easily blocked, the resentful aura around the paper demon grew stronger and stronger, shrouding the entire space. She frantically moved her hands, forming hand seals, then brought her palms together and let out a resounding roar. Explode. It turned out that the giant skull was just for show, a smokescreen, because its physical attack power was not very strong. The most crucial and deadly point was that it could self-destruct like a C4 bomb. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed, its destructive force spreading to every corner. Tens of thousands of paper fragments carrying evil energy were blown apart, scattering everywhere. A few charred fragments flew out and embedded themselves in the wall. The paper demon smirked smugly, looking towards the center of the smoky explosion. She felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that her opponent must have been seriously injured. However, when the smoke cleared, Jiang Chen's figure had completely vanished. There was no body to be seen, nor was he injured in the slightest. Somehow, using some kind of telepathic trick, Jiang Chen had instantly teleported and was now standing with his arms crossed right behind the paper demon. He whispered mockingly, "Paper demon, were you a demolition expert in your past life?" The voice ringing in her ears startled the paper demon. She quickly spun around, then somersaulted backward to create a safe distance from Jiang Chen. Her entire body was tense, on high alert against him. She asked with wide eyes, "When did you get behind me?" Jiang Chen leisurely dusted off his hands and gave a faint, provocative smile. "Let me give you one more chance. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Being looked down upon and mocked to this extent by a snot-nosed brat was too much to bear. The paper demon angrily pulled out 2 more pink paper talismans from her hair. She gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Chen, her voice filled with bone-chilling hatred. "You said it. Don't you dare regret it." Her slender hands deftly manipulated the paper as if performing a magic trick. In the blink of an eye, the thin paper hardened and transformed into a weapon resembling a sword hilt. Her other hand performed a similar action, forming a sharp blade in her hand. The ghostly blade even sparkled with crackling lightning and a strange, swirling demonic aura. She absorbed it all, compressing it into the 2 paper talismans. Then she gritted her teeth and forcefully pressed the 2 pieces of paper together, fusing them to form a complete, an incredibly powerful greatsword. The paper greatsword suddenly grew spectacularly in her hand. Its blade was engulfed in something like a blazing fire, surrounded by swirling, ghostly, evil spirits. The paper demon threw her head back and looked up at the sky, her eyes so arrogant that they couldn't even be bothered to contain a speck of dust of contempt for Jiang Chen. She raised her sword and commanded the 100 ghosts, "All you spirits, work for me." After showing off her power, she smiled conceitedly. "Too easy," she shouted and leaped, bringing the greatsword down from above towards Jiang Chen. The demons and ghosts swirling around the sword quickly moved their claws, linking together to form a long vortex of energy, which then attached itself to the blade, increasing its power. Looking up at the destructive attack coming his way, Jiang Chen was not only unafraid, but also happily whistled at the swarming demons, nodding in approval. Not bad. A bright red light immediately appeared in his hand. The shadow at his feet understood and transformed from his body into a phantom, rushing forward to block the 100 ghosts. Jiang Chen raised his hand high to summon his magic weapon, loudly declaring the rules of the street. "All right then, whoever has the bigger weapon wins." From his palm, a massive sledgehammer, crackling with lightning, appeared with a rumble. Its size was so enormous it blocked out the sky. The head of the hammer was carved with ancient, mossy stone patterns. He gripped the handle tightly, channeled his strength, and roared, "Earth God's hammer." Jiang Chen shouted majestically and swung the giant sledgehammer, smashing it down with crushing force towards the charging paper demon. The paper demon looked up at the encroaching shadow, bewildered and terrified 1,000 times over. She screamed in her mind, "What the hell just happened?" Faced with his hammer, which was as big as a mountain, she and her nylon paper greatsword suddenly seemed weak and pathetically small, like a child's toy. Before she could even collect herself to do anything else, bam! She was hit by a devastating blow from the sledgehammer and sent flying, crashing face first into the ground. The hard rock foundation beneath her couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into a deep pit. The unlucky paper demon's body was flattened and stuck to the ground. Tattered pieces of paper from her body flew off and scattered like butterflies with broken wings. The 1,000-pound hammer remained firmly in place, pinning her to the bottom of the pit. The ghost chi emanating from the hammer was extremely powerful. This divine weapon was truly not something a small, nameless demon like her could struggle against. Jiang Chen stuck his hands in his pockets, shrugged, and leisurely walked to the edge of the pit to look down at her. Then he chuckled faintly, "Not even a good fight. I thought I'd get a few more ghost chi points." With that, Jiang Chen walked over, waved his hand to retract his magic, and stood the giant sledgehammer on the ground. He put his hands on his hips, his chin held high as he looked off into the distance, completely oblivious to the danger above his head. In the gloomy sky, a giant, pitch-black bat was flapping its wings towards him. The bat used all its strength, flapping its wings frantically and staggering as it flew towards Jiang Chun, deliberately making a loud noise that forced him to frown and look up. And so, without any ceremony, what awaited him was another hammer blow. Jiang Chun once again lifted and spun the massive sledgehammer in his hand like a light toy, and with a loud smack, he hit the unlucky bat squarely. The poor bat was sent tumbling far away, crashing into a dense, foggy forest. In another dark place, another messenger bat was flapping its wings, hovering in midair. It landed, its blood-red eyes looking at the old, haggard man before it, and spoke in an eerie voice, reporting urgent news. Wu Yang has been attacked. Return at once. Shang Muliu, who was carving wood, heard this, snorted in dissatisfaction, and said grumpily, "On what grounds should I return? Where's Granny Wu? She's already there, isn't she?" The bat flapped its wings and replied eerily, "They are fighting." And right at that moment, back at the scene, a new villain appeared before Jiang Chun. Seeing the stooped, cane-wielding figure with long, disheveled silver hair covering half of her face, he knew this old woman was none other than the infamous Granny Wu. Jiang Chun casually leaned on his hammer, looking at the frail old woman before him. A strange, half-smile played on his lips. He threatened the old woman. "Aren't you afraid that with one smash, you'll be a flattened corpse?" The old woman was unfazed. She opened her toothless mouth and grinned at him. "Afraid? Of course, this old woman is afraid. That's why I have to take that hammer of yours down." Hearing the absurd statement, Jiang Chun was startled and looked down. He discovered that on his shoulder, a strange, pale purple creature, like a giant caterpillar, had been crawling towards him without him noticing. It crawled onto his bare arm, and where his skin was not covered by clothes, it arched its body and plunged the sharp, poisonous spine on its tail straight into his arm. A sharp pain shot through him. Jiang Chun was so startled by the pain that he instinctively dropped the heavy hammer in his hand, which fell to the ground with a thud. Although this insect was small, the excruciating pain from its poison that spread through his bloodstream was truly indescribable. He grimaced, grabbed the stubbornly clinging poisonous insect, and threw it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity of his carelessness, the old woman took a step back, gathered her strength, and shouted the name of her ultimate move, 12-Path Poisonous Snake Palm. With that, she shot forward like a cobra, delivering a series of 2 vicious palm strikes right into the center of Jiang Chun's chest. The old woman's bony, claw-like hands immediately injected deadly dark poison into his body. Jiang Chun staggered back, gritting his teeth and glaring at the despicable old woman. His face was now covered in a cold sweat, and drops of poisonous sweat streamed down. The old woman retracted her palm, smiled smugly, and leaned on her cane, gloating, "A direct hit from my palm means certain death." The old woman pulled her hand back in her sleeve. On Jiang Chen's muscular body, 2 black, greenish, cracked handprints were now clearly visible in the middle of his chest. He clutched his chest, threw his head back, and let out a gut-wrenching scream of pain. His body began to swell grotesquely, covered in sores like a mangy toad. His firm flesh also turned a horrifying, pale purple. The spreading poison had already reached Jiang Chen's face. Tortured by the poison, Jiang Chun went mad. He had completely lost his mind. The pupils in his eyes disappeared, turning completely white. He let out a beastly roar and charged crazily at the old woman for revenge. Jiang Chun reached out his purple arm, grabbed the old woman by the collar, and lifted her up. His iron-like fingers pressed hard into her wrinkled, withered face, causing her to struggle in terror. Even more terrifying, he stuck out his long, drooling tongue, wiggling it as if he wanted to chew her head off and eat her alive right then and there. Choked and unable to breathe, she struggled in fear and stammered, pleading, What do you want to do?" Jiang Chen's eyes were wide and white. He licked her wrinkled cheek and said in a hoarse, raspy voice, "There are no other suitable options around here, so I can only eat your flesh and drink your blood to cure the poison." Seeing the evil Jiang Chen opening his mouth as wide as a bloody basin, about to devour her, she trembled even more violently. The old woman's face was now filled with unprecedented terror. She lamented to herself, "If I hadn't created this karma by sneak attacking him, I wouldn't be facing this immediate retribution." She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed in desperate threat, "You bastard! I'm your senior, 100 years older than you. Don't you dare do anything reckless." Jiang Chun bared his teeth and retorted sarcastically, "Haven't you ever heard the saying, an old cow eating young grass? I'm not picky about my prey." What? In this perverted situation, she would rather die than die in such a disgusting way as being eaten by Jiang Chun. The fear was so intense, she almost wet herself. So the old woman used all her remaining strength, drained her internal energy, and quickly swung her hands, delivering another palm strike to his chest, sending Jiang Chun flying back dozens of meters. Jiang Chun, who was hit, was sent flying backward. Thanks to the 2 poison-expelling palms, he had now luckily returned to his normal form, his complexion rosy. However, his poisoned body still felt a bit tired and weak. He dusted off his clothes and muttered his assessment. But that was a poison-expelling palm, wasn't it? No, I need to squeeze a little more to get rid of all the poison. No sooner said than done. Jiang Chun pretended to go crazy again, stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and then clicked his tongue, advancing threateningly. The poison isn't completely gone yet. How about you hit me 2 more times in the chest? In all her long life, this was the first time the old woman had ever suffered such humiliation. Unable to bear the insult any longer, the old woman stood up her cane and threw her head back, shouting for help. Shang Muliu, what are you still hiding and waiting for? You called for Shang Muliu, and here I am. Shang Muliu appeared silently behind Jiang Chun, using the earth escape art. Immediately after, he raised his hands high, clapped his palms together to form a golden, murderous hand seal, and prepared to launch a sneak attack. But the young and talented Jiang Chun was a bit faster. He sensed the killing intent and immediately jumped into the air, somersaulting to dodge the sudden pincer attack. He landed gracefully, standing firm on the ground. Jiang Chun stood up straight, frowning and staring at the sneaky man in front of him. This bastard dared to launch a cowardly sneak attack from behind. Suddenly, Jiang Chun looked down at his sleeve and found that a large piece of fabric had been torn off by claws. Shang Muliu stood opposite him, stroking his beard and smiling slyly. He waved the piece of fabric, his spoil of war, and said sarcastically, "Young man, did you carelessly drop something that isn't your lover?" As soon as he finished his sentence, the old man opened his mouth, balled up the piece of cloth, and put it in his mouth, chewing it like some bizarre, cruel magic trick. From his mouth, which was holding the talisman, a sharp, rotten wooden stake emerged. The tip of the stake was covered in sticky, foul-smelling saliva. The old man channeled his internal energy, let out a piercing shout, and then used his mouth to forcefully shoot the talisman-soaked wooden stake, which flew through the air towards Jiang Chen's chest. Because this damn wooden stake was enchanted with a talisman and carried a piece of fabric from Jiang Chen's personal clothing, it had an automatic targeting feature. Once fired, it would hit the victim right in the chest without fail. Jiang Chun staggered back a few steps, clutching his chest. He collapsed, trembling and groaning in bone-deep pain. Fresh red blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping to the ground. But, as the main character with plot armor, how could he be so easily defeated and killed by a villain? Just as he was clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. The sharp stake that had pierced his chest was suddenly pushed out by an invisible force and fell to the ground. It was completely blocked, unable to penetrate his skin. Jiang Chun stood up straight, wiped the fake blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and laughed mockingly. That was great. Witnessing his technique being so easily broken, Shang Muliu's eyes widened in horror, and he took a step back, stammering in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Impossible. This is completely impossible. Seeing the old man's bewilderment, Jiang Chun calmly reached out and lifted his shirt to let the old man see. What met his eyes was his muscular, six-pack adorned body being protected by a strange, soft, purple, jelly-like creature, like a biological, invulnerable suit of armor. Jiang Chun tilted his chin and explained how he survived. While you were sneakily playing your cat-and-mouse games, my pet flesh Lingji automatically crawled onto my body and turned into armor to protect me. After speaking, Jiang Chun leisurely rummaged through his jeans pocket for a moment. He found something thin, picked it up, and flicked it towards Shang Muliu's face. Shang Muliu was startled and, in his panic, thought it was some dangerous hidden weapon, raising his hand to block it. But surprisingly, the thing Jiang Chun threw fell to the ground with a thud. Looking closely, it was just his plastic ID card. With his hands in his pockets, he gave the old sorcerer a very smug and cunning smile. Using just ordinary provocative words, he subtly led the old-fashioned man to willingly step into his deadly trap. This is my official ID card. My date of birth, full name, and portrait are all clearly printed on it. If you want to use your evil arts to curse me, then please, by all means, do your worst. As he issued the challenge, Jiang Chun raised his hand and drew his index finger across his neck in a mocking, throat-slitting gesture. Although he was a bit suspicious at first and didn't quite understand the meaning, the sorcerer Shang Muliu was convinced that getting his hands on this item containing his birth information was like striking gold, a gift from the heavens. He laughed to himself, mocking his opponent's arrogance. This snot-nosed brat, arrogant and ignorant of the power of evil arts, had foolishly dug his own grave. Without hesitating to miss the golden opportunity, he picked it up, and while stuffing and chewing Jiang Chen's plastic ID card in his mouth as an offering, he beat his chest and roared barbarically, "Damn you! Today, I'll show you how I eat your flesh." Still chanting, the mysterious wooden box, slung over Shang Muliu's back, automatically opened. From inside the box, an intricately carved wooden sphere floated out. The sorcerer's eyes widened, and he quickly chanted a series of evil incantations to summon a spirit. "Look at the head, look at the tail like the day of birth. The Yin person sucks the lifespan of the Yang person. The Yin person drains the lifespan of the Yang person. Open the eyes of Yin and Yang." Black smoke billowed out, and the inanimate wooden block transformed, unfurling into a ghostly straw scarecrow puppet. After the old man finished chanting the curse, it flapped its wings and flew out, hovering in front of him. A cold, black demonic aura crazily poured into the scarecrow. After accumulating enough evil energy, the sorcerer let out a piercing roar. "Die!" He focused his strength, brought his 2 fingers together in a sword seal, forming a cross, and then decisively stabbed the scarecrow right between the eyes. Hit by the curse from afar, Jiang Chun, who was standing with his arms crossed on the other side, immediately felt his eyes being attacked by the evil art. In an instant, a terrible, stinging sensation spread to his brain. His eye sockets ached unbearably. Jiang Chun staggered back, continuously covering his face. He looked around dizzily at his surroundings. Everything was blurry, as if covered by a layer of fog. He couldn't see anything clearly. He squinted and muttered in confusion. "What's going on?" He hurriedly rubbed his eyes hard to see clearly, comforting himself. "Did dust get in my eyes?" But it wasn't dust. The space around Jiang Chun began to twist and distort, changing unpredictably as if in another dimension. When his vision gradually recovered and he focused to see clearly, oh no, the ground beneath his feet had been transported to some dark, gloomy place. The surface was uneven, like a stone path leading to the gates of hell. Looking more closely, he was currently standing precariously on a rock shaped like a giant human skull. Jiang Chun spun around, looking at the surrounding sea of dark fog, and asked loudly in confusion, "Where is this?" The pitch-black sky above suddenly tore open, revealing a crack. Through the gap, the giant, statue-like face of the sorcerer Shang Muliu appeared, looking down. He stared with his giant eyes at the tiny Jiang Chun trapped in the space below and announced in a booming voice like thunder, "Welcome, brat, to my evil inner world. All creatures and things in this prison are controlled by my will. Therefore, you can't even dream of escaping from here alive." As soon as he finished his threat, the inanimate boulders lying scattered on the ground suddenly rumbled and floated up, then automatically collided and stuck together to form a prison. From some unknown crack, a dim, eerie red light emanated. The red light cast upon the rugged rocks, making their already strange shapes even more bizarre and terrifying. Bam! Bam! The unfeeling rocks crashed towards him. Before Jiang Chun could dodge, he was pinned down by a pile of heavy boulders, unable to move. He gritted his teeth, squeezed one eye shut in pain, and wondered to himself, what the hell is this thing? It's terrifying. Was a hero like him going to die a bitter death in this godforsaken corner today? Not letting his prey catch its breath, more and more magical rocks piled on top of him like a grave mound. They relentlessly pressed down on him, trapping him. In a desperate blink of an eye, the lower half of Jiang Chen's body was already firmly buried in the rock. The sealing rock continued to slowly spread, pressing on his chest, then suffocatingly reaching his neck. Feeling death's call, Jiang Chen grimaced and exclaimed, "This is not good." With all his might, Jiang Chun strained his neck and looked up at the sky, shouting for help in desperation. "Help! Oh no! Help!" In the real world outside, it seemed that Shang Muliu, hearing his tragic screams for help, was extremely pleased. He once again stuck his hideous face out to look down. His face was now filled with an expression of extreme satisfaction and contentment. The old man was probably about to open his mouth to utter a few more taunts for his own pleasure, but a weapon as hard as steel had just appeared from behind and delivered a thunderous blow, smashing the old man's smug face to pieces. The impact was so strong that his entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of dust. The illusion shattered. Jiang Chun staggered and set his feet back on the ground. He blinked to clear his vision, and the scene before him was incredibly comical. The majestic sorcerer Shang Muliu was pathetically kneeling on the ground, his hands clutching his swollen head, trembling like a leaf. Tears, snot, and drool dripped messily onto the ground. He hugged his head and rocked back and forth, his mouth endlessly muttering the same meaningless phrase, "He killed me. Who can kill me?" The old man wailed as he crawled on the ground. Jiang Chun stroked his chin, observed, and then nodded in conclusion. Looks like a backlash. His evil soul was shattered. You reap what you sow. Jiang Chun smiled smugly, looking at the old man's pathetic state. Then he suddenly remembered and looked around. And that old hag, Granny Wu. She hasn't run away yet, has she? He glanced over to a corner of the yard. Sure enough, she was still there, sticking with her useless companion. Granny Wu, standing frozen in the corner, also felt a chill as she realized Jiang Chen's murderous gaze was fixed on her. She fumbled for her cane, and before she could even turn to run, whoosh, he had used his lightness skill to appear right in front of her. He swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the old woman's face, sending her spinning and collapsing. After the brutal assault, he frowned and held up his palm to his face, showing off his justifiable reason. A mosquito. I just squashed a blood-sucking mosquito right in the palm of my hand. The main character's entire being radiated an aura of righteousness and innocence. He pointed at the old woman's face and explained nonchalantly, "There was a mosquito on your face." Granny Wu trembled in humiliation, clutching her old face and rubbing the cheek that Jiang Chun had just slapped. Her heart was filled with boiling resentment, but she didn't dare to curse him. "A proud Dark Alliance Hall master like me. How can I be so humiliated by a brat like you today?" Then, her hatred turned to desperation. She knelt down on the dirty ground with a thud. From her hunched back, several sharp, tentacle-like appendages suddenly pierced through her clothes, wiggling like poisonous spider threads. She roared eerily, summoning her swarm. "Myriad insects, hear my command." Crack, crack. Under the summoning force, the hard ground began to crack and shatter into pieces. Dust flew up as if some giant monster was digging its way up from hell. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion shook the ground. From the deep pit, a giant, armored, disgusting green centipede, or maybe not a centipede, but some kind of giant, green hybrid insect, appeared, standing tall before Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun tilted his head back to look at the shadow it cast, frowning and muttering in disdain. "This size is just too big and clumsy. Insects should be tiny, shouldn't they?" Seeing her pet, the old woman clapped her hands and cheered. "How rare." Granny Wu smiled happily, her eyes squinting as she proudly stroked the spiky, green tail of the monster as it swayed. She muttered, "It took so much blood to raise it to this size." The giant insect had just emerged to show off its power when, in the blink of an eye, it once again used its claws to dig and burrow deep into the ground. It moved like a giant drill, tearing through the earth and charging towards where Jiang Chun was standing, churning up the hard rock and soil beneath his feet. Losing his footing, Jiang Chun staggered back from the aftershock. When a grotesque monster once again broke through the ground, it had mutated and transformed into a mantis centipede hybrid with spiky armor and 6 giant, sharp claws. Each swing of its claws was as sharp as a sword that could cleave stone and carried the terrifying force of a bloodthirsty mantis. And the old woman, Granny Wu, stood majestically on the centipede's head, commanding it, her eyes looking down with arrogance. Jiang Chun stood on a rock, looking up at the mantis centipede hybrid showing off its power. He leaned on his weapon and let out a loud hiss of contempt. "A contest to see whose pet is bigger, is it? You think I'm afraid of these dog-like bugs?" He smirked and beat his chest. "If the tiger doesn't roar, the old woman thinks I'm a stuffed Hello Kitty." He took a deep breath, swung his hand, formed a seal, and roared, unleashing his wood technique. Supreme wood manipulation art. Rumble, rumble. Instantly, from the rock and soil beneath Jiang Chen's feet, a stream of green life force shot up. Trees intertwined, forming a giant wooden golem with a huge, round, glowing eye in the middle of its root-like face. The golem's massive body was a match for the mantis centipede hybrid, an even fight. On its hard wooden body, small green sprouts were budding, full of youthful vitality. Then, under the command of their 2 masters, the 2 giant guardian monsters charged at each other in an earth-shattering battle. Dust flew, obscuring the sun. Of course, Jiang Chun was a pragmatist. It would be too time-consuming and tiring to just stand by and wait for them to fight and destroy each other. Seizing the opportunity while the monsters were locked in combat, Jiang Chun grabbed his large underworld finger sledgehammer, took a running start, and shot forward like an arrow. He aimed straight for the head of Granny Wu, who was standing and commanding. As he swung the hammer, he shouted, channeling lightning energy, "Underworld finger!" With a sound that tore through the air. The 1,000-pound sledgehammer came crashing down with a thunderous blow right on the head of the mantis centipede monster. Hit by the critical lightning strike, its head armor cracked, and the mantis let out a long, piercing scream of agony. In its panic, its two largest scythe-like claws flailed wildly in the air, trying with all its might to push the deadly sledgehammer off its head. Hit by a massive counterforce, Jiang Chun was knocked back dozens of meters, his heels digging into the cracking ground. He still held the underworld finger sledgehammer tightly in his hand, muttering his assessment of his opponent. This mantis centipede is really tough. Its shell is a bit harder than I expected. He stroked his chin and analyzed. That's to be expected. After all, it's called the Insect Emperor. But Jiang Qin's arrogant nature wouldn't let him believe that he couldn't kill it. He gripped the hammer tightly, let out a roar, and then once again leaped forward, repeatedly smashing the 1,000-pound hammer onto the mantis centipede's head. With each resounding clang, the head shell cracked further. It screeched madly for a while, and then fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Chun slapped his forehead in worry. The boy soul won't be swept away by this battle, will it? Jiang Chun stepped back and quickly looked around. Fortunately, the ghost boy was currently hiding on a branch of a large ancient tree not far away. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, he poked his head out and reported that he was safe. "Big brother, I'm fine." Jiang Chun smiled in relief and gave him a reassuring nod. "As long as you're hiding well, I'm relieved." Just then, from some unknown corner, a massive, strange, evil art projectile shot through the air. It slammed into the side of Jiang Chen's cheek, making him stagger and spit out saliva. From a distance, the old woman, Granny Wu, shouted mockingly. "At a time like this, you still have the leisure to worry about others?" Hit by the sneak attack, Jiang Chun was furious. He stomped his foot on the thing that had just hit him. Using the rebound force, he pushed off, bent his knees, and quickly jumped back to create distance. Then, the magic weapon Flesh Lingji was summoned again, hovering in his hand. It opened its single eye wide and stared at Jiang Chun as if it had read all the cunning thoughts in its master's head. It then sighed sarcastically. "What's the use of me saying anything?" Jiang Chun frowned and asked negotiably, "Can't we negotiate this small matter?" Without waiting for Flesh Lingji to refuse, Jiang Chun bent down slightly, cupped his hands over his mouth, and whispered to it, "Can you turn into that thing?" As soon as Flesh Lingji heard the perverted request, it jumped in fright. It turned to glare at Jiang Chun and quickly refused, asking back, "How can you be so disgusting?" Jiang Chun casually shrugged and smiled slyly, retorting with his own logic. "Isn't this for the greater good? To destroy the enemy from within." Seeing that Flesh Lingji was still hesitant and disgusted, Jiang Chun generously added another bait. "Try it. When it's done, I'll transfer 40% of the ghost chi points to you." While they were still talking, the mantis centipede, which they thought was dead, once again charged aggressively towards them. Its huge mouth, full of jagged teeth, opened wide, intending to chew off its opponent's head. Standing on its head, Granny Wu leaned on her cane and laughed hysterically. "Although I don't know what you're whispering about, you're dead for sure." Jiang Chun tilted his chin and retorted coldly, "We'll see who dies first." He looked at Flesh Lingji, patted its shoulder encouragingly, and said, "It all depends on your sacrifice." Cornered, Flesh Lingji could only grit its teeth and close its eyes, following Jiang Chen's instructions. Who could it blame but its own unlucky fate? Flesh Lingji then transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the body of the mantis centipede through its wide-open mouth. Granny Wu, standing on its head, was startled and shouted to stop it. "Don't even think about destroying the mantis centipede from the inside. Its internal organs and outer shell are equally tough. You'll be eaten too." Angrily, she frantically controlled the mantis centipede to charge forward, its mouth open, wanting to bite and swallow Jiang Chun as well. Faced with the scythe of death, Jiang Chun reached out his hands and grabbed the two large, sharp mandibles of the mantis. The force of this monster was quite strong, so it was quite a struggle for the two sides to hold it back. Sweat poured down, but the time this bought was perfect for his plan. He grinned sinisterly and asked the old woman, "Do you know what a praying mantis's #1 natural enemy is?" Granny Wu smirked confidently and said, "If they were the same size, the praying mantis would definitely be invincible." Jiang Chun, while straining to hold onto the mantis's mandibles, said mockingly, "Naive. Dying because of your own naivety is inevitable for villains like you." The movement in the monster's stomach signaled that Flesh Lingji had reached the critical weak point. Jiang Chun then shouted the command, "Flesh Lingji, begin your transformation." From deep within the mantis centipede's body, a giant, sharp weapon of some kind suddenly pierced through its supposedly tough outer shell. Green fluid and fresh blood sprayed out, splattering everywhere. The monster roared in pain. It staggered back for a moment, and then its life force depleted, it collapsed and died. Mission accomplished. Flesh Lingji shrank and flew out. Its body was now covered in the sticky saliva and blood of the mantis. From its disgusted expression, it was clear that it was extremely dissatisfied and angry. The damn Master Jiang Chun had forced it to transform into something. Not a beautiful weapon, but the shape of a horsehair worm. Thinking about the humiliation of having Flesh Lingji drill its way out of the monster's anus, Jiang Chun shook his head and muttered, truly horrifying. After the monster died, from all the cracked joints on the mantis centipede's body, a swarm of long, wriggling creatures emerged. But they didn't look like snakes. They were tiny, like swarming blackworms. The mantis centipede collapsed, and Granny Wu, who was standing on it, lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Even at this point, she still hadn't realized her naive mistake. She was still lost in utter shock and confusion, muttering, how is this possible? It should have been digested and melted in the gastric juices. Whoosh! Flesh Lingji shook off the sticky substance and flew back to Jiang Chen's hand. Its body was now protected by a shimmering golden membrane. Jiang Chen dusted off his hands and smirked, explaining the old woman's ignorance. That's why I carefully placed a protective layer of lightning on Flesh Lingji's surface. Granny Wu scrambled to her feet and backed away to create distance. She looked at the corpse of her beloved centipede, so tragically destroyed, and felt a pang of sorrow. She cursed, damn it, if she couldn't torture this insolent Jiang Chen today, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. The green blood from the shattered body of the mantis centipede flowed out, staining the ground. Granny Wu staggered forward, reached out, dipped her finger into the pool of poisonous blood, and then frantically smeared that very blood onto her eye sockets. She roared eerily, today, damn it, I'll risk my life against you. But whether she wanted to risk her life or not depended on whether Jiang Chun had the time to allow it. Because before she could even open her mouth to chant and activate her power aura, he had already charged forward with his blade. A decisive lightning slash split the old woman's head in two. That was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chun sheathed his blade, casually dusted off his hands, and muttered, if I don't get rid of her quickly, I'm afraid the trouble will only get worse. But damn it, just as he mentioned trouble came knocking. He was standing there with his hands on his hips when a man with long, blonde hair, holding a sword, shot through the air. A sneak attack landed squarely in the middle of Jiang Chen's back, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After the successful sneak attack, the blonde man did a graceful spin in the air to retreat and maintain a defensive stance. Jiang Chun grimaced and scrambled to his feet, glaring at his enemy. That smug, arrogant face was incredibly annoying. After his somersault, the blonde-haired man was now hanging upside down from a tree branch, his arms crossed, looking at Jiang Chun with a mocking smile. Moreover, that was just an embryo. It's useless for you to have cut the body into pieces. On the other hand, Granny Wu's body, which had been split in two and was thought to be dead, suddenly twitched and spoke eerily. Her head was still severed, but from her neck, a stream of foul, purple demonic aura rose up. Then, the smoke dispersed to reveal a pile of slimy, foul-smelling flesh, like rotten meat discarded at a market. Every time the disgusting mass of flesh moved, it made one feel nauseous and horrified. The flesh monster Granny Wu said in a booming voice, slay this god of death. Let me see what tricks you have left. The disgusting flesh monster rumbled towards Jiang Chun. Each of its heavy steps shook the ground, accompanied by a foul, stinking breath. The Batman hanging upside down in the tree flicked his hair and said mockingly, this brat, if we don't join forces to deal with him now, he will surely become a great disaster in the future. In another corner of the battlefield, Shang Muliu was also lying flat on the ground, black blood from his mouth having soaked a patch of grass. He was on the verge of death, still whimpering and crying, pleading, kill me. Surrounded, Jiang Chun wiped the blood from his lips, understanding that he was in a very dangerous situation. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a 2-star card from his system. He muttered, in this situation, I can only go all out and use demon transformation. Jade-faced fox, as he shouted the name. The illusion of an extremely beautiful 9-tailed fox demon appeared, stretching behind Jiang Chun. A strange, pink demonic aura surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, a pair of soft, beautiful fox ears sprouted on his head. The lower half of his face was also covered in a soft, white fur ruff. His normal eyes transformed into a pair of long, slanted fox eyes, his pupils turning a brilliant blood red. The bloody, evil aura spread down to his arms. His human fingernails slowly grew long and sharp, turning into beastly claws. The transformation was complete. The clothes on Jiang Chen's body also changed into a set of ancient Taoist robes. Although he had transformed into a not-so-beautiful and graceful fox, his cool, murderous aura was undeniable, and his explosive power was also beyond doubt. Demonify, enhance. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes held an overwhelming arrogance and the deadly, enchanting aura of a fox demon. He clenched his fist and roared, Demonify, enhance. Twin Shadow Sword. A massive, pitch-black sword with glowing golden lines running along its blade was summoned by him from midair. The pommel of the sword looked like a majestic dragon's head. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth wide and roared incessantly. On the other side, Shang Muliu's mind had collapsed, and he couldn't wake up. He trembled, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, even sticking his fingers down his throat to gag. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he whimpered and begged, Kill me, kill me. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a sharp weapon of some kind flew out, slitting his throat, fulfilling his wish for release. After dealing with one of them, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the blonde bat and the grotesque flesh monster that Granny Wu had become. Jiang Chen stood still, his back as straight as a pine tree. His fox eyes looked at them with an arrogant disdain for the world. He swung his sword in a sharp arc through the air, creating a blade of wind that slashed towards Granny Wu. She ducked to avoid the blow. The bat, sensing danger, transformed into countless small black bats and scattered into the air. The blade of energy missed its target and flew on, slamming into the mountain rock behind them and splitting the large rock in two. The power to cleave mountains and split rocks was chilling. If they had been hit by that blade of energy, who knows how they would have been torn to shreds. Seeing his magic weapon unleash its power, Jiang Chen was also witnessing this kind of destructive power from Flesh Lingji for the first time. He raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue. That's a surprise. Feeling that there was no way to defeat the enhanced Jiang Chen by fighting him one-on-one, the flesh monster Granny Wu and the giant bat both roared and charged forward to attack him together. The blood-red pupils in Jiang Chen's eyes seemed to emit dazzling rays of bloody lightning. He muttered, analyzing his enemy's weaknesses. That Zhou Jia can turn into a swarm of invisible bats. Not easy to deal with. And this minced meat ancient has a thick, tough layer of fat that absorbs damage like the mantis's armor. The pure Een hammer couldn't break it, and it's not easy to cut with a sword either. He spun his sword in a skillful circle in the air to create a protective shield. These two monsters were both very tough. He muttered, well then, first I'll have to use 100% of my own internal strength. Dream illusion, swordlock. Jiang Chen took a running start and leaped up, delivering a series of powerful slashes with the greatsword in his hand. It seemed like he only made one straight cut, but in reality, his afterimage had created countless intersecting sword slashes that surrounded them. Each slash brought bone-deep pain and extreme sharpness, but he only intended to use the sheer number of sword winds to overwhelm them and stop their advance. At least, those demons weren't cornered with no way to fight back yet. But the more Jiang Chen fought, the more ferocious he became. In a flash, his sword had created a tight formation that trapped the two of them with countless crisscrossing slashes, leaving no escape. Granny Wu contorted her body and shouted instructions to the bat. Get above him. As long as you can hit his blind spot, he's finished. It was easy to say, but in reality, how could they escape the sword chi formation? Because even a slight, careless extension of a hand would immediately be met with a slash that could sever it. Sure enough, the finger that Zhou Jia had just stuck out was immediately cut off by the blade wind, blood splattering everywhere. Under the storm of swords, their bodies gradually became covered in oozing black blood. The rotten pieces of flesh on their bodies were all sliced off by the sword. Their limbs were scattered, some missing, some still attached. After a round of being minced by the sword formation, the ground was now covered in a web of deep cuts, and the two unlucky demons were lying in a bloody mess, on the verge of death, waiting to die. Using this continuous combo, Jiang Chen had exhausted his spiritual energy and was on the verge of death himself. He leaned on his sword, assuming a defensive stance. His breathing was a bit ragged and heavy. Hot sweat poured from his forehead, dripping down and stinging his eyes, then sliding down his face. The electronic system panel appeared, flashing a notification. Zhou Jia, deceased. Granny Wu, deceased. Along with it was the reward. Ghost Chi plus 20,000 for each. Streams of green ghost chi appeared, flowing into and being absorbed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched, and let out a sigh of relief. The transformation of the jade-faced fox card's time was up, and it slowly faded away. He raised his hand to his forehead, wiped away the sweat, and gave a smug military salute. The ghost chi from these two big shots is quite a lot. Jiang Chun sheathed his sword and glanced at the large boulders behind him. Through his vision, it seemed there was a small, timid creature hiding and peeking at him. He smiled with pity. This little ghost's mind probably hasn't been completely corrupted yet. It hasn't lost all its humanity. I should take it to the underworld for reincarnation. The scene shifts again to that strange, spherical guardhouse. At the iron gate with the number SB 1286, a scruffy man was holding a wine gourd, sitting slumped against it, dozing off like a drunkard. Jiang Chun, with his hands behind his back, slowly approached the drunkard. Following closely behind him was the timid little ghost boy, clutching his shirt. But just as he was about to step through the gate, the man sitting in front of it suddenly woke up. He waved his wine gourd to block the way. With a hoarse, slurred voice, he looked up at Jiang Chun and hiccuped, asking mockingly, "Who gave you permission to enter?" Jiang Chun frowned in annoyance and shouted, "Haven't I always been able to come and go as I please? Are you drunk and looking for trouble?" The old gatekeeper snorted coldly, took back his gourd, tilted his head back, and chugged down the wine. He wiped his mouth and slurred, "I'm not asking you." Then he pointed a dirty finger at the timid little ghost hiding behind Jiang Chun. "I'm asking him." The boy, suddenly being pointed at and questioned, shrank back in fear. But he bit his lip and mustered the courage to report his full name properly. "My name is Xiaohai. Big brother Jiang Chun said this place would take me in and protect me." Hearing this, the drunk old man staggered to his feet. He swayed over Xiaohai, bent down, and chuckled, asking coaxingly, "Then do you want to stay here with me and be a gate guard?" Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Chun, of course, had no objection to this work arrangement. On the contrary, he stroked his chin, feeling a bit happy to have gotten rid of a burden. Very good. Being a gate guard, protecting the peace and security of the area. Xiaohai, hearing the promise, was so excited he forgot his fear. He raised his skinny arms to the sky, shadowboxing, and said resolutely, "Yes, sir. I also want to be a hero and protect the peace of the area." The old gatekeeper nodded in satisfaction and took off the tattered guard cap on his head, placing it on Xiaohai's. Seeing this seemingly warm and friendly passing of the torch, Jiang Chun smiled as he watched them change shifts, then pointed his thumb at the closed iron gate and said, "You two take your time and chat. I still have some business to attend to." The scene shifts to a large, gloomy meeting hall. There were currently 5 people gathered in the hall. It seemed that 4 subordinates were bowing their heads in a line, listening to a superior with his hands on his hips berating them. A bunch of useless trash. The boss, who had been pacing silently with his arms crossed, suddenly shouted and slammed the table, startling everyone. The ghost with the red scarf on his head frowned gravely and analyzed the situation. The Dark Alliance has sinister intentions towards Jiangbei. Many of their core hall masters may have already secretly infiltrated our territory. And yet, our intelligence department is so useless that we don't have a single piece of intel. The subordinates broke out in a cold sweat. After a moment's hesitation, they took turns explaining themselves. "Sir, we have too few personnel. We really don't have enough people to monitor every nook and cranny. And Captain Shohong has been sent to deal with the Tang clan's mess. It's just one unlucky thing after another." The red-scarfed ghost smirked sarcastically at their incompetence. "Jinong, as our strategist, tell us how to break this deadlock." The strategist, Jinong, having been suddenly called upon, could only rack his brains and offer his opinion. He stroked his chin and said, "Those so-called hall masters are just a bunch of small fries. Not much help. When the time comes, we'll just wait for them to jump out and cause trouble. Then we can cast a net and clean them all up in one go." As he said this, his voice suddenly dropped with a hint of worry. But the evil goose sect Zhou Jia is rumored to have brought several powerful dark mystics with him, so he might be quite difficult to deal with. Just then, Jiang Chun, who had just leisurely walked in from the hallway, happened to overhear them mention the name Zhou Jia. What a familiar name. The red-scarfed ghost frowned as he watched Jiang Chun walk in. His arrogant attitude couldn't help but make one suspect that Jiang Chun was involved. The red-scarfed ghost pointed and asked, "Little brother, do you have any information on him?" Jiang Chun pulled up a chair and sat down, smirking as he listed the names. The evil goose sect's Zhou Jia, the paper pass Wu Yang, the Lubon sect Shang Muliu, the Wu poison sect's Hall Master Granny Wu. Are these the core mystics you were talking about? Hearing him rattle off the names, Jinong raised his eyebrows and stared at Jiang Chun in astonishment. Where did you get information about them? Jiang Chun rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, signaling for money. He chuckled and said, they just had a little martial arts exchange with me, so I was lucky enough to learn a few evil tricks that ordinary mystics don't get to see. Jinong frowned and asked sternly, where are they hiding now? Jiang Chun casually took out his phone and showed them a picture of a bloody crime scene full of corpses. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, they're all dead. The group was stunned, unable to process the information. He then propped his chin on his hand, looked at the red scarf ghost, and asked with a grin, Director, your disciple here has helped you deal with such a big mess. Shouldn't I be handsomely rewarded? The director, hearing that the crisis had been averted, finally let out a sigh of relief. His mood also brightened considerably. He walked over, clapped Jiang Chun on the shoulder, and laughed as he bargained, I'll reward you with 80,000 accumulated points. How about that? What? Jiang Chun was immediately overjoyed and dropped to his knees, kowtowing respectfully. Director, you are wise. From now on, you are my second parents. Suddenly standing up, he turned his curious attention to the four subordinate brothers. With a hint of mockery in his eyes and tone, he asked, where's Group Leader Yang? Usually by now, he'd be so jealous of my achievements that he'd be jumping up and down. At the mention of his colleague, the director's face darkened slightly, and he sighed sadly. Group Leader Yang was ambushed by the Hanba during a mission. He's currently missing, and his status is unknown. Jiang Chun was startled and asked again, could it be that day, after he called me for help, he was ambushed? Although they often bickered, Captain Yang was, after all, one of the few comrades Jiang Chun had been through life and death with. Hearing the bad news, how could he not be worried? Jiang Chun's face turned serious as he asked the director, please tell me the last known location where Captain Yang went missing. The director rubbed his chin, thinking that if Jiang Chun could handle this rescue mission, it would be a good thing. So he took out the intelligence file he had and explained it to him in detail. Captain Yang lost signal and went missing in building number 3 of the General Hospital. The last contact we had with him via radio was that he was exhausted and trying to evade the Hanba's frantic attacks. Jiang Chun took the file and frowned, thinking worriedly to himself. The mention of a haunted hospital reminded him that the blood seal curse on him was also about to activate. After finishing his report, Jiang Chun drove back to his rented house. He collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. His face suddenly turned pale as waves of pain and anxiety washed over him. He frowned and placed his left hand on his neck, where the cursed countdown number was imprinted. He slightly parted his fingers and gently touched the bright red number 8. He could feel his heart pounding. He had less than 10 minutes before the curse activated. His own life was more important. With that thought, he gritted his teeth. This is not good. To be safe, I should spend some points and draw 2 more 3-star demon transformation cards for protection. The system's AI card drawing machine appeared. The speaker blared out a mocking question. Does the host need to reincarnate in such a hurry? In this life or death situation, with him already sweating bullets and scared to death, it was still making jokes. Jiang Chun frowned and angrily yelled at the screen, let's talk AI. Draw the cards now. The card machine made an electronic sound, and then the spinning wheel of light began to draw random cards. The first golden card that dropped was 100-Eyed Demon Lord. The second silver card that was flipped over was Silver Armor King. Just as he finished drawing the 2 protective talismans, the countdown timer was also ticking close to 0. Jiang Chun panted, closed his eyes, and counted down the remaining time of his life. From the bright red number 8 carved on his neck, a hazy, evil light billowed up like smoke. Following that, a green hellfire erupted, engulfing the number 8. Finally, Jiang Chun's entire body was consumed by the ghostly flames that burned his soul. Jiang Chun felt his body free-falling into a deep, endless void. His body was weightless, as if being pulled forward by a giant vortex. The next time he heavily opened his eyes, he was shocked to find himself tightly bound by leather straps to a cold iron bed. Looking down, he was wearing a blue and white striped patient's gown. He grimaced and closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath until the dizziness and nausea subsided. Then he looked around the unfamiliar room to get his bearings. And as soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a large number 7 painted in bright red on the yellowed hospital ceiling. He swallowed hard and muttered, so I've been transported to the haunted hospital number 7. The rusty iron door of the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. A nurse in a white uniform with her hair in a pink bun. It was hard to tell if she was a ghost or a person, or if she was pretty due to her mask, walked in coldly. In her hand, she held a huge glass syringe. Seeing Jiang Chun muttering something like a madman, the nurse tapped the iron tray and said sternly, what are you mumbling about? It's time for your sedative. The nurse sighed wearily as she looked at his medical chart. His brain is broken, and now he's delusional, thinking he's some kind of Superman mystic, talking about demon transformation and killing demons. Jiang Chun, tied down, retorted angrily. What do you mean, delusional? I'm a real mystic. What? He's completely insane. Requesting an increased dose of medication. The nurse frowned and made a curt statement, then turned to get another glass vial of medicine from the medical cart. She began to skillfully draw a strange, green liquid from it into the syringe. Jiang Chun panicked as he saw the sharp, dripping needle about to be plunged into his neck vein. He became even more alarmed and anxious, screaming and struggling. They're not going to inject me with some kind of harmful drug, are they? Jiang Chun struggled against his restraints and screamed. What are you doing? You're all demons in disguise, aren't you? Let me go. Watch how I use my magic to kill you. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. I'm a B-rank exorcist. But despite his screams, the nurse showed no sign of stopping. She coldly and decisively plunged the needle deep into Jiang Chen's neck, forcefully pushing the plunger. The green liquid had just been injected into his bloodstream. He felt his muscles go limp, and he quieted down noticeably. He even became more docile and dazed. He even started to lose his clarity of mind. He looked up at the yellowed ceiling and muttered in utter confusion. Could it be that I'm really insane, a mental patient? Have all the demon-slaying adventures up until now just been delusions? Jiang Chun had been drugged and was no longer screaming like a madman. The nurse pulled out the needle and left with a mechanical good night. Then she pushed the rattling cart away, slammed the door shut, and locked Jiang Chun alone in the room. He lay there in a daze, his body completely still on the iron bed. Just then, a shadow fell over him. A strange man emerged from the dark corner and stealthily approached the bed. He reached out a sticky hand and pulled open Jiang Chun's patient gown to look at his number. He whispered, "New guy, you're number 18. Jiang Chun struggled to open his heavy eyelids and looked dazedly at the person in front of him. He replied, "Hello, number 10. The man, hearing his name, was immediately startled and stared at Jiang Chun as if he had just seen a ghost. He was completely oblivious to the fact that the large number 10 printed on his own patient gown was how Jiang Chun knew his number. Jiang Chun cursed him in his head. What a short-circuited idiot. But because of this coincidental misunderstanding, number 10 began to worship Jiang Chun as some kind of super-intelligent psychic master. He bowed down, leaned in, and whispered a mysterious, shocking secret to him. I'll tell you a shocking secret. Don't you dare tell anyone else. He swallowed. This world really is ghosts. Jiang Chen's pupils, under his heavy eyelids, suddenly widened in surprise. But then his expression quickly returned to its dazed, dreamy state to hide it. A half-smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, "Haha, and you were locked up in this hospital by your family and labeled as mentally ill because you said that crazy thing, right?" Number 10, seeing Jiang Chen's disbelieving expression, got annoyed. He opened his stinking mouth wide and emphasized, "I'm not crazy and I'm not joking. In this haunted hospital, there are really ghosts hiding." Jiang Chun pretended to be surprised and whispered, trying to get more information. Really? Where are they hiding? If there really were ghosts running rampant, he was free and would love to know their location to grind some levels. But contrary to his expectations, number 10 just grinned, turned his back, and climbed over Jiang Chun to get off the bed. He even stuck out his tongue and said, "I'm not telling you. This crazy guy is so annoying." Dropping such a huge bombshell of a teaser and then selfishly not giving the answer. Did he think he could just drop a bomb and walk away so easily? Jiang Chun lay still as a corpse on the cold hospital bed. With all his remaining strength, he strained his neck and shouted, causing a commotion in the dark hallway. "Nurse, the patient in bed number 10 is having a relapse. Nurse, the patient in bed number 10 is trying to sneak out." Hearing the shout, he froze in his tracks. He whipped his head around and glared at Jiang Chun, then shouted so loudly that spit flew from his mouth. "This hospital only has patients and doctors. Where'd a nurse come from?" The casual remark was like a bucket of cold water to the face. Jiang Chun froze, stunned. The image from just a moment ago flashed through his mind. He was bewildered. The person who gave me the sedative was clearly dressed as a nurse. What the hell is going on? But he quickly regained his composure. He narrowed his eyes, looked at patient number 10, and then a cunning smile spread across his face. He whispered in a seductive, mysterious tone, "Let's make a deal. You help me untie these straps, and I'll go prove to you that there are nurses here." Patient number 10, though he looked foolish, had strong survival instincts. As soon as he heard Jiang Chen's suggestion to cause trouble, he was terrified. He backed away, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. "No way, no way. If they find out I untied you, they won't give me dinner tonight." Seeing that his prey was greedy, Jiang Chun continued to whisper sweet nothings into his ear, dangling another bait. "It's fine. I'll give you my portion of dinner." Finally, under the temptation of food, patient number 10 trembled as he walked over and untied Jiang Chun. But his hands and feet were still shaking with fear. However, before he turned to leave, he had the kindness to turn back and give him a chilling reminder. "Be careful. Patients who leave their rooms are never seen again." Jiang Chun rubbed his bruised wrists and staggered out of bed into the hallway. Despite facing an unknown danger, he was determined and muttered, "Even so, I have to go investigate." The hospital was pitch black, with only a few faint, green fluorescent lights illuminating the long, dark hallway. Jiang Chun cautiously rounded a few corners of the gloomy hospital corridor and saw the figure of a woman in a patient's gown, her long black hair hanging down her back, slowly walking ahead. He walked forward, boldly placed a hand on the strange woman's shoulder, and called out, "Excuse me." Suddenly, a blue system panel appeared and made a curt statement with a flashing notification, touched an exposed shoulder. Where did this pervert come from? Ghost Chi plus 800. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the system panel that had just suddenly appeared. The unfeeling AI system then became aggressive, displaying large text and shouting, "What are you staring at? Are you looking at your daddy?" After reading the insulting text, Jiang Chun suddenly burst out laughing. That's right. He wasn't a mental patient after all. Regaining his confidence, he thought, well, in a haunted hospital like this, why be polite? Jiang Chun then ran ahead and blocked the long-haired female ghost's path. Without a word, he directly tore open her shabby patient gown and pulled it down. His lame excuse was, "We're all mentally ill here. What's wrong with a little touch?" Jiang Chun could actually use this perverted logic. Moreover, Jiang Chen's nose was now pressed, so close that it was almost poking her pale chest as he sniffed her. The female ghost, who had been walking slowly, was suddenly grabbed and humiliated by Jiang Chun. She trembled uncontrollably, backing away and covering her chest. He grinned lewdly and teased, "Hey sis, you should ask the hospital for some swelling reduction medicine later." The female ghost was so embarrassed she became furious. She pushed Jiang Chun back with both hands and cursed, "Get lost." To be able to see such a beautiful sight in the underworld, Jiang Chun stroked his chin and clicked his tongue. He considered himself quite satisfied. But who would have thought? The female ghost counterattack was brutal. She aimed to kick straight at his sensitive private parts. Jiang Chun broke out in a cold sweat and cursed inwardly, so vicious. If he hadn't been quick enough to close his legs and dodge, he would have been crushed to death. Dodging the blow, the female ghost somehow pulled out a sharp, gleaming medical scalpel. She pointed the tip of the scalpel at him and threatened coldly, "Next time, it won't be just a kick." Seeing the sharp scalpel about to plunge into his chest, Jiang Chun panicked and shouted for his protective magic weapon, air. But after waiting for a long time and seeing no meat shield, the scalpel directly pierced through his bare skin. Bright red blood spurted out, staining his blue-striped patient gown. Jiang Chun grimaced in pain, clutching his bleeding wound. He cautiously backed away to create distance. He cursed in frustration, "Damn it, they even confiscated flesh Lingji." The cold-blooded female ghost was, of course, far from letting her prey, Jiang Chun, go. After stabbing him once, she crazily charged forward to attack again. This time, her target was even more vicious. She aimed straight for his eyes, intending to blind him first before dicing him up. Jiang Chun staggered back in fear. He didn't know if it was a side effect of the sedative, but his muscles felt weak, and he had no strength to fight back. He panted in despair. Could it be that a powerful B-rank expert like me is going to die unjustly at the hands of a nameless little female ghost today? How hateful, truly hateful. Suddenly, in that moment of life and death, a black, miasma-like substance, like magical vines, appeared. It wrapped tightly around her arm, which was holding the knife. The formless shadow had swiftly moved from under Jiang Chen's feet and slithered onto the female ghost's body, binding her tightly so she couldn't move. But the female ghost's strength was too great. The shadow probably couldn't hold her for long. So, the shadow hurriedly shouted a warning to its master. "She's too strong. Master, run. I can't hold her much longer." At that moment, Jiang Chun, sweating profusely, realized he had just escaped a near-death experience. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was lucky. I was so panicked I almost forgot I still have my pet shadow here to protect me. However, since the tables had turned, Jiang Chun conveniently grabbed a large metal medical box from a nearby cart to use as a weapon. He smirked ruthlessly. Running is pointless anyway with the doors locked. Why the hell should I run? The female ghost was so aggressive with her knife at first, but now that the tables had turned, she was caught in his hands. Seeing the iron box raised high, she widened her eyes in fear and pleaded, Wait, too late. A brutal blow came down. A large lump swelled up on her forehead. She collapsed, unconscious. But Jiang Chun, being vengeful by nature, didn't let her off so easily out of compassion. Instead, he dragged her by the armpits and threw her onto a nearby empty hospital bed. He ordered the shadow to transform into ropes and tie her limbs tightly to the four corners of the bed. As soon as she was doused with cold water and woke up, she saw that she was tied up and immediately started struggling and screaming curses. "Bastard, let me go!" Jiang Chun stood before her, indifferently unbuckling his patient pants, which startled the female ghost. A deep fear for her chastity arose in her heart. She panicked and screamed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Chun leaned in close, a lewd, despicable smile on his face. "Sister, I see your energy is too heavy. I was thinking of transferring some warm yang energy to you to balance things out." Seeing the sensitive, unclean male appendage dangling right in front of her eyes, the female ghost's face turned beet red, and she angrily cursed at him to go away. "Get lost." Jiang Chun zipped up his pants and coolly stated his condition. "It's not impossible for me to go, but you have to answer my question honestly." The female ghost was still scared to death of this pervert. Being tied up like this was too dangerous and made her vulnerable to assault. She hastily relented, stammering, "Put your pants on properly first, then we can talk calmly." What a waste of time. The expression on Jiang Chen's face shifted from playful to utterly cruel and despicable. He leaned in close, his voice low as he interrogated the female ghost. "Answer me first. How long have you been locked up in here?" The ghost swallowed and confessed her past. "Long enough. When I was first brought here, they even held me down and shaved my head." Jiang Chun reached out and touched her long, flowing black hair, assessing its length. He nodded and deduced, "If it's this long, you've been in prison for quite some time. You must have overheard a few ways to escape from this place, right?" The girl's eyes flickered, acknowledging his point. She lowered her voice and explained the rules of survival. "I have indeed heard the rumors. Whoever personally kills the patient with a number right before others can steal their tag and replace them. As long as you climb the ranks to become number one, you can enter the doctor's observation area to be discharged." The more she mentioned the mastermind, the more anger and resentment filled her. The fear on her face was gone, replaced by a crazed hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "The chief physician is the real madman. He uses drugs to force normal people to go insane, and their conditions just get worse and worse." Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, analyzing the scheme. This situation is getting tricky. Following the dark corridor, Jiang Chun quickly found a room with a loosely hanging wooden consultation room sign at the end of the hallway. Seeing the useless stack of paper, Jiang Chun wasn't ready to give up on the consultation room just yet and continued to search every drawer and corner. Finally, in a corner of a cabinet, he found more loot, a plastic skull and a few rusty iron nails. In a medical box, he also found a small reflex hammer. It was a decent tool to have. In this desperate time, having such a crude weapon for self-defense was fantastic. At the same time, back in the patient room, the female ghost was still tied tightly to the bed by the shadow when a blurry figure in white suddenly walked in. It wasn't hard to recognize the person by her figure as the masked nurse who had given Jiang Chun a sedative earlier. The nurse looked at the helpless female ghost on the bed, slowly pulled out a poison-laced syringe, and said with a sinister smile, "I finally have a chance to catch you." However, before she could plunge the needle, something strange suddenly snuck up and slithered under the hem of her skirt. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chun had used some stealth technique to emerge from under the bed. He looked up at the nurse and coolly repeated her words with a smirk. "I finally have a chance to catch you. If I kill you and take your number, I'll be one step closer to moving up." Number 16. The moment he called out her name, a ghostly green flame erupted on the nurse's forehead, sizzling fiercely. It burned away her skin to reveal the number 16 carved deep within. The nurse was initially startled, but as soon as she realized there was a pervert hiding under her skirt, her long, black-stockinged legs reflexively clamped shut. Her demonic legs squeezed Jiang Chen's cheeks, threatening to suffocate him. "That'll teach you to be curious and crawl under my skirt." Before she could react, Jiang Chun put all his strength into raising his arm and brought the iron hammer in his hand down hard on her kneecap. At the same time, using the force of the blow, he did a backward roll, sliding across the floor to get some distance from her and escape. Standing up, he looked at his dented, recoiled hammer, smiled, and stroked his chin, making an assessment. "I didn't expect a demonic body to have such a nimble knee-jerk reflex. What a surprising anatomy. Damn it." In excruciating pain, the nurse clutched her knee and stumbled backward, aiming the giant syringe in her hand at Jiang Chun. She pressed the plunger, and a stream of venomous green liquid shot out towards him. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes immediately dodged backward to avoid the range of that evil liquid. He had mistaken it for ordinary corrosive acid, but just as he smirked in contempt for a couple of seconds, the seemingly ordinary liquid exploded with a deafening bang the moment it hit the tiled floor. "Son of a bitch!" he cursed, shielding his face as he watched the green flames from the explosion spread rapidly, engulfing the room. "Doesn't this damn hospital have a single automatic fire suppression system?" Although the two of them, Jiang Chen and number 16, were fighting fiercely amidst the smoke and flames, the unluckiest victim was still number 15. She was tied spread-eagled on the hospital bed by Jiang Chen's shadow, forced to lie still and endure it all. In her ears were the scorching crackle of fire and the deafening roar of explosions. She cried out in despair. "Does anyone care that I'm being roasted like a pig right now?" Of course, no one cared, because Jiang Chen was too busy sweating and dodging the bizarre explosive liquid streams from a nurse. With no room to retreat, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the plastic skull he had swiped from the consultation room to use as a shield. Who knows what insane plan was brewing in his head? He used both hands to pry the skull's jaw wide open. He held the skull out to catch the stream of explosive liquid, letting it spray right into its empty mouth, which was filled with rusty nails. After it had swallowed enough explosives, Jiang Chen leaned back like a baseball pitcher, wound up, and hurled the skull, now a time bomb, towards number 16, shouting, "And it's a home run! Catch!" Number 16 reflexively caught the flying skull. Her face showed clear disgust and utter contempt for her opponent's trashy move. "What? You're trying to scare me with a model skull you stole from the consultation room?" Of course, it was just a harmless plastic skull, if it weren't for the explosive liquid inside. Before she could sneer any further, the chemical mixture inside the skull reacted, exploding with a deafening bang right in her face. But the explosion wasn't the scariest part. The most damaging part was the cluster of sharp, rusty nails that had been stuffed in the skull's mouth. Propelled by the powerful shockwave from the explosion, dozens of nails shot out, embedding themselves all over number 16's body and face. Dark, black blood began to gush from the nail wounds. Jiang Chen had no intention of showing mercy or pity. He strode forward coldly, raising the small sledgehammer. It was obvious what he intended to do. "Having nails sticking out like this isn't very pretty at all," Jiang Chen said with a loud, twisted laugh, admiring his work. "Let me hammer these nails in nice and tight for you, just to be sure." With that, he swung the hammer down repeatedly. After he was done, the system panel immediately displayed a notification. "Deceitful ghost. Normal vengeful ghost deceased. Ghost chi plus 199. Jiang Chen tossed the hammer aside, breathing a sigh of relief. Only after killing the evil ghost did he feel his muscles ache with exhaustion. He muttered, "Good thing this was just the weakest type of normal vengeful ghost. Otherwise, in my sealed state, relying on just my mortal strength, I would have been a goner." Immediately after, the magical number on Jiang Chen's neck automatically changed, upgrading to 16. He used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face with the hammer. Just then, the female ghost, number 15, on the bed suddenly turned her head to look at him, baring her white teeth in a sycophantic grin. Haha. For the crime of such a graceless laugh, she deserved a hammer to the mouth. He was already dead tired from the life-or-death battle, and now he had to listen to this mocking laughter. He had originally planned to spare her, but after hearing that laugh, he wasn't so sure he could be merciful anymore. He walked to the edge of the bed, tapping the bloody hammer in his palm. He glared at number 15 and threatened her coldly. "Tell me, give me one good reason why I shouldn't smash your sexy skull in." Number 15 was still tied up, her face smeared with blood from the explosion, which was just blood from a nosebleed caused by the pressure. 2 streams of blood were still trickling down. Knowing she was on the chopping block with no way to resist other than to be obedient and honest to save her life, she quickly blurted out, "I know the secret files and information of every patient here." Her reason wasn't good enough. Jiang Chen once again mercilessly swung the hammer and slammed it into her face as a warning. He shouted, "Why should I believe you? You think I snuck into the consultation room just to get this rusty hammer? What a stupid ghost." Number 15 took a hammer to the forehead that left her dazed. Her beautiful face swelled up into a pathetic pig's head, but she could only grit her teeth and accept her fate, continuing to endure the bullying of the weaker party. She waved her hands frantically to correct him. "That's not it. What I mean is, the files are just the surface. They hide a lot of dirty gossip, little secrets that would never be written down on paper. But I can tell you." Now that was a reason he could listen to. Jiang Chen whistled cheerfully and waved his hand, retracting his binding shadow. He smiled and nodded in approval. "I guess you have some use after all. I'll let you go for now." After sitting up, number 15's patient gown was torn and revealing from the explosion. Cold, she could only strip the blood-soaked lab coat off the dead number 16 on the floor to wear for cover. even though the coat was baggy and didn't fit well. Then, she obediently followed behind Jiang Chun like a puppy, acting as his guide. After walking a little further down the corridor, they encountered two more bizarre patients. More accurately, one suicidal female patient holding a sharp scalpel, walking slowly towards them, and a male patient clutching his stomach, writhing in agony on the floor. Jiang Chun was gripping his hammer, about to charge forward and deal with them, when number 15 quickly grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. She peeked out from behind him at the two, her face filled with extreme anxiety and fear, and whispered a warning. Wait, these two are dangerously insane. Patient number 13 is always under the delusion that her baby has parasitically entered someone else's stomach, so she cuts open anyone she meets to find her child. Jiang Chun observed the male patient who was on all fours on the ground. His whole body was convulsing uncontrollably, and he was muttering nonsense. Jiang Chun frowned and judged. This one's symptoms seem even more severe. Dissociative identity disorder. One personality is himself, but the other is obsessed with being his wife who had a miscarriage. Jiang Chun remained unfazed and calmly walked forward towards the knife. Number 15, standing behind him, was already trembling with fear. She muttered, "This madman. Did he even hear a word of my warning?" At the other end of the hall, the deranged number 13 was still staring at herself in a shattered mirror on the wall. A ghostly green light shone from her eyes, reflecting in the mirror. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun slowly and calmly walked up behind her without any fear or hesitation. Number 13 muttered insanely, hooking two fingers into the corners of her mouth and pulling it wide, then stared blankly at her own gaping, black maw in the mirror. She mumbled to herself, "My good boy, have you been naughty and run back into mommy's tummy to hide again?" Jiang Chun crossed his arms and stepped forward. He looked at her reflection in the mirror and said with a cold, harsh smirk, "Stop looking. Your son is so hideous that he took one look at his own face in the mirror and got so scared he ran away for good." The moment she heard Jiang Chen's insulting taunt, she shrieked in anger and lunged at him, getting right in his face. She screamed so loudly that foul-smelling spit flew everywhere, her breath like a dead rat hitting his nose. She glared at him and demanded, "What? You can see my baby boy too." Jiang Chun fought back the urge to vomit, pointed a hand at number 15, who was currently wearing the blood-soaked lab coat of nurse number 16, and lied without blinking. "That's right. The doctor told me." Being called out so suddenly scared the woman to death. The moment she heard Jiang Chun mention the word doctor, her whole body flinched, and she immediately jumped back defensively. It seemed this mysterious doctor had left a rather terrifying and unpleasant impression on the mental patients here. Jiang Chun smirked, flashing a trustworthy, pyramid scheme salesman smile, and cooed sweetly, "Don't be afraid. The doctor told me to come help you with a small surgery. We'll just take the baby out, and it'll be fine." Hearing this, the woman stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide with suspicion as she asked, "Surgery? Right here? Will be dangerous?" Jiang Chen's attitude was so confident and sincere that one might almost believe him. He puffed out his chest and assured her, "Don't worry. The doctor is a professional. The success rate is 0%. It won't hurt at all." The crazy mother heard this and immediately clapped her hands, laughing naively. "Oh, well then I'm relieved." Son of a bitch. The moment she finished her cackling, her expression suddenly turned ferocious. She lunged forward, swinging her knife wildly at Jiang Chen's group. "Did you think it was that easy to fool someone? A 0% success rate means certain death, doesn't it? Talk about doing a good deed and getting punished for it." Number 15 frantically jumped back to dodge the wild slashes of the knife. She cursed him silently. "I told him not to provoke her. Now look what happened. Why didn't he just lie and say it was 100% to keep things smooth?" Obviously, Jiang Chun didn't take this crazy woman seriously at all, which is why he deliberately provoked her a little. Furthermore, facing the scythe of death, he just shrugged and gave a despicable smile, showing no signs of remorse or regret. He muttered, "I thought she would obediently let me beat her to death." She was so enraged that she entered a state of berserk fury, snarling as she launched a flurry of attacks. Her fists and feet slammed into the concrete wall with enough force to shatter the stone. With just her bare, unarmored hands, she could definitely make a living breaking bricks at a circus. After a pause, she roared again, changing direction and sweeping her hand in a sharp arc across Jiang Chen's stomach. He ducked back to avoid the blade. The madwoman attacked again, thinking she had surely hit Jiang Chen this time, but the result was still a miss. The invisible shadow at his feet had risen up to block the blow for him. However, Jiang Chen's arm still felt the aftershock of the blow, and it was a bit sore. He quickly pulled the shadow in front of him as a shield and questioned it to confirm his strategy. "Shadow, let me ask you something." The shadow nodded eagerly, its aura flaring as it awaited orders. "Master, go ahead. The darker it is, the stronger you get, right?" The shadow swelled in size and replied with a confident, evil laugh. "Of course. All right, I've figured out how to win." Facing her, he both retreated and charged forward, laughing as he gave instructions. "Just wait for my command." Seeing Jiang Chun actively charging forward to his death, her eyes lit up. She opened her foul-smelling black mouth wide and cursed. "You can go into my belly and play with my son too." This was the exact trap he was waiting for the opponent to fall into. Jiang Chun immediately slammed on the brakes, retreating at lightning speed. At the same time, he commanded the shadow to shoot into her stomach through her wide-open mouth. The shadow's speed wasn't overwhelming, but once the greedy ghost opened its mouth to swallow it, there was no way to close it and spit it back out. Finally, she managed to gulp down almost the entire massive shadow into her stomach. But her expression was starting to look strange and contorted, as if something was stuck in her throat. She patted and pounded her chest a few times, trying to swallow down the last bit of the shadow's tail, then let out a long, sour burp. She was completely oblivious to her stomach, which was abnormally inflating larger and larger like an overfilled balloon. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the space. The patient's gown was torn to shreds by the pressure, and pieces of it flew everywhere, along with mushy flesh in her limbs, which splattered all over the ceiling and walls. Amidst the bloody mess, the massive shadow emerged once more, completely intact. The AI system coldly announced the achievement. Gluttonous Ghost, Peak Tier Evil Ghost, deceased by gluttony. Ghost Chi plus 999. Although he had won a clean victory through wits, Jiangchen couldn't help but feel a bit exhausted. The shadow obediently shrank back down to Jiangchen's heels. He leaned on his knees and breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his face with his sleeve and muttering, "Glad that's over with. This woman's death wasn't so bad. There's still one left." Jiang Chen's sharp gaze fell on the wretched man kneeling and wailing on the ground, constantly moaning in fear. So scary. For some reason, a sense of unease rose in Jiang Chen's heart. He had a feeling this guy was extremely sinister and not simple at all. He had just recovered some ghost chi from killing a ghost. Using his ocular technique, he saw the strange, dark aura and ghost chi constantly swirling around the man. He considered his options. "Perhaps I shouldn't provoke this person right now. Let's go," Jiang Chan said to number 15 with a jerk of his chin. They quickly and quietly tiptoed around the man kneeling on the floor, intending to leave in a hurry to avoid trouble. But they hadn't gone more than a few steps when the man suddenly staggered to his feet, his eyes wide as he shouted after them, "Stop right there." He trembled as he pointed a finger straight at Jiang Chen's back. His eyes were dull and unfocused, his voice weak and slurred. But his ferocious expression and aggressive attitude were just like that of a domineering, jealous husband. He looked at Jiang Chun and interrogated him fiercely. "The man my wife was looking for. Was it you?" In the blink of an eye, his expression changed bizarrely. His tone shifted to the coquettish voice of a woman. Even his dirty fingernails suddenly grew long and sharp as knives. Long, flirtatious eyelashes appeared on his eyelids. "Oh, darling," she cooed, "don't be like that. I haven't done anything to wrong you." All right, if he had pretended not to hear him, that would be one thing. But since the man had the guts to tell him to stop, Jiang Chun wouldn't be Jiang Chun if he didn't turn back and retaliate. He crossed his arms and walked closer, smirking as he turned the tables. "Haven't done anything to wrong your husband? A moment ago, you were kneeling on the ground, shaking your ass, and trying to seduce me." Hearing this provocation, the man's face immediately twisted back into the personality of the abusive husband. He roared in anger, extending his claws forward, and cursed loudly. "You slut! So you'd dare to cheat on me with another man behind my back." But the flirtatious wife personality resurfaced, quickly waving her hands and crying, explaining her innocence. "Are you an idiot? He's clearly trying to drive a wedge between us." The personality wrestled back to the violent man. As soon as the wife finished speaking, the man's body, like a zombie, lunged towards Jiang Chun with its claws out. He roared murderously, "I hate schemers like you who try to frame others. I'll tear you to pieces." What a waste of words. Jiang Chun clicked his tongue. He flexibly bent his body into a right angle, dodging the man's sharp, whistling hand. The husband stumbled, struggling to regain his footing. He glared at Jiang Chun, his sinewy arm once again swinging with great force. This time, he was aiming to brutally crush his head. Jiang Chun immediately pushed off his heels, leaped high into the air, and somersaulted backward to dodge. In a flash, the crazed man had used the momentum to jump into the air after him. his body twisted and contorted with surprising flexibility, like a giant ape. But how could one unarmed person stand a chance against two cunning people ganging up on him? Because he was so focused on attacking and defending against Jiang Chun, the madman left himself completely open, paying no attention to number 15, who had quietly moved behind him. A golden opportunity. How could number 15 be foolish enough to pass it up? She immediately rushed forward and delivered a vicious blow, using her knife-like hands to slice the man's body in half at the waist. Blood splattered on her face as she cackled triumphantly. Ha! This time, I've definitely been promoted to number 11. However, life is not always as it seems. The man from whom Jiang Chun had sensed a sinister aura was not so easily defeated. Number 15 was celebrating silently, but when she looked down, her patient gown still showed the same old number. There was no upgrade at all. This meant the bizarre man had not been completely destroyed. In a horrifying instant, the two severed halves of the body lying on the ground suddenly twitched. They automatically stood up, facing each other, then eerily crawled together and fused back as if there had never been a cut. Now, a grotesque sight appeared. The two personalities materialized at the same time on the same deformed body. The woman's face had the number 5.5 branded on her forehead. The husband's chest also bore the same number. The two-faced creature looked at the terrified, retreating number 15 and smirked, asking, "Ha, you thought a single sneak attack could kill me. Well, if one blow isn't enough, we'll use two." Jiang Chun appeared silently from behind and whispered seductively in their ear, "My love, you finally divorced your old husband." With that, Jiang Chun shamelessly began to grope her without any hesitation or disgust. He caressed her shoulder with a wicked grin. "This way, we can be together openly." The husband witnessed this infuriating scene, and his jealousy flared into a mad rage. "How dare you cuckold me, right in front of my face?" The AI system chimed in with a celebratory notification. Provocation successful. Ghost Chi plus 999. One unexpected surprise. Jiang Chun stared at the system interface flashing points in front of him, stroking his chin in satisfaction. Not bad. Ghost Chi is fully charged. To provoke the husband further, he shamelessly reached out and rubbed the wife's side of the two-faced body, making her, who was already afraid of her husband's jealousy, even more terrified. It was as if her body was paralyzed, unable to resist this blatant assault. In the next second, a dark energy, like a blazing fire surrounded by crackling blue lightning, suddenly materialized in Jiang Chen's palm. The lightning flame erupted, scorching her body and causing her to scream in agony before she fell unconscious, charred black. Realizing the situation was dire, the husband desperately used all his strength to tear his body away from his wife's, turning on his heel to flee. But how could escaping be that easy? Jiang Chun snorted coldly, shooting a murderous glare at the husband's retreating back, and sneered a threat. "I forgot to tell you something. There are two of us too. Meet the Shadow." The man was running for his life, completely oblivious to the fact that he was stepping right on his own elongated, pitch-black shadow. Jiang Chun swept forward like a gust of wind, grabbed the man's skull, and lifted him into the air. Ignoring the man's terrified struggles and agonizing screams for mercy, he cold-bloodedly drained every last drop of ghost chi from his body. Very quickly, the man was engulfed by Jiang Chen's lightning flames, his heart-wrenching screams drowned out by the blazing inferno. Finally, his flesh and skin burned away into ashes, leaving only a smoke-stained skull that clattered onto the tiled floor. The system announced the boss kill. Half-step blood shirt killed. Ghost Chi plus 9,999. Jiang Chun looked at the massive point reward added to his wallet with immense satisfaction, his mood instantly soaring once again. He muttered smugly to himself, "Who told these idiots to ruin a perfectly good, peaceful life and provoke your grandpa? Killing one half-step blood shirt nets me a solid 9,999 points. This place is a gold mine." Without any regard for the somber atmosphere, Jiang Chun put his hands on his hips, threw his head back, and laughed heartily. Number 15, who had been hiding in the corner witnessing Jiang Chen's ruthless slaughter from start to finish, was filled with extreme panic and doubt. She gulped nervously, thinking, is this monster really a mental patient tied up here for treatment? Seeing number 15 still standing there in a daze, trembling and refusing to move, Jiang Chun turned around and tapped his hammer threateningly. "What are you standing there for?" Startled awake, number 15 obediently and hurriedly waddled after him. The two continued to cautiously venture deeper into the hospital. When they reached a dark intersection, they saw a group of grotesque figures gathered there. The highest level monster among these mental patients was the leader, number 2, while the lowest level lackey tagging along was number 7. Hearing footsteps and seeing Jiang Chun and number 15 appear, dozens of bloodshot eyes turned toward them, glaring like a pack of starving wolves, eyeing a fat piece of meat. Patient number 75 brandished a rusty knife and sneered provocatively. "Is this a place for you two double-digit bottom feeders to wander into?" Jiang Chun arrogantly tilted his chin up and smirked. "Yeah, I like it here. What are you going to do about it?" Enraged, the evil ghosts roared and lunged forward like a pack of rabid dogs, ready to tear him apart. But that depended on whether he was in the mood to let them. Or rather, it depended on whether the lightning-infused sledgehammer in his hand would allow them to get close. "Time to take out the trash." Jiang Chun rolled his wrists, gripped his sledgehammer tightly, and charged straight into the horde of ghosts. He unleashed an earth-shattering barrage of hammer strikes. To be more precise, he single-handedly fed them a brutal, bloody massacre. The lower-numbered patients had their skulls smashed in before they could even scream. Because the slaughter was too gory, violent, and filled with flying guts, unsuitable for children under 18, pregnant women, and those with weak hearts. We will fast forward through the bloody scenes here. All you need to know is that after the storm of battle subsided, patient number 2 was lying on the ground, dying with his long tongue hanging out. His brains and flesh were splattered everywhere, and black blood was still dripping onto the tiles. A muddy honeycomb sandal stepped right over him, ruthlessly stomping on the dying number 2's head with a sickening squelch, sending his remaining tofu-like brains splattering out to mix with the foul blood. Jiang Chun paused to wipe his dirty heel on a torn piece of cloth on the ground, looking at the battlefield with a face full of disgust. But honestly, seeing them smashed to a pulp wasn't that disgusting to him. He stretched his shoulders and cracked his neck. That warm-up really hit the spot. It didn't even take that long to flatten everyone up to number 2. What a great feeling. Plus, I harvested a ton of ghost chi points as capital. Now that the obstacles were cleared, his only remaining target was the final boss. Jiang Chun rested a hammer on his shoulder, his sharp eyes scanning the corridor. "Which hole is number 1 hiding in?" Trembling, number 15 hid behind his back and pointed a dirty finger at a VIP room door that was slightly ajar. A weird, dim blood-red light was spilling out from the crack. She stuttered, "I in there." Jiang Chun looked at number 15, smirked, and asked for intel on the final boss. "What's this number 1's badass background?" Number 15's face immediately shuddered as she replied. He was originally a crazed serial killer with an extremely high IQ. On his first day, admitted here, relying solely on his brutal strength, he killed his way up barehanded from number 24 to snatch the number 1 spot. Hearing this, Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in disdain. Not bad. He leaned in close to number 15, putting on a scowling, annoyed face and interrogated her, relying solely on his own strength? "Are you implying that I'm a weirdo who relies too much on weapons?" Terrified, number 15 shook her head vigorously like a lion dancer. She forced a twisted smile, waving her hands to flatter him. No. What I mean is, the reason I volunteer to guide you is because he's so brutal and bloodthirsty that even the demonic chief doctor doesn't dare enter his room alone. The two held their breath and slowly, stealthily approached the door of the death room. But before number 15 could even take a deep breath to calm herself, Jiang Chun unceremoniously kicked her right in the back, sending her flying face first into the room to act as a meat shield and scout ahead. "You go first and check the path. I'm reading." A deep, chilling male voice echoed in the room. The man slowly looked up at the woman who had just crashed onto the floor in front of him. There were clearly a few question marks written on his forehead. Number 15 fell in a heap, in agonizing pain and scared half to death. Facing the killer, her soul and sanity completely scattered in panic. Her terrified eyes turned vacant and dazed. She shakily pushed herself back, stuttering incoherently. Number 1 sat cross-legged on the sofa. He shot number 15 a cold, disgusted look, as if looking at a lowly insect, and cut her off. "You're wearing that outfit. You're not a doctor." At that moment, Jiang Chun suddenly popped his head out from the shadows behind number 15 like a ghost. He casually placed his hand on her waist, playfully tugging at the hem of her ragged patient pants, and smirked. "Can't someone in ragged patient clothes moonlight as an intern doctor? Seems like you're a bit prejudiced, buddy." Unexpectedly, number 1 calmly snapped his thick book shut, took a sip of his tea, and said, "There are no female doctors in this hospital." Hearing this, Jiang Chun casually stood up straight, throwing his arm around number 15's shoulders. The woman was already drenched in cold sweat, her soul practically ready to leave her body. He put on a shameless face, lying through his teeth with absolute confidence. "This little lady is here for a trial run today. Didn't I bring her here to introduce her and say hello to you?" Number 1 frowned, analyzing the logic. That excuse doesn't make sense either. Jiang Chun rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He asked defensively, "Why doesn't the logic make sense?" Number 1 slowly stood up, reaching for the rusty weapon resting beside his chair. He tapped the weapon against his palm and explained chillingly, "Because I am an extremely dangerous and unpredictable person. Therefore, no doctor or nurse has ever dared to enter my room alone." Seeing the enemy posturing and showing off, Jiang Chun decided he couldn't be outdone. Before the enemy could draw his sword, he had to strike first. Jiang Chun stomped his foot and let out a mighty roar. Instantly, a blinding golden magical light spewed from his mouth like a dragon breathing fire, shooting straight toward Number 1 to lock him down. But this flashy little trick didn't even scratch Number 1's defenses. Even though the room was now covered in a thick, obscuring fog that limited visibility, the rusty weapon in Number 1's hand seemed to have eyes of its own. It swept through the fog, tearing through the air and flying straight at Jiang Chun to batter him. Through the hazy smoke, Jiang Chun's sharp eyes caught sight of a long, blood-stained red shadow hurtling toward him. He immediately recognized the weapon as a bent iron rod and hastily crossed his arms in a defensive stance to block the blow. He muttered in shock, "My roaring tiger blast was deflected? Is it useless against him?" Jiang Chun grimaced as he took the hit from the iron rod. Not overly powerful, but incredibly tricky. Swinging the iron rod to press his advantage, Number 1 seemed to read Jiang Chun's mind and smiled smugly, explaining his technique. "The moment you open your mouth to blow hot air, I use sound waves to clear the air around me, creating a soundproof vacuum barrier. Sound cannot travel through a vacuum. Nothing can cause it to vibrate. So you completely wasted your energy. You can't harm me with sonic attacks." Pushed back, Jiang Chun let out an "oh" of admiration and clapped his hands in praise. "Impressive. You managed to pull off a physics trick in a vacuum just by swinging a rusty iron rod." Cracking his joints, Jiang Chun smirked and asked provocatively, "But that's fine. Let's warm up with another round, shall we?" Saying that, he channeled his inner energy and once again unleashed a lion's roar straight at Number 1's face. The AI system flashed red warnings in the air. "I was careless. Target locked by killing intent. Nowhere to hide. Enemy's ghost chi is surging rapidly. Plus 1,999 damage added." In the heat of the moment, Jiang Chun's pitch-black shadow stealthily crept up from his heels. It created a second Jiang Chun illusion, standing menacingly behind Number 1 to block his retreat, while the real Jiang Chun pressed in from the front, catching Number 1 in a pincer attack. Now, struck by the killing intent, Number 1 trembled violently, clutching his chest in pain as he stumbled back. The tables had turned, 3 against 1. Even with her right eye blind, Number 15 could easily see with her left eye that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous and dangerous for Number 1. Number 1 clutched his chest and coughed, narrowing his eyes at the two Jiang Chuns, secretly calculating a scheme in his head. The one standing behind with the dull, blind eyes must be the shadow clone. The Jiang Chun in front is definitely the real body. He glanced to the side, plotting, "If I want to break out of this encirclement and turn this dire situation around, my only option is to use this fake doctor as a meat shield." Having made up his mind, Number 1 flashed a cunning smile and cast a flirtatious look at Number 15, who was trembling and fumbling to button up her lab coat. Number 1 asked in a honeyed voice, "Hey, beautiful, what's your number?" Number 15 froze in fear for a moment, staring into Number 1's sharp eyes. When she realized the final boss was talking to her, she clumsily pulled open her lab coat to proudly reveal the bright red Number 15 printed on her chest. Seeing this, Number 1 was overjoyed, having found a weak link. He raised his chin and threw out the bait to sow discord. "Do you want to betray him and join my side? Help me backstab and kill him, and your reward will be jumping straight to the Number 2 spot." Sigh. Jiang Chun sighed heavily, hands clasped behind his back. He shook his head in exasperation and mocked, "Your skills are garbage, yet you still try to play dirty mind games with your grandpa?" Jiang Chun's massive, adorable, lightning-infused sledgehammer was once again summoned back to his hand with a flick of his wrist. The 1,999 ghost chi points he just earned came at the perfect time, like rain after a drought, giving him enough mana to summon his destructive weapon, the Underworld Finger. Absolutely perfect. Resting the hammer on his shoulder, he bared his teeth in a sinister smile and asked Number 1, "Didn't you say you love playing dirty and backstabbing?" The scene shifted outside Room 1. The dark, cold corridor was dead silent, without a single soul in sight. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion shook the entire floor. The sturdy brick wall of the hospital room was smashed to pieces by the sledgehammer, blowing open a massive hole. Number one's battered body was sent flying out of the room like a sack of garbage. It turned out that after taking a beating, he had eaten another 1,000-pound hammer strike from Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun blew the smoke off the head of his hammer and casually strolled through the hole, towering over number one. By now, the man had been beaten so badly that his bones were shattered, and he lay writhing in agony on the floor, unable to stop his violent convulsions. Jiang Chun puffed out his cheeks and blew out a tired breath, then raised his hand to retract his smoking hammer. He grumbled, "Even though this weapon packs a punch, it burns through way too much ghost chi mana." Pinned under Jiang Chen's boot, number one was completely terrified, all thoughts of backstabbing Jiang Chen gone. His mind was now entirely consumed by panic, thinking only of begging and pleading to keep his life. "I can't die." Desperate to cling to life, number one threw away all his dignity. He didn't even care that the chief doctor would never fight for him, let alone go up against Jiang Chun. He reached his bloody hand into the air and screamed for help. "Save me, doctor! An outsider is trying to kill a recovering patient." As soon as he called out, the evil chief doctor instantly materialized from shadows. But bizarrely, it was a creature with the giant green head of a parrot and a hideous, sharp red beak attached to a body wearing a white lab coat. The bird doctor narrowed its cold, beady eyes at Jiang Chun, raised a wing, and warned threateningly, "Step back. Stay away from patient number one." Jiang Chun stood with his hands on his hips right in front of the doctor, raising his hand to grab number one's collar and using his demonic arts to drain the patient's ghost chi and life force dry. He turned to the doctor with a smirk, acting completely nonchalant, and mocked, "What was that? I'm deaf, I don't speak bird." "Dr. Bird." "Oh wait, Dr. Chicken." Humiliated and enraged by Jiang Chen's arrogant attitude, the chicken doctor enlarged its hard beak and squawked loudly to assert dominance. "Cluck! How dare a patient disobey the doctor's orders? Do you have a death wish?" The deafening squawk carried a sonic shockwave no different from the roaring tiger blast. Jiang Chun was pushed back a step by the force of the doctor's roar. The chicken doctor kept flapping its wings, clucking aggressively as it charged toward Jiang Chun, pecking furiously as if trying to drill holes into him and force him to surrender. Jiang Chun retreated while silently assessing the enemy's strength. Just an evil spirit, still a weak half-step bloodshirt. He scoffed inwardly. "Isn't this type way too easy to take down? And it actually thinks it can peck me to death." Just as the chicken doctor flapped its wings and closed the distance, preparing to land a hit, Jiang Chun used his movement technique to completely vanish in a thin air, as if he had never been there. "Surprise, Sikin." Jiang Chen's figure darted like a ghost, appearing right behind the chicken doctor's neck. He clenched his fist, veins popping, and delivered a devastating 1,000-pound punch straight to the back of the chicken's head. As he struck, he cursed, "How does a hen like you have a right to be a doctor and treat patients?" The chicken stumbled forward from the blow, but still stubbornly talked back. "As long as the director nods in approval, I am a certified doctor." Unpredictably, hidden beneath the puffy sleeves of the chicken doctor's lab coat was a massive, deformed muscle tumor that packed an incredibly powerful punch. With just a swing of its arm and a twist of its body, without even looking at the target, that tumor swung around and landed a solid smack right on Jiang Chen's left cheek. Caught off guard, Jiang Chun staggered back a few steps. He wiped the blood oozing from the swollen, throbbing wound on his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes turned cold as he glared at the criminal chicken. "So, none of you demonic quacks actually know any medicine to save people. This hospital is just a slaughterhouse for scum." The chicken doctor went berserk and lunged forward, flapping its wings to attack again. This time, it used its long neck and sharp, chisel-like beak to peck down viciously. As it frantically pecked at Jiang Chen's chest, it squawked its excuses. "What do you know? This surgery is me doing you a favor, freeing you from your pain." Seeing this pathetic pecking attack, Jiang Chun didn't even bother dodging. He decisively reached out barehanded and tightly grabbed the chicken's sharp beak just as it aimed for his heart. He gritted his teeth and swore, "Today your grandpa is going to cleanse and uproot this filthy medical establishment." Jiang Chun stomped his foot and roared, unleashing his lightning energy. "Fried chicken, 100,000 volts." From the palm gripping the chicken's beak, a terrifyingly high-voltage blue electrical arc surged out. The high-voltage current crackled, completely engulfing the chicken, shocking it until it went numb, convulsed, and danced ballet in midair. The current was so strong that the chicken's green feathers were scorched black. Its entire body smoked like a lump of coal, inside and out, and the rich smell of sizzling roast meat filled every corner of the room. Smelling the roast chicken, Jiang Chun unconsciously felt a sudden, intense pang of hunger. He licked his lips greedily. "Well, since I have a moment, I might as well tear off a drumstick to nourish myself. With an evil grin, he grabbed one of the doctor's charred chicken legs and brutally ripped it off. He even held the bloody drumstick out, acting polite and generous, asking number 15, who was cowering in the corner, if she wanted a bite. But oh boy, how could a cowardly girl dare to eat ghost meat? Even if she had the guts of a bear, she wouldn't dare put it in her mouth. Number 15 rolled her eyes, completely speechless and nauseated. She could understand an evil ghost killing number 1 to usurp his position, but this lunatic was actually slaughtering the chief doctor. And what was even more nightmarish, she had seen doctors being killed in this hospital before, but eating a doctor's flesh and chewing on their bones raw. This was the first time she had witnessed such a gruesome specialty with her own eyes. Even though number 15 squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head vigorously to decline the offer, Jiang Chun still shoved the burnt drumstick right up to her mouth, coaxing her with hidden meaning, have a bite to line your stomach. You need to be full before you hit the road. Hearing the sensitive words, hit the road, number 15's heart was instantly filled with extreme panic and terror. She stuttered internally. Is this killer trying to fatten me up before killing me? Jiang Chun paused, chewing the chicken meat loudly, and coldly delivered his verdict. You've excellently completed your task as a guide. Consider this a final act of mercy. I'll let you pass on peacefully and painlessly. Hearing the sentence, number 15 fell to her knees, knowing she was too weak to fight or escape this monster. A profound sense of resentment and grievance erupted in her heart. Tears of black blood began to stream down her pale cheeks. She cursed inwardly. Everyone in the living world and the underworld is the same kind of bastard. Once they've exploited my value, they ruthlessly throw me away like trash, on the brink of life and death. The ghost girl tearfully recalled the tragic memory of being betrayed before she died, full of resentment, and turned into a ghost. Back then, she was still an innocent, dreamy schoolgirl. She and her friends had just walked out of a bustling shopping mall. In her hands, she innocently held 3 high-end lipsticks. She honestly handed them over to the classmates she trusted and considered her best friends. One of the bad friends took the lipstick, sneered, and shifted the blame. You taking this makes me feel awkward and guilty. Another patted her shoulder and praised her sarcastically. With so many security cameras around, you still managed to steal these and sneak them out? Here, have one as a souvenir. Saying that, the girl tossed a bright pink lipstick back to number 15. The moment number 15 caught it, the malicious girl turned around and shamelessly shouted at the patrolling security guard. Security, sir, someone's stealing lipstick over here. Caught red-handed with the stolen goods. The bewildered number 15 was quickly tackled to the ground and handcuffed by the burly security guard. Only then did she realize in shock that her naive self had been tricked, framed, and ruthlessly sold out by her so-called friends. The bastards even stood by with their arms crossed, casually laughing at their own setup. The red-haired ringleader put her hands on her hips, sneered, and mocked her to her face. Your usefulness is over, idiot. At least you made a good scapegoat and gave us a little entertainment watching you get hauled away by the cops. That feeling of humiliation, injustice, and betrayal was something number 15 would never forget, even in death. Now, as a ghost, the situation of being used and discarded was repeating itself. It was so unfair it made her heart ache. Number 15 slumped in despair on the cold tiled floor, covering her face and sobbing loudly, waiting for Jiang Chen's death blow to fall. Jiang Chun let out a tired sigh, walked over, and patted number 15's head. He softened his voice, as if granting a final favor. I'll give you one chance. I'll count to 3. If I don't catch you, I'll spare your life. Ready? He flashed a bright, murderous smile at number 15. But before he could even part his lips to say one, number 15 bolted, running for her life at the speed of light. In a flash, she disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chun chuckled, rubbing his chin, and muttered, she runs fast. But it wouldn't be hard for him to catch her. He shrugged. Whatever, I'll let her go for now. He felt he didn't really need number 15's insignificant life at the moment. Left alone, Jiang Chun continued to stroll around, searching for more clues. He casually pushed open the door to a strange room down in the basement. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed his old clothes neatly hung up, and Flesh Lingji was lying obediently on the table. Seeing its master return, Flesh Lingji lunged at him emotionally like a puppy, plastering its squishy body onto his face. A few crocodile tears welled up in its single eye. Jiang Chun peeled it off and laughed, teasing, "Miss me that much after just a few days?" Suddenly, a strange man in a white doctor's coat approached from behind. He stomped toward Jiang Chun and demanded, "Are you his father?" Before the man could finish his sentence, Jiang Chun responded swiftly. Flesh Lingji instantly transformed into a sledgehammer and delivered a resounding thwack right to the doctor's head. A massive, bleeding lump immediately swelled up on the doctor's crown. He staggered and collapsed onto the floor, looking like he'd be unconscious for a good long while. Jiang Chun looked at the motionless body and casually stripped the white lab coat off the man to wear himself. He justified it with a smirk. Well, he's out cold anyway. Borrowing his clothes for a bit won't hurt. Besides, blending into this mental asylum in a doctor's coat is a much safer disguise. With the perfect doctor's cover, Jiang Chun moved around much more freely and boldly than before. He strolled down the corridor with his hands behind his back, whistling a cheerful tune, continuing his search. While humming a happy, carefree melody, Jiang Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks, his attention caught by a sign hanging right in front of him. He tilted his head up and squinted to read it. On the bright red warning sign were the chilling words, "Special Treatment Room." He rubbed his chin, smirking curiously. Looks pretty interesting. And so, with the seasoned adventurous spirit of a ghost hunter, Jiang Chun boldly turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Inside the room, a man in a doctor's coat, as thin and pale as a dried corpse, was sitting in a chair, tapping a rhythm. On his head, he wore a bizarre metal ring connected to a tangle of wires. Seeing Jiang Chun enter in a doctor's coat, the patient lying on the bed cried out, "Doctor, every time I close my eyes, a female ghost laughs at me." The skinny doctor scribbled on the medical chart and said in a flat, lifeless voice, "Your paranoia might be getting worse. You need to overcome it. Imagine you're driving a truck and running her over." Saying that, the ghostly doctor leaned closer to the patient and began whispering curses into his ear. He then dangled a metal rod in front of the patient, hypnotizing him. From that metal rod, a sinister black mist stealthily slipped into the patient's body. Following the doctor's instigation, "Crush her, crush her, crush her." The brainwashed patient rolled his eyes back and screamed the words madly, "Crush her." Instantly, black blood poured from all 7 orifices on his face, looking incredibly terrifying and disgusting. Finally, the man's face, which had retained a bit of living vitality, was completely ruined. Red, bleeding welts cracked open on his skin. His eye sockets turned into deep, black holes, his pupils cloudy and vacant. The blue-striped patient uniform he wore was gradually soaked in blood, turning a deep red. He convulsed, letting out groans of pain. A bubbling sound, like something boiling on a stove, echoed from his stomach. His face and body deformed horrifyingly as fleshy tumors began to sprout and swell all over him. Foul-smelling black blood oozed from them in increasing amounts. His skin was now rough and ulcerated, easily rivaling the bumpy skin of a toad. After the convulsions stopped, the man fell completely silent and motionless. His head slumped lifelessly over the chair, his lower half drenched in foul red blood. The skinny doctor looked at his handiwork, stopped writing his report, and said, "He's dead." Only the blood-shirt phenomenon occurred. He didn't transform into a special curse. Jiang Chun, who had silently closed in right behind him, chimed in like a colleague critiquing the work. "The blood shirt hasn't fully soaked through either." The focused doctor, caught off guard by the accurate observation, blurted out in agreement, "Exactly. I still need to conduct more infection experiments." But as soon as he put his pen down, the doctor realized something was wrong. He whipped around, retreating defensively. Seeing Jiang Chun's unfamiliar face, he glared and shouted, "Who let you in here?" Jiang Chun tugged at his white lab coat, smoothing out the wrinkles, and chuckled defensively. "I'm a doctor here too." The doctor was furious. He pointed his sharp fountain pen right at Jiang Chun's face and scolded him harshly. "Didn't the director explain the rules to you? This is a VIP clinic exclusively for me." Jiang Chun scratched his head, lying smoothly without blinking. "Oh, right, the director did mention it. I've been feeling mentally unstable lately due to work pressure, so I wanted to ask you to take some time to examine me." Hearing that a piece of fat meat had delivered itself to his door, the ghostly doctor was overjoyed. The corners of his mouth twitched into a sinister smile. Such prime experimental material, and it walked right in. His attitude instantly changed to one of warm hospitality. He urged Jiang Chun, then quickly, take a seat in the examination chair. Jiang Chun obediently followed the doctor's instructions and casually plopped down right on the blood-soaked chair, where the tragically deceased patient was still slumped. Seeing this grotesque scene, The doctor almost lost his mind and yelled right in his face, "Who told you to sit on top of a dead body like that?" After tossing the corpse onto the floor so Jiang Chun could settle into a clean seat, the psychological examination began. The doctor flipped open his notebook, starting the interview with his usual professional demeanor. "What exactly are your symptoms lately?" Jiang Chun rubbed his chin, awkwardly making up a story. "Well, I suffer from delusions of grandeur." The doctor narrowed his beady, sharp eyes, scrutinizing him. From head to toe, his face clearly screamed suspicious, highly suspicious. He leaned in close to Jiang Chen's face and spoke in a hypnotic tone. "It's okay. I will treat you and help you escape your delusions. Speak the truth from the depths of your heart. Tell me, what is your real profession?" As he asked, the doctor waved his hypnotic fountain pen back and forth in front of Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen's eyes glazed over, acting as if he had fallen under the hypnotic spell. He mumbled groggily, revealing his true side job. "My major is killing ghosts." The doctor frowned, confident that his hypnosis technique was flawless. That meant whatever Jiang Chun said was 100% true. Realizing a professional ghost-hunting killer was sitting right in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. He tried to suppress the panic invading his mind, swallowed hard, backed away, and asked, "What kind of ghosts have you killed?" Jiang Chun, still acting dazed, raised his hand and counted off his achievements on his fingers. First, it was the door-knocking ghost. Then, the paper demon. After that, roughly speaking, about 7,749 other freaky ghosts. Finally, Jiang Chun concluded with a chilling statement. "When I run into a fierce soul, I just swing my axe and chop it up." The stack of research files and the pen in the doctor's hands clattered to the floor in trembling shock the moment Jiang Chun finished listing his kills. Before the doctor could regain his composure, Jiang Chun suddenly snapped out of his daze and reached out, gripping the doctor's shoulders tightly. The doctor stumbled back in panic, crying out, "What are you doing?" Jiang Chun resumed his acting, clutching his head in feigned agony and asking anxiously, "Doctor, is there still a cure for my condition?" Furious, the doctor violently yanked his arm out of Jiang Chen's grip and cursed, "You don't fucking need a cure. The one who needed an ambulance was him. Go submit your application for director. I'll even vote for you." The moment Jiang Chun heard the word director, his eyes lit up with extreme excitement. The authoritative number 1 on his neck also flared up, glowing red in response. He stood up abruptly, violently grabbed the doctor by the hair, and ordered through gritted teeth, "Then tell me where the director is hiding. I want to go knock on his door and run for the position." At that moment, illuminated by the fiery glow of the number on Jiang Chen's neck, the doctor realized in horror that the person he had been talking to was the murderous patient number 1, not an intern doctor. Jiang Chun quickly raised his hand to cover the burning number 1 on his neck. He tilted his head, cracking his neck, and smiled sinisterly. "My identity's been exposed, huh? In that case, I have no choice but to silence you." Saying that, Jiang Chun decisively pulled down his surgical mask, revealing a reaper's smile. Once the doctor realized Jiang Chun wasn't a colleague, his attitude did a complete 180. He backed away, pressed the alarm button, and sneered, "Speaking of silencing witnesses, I'm not the only one you'll have to kill." Who knows what dark magic the doctor used, but from the shadows behind him, a horde of zombie patients lumbered out. They were all in the same ulcerated, decaying state as the man who had been experimented on earlier. These are likely all the failed products of his cursed experiments. Behind Jiang Chun, the corpse of the man whose lower half had turned into foul blood also slipped out of the chair. Groaning, it dragged its heavy feet toward him to surround him. Jiang Chun frowned, drawing his weapon, and scanned the surroundings to analyze the situation. It seemed the ghosts raised by this evil hospital evolved in 2 ways. One was the brutal goo-raising method, inciting patients to slaughter and devour each other to gradually level up. The other was being used as inhuman test subjects like this, using dark magic to draw out the dark malice in the patient's hearts and injecting ghost chi into their blood to create cursed ghosts. He licked his lips greedily, wondering, "I wonder how many ghost chi points these experimental monsters will drop." Now that Jiang Chun had recovered his strength and retrieved the sharp flesh lingji, did these weaklings even pose a threat to him? With a swoosh of the blade, the heads of the rotting corpses were cleanly severed, dropping to the floor in under a minute. A chubby monster lunged at him, only to be instantly sliced in half, its body split into two pieces. Countless afterimages of his blade flashed through the air. The jagged ghost chi monsters received countless merciless slashes, falling dead with agonizing screams. While Jiang Chun was busy hacking away at the others, the sinister doctor whistled, ordering the remaining monsters to swarm him all at once. He intended to use sheer numbers to overwhelm his opponent. Ganged up on, Jiang Chun was almost crushed and suffocated under the sea of bloodthirsty ghosts. But he kept a cool head, stepping back and whistling for Flesh Lingji to transform and tie them up. Flesh Lingji immediately obeyed its master's command, shooting out like a snake. It sharpened its form, piercing straight through the throat of the monster closest to Jiang Chun. Covered in blood, it then darted through the ear of another and slithered through the bridge of a third one's nose. It weaved in and out masterfully, finally piercing straight through the chest of a burly man and ending its run by hooking through half the face of a zombie doctor. Flesh Lingji's method of using itself as a rope to string up ghosts was exceptionally brutal, turning them into a long, bloody chain of human flesh. The mangled corpses hung limply, dragging on the floor, and the one holding the end of that chain was none other than Jiang Chun. Amidst the chaos, the doctor's medical cap fell and rolled away. Jiang Chun dusted off his hands and suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering something. During the fight, he hadn't even had the time to interrogate the doctor about where their final boss, the director, was hiding. Guess I'll have to go search for him myself. How annoying. Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in frustration and kicked the door of the bloody clinic open, leaving. Thick black blood slowly oozed out of the room, spreading across the dark corridor. Jiang Chun shouldered his weapon and casually strolled up to another door. Hanging on it was a rusty warning sign, painted in glaring red, "Danger Zone. Authorized personnel only." Standing before the warning sign, he smacked his lips mockingly. This warning sign is as good as useless. So unnecessarily flashy. Hanging a mysterious warning sign like this was practically an invitation for him to break in and explore, wasn't it? As soon as he pushed the door open, his eyes landed on a female patient sitting in the middle of the room. She looked quite normal and pretty. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, meditating with her eyes closed, motionless. It was hard to tell if she was asleep or awake. Lying next to her, acting as a guard, was a grotesque, misshapen monster with jagged fangs, snoring loudly with its mouth wide open. Seemingly hearing the footsteps of an intruder, the female patient calmly opened her round eyes, shooting a cold glare toward the door. It turned out she was only pretending to sleep. She kicked the bizarre gooseman monster lying next to her to wake it up. She raised her chin, pointed at Jiang Chun standing in the doorway, and sneered, "Little flower, wake up. Look, another bastard doctor has come to throw his life away." She stretched her joints, yawned lazily, and added, "I was getting bored. Go kill him for some entertainment." She smiled coldly, completely unaware of the heavy price she was about to pay for her arrogant decision. Receiving its master's order, the monster roared, swung its arms, and lunged forward. In its hand, it wielded a massive, jagged bone blade, chopping straight down toward the top of Jiang Chun's head. Facing the killing intent, Jiang Chun didn't even bother to dodge. He simply grunted, activating his defensive armor, Tyrant Demon Body. Immediately after, the bone blade struck his head with a deafening clang. Although the blade couldn't split his skull, a few lines of blood seeped out, clearly marking where the blade had hit. Before Jiang Chun could counterattack, the woman proved she was no weakling either. She instantly leaped into the air, darting behind Jiang Chun to launch a sneak attack. She even taunted him as she struck. The doctor's reflexes are too slow. Caught between two experts, Jiang Chun hastily bent backward, springing away to dodge the combo attack, while silently praising her speed. "She's fast. So fast I could only dodge that lethal blow by a hair's breadth." But before he could even steady himself, the massive bone blade from the monster behind him came crashing down again, tearing through the air. These two, one in front and one behind, had incredible teamwork. They continuously unleashed skills to suffocate him. But Jiang Chun was no pushover. He coldly spun around to face the attack. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he channeled his inner energy and used his bare, lightning-infused fist to block and swat away the sharp weapon. Seeing its attack easily blocked, the monster felt a pang of panic and hesitation. This scrawny doctor, how does he have more brute strength than my monster physique? Damn it! Seeing her partner losing ground, the female patient screamed, and rushed in to assist. Taking advantage of Jiang Chen's defensive arm being occupied with parrying her partner's blade, she leaped into the air, swinging her leg high above her head, aiming a brutal axe kick straight at his fatal pressure point on the back of his neck. She shrieked, "Die, you rotten doctor!" A massive, violent collision echoed, shaking the room. But when the dust settled, Jiang Chen hadn't been knocked down at all. As expected of his peak reflexes, he had managed to raise his free left arm, using his steel-hard forearm to block the 1,000-pound kick. He had successfully defended against it again. Jiang Chen slowly looked up, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he glared at them. The authoritative number 1 on his neck activated, bursting into raging flames on his skin. He smirked and growled threateningly. "Open your dog eyes wide and look closely. Who is your grandpa?" Seeing the Reaper's number on his neck, the woman stopped in her tracks, stumbling back as she evaluated Jiang Chen. Then, showing no fear, she licked her lips and stuck out her tongue, showing off a deep, cross-shaped scar carved right into the tip of it. She threw her head back and laughed maniacally, mocking him. "So, it's the infamous killer, patient number 1. The one rumored to be the most formidable and brutal among the hospital's inpatients." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes at the bizarre cross scar on her tongue, calculating the logic. "So, there's a number 10 too? Are they the outpatients hiding outside the hospital?" Realizing that Jiang Chen wasn't on the doctor's side, the two put away their weapons and stopped fighting. The woman raised her chin, arrogantly introducing herself, then patted the head of the hideous monster beside her. "Let me introduce us. My name is So-So, and this is my obedient pet, Little Flower." After the introductions, So-So stepped close to Jiang Chen, her eyes darting as she scrutinized the pristine white uniform he was wearing. After a moment, she unceremoniously reached out, grabbing his lab coat collar and twisting it, asking, "If you're a patient, why are you wearing a doctor's disguise? Your little costume almost made us attack the wrong person." After exchanging blows, Jiang Chen understood perfectly well how formidable these two were. He stepped back, smoothing his coat, feeling both interested in recruiting them and wary of them. These two lunatics dared to order the death of an authoritative doctor. They clearly had a rebellious, defiant streak in them. Perfect. He could use their strength as meat shields. And so, with his cunning nature, Jiang Chen put on a sincere expression, looked deeply into So-So's eyes, and lied through his teeth. "Because I'm in disguise, planning to infiltrate the director's office. I want to assassinate him and overthrow the tyrannical rule of this demonic hospital." Holy crap! Hearing this insane, earth-shattering ideal, both So-So and Little Flower were so shocked they broke out in a cold sweat. They stared wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open in an O shape, speechless. This number 1's thoughts were even more extreme and rebellious than the two of them combined. It truly inspired a sense of awe and fear. Regaining her composure, So-So crossed her arms, frowned, and pointed out the harsh reality. "Big words. But there are so many demonic doctors here. Can you really kill them all by yourself to clear a path?" Jiang Chen was just waiting for her to take the bait and ask that question. He spread his arms, putting on a deeply emotional face and a passionate, MLM-style, welcoming smile. "That's exactly why I need help. I truly hope you two experts will fight by my side to liberate the thousands of innocent mental patients imprisoned here. Even if you and I heroically fall in battle today, as long as the spirit of rebellion is immortal, the flame of struggle will never die out, and the next generation will follow in our footsteps to success." The AI system panel popped up, flashing a ding and praising him. Psychological manipulation skill. Jiang Chen has successfully incited So-So's rebellious mood. Revolutionary fervor increased. Ghost Chi rewarded, plus 2,000 points. He didn't even need to look at the scoreboard. Just seeing So-So's currently blazing, passionate eyes was enough to know how thoroughly she had been brainwashed into becoming his loyal lackey, ready to sacrifice herself for him. Preparing to march out, So-So eagerly rummaged through the pockets of her ragged patient clothes and pulled out a hair tie, tying her messy hair up neatly. Getting pumped up, even a monster Little Flower reached up to smooth down its few sparse strands of hair, looking smugly at its shiny bald head and thumping its chest with a confident growl. Infected by his passion, they were definitely itching to start killing. Seeing his troops' morale so high, Jiang Chen satisfyingly gripped Flesh Ling Ji tightly in his hand. He majestically led the group, raising his chin and pointing forward, ordering, "Let's go. Move out." After marching aggressively down the corridor for a bit, So eagerly took the initiative to lead the way. When the group passed a dark staircase, she nimbly turned to head up to the next floor. Jiang Chun frowned, grabbed her shirt, and asked, "Why are we going up there? Is the director's room on the upper floor?" So stopped, turned back to him with a sly smile, and explained her strategy. Don't rush in blindly. There are still many resentful ghosts up here who want to tear the director apart. Didn't you just passionately say you want to gather everyone for a rebellion? Jiang Chun turned his face away, smirking sinisterly, overjoyed on the inside. This crazy chick actually believed his MLM bullshit. How wonderful. Since that was the case, why shouldn't he conveniently recruit more lackeys and piggyback off their hard work to farm points? So eagerly led the way, gripping a spiked baseball bat tightly in her hand, and explained the situation. This floor is where the special outpatients are kept. Later, we just need to pick a few useful ones and bring them along as meat shields. They walked softly, stealthily stopping in front of a closed hospital room door. Through the crack, the sound of loud cursing could be heard from inside. So signaled Little Flower with her eyes, ordering it to scout ahead. Little Flower, you go in first and warn them. Lie and say a doctor is on patrol to lure them out. Little Flower nodded, obeying the order, and pushed the door open. It had been inside for a long time without any response. Burning with curiosity and impatience, Jiang Chun and So crept closer, pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop on the tense situation inside. Peeking through the crack, they saw 3 pitch-black, ghostly shadows inside the cell, frantically punching, kicking, scratching, and tearing at each other mercilessly. Looking at the shadows cast on the wall, it seemed like 3 separate people were engaged in a fierce brawl. But looking closely, those 3 ghostly shadows were actually emanating from the same body of a bizarre man, standing facing the wall, muttering to himself. This ghost had an incredibly strange and evil mutation. On its face, 3 blood-red, demonic eyes bulged out, glaring menacingly. At first glance, it looked like a unified human body, but in reality, there were 3 resentful souls crowded inside, fighting for control. While Jiang Chun was feeling the urgency, stealthily observing the terrifyingly grotesque ghost, So stood beside him with her hands behind her back, casually swaying her head and singing a cheerful tune without a care in the world. The noise annoyed Jiang Chun, prompting him to grab her twin pigtails and yank them back as a warning. Do you have too much free time? Are you singing rhymes to entertain me? Startled by the hair pull and terrified by his angry glare, she cowered, waving her hands and forcing a smile to deny it. No, I'm not. Seeing his annoyed, scowling face, she cleared her throat and decided to change the subject, sharing the ghost's secret backstory to help him understand. Rumor has it, it all started at an abandoned mountain villa. On a day with pouring rain, 2 thugs taking shelter accidentally discovered a woman's corpse hidden in the basement. Because the money wasn't split evenly, both grew suspicious, blaming the other for being a murderer and a thief. At first, they just cautiously probed each other, but the conflict and suspicion escalated to a boiling point, leading the 2 to engage in a fight to the death. She clicked her tongue, sighing as she continued the tragedy. In the end, one of them went mad and set the house on fire, burning everything down. The 2 men, locked in combat, both burned to death tragically. The souls of those 2 killers combined with the resentment of the dead woman. The 3 vengeful souls merged and mutated into an extremely unique and bloodthirsty 3-eyed ghost. After listening intently to the tale of vengeance, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with logical questions. He frowned and asked for details. So, who actually killed the woman in the first place? With her professional gossip expertise, she shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I heard him complaining that when she was going down to the basement, it was too dark and she accidentally slipped, fell, broke her neck, and died. So, the souls of the 3 of them were unjustly cursed and trapped together in this fleshly body. They fight for control every day, brawling endlessly. Having heard the whole story, he reached up, unbuttoned his disguised doctor's coat, and threw it aside. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, A freak. This is way harder to cure than multiple personality disorder. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun boldly kicked the cell door open and swaggered in to make friends and recruit his new lackeys. As soon as he threw the door open, he cleared his throat loudly, waved his hand, and flashed a commercial smile to greet them. Hello, valued customers. I am a psychologist here to discuss and consult on the patient's conditions. Suddenly, the AI system panel popped up, flashing red text in confusion. Who are you? Before he could understand, his experience bar suddenly shot up, adding 600 ghost chi points 4 times in a row. Noticing something off with the math here, there were clearly only 3 souls, so why did the attendance check add ghost chi 4 times? He frowned, pondering. Aren't there only 3 dead people? Why did the system reward me 4 times? Who was the invisible 4th one? Amidst their noisy brawl, the 3-eyed ghost heard the commotion and raised its 3 heads. With a blood-smeared face, It stared at him in bewilderment and asked in unison, "Who the hell are you to stick your nose in our business?" To buddy up and recruit this ghost, the thick-skinned protagonist stepped forward, placed a sturdy hand on its shoulder, and patted it sympathetically. He spoke in a highly inspiring and empathetic tone. "Brothers, are you really willing to waste your entire lives trapped in this deformed body? Are you willing to be forever imprisoned and led by the nose like animals by this rundown hospital?" Hearing him hit the nail on the head regarding their resentment, the suspicious ghost slapped his hand away, rolling its eyes and probing. "Sounds nice. So what's your plan to help me escape? What abilities do you have to make me trust you?" So, standing outside the door, suddenly popped her head in to defend him, loudly PRING for him, based on the fact that he just single-handedly slaughtered his way through and killed 2 guardian doctors barehanded. Hearing this shocking intel from a girl, the three-eyed ghost's eyes widened, its mouth hanging open in disbelief. He killed 2 guardian doctors barehanded. The ghostly shadows inside the body also murmured in astonishment, chattering and urging, "If there's someone this strong, then the authoritative doctors aren't invincible immortals. I've been sick of staying in this cage for a long time. Let's follow him. Let's go." Jiang Chun crossed his arms, looking smugly at So behind him, and winked sinisterly. Too easy. With just his silver tongue, he had quickly brainwashed and recruited another capable lackey. Nice. He had bolstered his combat formation and gained a few more meat shields. He casually clasped his hands behind his back, acting like a boss, and called his 2 newly recruited ghost lackeys to continue searching for potential new allies. Are there any other powerful monster patients hiding around? Walking down the corridor, Jiang Chen's sharp senses quickly picked up on a place emitting a murderous aura that drew him in. He peeked through the crack in the door to assess the target. Just as he was about to push the door open and recruit them, So, looking pale, hurriedly grabbed his shirt to stop him, warning, "I advise you to stay away from that room. Don't go in and provoke him." But with his arrogant nature, he ignored the girl's warnings. He smugly kicked the door wide open and declared loudly, "Is there anywhere in this world that I, Jiang Chun, cannot boldly enter?" Ridiculous. Inside the dark cell, a skinny ghost was huddled in the corner. Seeing a visitor, Jiang Chun loudly and friendlily greeted, "Hey bro, hello." The ghost, with a shaved, stubbly head, slowly looked up. Horrifyingly, his tongue was split in 2, hanging out long like a noose, flicking like a venomous snake's. His bloodshot, ferocious eyes glared menacingly at the intruder, Jiang Chun. Not knowing the meaning of the word fear, Jiang Chun calmly walked right up to where the long-tongued ghost was sitting. Invading his territory triggered the ghost's severe territorial OCD. Veins popped all over his face, and he clenched his fists in extreme anger, ready to lunge and bite at any moment. At this moment, the digital system panel flashed red with a warning. "The room he just licked clean has been dirted by you. Ghost Chi plus 4,444 points." Seeing the situation turning sour, So panicked and spread her arms, blocking Jiang Chen's chest to stop him. She frowned and warned, "If you make a move, that ghost will go crazy and beat you to a pulp. I'm telling you, don't go in. He has extreme cleanliness OCD." Ignoring the kind-hearted girl's desperate pleas, he smirked and boldly pushed the door open, stepping inside. Standing with his arms crossed in front of the ghost, who was scrubbing furiously, he tapped his shoe and spoke in a condescending, preachy tone, as the saying goes, "If you can't even sweep a single floor clean, how can you sweep the whole world? Are you planning to hide in this cramped room forever?" After that provocation, he happily threw an arm around the ghost's shoulder like a dedicated psychologist, continuously striking at the ghost's psychological weak point to tempt him. "Follow me outside. Use your tongue to lick this entire filthy hospital clean." When the ghost heard this grand proposition, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up, becoming extremely excited and thrilled. His long, noose-like tongue flicked out, drooling incessantly onto the floor. "What the hell? Are you trying to start a riot?" So stood outside the door, her jaw dropping. It seemed this number 1 had actually managed to use his silver tongue to successfully recruit this stubborn ghost. Jiang Chun hooked his finger, gesturing to him like calling a pet dog. "Smart boy, you understand what I mean. Let's go." Terrified and disgusted by the drooling appearance of this OCD patient, Soso stepped back, keeping a 3-meter distance from him. She grimaced and said, "Keep that disgusting tongue away from me. Stand a little further back." In just a short infiltration period, Jiang Chun had cunningly and successfully recruited 3 formidable allies to his side. The team wasn't huge, but they looked high quality and battle-ready. Together, they confidently marched off to hunt down the demonic doctors and exact their revenge. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the white-coated doctors had gathered, forming a massive, swarming formation. A leading doctor, carrying a syringe, stepped forward. He used a contemptuous tone to mock the ignorant patients. "You think just a few lunatics like you can delusionally take on all the elite doctors?" He sneered, not forgetting to offer a sarcastic piece of advice. "Obediently turn around and roll back to your rooms, and your grandpa will spare your miserable lives." But before he could finish his threat, he was the first one sent packing to the afterlife. Out of nowhere, a lightning-fast sword strike flashed by, cleanly slicing off half of his head, sending blood spraying everywhere. Without giving the doctors a chance to recover and defend themselves, Jiang Chun brandished his weapon and shouted the order to attack. "Brothers, kill them all." First up was the ferocious, 3-eyed ghost. It immediately opened its mouths and unleashed 2 dark, wind-tearing demonic shadows that cleanly decapitated several dazed doctors. The long-tongued ghost also quickly joined the fray, showing off his power. He used his 3-meter-long, slimy tongue, whipping it fiercely like an iron whip. Smack! He sent 3 doctors flying, smashing face-first into the wall. Soso didn't just stand there looking pretty either. She swiftly twirled her spiked baseball bat expertly, delivering a resounding thwack that smashed an unlucky doctor's skull to a pulp. Simultaneously, her left hand moved like lightning, swinging a meat cleaver to hack the doctors into pieces. On Jiang Chen's side, he moved at the speed of light, swiftly slashing his sword in a sharp arc through a doctor, cutting him in half and leaving him dead with his eyes wide open. Then, he reached out and grabbed a fleeing doctor by the neck, throwing him straight at Little Flower like a toy. He shouted, "This side is yours." Little Flower growled and quickly accepted the enemy prey. It swiped its claws, instantly slicing the doctor's throat and sending him to meet his maker. Seeing their comrades brutally taken down one by one, a cowardly doctor dropped his weapon and fled as fast as his legs could carry him, muttering in fear, "These stupid patients! Why did they suddenly go crazy?" The scene shifted to the basement, under the blindingly bright surgical lights of the operating room. Inside, an unfortunate patient lay motionless, dissected on the operating table. Looking at the brutal experimental masterpiece he had created with his own hands, the surgeon stroked his beard, laughing gleefully and smugly. "What a perfect masterpiece! This will definitely be my magnum opus." While he was immersed in his joy, the doctor who had just escaped kicked the door open and ran in, panting heavily to deliver the news. "Chief, something terrible has happened. The patients have rioted and killed the entire on-duty medical team." Hearing this terrible news, he frowned, threw down his scalpel, and hurried out to check the scene. As he rushed out, he cursed his subordinates' incompetence. "You can't even handle a small matter like taking out the trash?" When he arrived and saw only a handful of people standing before him, he crossed his arms and smiled smugly in contempt. "Just a few nobodies?" Without a word of nonsense, Little Flower roared and immediately lunged forward, swiping its claws at him. Surprisingly, despite his chubby build, the doctor reacted quickly. He threw a devastating, thunderous punch straight at the top of Little Flower's head, smashing its skull to pieces. Seeing her beloved pet disciple brutally murdered by the rotten doctor right before her eyes, Soso felt her heart clench in agony. She screamed its name tragically, "Little Flower," tears mixing with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth, unable to forgive the cruel doctor. She immediately charged forward, raising her baseball bat high, and brought it down in an earth-shattering strike against him, roaring, "I'll kill you." Astonishingly, even with its head smashed, Little Flower still had residual strength. Even in death, Little Flower swung its remaining arm, delivering a heaven-shaking blow to the doctor's head, knocking his white cap flying without him realizing it. But when the cap fell, something grotesque made her freeze in shock for 5 seconds. After taking the hit, the ghost doctor slowly looked up, revealing his true face. Behind that human skin mask was a deformed, ugly face covered in a crisscross of bulging, ulcerated scars. He rubbed his wound and smiled a sly, chilling smile. Well, my true face has been discovered." Furious at losing face from the beating, he lunged forward, violently grabbing the girl by the hair and choking her, lifting her off the ground. He tightened his grip, threatening viciously, "You can get your head smashed and die too." Suddenly, before he could crush her neck, a sharp blade from an ally flew in, slicing off his arm and allowing her to drop to safety, just in time. The long-tongued ghost had executed a heroic rescue, saving his friend for a life-or-death situation right in the nick of time. Using his flexible 3-meter tongue, he immediately whipped the ghost doctor relentlessly, forcing him back. The doctor rubbed his severed arm, chuckling gleefully. Well, you're pretty good, kid. Instantly, the ghost doctor, like a perverted, starving beast, lunged straight at the long-tongued ghost, licking his sinister lips. Your talent is quite useful. This time, I'll carve your body into a meat skewer. Before the ghost could react, the ghost doctor's clawed hand swung up, cleanly slicing off both of the long-tongued ghost's arms, which fell to the floor, much to his agonizing shock. Pressing his advantage, the doctor laughed maniacally and continued his attack. His next target was to chop off both legs. Unable to let the sick ghost doctor fulfill his perverted desires, the long-tongued ghost's eyes filled with determination. He decided to bite off his own tongue. He would rather die a heroic death to give his comrades a chance than live in humiliation as a toy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed a curse. As long as I die, it goes against the curse you spoke. You will definitely suffer the backlash of the punishment. Very quickly, the long-tongued ghost's curse took effect. The ghost doctor immediately clutched his chest and collapsed. He writhed in agony, dark blood pouring endlessly from his foul mouth. He rolled on the ground in torment, clutching his head with both hands and screaming tragically in extreme pain. Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Chen's group had taken in the entire tragic scene. Looking at their comrade's corpse, Little Flower pointed at the writhing doctor and said sorrowfully, "Look, the backlash of the OCD curse is starting to torture him." But shockingly, after just a few seconds of convulsing, the doctor suddenly stopped screaming and recovered, as if nothing had happened. He staggered to his feet, wiping his face with his hand, and sneered, "Your tricks are pretty good. If it were the old me, I probably would have been swallowed by the curse and died." He dusted himself off, stood up confidently, stretched, and adjusted his collar and clothes. He then swaggered forward, boasting smugly, "The wise director knew my weakness long ago, so he implanted a protective armor mechanism in me. With this, your petty OCD curse won't have the slightest effect on me anymore." Sensing the evil aura and power of the ghost doctor erupting stronger and more overwhelmingly, Jiang Chen's group felt extremely tense and anxious, stepping back. This is bad. His power is surging again. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Jiang Chen immediately stepped forward, patting his comrade's shoulders to comfort and protect them. "You two step back and hide behind me. I'll take the field myself." As soon as he declared war, he immediately channeled his demonic energy to transform. His body expanded into the majestic, legendary giant bee form. Demonify. Flood Dragon. His arms quickly sprouted dragon scales, equipped with a set of razor-sharp claws. A pair of giant demonic bat wings tore through the back of his shirt. Just as he finished his transformation, the evil doctor didn't miss the chance. He quickly swung his arm, lashing out with his long-tongue killer move, roaring madly. "I'll tear your corpse into pieces." Unable to dodge in time, Jiang Chen's muscular body was scratched and bloodied by the ghost doctor's sharp claws. The most painful part was the bleeding scratches on his handsome face. With his looks ruined, he furiously used his innate bloodline to activate his rage zone. He roared, breaking free from all the bindings of the doctor's curse. Facing the overwhelming, massive power radiating from Jiang Chen, the doctor stood frozen in shock. His eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in disbelief as he muttered, What the hell is this? He can actually use physical strength to overpower my innate curse." Thinking that fear would make him retreat, the doctor instead went mad, biting down like a rabid dog backed into a corner. He quickly swung his claws, lunging at Jiang Chen to attack again. "You think roaring makes you tough? You think I'm a vegetarian and afraid of you?" What followed was a series of explosive clashes. The brutal martial arts exchange between Jiang Chen and the ghost doctor raged on, with no clear winner in sight. Jiang Chen stepped back, wiping his sweat, and evaluated, "Seems this ghost has some skills. He's not weak at all." After a long, exhausting struggle, Jiang Chen lost his patience and decided to play a card to open the doctor's eyes. He pulled a glowing golden talisman from his pocket and smirked. "This is a top-tier 3-star demon transformation card. Using it to kill a trash half-step evil ghost like you is overkill." Saying that, he immediately activated the talisman. Boom! An explosive force blasted out, sending the doctor flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the wall. In just a few seconds of mobilizing the brutal combat card, the ghost was left battered and broken. A massive, bloody hole was blown right through his chest. Despite being in such a miserable state, he was still stubbornly clinging to life. Not only that, his bloodshot eyes glared as he forced a savage, angry smile of defiance. He screamed furiously, "You think a little toy like that could defeat me so easily?" Before he could finish his villainous monologue, Jiang Chun decisively and instantly swung his blade. With a sharp swoosh, he cleanly sliced off the head that was still spouting nonsense. One clean strike sent his head flying, sending him straight to the altar to look at naked chickens and eat bananas. After cleanly decapitating him, Jiang Chun confidently clapped his hands and lectured the headless corpse. Usually in movies, villains talk big because they still have a hidden trump card. Why would I be stupid enough to give you a chance to turn the tables? After cleaning up and eliminating him, the group immediately turned and left the dark operating room. The giant demonic wings on Jiang Chen's back also slowly retracted and faded into nothingness. But behind them, something was happening. The severed head of the ghost doctor floated up into the air. A thick black stream of ghost chi shot out from the head, piercing straight through the wall and into a dark, sealed room at the end of the hall. At that moment, the director, who had been engrossed in his experiments, immediately opened his mouth and absorbed the abundant ghost chi offered by the flying skull. Satisfied with the ghost chi tribute, he suddenly began panting heavily like a bull, exhaling a thick, chilling white mist. Instantly, his eyes snapped wide open, glowing red like hot coals. He roared in delight, having been reborn with power once again. Out in the corridor, Jiang Chen's group was strolling leisurely. Suddenly, Little Flower, who was leading the way, slammed on the brakes and stopped in its tracks. Her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. She panicked, pointing ahead and shouting a warning, "Watch out!" Just as she screamed, the solid wall right in front of Jiang Chun exploded with a boom, shattered to pieces by a massive force. Stepping out from the gaping hole in the wall, dusting himself off, was the experimental patient who had just been surgically turned into a ghost. Choking on the thick dust from the collapsed wall, Jiang Chun coughed, angrily waved his hand, and shouted, "Who's making a mess?" The monster patient threw his head back and laughed maniacally. With a ferocious, twisted face, he mocked, "Huh, you just chopped my head off yourself, and you've already forgotten me with your goldfish memory." Not giving the reborn monster too much time to gloat, Jiang Chun couldn't be bothered to waste another word. He immediately drew his weapon and swung his knife in a lightning-fast arc, cleanly slicing the monster's head off and sending it rolling on the floor. He muttered, "Well then, I'll just conveniently chop it off again. No big deal." However, after that confident strike, he stumbled back, his face suddenly changing in utter shock as he stared at his weapon. The sharp flesh Lingji knife had struck the patient's neck, but it was as hard as steel, sending sparks flying. The impact hurt flesh Lingji so much that it burst into tears, sobbing pitifully from the injustice. The monster picked up his head, reattached it to his neck, rubbed the scratch, and smugly taunted, "Ha ha! Your dull blade just now felt like a mosquito bite. I was just wondering if a mosquito had bitten me and scratched an itch." Without another word, the ghost, relying on its hard armor, charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. Caught off guard and unable to defend in time, Jiang Chun took a 1,000-pound punch square in the face. Jiang Chun was sent flying, clutching his face and groaning in pain. He evaluated in shock. Just a normal punch from him is as hard as rock. It way harder than my defensive advantage. He scrambled to his feet, immediately taking a fighting stance, and continued to circle the patient, calculating in his head, "I have to find an opening to land a fatal strike on his weak point." Dodging an attack, he quickly seized the moment and plunged his knife deep into the monster's throat, causing him to stumble back, gritting his teeth and hissing in pain. But bizarrely, that tricky, critical strike didn't seem to affect his life force at all. Not only that, but the monster took advantage of Jiang Chen's opening to deliver another painful punch to his stomach, sending him flying again. He added an insult, "Stop with the useless tricks. You're too weak." Burying his face in the dirt and rubbing his stomach, Jiang Chun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the harsh truth. This freakish ghost in front of me is really tough to beat. Even my 3-star demon transformation armor can't damage him. He's evolved past being a simple, trashy, half-step fierce soul Immediately, the AI system screen flashed red, frantically popping up a life-saving reminder. The host still has one ultimate divine skill unused. Hearing this, he clutched his chest and cursed the mindless system to vent his anger. Fuck, you stupid AI. If you knew, why didn't you remind me earlier? The system displayed a smirking emoji, flashing a punchable smile on the screen in response. Because the system thinks you're too despicable, so I wanted to watch you get beaten up by a ghost to teach you a lesson. Not bothering to argue with the machine, he hastily retreated and immediately chanted the incantation to activate his divine skill. Dragon transformation. He muttered anxiously, if I don't transform fast, today next year will be my death anniversary. Just as he finished transforming, he paused and slapped his forehead. Wait, against a guy with skin as hard as a fortress wall, using a close combat skill like dragon transformation won't have any breakthrough effect. Changing his tactics, he immediately pushed himself, channeling 100% of his accumulated strength and focusing all the light into the flesh lingji knife in his hand. He shouted, focus point, dragon transformation flesh lingji. The AI system received the command and immediately followed his instructions, rapidly fusing the divine dragon power into the battered flesh lingji knife. It glowed brilliantly, expanding to become massive, harder, and stronger than ever before. He smiled confidently, gripping his new weapon. Maybe with this divine power, that mutated patient will be a piece of cake. After pushing himself to upgrade his flesh lingji knife to a powerful new level, Jiang Chun, with his arrogant confidence, took a running start and leaped high into the air. He spun like a divine tornado, swinging his sword down in a heaven-cleaving strike against the ghost. Unable to react in time, the ghost took the devastating blow head-on, the sheer force warping his neck and leaving it swollen. He hit the ground. Seeing the ghost stagger, but seemingly uninjured, Jiang Chun grew frustrated and loudly ordered the flesh lingji knife in his hand to lunge forward and bite it again. Very good. Problem solved. A perfect result. The monster's ear was pierced through with a massive hole, and dark, illusory ghost chi was constantly spewing out. However, the horrifyingly unexpected thing was that the fatal wound slashed open on his body was rapidly bubbling and knitting back together, healing as if by magic. He touched his fully healed ear, smirking with a mocking, disdainful smile at Jiang Chun. Ah, is that all the scratching you can do? Witnessing this physics-defying scene, where even exhausting his strength to fuse with the ultimate flesh lingji couldn't put a dent in the monster, Jiang Chun began to back away. His jaw dropped in horror, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he muttered, that huge hole I just cut open, it healed itself already. Trying to comfort and reassure himself, he thought, it was probably just a glancing blow the first time. I was clumsy and didn't use 100% of my strength. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chun immediately charged forward, swinging his knife in a relentless flurry of strikes. This time, he aimed carefully and chopped hard, completely severing the body. With a deafening crack, the ghost doctor's head was cleanly chopped off, falling to the ground instantly. But bizarrely, the mocking smile still lingered on the pale lips of his severed head. Even more horrifying, before 3 seconds had passed, the ghost's severed head sprouted bloody tentacles, automatically flying up and reattaching itself to the stump, as if nothing had happened. Standing there witnessing this unscientific resurrection, Jiang Chun backed away continuously, his jaw dropping in shock. Realizing the situation was extremely urgent and life-threatening, he hastily patted the flesh lingji knife, brought it close to his mouth, and whispered a secret command, "Flesh Dragon, lend me some of your courage." Following that summoning call, he turned into a frenzied machine, unleashing hundreds, thousands of invisible, wind-tearing blades at the ghost. He roared madly, "Chop him to pieces for me. Let's see how he recovers when he's mashed to a pulp." Instantly, hundreds of sharp, invisible blades slashed down, dismembering the ghost, tearing him into tiny pieces scattered all over the floor. But it seemed all efforts were in vain. He still couldn't kill this immortal ghost. His shredded body quickly bubbled and squirmed, fusing back together, even though his limbs had been chopped off and minced into tiny pieces. Kneeling on the ground, panting and completely drained of stamina, Jiang Chun couldn't help but curse angrily in his mind. Damn it, he's chopped into pieces like that and can still recover. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, seeing his opponent seemingly helpless and annoyed by Jiang Chun's useless, scratching sword strikes, the patient ghost dusted himself off and charged forward to retaliate. My turn. I'll let you chop me that many times. Now it's my turn to play with you, isn't it? After delivering the threat, he swung his arm, snapping off his own rock-hard arm to use as a weapon. He lunged forward, delivering a brutal, resounding smash right into Jiang Chun's face. The massive force twisted Jiang Chun's face in agony. He staggered and fell to the ground. But horrifyingly, this was just a warm-up punch for him. Immediately, he surged forward, charging at Jiang Chun, who was lying on the ground, and roared, "You like chopping? I'll tear you to pieces with my own hands. Let's see if a mortal like you can heal yourself." Facing this critical life-or-death situation, Jiang Chun, sprawled on the floor, clasped his hands in prayer, relying entirely on the protection of his sentient Flesh Lingji sword. "Stop him! Save me!" With the clever agility of a divine artifact, Flesh Lingji extended its tentacles, quickly wrapping around Jiang Chen's waist and dragging him sliding away to his safe corner. Thanks to that, he narrowly and luckily dodged the skull-crushing punch the ghost had just slammed into the tiled floor right next to his ear. Just as he managed to escape and lift his head, he breathed a sigh of relief in gratitude. "That was close. Almost got my skull crushed." While he was panicking and fleeing for his life, the Flesh Lingji, sword in his hand, suddenly went crazy. It disobeyed orders and violently slashed a divine strike straight down into the brick floor beneath his feet. The terrifying force of the slash caused the ground and foundation below to explode, sending debris flying everywhere. Jiang Chun was startled and yelled at his weapon, "Hey, crazy knife, what are you doing?" The Flesh Lingji knife ignored his complaints. As if short-circuiting, it automatically and frantically unleashed a series of powerful strikes into the brick floor. The continuous, powerful slashes caused the ground around him to cave in, creating massive, intersecting geometric cracks. This destructive plowing threw Jiang Chen off balance before he could react. He slipped and fell, rolling on the ground, constantly staggering and yelling, "Stop!" But the flesh dragon stubbornly continued to do as it pleased. It flew around erratically, slashing wildly and endlessly all around him. Jiang Chun clutched his head, dodging the flying debris, and screamed in distress for the floor. "Ah, we're fighting Ghost. Why are you suddenly plowing the floor?" Completely helpless and frustrated by the flesh dragon's destructive behavior, he sweated profusely, lying flat on the ground, and yelled at it, "Hey, boss knife, what the hell are you trying to do here?" Sitting on the ground, rubbing his knee, Jiang Chun grimaced at the intersecting cracks and deep grooves around his feet that had just been plowed. It seemed those cuts had unintentionally formed a system of feng shui talisman symbols. Instantly, as he pieced the image together, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like stars, understanding everything. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed in joy, "That's right. Brilliant. Why did my smart brain think of using a feng shui talisman?" Seeing the smug smile on the flesh dragon knife, knowing its master had understood its good intentions, he happily stroked the hilt and praised it. "So you saw through its feng shui weakness early on and intentionally told me to keep talking to stall for time while you carved the array." Looking back at this side of the battlefield, his two ghost allies, So-So and the Three-Eyed Ghost, were getting beaten to a pulp. They were sweating profusely, struggling to fend off the sharp blade attacks from the invincible, mutated ghost. Seeing their comrades in bad shape and covered in wounds, they desperately turned their heads and screamed for help. "Boss, hurry up and do something. We can't hold him off much longer." Receiving the desperate SOS signal from his comrades taking a beating, Jiang Chun, having finished setting the trap, immediately jumped up and charged in to rescue them. As he ran, he shouted to encourage them, "Hang in there, guys. I'm coming. The boss is here." Getting into the array's position, he immediately braced himself, channeling 100% of his remaining strength, and swung his sword, unleashing a blazing wave of blade aura toward the arrogant ghost. He roared in anger, showing the true power of a slaughter festival die. That brutal slash, carrying the power of lightning, swiftly cut the ghost in half at the waist before it could block, sending its pieces falling. Its upper body hit the ground, twisting in anger and ready to curse. But Jiang Chen quickly and sternly explained the lethality of this finishing move. "You're stubborn, aren't you? But my lightning can cause your armor to structurally alter and crack at the molecular level. It will burn your body, turning even the smallest microscopic atoms into dust to blow away in the wind. Let's see if your body can pull off its resurrection trick this time." True to his verdict, under the green lightning flames, the ghost screamed in agony and gradually turned into smoke and gray ash, scattering in the air. Jiang Chun sheathed his sword, brushed his hair back, and wiped his sweat, unable to hold back a smug, satisfied smile. "Nice. Cleaned up perfectly." The flesh Lingji knife wiggled over. Seeing its master smiling a bit foolishly and smugly, it haughtily flew over and gave him a warning tap on the cheek. "You useless, poor student. Did you give all your knowledge back to your teacher? Do you remember the physics lesson that the van der Waals force of molecular adhesion is inversely proportional to distance? As long as you chop it and separate the pieces far enough, it can't recover." Jiang Chun rubbed his cheek, seeing the system screen appear, but looking strangely empty with no points popping up. He frowned and argued with the system. "Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Why didn't the system chime to notify me of a successful boss kill and give me my reward points after I worked so hard to kill it?" Just as he was distracted arguing with the AI, the three-eyed ghost stood looking around, as if noticing a very important black shadow moving away. He frantically pointed straight down the dark corridor. It was the soul of the mutated ghost, turning into a tiny, stealthy shadow. It was running for its life at top speed, fleeing toward the director's room at the end of the hall. The three-eyed ghost jumped up in a panic and quickly sounded the alarm. "Boss, look! Its soul escaped its body and is running away," turning his head and seeing the prey escaping. How could Jiang Chen easily forgive the stubborn bastard he had just exhausted all his strength to physically kill? He gritted his teeth, gripped his knife tightly, and quickly chased after it, cursing, "Run! Run if you can. Let's see where you can run to escape your grandpa." Seeing their boss aggressively chasing the ghost soul down the forbidden corridor with a knife, the two cowardly allies, standing awkwardly behind, broke out in a cold sweat. Little Flower stuttered in fear. Is he risking his life to charge up to that floor? The two terrified ghosts huddled close together, trembling and whispering, "This is bad." At the end of that floor is the evil director's office lair. So, pale with fear, nodded in agreement, chiming in to persuade the three-eyed ghost to stay behind. "Exactly. It's safer down here. Let's just stay put and hide down here, waiting for him to come back with news." Ignoring his cowardly lackeys, Jiang Chun was sweating profusely, running for his life, closely tailing the ghost's soul. He dashed past one empty room after another, from light to dark. While he was panting resentfully and chasing it closely, the emotionless system panel popped up again, flashing red and sounding a death countdown warning. "Warning, demon transformation card duration is about to expire. Countdown, 60 seconds, 59 seconds. Sensing the killing intent right behind it, just centimeters away from Jiang Chun reaching out and slashing it, the ghost's soul panicked, its face twisting as it cried out. It pushed itself to the absolute limit, flying as fast as it could to continue fleeing and hiding. It cursed inwardly. "This monster, why is he clinging to me like a starving leech?" Familiar with the terrain, the little ghost quickly made a sharp turn and flew right up to the solid wood door of the director's room. Using its movement technique, it squeezed through the narrow crack like an earthworm, slipping right into the director's room. It breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Thank goodness, I made it to safety." But as soon as it rolled inside, before it could even get its bearings, it screamed and cried loudly for help. "Director! Director! Save me!" But tragically, before it could even finish its plea for mercy, an invisible, sharp blade flew out of the darkness, cleanly slicing through its neck. The strike severed the soul's head, which dropped to the floor with a thud and dissipated. From the far end of the corridor, Jiang Chun ran up, panting heavily. He staggered to the door, exhausted. He leaned against the wall, clutching his chest, gasping for air. He wiped the heavy sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and muttered, "I'm exhausted." Finally caught up. At this moment, the green system panel quickly popped up, flashing a celebratory notification. "Congratulations, host. The evil ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi reward, plus 59,999 points." Riding the high and regaining his strength, he stood up straight, pounded on the door, and shouted a challenge to the final boss. "You cowardly director inside, get your face out here. My transformation card doesn't have much time left. Be a good boy. Come out here and offer up your life so I can chop you twice and be done with it." Not waiting for the director to timidly reply, he reached out, grabbed the doorknob, and twisted it hard, intending to kick the door open. But what happened next made his eyes widen in surprise. The wooden door wasn't locked. Finding it strange, he stealthily crouched down like a thief sneaking around. He frowned, squinted, and pressed his eye close to the narrow crack, secretly peeking inside to scout the situation and see if there was a trap. As he gently pushed the door open with a creak, Jiang Chun poked his head in and immediately froze in horror. What met his eyes was a room submerged in a sea of blood. Thousands, tens of thousands of glowing red lights, like will-o'-the-wisps radiating evil energy, were flashing wildly, swarming and circling around him. Before he could react and step back, in less than 5 seconds, he was completely enveloped and tightly bound by those eerie, blood-red will-o'-the-wisps. They were as thick as mud, carrying a 1,000-pound weight, slowly and mercilessly submerging his muscular body deep into the foul, dirty pools of red blood on the floor. Feeling the chilling resentment invading him, he shivered, realizing that this was likely the condensed dark energy of tens of thousands of wronged souls who had died tragic, unjust deaths as test subjects in this hell hospital. Along with the freezing cold came the agonizing screams, wails, and cries for their lives from the ragged, vengeful souls materializing to tear at him. Submerged in a sea of blood and cries of agony, he couldn't help but panic, frowning and wondering just how many innocent people has this cruel hospital secretly killed over the decades. Contrary to his question, the only answer was the endless, chilling, deadly silence surrounding him from the darkness, dragging him deeper. In the bloody swamp, he struggled with all his might, trying to find a way to surface and escape. But it was hopeless. The resistance was too strong. Only his right hand managed to reach high above the blood, grasping at nothing, while the arms of the evil spirits and souls frantically pulled and dragged him down to the bottom. Then, in that moment of despair, as he closed his eyes waiting for death, a kind soul on the shore extended a long arm, grabbed his hand tightly, and pulled him up with all its might, saving him from the swamp. The pitch-black shadow automatically emerged from his own shadow, calling out, "Boss, hang in there. I'm here to save you." Having forcefully pulled Jiang Chun to safety, the shadow excitedly reported a solution to Jiang Chun. "Boss, I have a special ability. I can open my mouth and suck all these surrounding vengeful souls and evil spirits into my dark shadow dimension. As long as I clean up and drag all these ghosts in there to digest, they'll all be brainwashed into a loyal army for you to command." Great idea. Hearing this brilliant plan from the clever shadow, Jiang Chun, panting heavily, couldn't even find the words to praise it. He just lay flat on the ground, giving a thumbs up to commend the bold idea. Encouraged by its master's words, the shadow immediately sprang into action. It expanded its body, turning into a massive black mass that covered the room, and quickly dedicated itself to its ghost-sucking mission. It roared, "I'm opening my mouth to clean up." The giant shadow quickly opened its pitch-black mouth wide, as deep as a cosmic black hole, creating a vortex that continuously sucked the glowing red, vengeful souls and resentment into its stomach. The glowing souls screamed weakly as they were sucked into the shadow's mouth one by one, unable to resist. It didn't take long for the pot-bellied shadow to clean up and suck all the red souls into its stomach. Like a glutton who had just gorged on a lavish buffet, it lay lazily rubbing its belly and let out a massive burp, echoing through the room and reeking of evil energy. The sea of blood dissipated, and Jiang Chun was finally completely freed from suffocation. He hurriedly scrambled up, brushing the stains of evil energy off his clothes, and let out a breath. That was intense. Finally cleaned up, the fat-bellied shadow, rolling on the floor, quickly reported its achievement. "Master, I swallowed over 1,000,000 miscellaneous vengeful souls in total. I'm so full, I almost burst." Now that he had calmed down, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, pacing back and forth, scrutinizing every corner of the darkroom to find the final boss, the director. He frowned, muttering in confusion. Strange. He set up such a massive array, so why is he hiding? I don't see the director anywhere. From behind him, his two ghost lackeys, So-So and the three-eyed ghost, had stealthily poked their heads out. They had crept up the stairs and hidden outside in the corridor to watch the situation at some point. Seeing them peeking in, all the frustration he had been holding back was unleashed. He put his hands on his hips, turned around, and yelled right in their faces, cursing, "Damn it, you two are a bunch of useless, cowardly rabbits. Your grandpa exhausted himself cleaning up the lair, and only now do you dare show your cowardly faces to reap the rewards." Scolded harshly, after peeking from outside the door for a while and assessing that the room seemed safe with no traps, the two cowardly allies finally crept in, looking around. So-So timidly walked over, rummaging through the doctor's messy desk, and voiced her suspicion. "I don't see a body. Did you use magic to obliterate that evil director into ashes?" The cowardly three-eyed ghost standing next to her didn't forget to eagerly chime in and flatter him. "The boss is right. Our mighty director Jiang is the most formidable." Sigh. After a fierce battle that severely drained his stamina, it seemed Jiang Chen's mortal body had reached its red alert limit, completely depleted of energy reserves. His body suddenly went limp, staggering like a boiled noodle. He stepped back and collapsed, sitting heavily against the wall. His face was pale, devoid of any color. He looked tiredly at his somewhat useless ghost teammates and said sarcastically, "If you two have so much free time to flatter me, why don't you roll up your sleeves and help me find a doctor's first aid kit?" Seeing their boss collapse from exhaustion, the two ghosts panicked, jumping around frantically and explaining, "Oh my God, are there even any surviving doctors left in this hospital? You slaughtered every last one of them with your sword. Besides, do you really have the guts to let the demonic quacks in this evil place examine and treat you?" Suddenly, In the midst of the panic, the observant three-eyed ghost noticed Jiang Chen's complexion. It leaned down and asked with deep concern about his bleeding wounds, "Director Jiang, are you badly hurt? You suddenly look so pale and weak." Leaning against the wall, Jiang Chun couldn't help but doubt humanity. He frowned at his newly recruited lackeys and asked bluntly, "What? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to usurp my position?" Hearing this, the two ghosts turned pale with fear. They hurriedly waved their hands, forcing a smile to appease him. They wouldn't dare have the guts to climb over his head. The three-eyed ghost groveled. "Director Jiang, you must be joking. This hospital can only grow stronger under your wise leadership." So, standing nearby, nodded vigorously like a line dancer, constantly agreeing, "Yes, yes." Hearing what he wanted to hear, Jiang Chun used all his remaining strength to clutch his aching stomach and stagger to his feet. This sudden movement startled the two ghosts, making them jump back defensively. Seeing their cowardly behavior, it seemed they were completely subdued and wouldn't dare betray him. He smiled smugly, reaching out to pat its head like a pet dog, nodding in praise. "Very good. You two have passed the loyalty test. I'll spare your lives." His joking words startled the two ghosts again, making their hair stand on end and sending chills down their spines. Holy crap, he almost sent us to the altar to look at naked chickens. It turned out he had been faking exhaustion to test their loyalty. So stroked her chest, thinking, "Oh my god, I almost died just now." Having smoothly resolved the riot in the hospital, Jiangchen dusted off his clothes and majestically led the way out the main doors. "Follow me obediently. From now on, you two will be the vice directors." The three of them quickly walked through the ruined corridors and out of the evil hospital. As they stepped outside, they noticed the dark, evil energy enveloping the place gradually dissipating, revealing a clear sky with a bright moon that this land had never seen before. After years of being imprisoned and tortured in the dark dungeon, the two ghosts breathed in the air of freedom. Tears of blood flowed freely. They were so choked with joy they couldn't speak. "I never thought the day would come when we'd be outside." Meanwhile, Jiang Chun checked his body and was notified by the system that the blood seal curse had been completely removed. And now, he joyfully regained all his accumulated ghost chi points, as well as 100% of his physical strength. He took a deep breath and immediately channeled his energy to summon his massive, lightning-infused underworld hammer. With the intention of uprooting the problem as the new director, he swung the 1,000-pound hammer high, intending to completely destroy the Dark Hospital. With an earth-shattering smash, the massive hospital was pulverized into a pile of rubble, sending thick dust into the air. Standing outside, having just rejoiced at the opportunity to be promoted to vice directors, the two ghosts watched their master personally smash their new establishment to pieces. Their dreams shattered, they scratched their heads and asked in confusion, "The hospital is destroyed. How are we supposed to be vice directors now?" Very quickly, Jiang Chun appeared behind them like a ghost, leaning on his hammer. He smirked and tapped the hammer on the ground. "Who told you to be vice directors of this run-down hospital?" He paused to catch his breath, then tilted his head back and laughed heartily, outlining the future. "Your grandpa is going to build a hospital 10 times this size. You two will be the vice directors of that grand hospital." Hearing the future Jiang Chun painted for them, they beamed with joy, bowing deeply in unison. But in their excitement, they didn't notice Jiang Chen's expression. He frowned, his sharp intuition sensing something evil and wrong, and whipped his head around to look at the horizon behind them. The night sky, which had just cleared up, was suddenly covered by a massive, pitch-black cloud carrying lightning, rolling in from afar and blanketing the entire sky. Jiang Chun muttered tensely, "What's wrong with the sky?" The phone in his pocket also started ringing and vibrating incessantly, signaling an emergency alarm. He quickly pulled it out to see what the bad news was. The red screen immediately displayed an S-rank warning. Ghost Chi outbreak in Jiangbei City. Right in the Forbidden Zone. Instantly, lightning flashed across the sky. Hovering in the air was the final boss of this stage. None other than the evil director they had spent so much effort looking for. He radiated overwhelming evil energy, surrounded by flashing lightning, exuding a terrifying, oppressive aura. Seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but frown in confusion. He rested his hammer on his shoulder, pointed boldly at the sky, and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the evil director appear in the flesh, the two ghost allies behind him shrank back in fear. All the color drained from their faces as they stuttered in panic. Damn it, didn't you confidently say you killed the director yourself?" The director floated back to his lair, only to be greeted by a pile of rubble. Seeing his beloved hospital reduced to flat ground by someone, his face darkened. His bloodshot eyes glared as he roared in anger. "Who dares destroy my hospital?" Met with silence from below, feeling despised and ignored, he immediately channeled his inner energy and let out an earth-shaking roar. Before even launching an attack, he roared like a starving tiger, nearly deafening anyone listening. Jiang Chun grimaced, sticking his pinky finger in his ear to stop the ringing, and said nonchalantly, "What are you yelling so loud for?" Showing no fear or hesitation, he proudly thumped his chest, taking full responsibility, and challenged him clearly. "I did it. You got a problem with that?" Hundreds of question marks popped up in the director's mind at the sheer arrogance of this nobody. He gritted his teeth in anger and demanded, "Then where are the millions of resentful souls gathered in my office?" Hearing the question, Jiang Chen's shadow on the ground swelled with pride. It patted its fat belly and said, "In my stomach, where else?" Taking advantage of the situation to provoke his opponent, Jiang Chun crossed his arms, raised his chin, and taunted, "Call me daddy, and I'll tell you." Aha! This fiery insult was like stepping on a rabid dog's tail. The director went berserk, screaming and cursing incessantly. Bastard! Losing control instantly, he swung his arms, unleashing a storm of murderous attacks toward Jiang Chun, roaring, "Go to hell!" Immediately, the ground cracked open, and his two guardian ghosts burst forth to join the battle. It was none other than Hanba, who had grown up with the defeated river god at Chishan village recently. Seeing the familiar figures of the two ghosts he had previously beaten to a pulp now appearing out of nowhere, Jiang Chun stumbled back in slight panic. His eyes widened in shock, not understanding what the hell was going on. He silently deduced and identified the dry, one-eyed ghost. That's the drought demon. And the ghost with the judge's appearance and beard, that must be the river god from the failed Sun Wukong project last time. Facing these two grudge-holding ghosts, he felt a chill of fear, but still thumped his chest to reassure himself. Gripping his hammer, he thought, "Looks like this will be the final clash to settle our scores." The defeated ghosts he had previously beaten to a pulp were constantly coming back to seek death, making him rub his hands in excitement. What kind of unlucky day is this? Old enemies from all over are gathering at once. To free his hands and focus on the boss, he immediately assigned the task of eliminating the two lackey ghosts to his two allies. "You two take one each. I'll personally fight the director." Hearing him assign such a suicidal task, the two cowardly ghosts trembled and stepped back, feeling completely useless. So retreated in fear, waving her hands and stuttering her refusal. "You're overestimating us. How could we possibly fight those monsters?" Seeing the cowardly confession of his two useless allies, Jiang Chen's face turned red with anger, blood rushing to his head. He put his hands on his hips and scolded them loudly. "You useless trash! Why don't you just wave a white flag and surrender to them?" Hearing his sarcastic suggestion to surrender, they scratched their heads in embarrassment and defended themselves. "We can't be that cowardly either." Ignoring his teammates, he quickly opened the system panel to check his ghost chi balance before going all out. He sighed in satisfaction. "My ghost chi surpassed the million mark a long time ago. Even if these two team up, I don't have to worry about running out of mana." Having confirmed his abundant resources, he immediately summoned his underworld hammer, ready for battle. With two powerful divine artifacts in his hands, his confidence surged. He shouted his challenge loudly. "You chickens, come at me!" Seeing him arrogantly preparing to attack, the floating director didn't just sit there waiting to die. He quickly waved his hand, ordering his two disciples to charge. "You two, tear him to pieces for me." Receiving the attack order from their commander, the river god immediately channeled his water magic, unleashing a massive, muddy torrent like a waterfall toward Jiang Chun. The one-eyed Hanba didn't hold back either. He stomped his foot, churning up a mass of dry, jagged rocks and dirt to attack. The two ghosts combined their forces, earth and water merging to form a terrifying mudslide storm, aiming right for Jiang Chen's group. Unable to dodge in time, the two useless allies were quickly submerged under the pressure of the rocks and the tsunami of mud. They constantly poked their heads out, sending desperate SOS signals. "Help! Save us! Director, we can't beat them." In a panic, Jiang Chun quickly threw out his sharp flesh Lingji sword, slashing a wind-tearing arc that cleanly split the river god's waterfall attack in two. Next, he spun around and swung his hammer, smashing Hanba's rock attack into dust. It wasn't much better. Seeing that fighting solo wouldn't defeat the bloodthirsty Jiang Chun, the two ghosts exchanged a glance and nodded, deciding to combine their powers. 2 against 1, they would crush him. Jiang Chun was immediately forced into a difficult defensive position, having to simultaneously fend off the coordinated attacks of these two formidable ghosts. Damn it! Seeing his wind-slashing techniques losing their effectiveness, he silently formulated a strategy. Fighting a war of attrition like this isn't the way. To eliminate these evil spirits, I need to clear the stage and kill that final boss director first. I need to use the Capture the King to stop the bandit strategy. While he was calculating, his entire body was gradually sinking into the sticky mud swamp created by the two ghosts. In this messy situation, he had no choice but to take a deep breath and use his ultimate AoE skill, Roaring Tiger Blast, to roar and create a shockwave to break the siege, aiming for the director. Instantly, the destructive sonic rings of the Roaring Tiger Blast spread out, but something tore through the air even faster than his sound wave. He didn't expect Hanba's lightning-fast speed. It darted like a falcon, closing in on him. Trapped in a life-or-death situation, he broke out in a cold sweat, panicking and unsure of how to deal with all three of these powerful ghosts at once. If I want to fight 3 evil, ghost-level monsters to the death, even using the demon transformation card to buff myself might not be enough to hold them off. Just as he was racking his brain for an escape plan, the three-eyed, ghost ally behind him suddenly erupted, bursting out of the mud swamp. It stood firmly on the ground. Although covered in filthy, sticky mud, its murderous aura pierced the sky. It complained angrily, "I went through so much hardship and bitterness to get this far, for a chance to change my fate." The three-eyed ghost channeled its energy, splitting its head into 3 parts, determined to fight the director to the bitter end. It roared, "Even if my soul is scattered today, I'll fight you bastard to the death." Instantly, the three-eyed ghost used its ability to split into 3 independent black shadow entities. All 3 of them, with bloodshot eyes and a thirst for battle, charged straight at Hanba to block its path. Facing these 3 bizarre, suicidal shadow clones it had never seen before, Hanba panicked and hastily retreated, falling back to defend. Seeing her weak comrade decide to sacrifice himself as a meat shield to pave the way to victory, Soso's cowardly heart was awakened. She bit her lip and voiced her brave agreement. "That's right. She quickly braced herself, using all her strength to break free from the sticky mud. She lunged forward alongside her comrade, screaming, "Don't even dream of dragging us back to that hellish hospital." Without a shred of fear, she charged forward, swinging her bat relentlessly at the river god to block his path and teach him some manners. "I'll fight you to the death." Witnessing his cowardly allies suddenly making a breakthrough and showing some courage, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel overjoyed. A proud smile appeared on his lips, incredibly proud of his inspirational skills. "Nice. So you two were hiding your ultimate moves all along." Since that was the case, as their boss, he couldn't let his lackeys outdo him. He quickly channeled his inner energy, kicked off the water, and leaped out of the slimy swamp, clearing the way for a 1v1 duel with the director, hovering above. "Then I'll go fight the director." Although his lackeys had temporarily managed to hold off the 2 lackey ghosts, he still had to carefully time the countdown to use his demon transformation card 2nd time. Just need to dodge and hold out for 10 more seconds. He cleared his throat, transformed again, and poured 100% of his strength into his hammer, bringing it down in a heaven-shaking strike aimed at the director's head, who was hovering below. But shockingly, the director casually raised a single hand and easily blocked Jiang Chen's 1,000-pound attack. He smirked, snorting in disdain and mocking, "With just these scratching skills, you thought you could destroy my beloved hospital?" After his mocking words, his anger boiled over. His bloodshot eyes glared as he threw his head back and roared in fury. What a humiliation! Unexpectedly, the sonic power from his throat as he roared created a massive shockwave that sent Jiang Chun flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Enduring the crushing pressure from the ghost director's massive power, Jiang Chun was in agony and had to immediately change his battle plan. Looking at the system panel, he gritted his teeth. 10 seconds. 10 more seconds on the countdown. But it seemed the urgent situation wouldn't wait for those 10 seconds. To help him end the death match quickly, the director reached out his claws, ready to deliver the killing blow and send him to the afterlife. He roared, "I'll mount your head at the hospital gates as a warning to all rebels." Facing imminent death hanging by a thread, Jiang Chun panicked, squeezing his eyes shut in despair. "I'm done for. No shield this time. I'm really going to die." But the director of this script shook his head and said no to that. How could the protagonist with plot armor die such a pointless death so quickly? A glowing blue, muscular hand appeared out of nowhere, tightly grabbing the director's wrist just before his claws could crush Jiang Chen's neck. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, shocked and surprised that a master had come to save him at the last second. That majestic savior was none other than the big boss, Director Sun of the Underworld Bureau. He had used his Earth escape art to arrive just in time to stop the attack. Director Sun stroked his beard and scolded, "You caused such an earth-shattering ghost chi disturbance, and you thought you could hide it from me?" Seeing his savior with a massive umbrella of protection arrive, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He grinned from ear to ear and flattered, "Director, you are so wise." Furious that someone had interfered just as he was about to kill his prey, the director stepped back and quickly channeled his dark energy to launch an attack. "You damn bastard. One punch gathered with my resentment is enough to knock you out and send you to the grave." As the powerful head of the Underworld Bureau, being cursed at by this lowly ghost was unacceptable. How could he swallow his anger and let it go? Director's son sneered, "You frog in a well, you've never seen my glorious prime, have you?" Instantly, the director's fury erupted. He roared, his body expanding as he unleashed his immense power, regaining the youthful vigor of his 200-year-old prime. In the blink of an eye, Director's son swung his arm, unleashing a palm strike from some glowing, formidable skill. It sent the director flying far away, disappearing from sight, his body seemingly shattered. When the dust settled, it turned out he had been smashed deep into the rubble. A moment later, he crawled out, coughing violently, looking incredibly pathetic and ragged. He muttered to himself, reflecting, "I underestimated him. I was careless." He quickly took a deep breath, regaining his fighting spirit. He kicked off the ground and darted forward, engaging in round 2 with Director's son, roaring a challenge. "Come on. Didn't learn your lesson after taking a 1,000-pound punch." Seeing him charge like a rabid dog, the director was determined to beat him to a pulp this time. "You crazy fool. You don't know your own strength." Their two massive, wind-wrapped fists collided with a resounding boom. The resulting pressure created a shockwave that cracked the space around them, causing the solid ground to cave in and shatter. The deafening sound of the collision echoed like a bomb, shaking the gloomy sky. Standing safely on the sidelines, Jiang Chun watched the two masters fight like crazy, tearing up the earth and sky. He wiped his sweat, looking up in awe and chuckling. "Looks like they're evenly matched rivals. He, with the boss handling things here. It seems I don't have anything left to do." With free time on his hands, he thought of his two somewhat useless ghost allies who were taking a beating. He looked around, intending to go help them. I wonder how their struggle is going. On this side of the battlefield, Soso was gripping her bat, fighting desperately against the river god. After a long, exhausting brawl, seeing the female opponent looking weak and drained, the river god glided over, wiping his sweat, and mocked disdainfully, "Women are such a nuisance. But I've been holding back for too long." Next, the river god ruthlessly swung his leg, delivering a sweeping kick that sent the girl flying, shouting, "Get lost." Just as Soso was falling, Jiang Chun swooped in like a god, appearing from behind, opening his arms to catch the stumbling girl. Seeing Soso panting and exhausted, he gallantly helped her stand firm and said, "You've worked hard holding him off. Step back and let me take over the fight." After the 10-second countdown, which felt as long as a century spent dodging, passed, his demon transformation skill was finally off cooldown and ready to use. He smiled, pulling the glowing golden demon transformation card from his coat. For this transformation, he clearly called out the name, borrowing the power of the statue of a punishing deity, green-haired lion demon. Suddenly, the light enveloping this transformation was strangely different from his other grand transformations. His hair only grew longer, reaching his heels. Looking in the mirror, and seeing no change in his muscular physique, he complained to the system in disappointment. "My appearance hasn't changed much." But it didn't matter. He rallied his spirits. He still had his weapon, Flesh Lingji. He stroked the blade. "Flesh Lingji, let's go." Surprisingly, when he squeezed his hand, channeling his inner energy into Flesh Lingji and giving the command, it twisted and took on the form of the bizarre green-haired lion's beast head. This made his eyes widen in confusion. Immediately after, Flesh Lingji writhed and expanded into a terrifying, flaming greatsword. Jiang Chun couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. Truly worthy of a top-tier 4-star demon transformation card. It's a sharp blade and innate power. Without hesitation, he used his movement technique to dash forward, swinging his arm to deliver a wind-tearing slash at the river god. At this moment, the river god, seeing the blade aura, stumbled back in shock at the speed. Just one sharp slash was enough to cleanly cleave the river god's watery body in two. He collapsed, screaming and writhing in agony. Seeing the arrogant river god writhing in pain, Jiangchen couldn't help but gloat, asking sarcastically, "Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? You can't even handle one normal attack from me." Because his body was essentially made of water, he couldn't easily be killed by that physical slash. From the two halves of his body, he liquefied into a highly toxic, murky green sludge. Having gathered enough resentful energy, he roared and unleashed a massive tsunami of toxic green water, surging toward Jiang Chun to corrode him. Facing this water attack, Jiangchun didn't panic. With just a swing of his knife, a light, wind-tearing slash infused with lightning quickly split and evaporated the toxic wave. However, while slashing through the wave, a small amount of the toxic sludge accidentally splashed onto Jiangchun's body, making him grimace in excruciating, mind-numbing pain. Very quickly, the highly toxic slime sizzled, burning a hole through his clothes and gradually seeping deep into his burning flesh. Seeing his opponent poisoned and injured, the river god laughed maniacally, pressing his advantage and boasting, "Against the corrosive poison of the river of sand, all your physical attacks are meaningless. Just die and melt into bloody water." For this fatal attack, he channeled his energy to create an entire swamp of corrosive toxic sludge, melting all the rocks and dirt around them. With godlike speed, Jiangchun kicked off the ground and delivered a counterslash, slicing the river god in half once again. The speed was so fast, like a flash of lightning, that the river god didn't even have time to blink or react. When the smoke cleared, Jiangchun quickly emerged, wearing a sparkling energy armor that isolated and protected him from the poison. He dusted off his coat, smirking sarcastically. "I was just careless earlier and let a little bit splash on me, ruining my clothes. And you got that cocky over it." And as fast as the wind blew, the river god's watery body bizarrely bubbled and fused back together, as if the slash had never happened. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, no matter what, you can never kill or cut water. Let's see who exhausts themselves and collapses first." Dealing with this slimy ghost that couldn't be killed no matter how many times he slashed it, Jiangchun frowned, observing, and realized its core weakness. He definitely has a true heart hidden somewhere deep within the mud of the riverbed. But with this massive, churning, muddy torrent like the Eastern Sea, he shook his head. There was no easy way to dive down and find his weakness. Finding it in this mess was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Not giving Jiangchun time to think, the river god sent waves crashing toward him relentlessly. It seemed that spending time searching for his weakness wasn't very practical. He waved his hand dismissively, clicking his tongue. "I'll just overwhelm him with attacks first. Whatever, fight first, think later." A continuous barrage of explosive clashes from both sides caused the swamp surface to erupt, sending water splashing everywhere in a blinding mist. The deafening sounds of the impacts echoed, shaking the entire valley. After countless earth-shattering exchanges, Jiangchun finally found an opening and plunged his sword deep into the river god's chest. The critical strike sent him flying backward dozens of meters, leaving him in agonizing pain, unable to defend himself. With his stubborn water body that couldn't be cut or killed, the river god now began to feel a chill of fear, breaking out in a cold sweat as he faced Jiangchun head-on. He calculated, "Even though he can't destroy me, if I keep taking damage and getting pushed back like this, I won't last long." Just as Jiangchun raised his sword and closed in, the river god stepped back and unleashed his ultimate move to turn the tables. The murky water surged massively, preparing to transform into some bizarre, giant entity. He roared, swatting Jiangchun away, "Get lost." He channeled 100% of the spiritual power he had accumulated over the years, preparing to lunge forward with a devastating attack. Very quickly, amidst flashing lightning and roaring thunder, he summoned a storm, creating a violent, swirling waterspout. Water transformation, dragon. In just a few seconds, he condensed the water into a massive, writhing water dragon, opening its jaws and lunging to bite and attack Jiangchun. Looking up from the ground, Jiangchun, still holding his sword, stared wide-eyed, unable to react and step back in time. Holy crap, a monster actually turned into a stream of water? Extremely smug and arrogant about his ultimate attack, he poured all his 1,000-pound strength into crushing Jiangchun. He roared triumphantly. "This compressed mass of water pressure is 10,000 times harder than steel. Let's see how your sword cuts through this." Facing the imminent danger, Jiangchun broke out in a cold sweat, swallowing hard in fear. "Compressed water, as hard as steel? Then, my sword will break if I strike it." Faced with the immediate threat, he grimaced and resorted to a dirty, cheating tactic, hastily calling the AI system to top up his VIP status. "System, quickly inject another 100,000 ghost chi points into Flesh Lingji. Buff its damage." The emotionless AI system received the command and deducted the fee. Instantly, a ding sounded, and 100,000 ghost chi points were transferred directly into the Flesh Lingji knife he was holding. It vibrated violently, gradually transforming and growing larger, becoming more radiant and powerful than ever before. And this time, the Flesh Lingji sword assembled and transformed into a massive, deafeningly roaring chainsaw. Without hesitation, he hoisted the chainsaw onto his shoulder, took a running leap, and with a thunderous boom, brought the chainsaw crashing straight down onto the top of the river god's head. He roared madly, "Eat a strike from my super underworld chainsaw!" Shocked and panicked that his steel-hard dragon scales were easily sliced through by the chainsaw like tofu, the river god's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his impenetrable body had been sawed in half. What is this? Why is his weapon suddenly so sharp and powerful? While he was still stunned and trying to comprehend what was happening, his massive body was ripped in two. He screamed in agony that pierced the heavens. Even though he was sawed in half, it still didn't completely kill him, because his water body could automatically heal and close the wound instantly. But it seemed Jiang Chen's critical strike had created such a massive gash that it drained a huge amount of his mana, making his fusion and recovery sluggish. Jiang Chen smirked, analyzing, the higher the compression and pressure, the slower it takes to heal a shattered wound. But you didn't anticipate that flaw, did you? Suddenly, after the slash, the water dispersed, and Jiang Chen's sharp eyes spotted the glowing red heart, his hidden weakness, exposed after the camouflage was ripped away by the chainsaw strike. Thrilled by this discovery, he threw the chainsaw aside and lunged forward, reaching out to grab the beating heart. He laughed loudly, "Ha! Finally found your core weakness." But just as his fingertips were mere centimeters away from grasping and crushing the heart, the water dragon immediately coiled up, closing the wound to protect it. He roared, "How could I let trash like you touch it and win so easily?" Having discovered the fatal weakness, Jiang Chun confidently thumped his chest, ready to take him on. He smirked and shrugged. "No problem. At worst, I'll just rev up the chainsaw and carve you up 10 more times." Terrified of being sawed to death, he frantically retracted his magic and ran for his life to save his old hide. Jiang Chun revved the chainsaw and chased closely behind. Knowing he was out of mana and had nowhere to run, he frantically fled to where the director was fighting, throwing his head back and screaming for help. "Director! Director! Save me! Help me!" But the evil director was currently getting beaten up himself and was struggling to save his own life. How could he have a spare time to worry about his lackey's life? Battered and bruised, he roared and cursed angrily. "You useless trash! Save yourself! Are you blind? Can't you see I'm busy fighting?" It turned out that the majestic director's son was also going all out, using 100% of his inner strength to pummel the director relentlessly. Seeing the director ruthlessly refuse to help his teammate, the river god clicked his tongue in despair, lamenting, "Fine, you cold-blooded bastard, you know your limits and won't save me." Cornered by Jiang Chun at the edge of a cliff, the maddened water ghost had no choice but to turn around and face the protagonist in a fight to the death. "Damn it, come here. I'll send you to heaven to see Yama." Not giving him a chance to spout nonsense or make excuses, Jiang Chun used his movement technique to close the distance. He swung the chainsaw, smiling a wicked, smug smile. "Huh, looks like no one is coming to save your life." With the sharp roar of the chainsaw, he decisively sliced the river god straight down the middle into 2 halves. The glowing heart, his fatal weakness, was finally exposed without any protection. He smirked, reaching out. "Lie still, and let me chop this heart into pieces." His iron grip seized the beating heart. He crushed it to a pulp, successfully eliminating the river god. He brushed his hair back, blew the smoke off the chainsaw, and smiled faintly. He finally took care of one piece of trash. Meanwhile, the three-eyed ghost was frantically throwing punches, using all its strength to destroy Hamba. Finally, Hamba seemed to have had enough of the annoyance. With a roar, it grew furious, grabbed the black shadow illusion heads of the three-eyed ghost, crushed them, and hissed in disdain, "You three, with such a gap in power, how annoying." In the blink of an eye, Hamba, with its brutal strength, quickly tore the three-eyed ghost into pieces. Soso rubbed her ears, grumbling in frustration, "You're yelling so loud, you're deafening me." Not giving its opponent a chance to resurrect, Hamba channeled its inner energy, unleashing an earth-shattering ultimate move while continuing to curse. "What are you screaming for?" After a fierce, dust-filled brawl, Hamba was the ultimate victor left standing. It dusted off its hands, raised its chin, and let out a breath. Finally took care of that. Just then, Hamba's cold eyes darted around and happened to spot Jiang Chun in the distance, carefully holding the glowing, precious artifact of the river god, its defeated comrade. Catching a glimpse of the flashing light, Hamba seemed to realize what kind of treasure it was. Its eyes lit up with greed, muttering, "Looks like a good item." Having locked onto a juicy target, it roared like a bloodthirsty, starving tiger and charged straight at Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was still gleefully admiring his spoils, completely unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. As soon as it closed in, seeing the radiant orb of spiritual energy in his hand, the starving Hamba stuck out its filthy tongue, licked the orb, and snatched it away. It quickly and greedily swallowed the orb whole. This happened so fast that Jiang Chun was left stunned, his jaw dropping. He hastily pulled his hand back in panic, his anger flaring up uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and immediately threw a lightning-infused punch straight at Hamba's head, roaring over his lost loot. "You dare steal my stuff?" Surprisingly, facing the 1,000-pound punch, Hamba merely flicked its armor-plated arm up to block, easily sending Jiang Chun flying dozens of meters away. Jiang Chun staggered and fell flat on his back, clutching his chest and exclaiming in shock, "Holy shit!" Astonished by the drought demon's brute strength, he clutched his chest and coughed, evaluating internally. It actually blocked my full power attack so easily. Suddenly, amidst flashing lightning, a powerful force flew down from the sky. A black shadow descended, delivering a flying kick straight into Hamba, forcing it back. It turned out the savior was Captain Yang, dispatched by the Underworld Bureau to lend a hand. He dusted off his coat, smirking as he explained his long disappearance and hiding. "I was waiting for this exact moment." As the lifelong nemesis who had been hunting the drought demon from start, the captain knew this guy's tricks inside and out. Analyzing the situation, Hamba had now stealthily absorbed ghost chi from two opposing elements, flood and drought. However, these water and fire attributes clashed and couldn't fuse properly right away. Using his own advantage and knowing the enemy's weakness, he channeled his inner energy and quickly delivered a powerful punch, sending Hamba flying head over heels for 100 meters. He laughed smugly, and my ghost chi can effectively target its weakness. Arriving to help, he turned and nodded to Jiang Chun, volunteering to take on the task of fighting and holding off Hamba. "The director looks like he's in trouble. You go help him." Seeing that an expert from his side was taking care of the tough drought demon, Jiang Chun snapped his fingers, calling out the shadow from his heels to assist. Following its master's order, the shadow rose into a humanoid form, smiling eerily and replying respectfully, "Yes, master." Facing the terrifying power of the final boss director, Jiang Chun had come up with a new, brilliant plan to sneak attack him. He beckoned and whispered his instructions to the shadow. "I can't take this director head-on this time." Saying that, he rummaged through his pockets, pulled out an old ceramic bowl and a mallet, and solemnly handed the artifact to the shadow. "Take this Kuei ox drum. At the right moment, support me." After carefully whispering the sneak attack plan, he patted the shadow's shoulder and immediately used his movement technique to rush over and support the dying director Sunday. "I'll head over there first." Receiving the authoritative Kuei ox drum, the shadow thumped its chest with determination and replied loudly, "I guarantee I will complete the mission." On Director Sun's side, after a long, exhausting battle without rest, it seemed he was now completely drained of energy, panting heavily. Finding an opening, the evil director seized the moment, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sent him flying dozens of meters away. With the brutal force of the kick, Director Sun flew like a shooting star, crashing hard into the building's wall, causing a deafening explosion and a cloud of dust. Lying in the rubble, feeling the excruciating pain of broken bones, the director worriedly clutched his chest, fearing for his old life. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, my flashback time is almost up." The director, showing no signs of fatigue, madly charged forward, intending to deliver the finishing blow to the director. He continuously waved his hand, taunting and mocking the director. "So what? You're going to die anyway." Just as he glided forward, raising his claws to rip out the director's heart, Jiang Chen's sarcastic voice rang out from behind him, mocking, "Hey, old director." The sudden voice made him freeze. Instantly, Jiang Chun, fast as lightning, took advantage of his distraction. He spun around and delivered a brutal sneak attack kick right to his stomach. As he kicked, he sneered, "Taste the power of the current director." But the gap in level was too great. Less than 3 seconds after taking the hit, he wiped the blood from his mouth, roared, and regained his original dominant posture. He glared at Jiang Chun with contempt. "Just you? You dare call yourself the director?" His fury erupted. What followed was a storm of attacks, a flurry of 1,000-pound punches raining down on Jiang Chun. Taking the beating, Jiang Chun could only grit his teeth and cross his arms to defend himself in agonizing pain, unable to launch any counterattack. Having been enraged by Jiang Chen's stubbornness for a long time, he channeled all his killing intent, determined to deliver one final, fatal blow to finish him off. He roared savagely, "Watch me smash your dog head in." Right on cue, the golden opportunity had arrived. Jiang Chun whistled, summoning his shadow to act. Hiding carefully in the dark corner, the shadow realized this was the moment. It swiftly obeyed, pulling out the ceramic bowl artifact Jiang Chun had given it earlier. "Roger that." Without hesitation, the shadow gripped the mallet and frantically struck the kuei ox drum, asterisk bong 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 asterisk, emitting eerie, controlling sound waves. As the piercing sound waves of the kuei ox drum echoed, the sealing power instantly caused the director, who was raising his fist to punch, to freeze stiff like a statue. Hit by the backlash of power, he hastily covered his ears with his hands. Facing the bizarre sound waves that numbed his blood vessels, the director trembled in terror, crying out in fear. What kind of ghost magic is this? However, after a few seconds of shock, he sneered, realizing the skill of this broken kuei ox drum was too weak. It was nothing against his evil power. He waved his hand, shattering the sound waves, and smiled contemptuously. You think a petty trick like this can bind me? Seeing the situation turning bad, the shadow quickly leaped up from the ground, dodging attacks while continuing to find new angles to control and attack the director. If one angle didn't work, if one strike couldn't control him, the shadow frantically intensified its efforts, creating a storm of sound aimed at the ghost. It muttered, "Then I'll strike again," and this time, by borrowing resonant power. The piercing sound seemed to double in strength, striking directly into his mind and giving him a splitting headache. His entire body trembled and convulsed, goosebumps rising all over from the numbness. Seizing this once-in-a-millennium golden opportunity, Jiang Chun sprang up from behind, hoisting his massive, roaring chainsaw, and charged forward to slash the director's back. He roared, "Have a safe trip, old director." But things didn't go as planned. Jiang Chun stumbled back in shock once again, as if something terrifying and physics-defying had just happened. It turned out the evil ghost hadn't been controlled or sealed by the sound waves of the drum, as they thought. He was just acting, playing along. Then he suddenly whipped around, reaching out his rock-armored hand, and easily caught and stopped Jiang Chen's spinning giant chainsaw blade. He crushed the sparking blade, smirking sinisterly. "If I hadn't studied souls extensively, I might have been fooled by your little trick." With the anger of being toyed with and his brutal strength, he simply flexed his arm and squeezed lightly, shattering Jiang Chen's superweapon, Flesh Lingji, into 100 pieces of scrap metal that scattered on the floor. Seeing the extreme danger, Jiang Chun heartbreakingly and quickly ordered the remnants of Flesh Lingji to retract back into his body. Flesh Lingji withdrew just as the red AI system panel popped up with a deadly emergency notification. "Warning, demon transformation card duration has ended. I'm done for." Now, he had lost his demon transformation armor protection and his super weapon, reverting back to a weak mortal. Seeing this, the director stepped forward, speaking smugly to threaten him. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Turn back into a mortal, huh? This time, you're dead for sure." Having exhausted all his strength and used all his powerful ultimate moves without even scratching his opponent, Jiang Chun fell to his knees, panting heavily. Sweat drenched his forehead. He muttered in despair, "The 4-star demon transformation card's time is up. Do I have to risk using the 5-star card?" But before he could even reach into his coat, the evil doctor lunged forward, tightly gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. He hissed, mocking him, "Dare to run and play tricks in front of me?" Knowing full well that Jiang Chun was now just a paper tiger without fangs or claws, powerless to resist, he threw his head back and laughed contemptuously, pronouncing his sentence. "Keep being arrogant and talking big." Just as he opened his mouth to continuously insult and humiliate Jiang Chun, Director Sun silently appeared from the shadows behind him. He leaned on his cane and cleared his throat. "Were you calling for me?" As soon as he spoke, Director Sun unleashed a thunderous strike, smashing a resounding blow right into his face. The 1,000-pound punch sent the director flying, tumbling dozens of meters away. Rescuing Jiang Chun, he clapped his hands sarcastically. "Let me show you what true arrogance looks like." It turned out that after lying still and playing dead to rest for a while, the director had used an elixir to regain 100% of his inner strength. He cracked his knuckles, stretching his muscles, preparing to teach this demon a lesson. "I'm not dead yet. The sky over Jiangbei isn't yours to rule, you evil ghost." Seeing the director acting so heroic and bloodthirsty, Jiang Chun, sitting on the ground, clutching his neck and coughing, shrugged, yielding the spotlight to him. He smiled and flattered. "Director, you are so wise. You go get him." Next year, during the Qingming Festival, I'll remember to make offerings for your death anniversary. The AI system panel popped up, deducting elegance points. If the host doesn't know how to speak properly, then don't speak. Ghost Chi deducted, minus 9,999 points. Ignoring the jinxing remark, the director muttered, clasping his hands in Buddhist prayer. He channeled his power to execute a new, extremely bizarre skill. Yama's Inferno. Burn the evil ghost. Very quickly after the shout, the director summoned a massive illusion of Yama to fight, enveloping his body as protection. The director scrambled to his feet. Seeing this ultimate sex skill, his jaw dropped in shock, muttering, this old man was still hiding his ultimate move. However, with his crazed nature, he wasn't afraid. He roared, kicking off the ground and charging forward, determined to fight the director to the death. Don't even think about it. Director's son shouted loudly. Who do you think you are? When he foolishly charged in, the director swung his leg, delivering a thunderous kick straight to his face, sending him flying back. Not stopping or holding back, the director pressed his advantage, rushing in to pummel him relentlessly. Surprisingly, the director staggered but managed to open his eyes and catch the director's fist with lightning-fast reflexes, breaking the attack. Instantly, he swung his fist, delivering a 1,000-pound punch straight to the director's face in retaliation. Go to hell. What followed was an earth-shattering contest of strength. The 1,000-pound, powerful punches of the two men were exchanged and clashed with lightning speed. The director, with a twisted, villainous face, laughed loudly, despising the director's strength. Is this all you've got? And his arrogant smugness was well-founded. Right after the struggle, he gathered his strength and delivered an incredibly powerful blow, sending the director flying dozens of meters away, causing him to lose his balance and crash face-first into the dirt. But with his incredible endurance, the director quickly spat out blood and recovered. He scrambled up, shouting angrily, your arrogance is the same as ever. Continuing the battle, the two clashed like wild beasts, tearing, punching, and kicking each other madly, with no clear winner. Take this! The director roared, channeling 100% of his inner strength to unleash his ultimate skill. Yama's corpse fist. With his muscle power buffed and significantly increased, the director was like he'd been injected with doping, gaining unparalleled strength. Instantly, he unleashed a flurry of punches, raining blows down on the director like hail, giving him no chance to block. Following that, the director braced himself and added a fatal punch, Yama's corpse fist, landing a solid smack right on his face. The terrifying force of the punch made him spew fresh blood out of his mouth. He punched him so hard his mouth was twisted. Taking the critical hit, he stumbled back, clutching his face, only now realizing his battered body couldn't take another hit. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't match this old man's brute strength head-on. Safe on the ground, Jiang Chun was still leisurely resting his chin on his hand, attentively watching the two masters fight fiercely. Sensing through his sharp intuition that the director was weakening and might kick the bucket soon, he quickly opened the VIP system panel and clicked to buy 2 super spirit elixirs. System, sell me 2 more spirit elixirs. The shadow, clutching its fat belly, had to wave the white flag this time. It quickly lay down and waved its hands in refusal. Master, I'm already full to my limit. I absolutely can't absorb any more. With his disciple out of options, he could only reluctantly rely on his sharp flesh Lingji weapon to snipe and break the encirclement to save the director's life. He tapped the hammer. Flesh Lingji, upgrade and transform into a GP anti-tank gun. He hoisted the gun onto his shoulder, closed one eye, and aimed carefully at the bloody sphere of souls. Looking at the flickering teeth, he muttered a prayer. I absolutely cannot hit the director by mistake. He bit his lip and encouraged himself. Come on, aim carefully, squeeze the trigger. Boom! He pulled the trigger, firing a special armor-piercing, indiscriminate destruction round. The result of the shot was a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The rescue failed. The old body, having lost all its strength, fell like a piece of waste paper from the sky, crashing headfirst into the ground with a thud. The surviving director floated in the air with a strong, muscular body. Having absorbed enough power, he had now recovered and fused those evil souls back into himself. He flexed his muscles with a triumphant look and laughed savagely. The mighty director of Jiangbei has fallen. Who in the world can stop me now? But the director, dying on the ground, wasn't quite dead yet. Knowing he was about to die, and that the director arrogantly believed he had used up all his ghost chi, the old man managed a weak, bloody smile and passed on his last hope to Jiang Chun. He whispered, Little ghost Jiang Chun, I will transfer all my remaining cultivation and ghost chi to you. A flash of light. After transferring all his essence and ghost chi, the old director closed his eyes and passed away peacefully. His last words echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Good luck. Kill him for me. After absorbing the director's remaining ghost chi, Jiang Chen came to his senses and looked down to see that the director was truly dead. The AI system panel flashed with a happy notification. Ghost Chi gifted by the director, plus 100 million points. Not only did he receive a huge amount of Ghost Chi, but he also felt his muscles and bones being infused with the director's inherited internal power. He clenched his fists, completely amazed. This abundant power. The director, floating high above, was shocked when he saw the change in Jiang Chen's power. Behind the young man, a dazzling golden halo appeared, radiating an oppressive aura that made him retreat in terror. He stammered in confusion. Could it be his power is now even stronger than the old director's just now? With those glowing golden halos, he stared wide-eyed, unable to explain what kind of divine power it was. A golden halo of virtue. Having received a terrifying power boost and recovered his magic by downing 2 golden elixirs, Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent, immediately shot up to attack him. The first 1,000-ton iron fist went straight for his face. The speed was so fast he couldn't even blink, let alone raise his hands to block. After that powerful blow, he immediately exploded in a shower of blood and was sent tumbling backward. Not giving his enemy a chance to breathe, Jiang Chen glided over and delivered a devastating spinning kick straight to his chest. He took the full combo of punches and kicks from Jiang Chen, causing him to cough up black blood into the air. The force of Jiang Chen's kick was as powerful as a soccer ball. While Jiang Chen was busy gathering his strength to leap into the air for his next decisive attack, the fallen man was still smirking smugly, thinking to himself, just a little longer. I'm about to analyze and read the information in his soul. Wiping the black blood from the corner of his mouth, he tilted his head back and stared at him, sneering threateningly. I'll give you one last minute of arrogant glory. I will kill you at the very moment you are most confident. Seeing his smug, mocking expression, he frowned and thought, he's so confident, he must still be hiding some miraculous evil power. This guy's sinister smile definitely means he's up to no good. Without a second thought, this time he pulled out and activated his high-level 3-star Demon Transformation card for protection. Using the Demon Transformation card, he swung his hand and immediately deployed the divine art of Demon Transformation. 100-eyed Demon Lord. Instantly, a phantom of a giant, grotesque monster with one eye as large as a black hole appeared, roaring, preparing to shrink and merge with Jiang Chen's body. Very quickly, after the smoke cleared, the demon transformation was a complete success. Horrifyingly, a third, vertical, blood-red eye appeared on his forehead, blinking, and the skin on his muscular arms also transformed, sprouting countless mysterious, demonic eyes. Even when he opened his palm, and I was peeking out, his tongue expertly licked his lips, and as expected, another eye grew on the tip of his tongue. Seeing his disgusting, monstrous form, the arrogant director couldn't help but be stunned and break out in a cold sweat. He stood there dumbfounded, muttering in utter confusion. What kind of evil art is this? Faced with the bizarre sight of 1,000 giant eyes blinking before him, a chill ran down his spine as he felt a deadly danger surrounding him. After completing the demon transformation, Jiang Chen directly pointed his finger, shooting beams of destructive power from his eyes to attack him. With just the gaze of his 3 main eyes, he had already fired a laser beam that made the ground below shake and explode in a cloud of dust. With his small, agile, and beautiful demonic body, the director had hastily somersaulted to quickly avoid the large laser explosion. But surprisingly, just as he was leaping into the air to dodge, he unfortunately ran right into Jiang Chen. He bared his 32 pearly white teeth and gave him a cold smile. This time, in mid-air, there was nowhere for him to dodge. Instantly, he was hit by a barrage of laser beams fired from him. The smoke was thick, but it seemed his body armor was also very tough. He gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in front of his face to defend, snorting, "You think a little tickle like that is all you've got?" Seeing his stubborn enemy, Jiang Chen immediately closed his eyes and circulated his internal energy, forcing the thousands of eyes on his body to open wide and fire a cluster of powerful laser beams that blew him away. After that terrifying explosion, he continued to gather his strength and shot up with his armored fist, roaring, "Take this heavy punch." He used 100% of his strength to deliver a devastating punch that sent him flying and crashing face-first into the ground. Not stopping there, he furiously tore off his own cumbersome shirt, revealing the tens of thousands of demonic eyes hidden under his skin. preparing to blast him with lasers again. Gathering all his power into one point, he threw his head back and screamed, unleashing his ultimate killing move, Hundred-Eyed Demon Light. With the concentrated destructive power of the laser, he flipped the switch and blasted him to smithereens. The demonic director was hit squarely by the blow and was immediately torn into hundreds of pieces of flesh. His entire body was char-black, with pieces scattered everywhere. He screamed in agony, but strangely, through some evil art, in just a few short seconds, the pieces of his flesh were bubbling and crawling back together, regenerating to his original state as if nothing had happened. When his slimy body had recovered, he leisurely stretched and cracked his neck, saying arrogantly, "To be able to push me into such a pathetic state, you're the first." Seeing his nonchalant and disrespectful attitude, he didn't waste another word. Jiang Chun raised his hand and struck with another bolt of lightning. A continuous stream of dazzling light from the high-voltage electricity shot out from him, striking him directly, creating a loud boom and a burning smell like an electric shock. After being briefly electrocuted and charred black, he was once again reduced to a pile of gray ash. But the ironic result was the same. From the pile of ash, he bubbled up once again, reborn and intact. Although he didn't die, he felt the pain of being torn apart and burned. He clutched his chest and cursed angrily. "Damn it! You forced me to destroy and regenerate my body twice in a row." After fighting for so long without killing him, Jiang Chun stopped and retreated, feeling a headache coming on. How did he manage to escape death? Faced with this immortal director, he broke out in a sweat, unable to figure out where his core weakness was hidden. "I've been focusing my technique on his soul the whole time. There should be no chance for him to escape. How did he manage that regeneration trick?" And now that he was safe, he gave a strange, triumphant smile and revealed his secret. High-level demons like us who have cultivated for thousands of years have the ability to analyze and split our souls. After emitting a black field of demonic soul power, he summoned a small, hideous monster to fuse with and increase his life force. Smirking as he boasted, "I just need to split my main soul into several parts and hide them as parasites in low-level minions, and I can borrow their bodies to resurrect myself as many times as I want." Hearing this, Jiang Chun tore at his hair. This guy was too much of a headache. This unfair rule forced him to rack his brain to find the key to quickly eliminating him. He muttered his calculations. "There's only one way. I have to find and destroy all the vessels containing his soul fragments." He was extremely proud of his immortal power and lunged to attack him, hissing, "But before you find them, you'll be clawed to death by me." Knowing this scumbag still had many despicable tricks up his sleeve, Jiang Chun clicked his tongue. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing to preserve one's life is the best. Jiang Chun immediately turned tail and ran for his life. Seeing his prey flee, he immediately shot after him, roaring, "Stop! Don't run!" While running, with his special eye technique, he quickly spotted a small, ugly monster hiding. It was radiating an aura containing his soul. Without another word, he ran past and swung his flesh-linging knife, slicing it cleanly in two. And so the chase continued. A continuous stream of grotesque monsters containing fragments of the director's soul were found by him and sent one by one to the underworld. Terrified and confused by Jiang Chun's godlike tracking ability, he ran after him, sweating profusely, fearing for his immortal life. He clutched his head and yelled in confusion, How do you know exactly which random ghost my soul fragments are hidden in?" Jiang Chun stopped and turned, pointing to his forehead to reveal the secret. "The one guiding me is none other than the power of the third divine eye on my forehead." He laughed mockingly. "You fool! You think this evil king's eye is just for decoration?" After a series of slashes, clearing out all the vessels containing his evil soul fragments, the system finally reported that only one tiny green monster was left hiding. The last prey. Jiang Chun was raising his blade, about to charge and slash. Suddenly, whoosh! Some dark force tore through the air, snatched the monster, and disappeared, making him furious. "You son of a bitch!" Before he could react and get the reward, Ghost Chi, the damned Hamba, had already used its lightness skill to steal his prize. It zipped past, even kicking him hard enough to send him flying into a wall, cracking it. Having successfully snatched the monster containing the last fragment of the director's soul, he held it up to admire it, and then laughed wildly. Great, it's mine." Taking a 1,000-ton kick from Hamba, he grimaced and pushed himself up, wiping away the blood, and exclaimed in confusion, "Hamba? Could it be? Captain Yang, he's been defeated?" Hearing the name of the defeated general, Hamba put on a mysterious and demonic air, holding its head and shaking it, pretending to be innocent. I don't know where that small fry captain is hiding. But the cruel truth was, at that moment, Captain Yang, covered in injuries, was lying on the verge of death in a desolate, tattered patch of ground, looking truly pathetic. Covered in blood, he lay there motionless. Back at the scene, although Hamba was originally his subordinate, now, after devouring and absorbing life force, it had broken through to a new level of evil power, to the point where even its master, the director, no longer recognized it. The director frowned and yelled, "Who the hell are you?" In a surprising act of betrayal, with just a single sharp swing of its hand, the treacherous Hamba sliced off the director's head, which fell to the ground. It kicked the corpse and sneered, "An old demon who was cultivated for so long, and you're still so naive as to trust people?" Hamba bent down, grabbed the hair of the severed head, which was staring wide-eyed, and held it up to its eye level, saying mockingly, "Fool, I was on your side." In a shocking turn of events, as quick as flipping a pancake, this evil Hamba was officially revealed to be the true hidden final boss of the game. Now, after swallowing the director's soul, its body began to twist and transform into a giant demon with incredibly terrifying dark power. Its body was covered in bulging muscles, and it even grew a brand new set of fiery, thorny armor. Even the structure of its limbs was deformed, turning into the shape of a demonic beast with sharp claws. In just a few short seconds of fusion, its body had evolved to the level of a ruling demon king. Watching from a distance, Jiang Chun sighed wearily. He had just sweated and fought to the death with the director, and he hadn't even finished him off yet. And now another equally powerful and brutal final boss had appeared, making him so tired he could only gape and complain, "Damn it." After fighting for half a day, it turns out Hamba was the hidden main character all along. After absorbing the director's soul, Hamba threw its head back and let out a loud, disgusting belch. And from that yawn, the black gas erupted, releasing a shockwave of immense power that swept through, making the entire sky tremble with thunder.